been noted in the past 2 years, nor have any new recruits been brought in. It seems likely that it was the Shadow's doing. Or perhaps even the handiwork of that old rascal, Redheart K. Xiaoying pondered. This poison is not ordinary, it is a slow-acting toxin. The objective of the adversary is not your father's life. Perhaps you have misjudged the direction. As Xiaoying contemplated, Qin Hanyuan naturally arrived at the same conclusion. He turned his head and informed her, I have also been diligently clearing matters at the company, though the scale of this undertaking is rather immense. The senior management of the Qin Group consists of family and trusted associates, making their investigation relatively straightforward. However, the challenge lies beneath the upper echelons. With numerous subsidiaries and a vast workforce, identifying a few insiders among them is no trivial task. Qin Hanyue then remarked, to dare to target the Qin Group is indeed commendable courage. Even if I were to let them feast, they would still perish from their own gluttony. If their aim is the Qin family, I find myself rather unconcerned. This was not born from arrogance, but rather from the financial might of the Qin family. Moreover, he had more than just the Qin Group at his disposal. Xiaoying replied, indeed, otherwise they would have poisoned you directly. Why poison your father unless you still hold some value? Qin Hanyue cautioned, by saving my father and thwarting their plans, you will surely become their target. Xiaoying merely smirked, filled with disdain, too apathetic to respond. Qin Hanyue contemplated that he finally had just cause to ensure her safety, yet Xiaoying dismissed it entirely, leaving him without the opportunity to voice his concerns. As Qin Yuchen arrived, he found Xiaoying resting against his uncle's shoulder in the corridor. He paused, hesitated for a moment, and then silently turned to leave. Old Ming returned to the hospital carrying a large bag of medicinal herbs, while Qin Yin held 2 iron cages, cloaked in fabric, obscuring their contents. The faint rustling sounds emanating from within suggested they contained rather unappealing small creatures. Qin Yin inquired, Miss Qiao, can this rattlesnake and scorpion be used as medicine? Can they truly be given to the old master? Xiaoying accepted the cages, stating, these are valuable items. Particularly the rattlesnake, which is a treasure in its entirety. The tail can be used to prepare winter melon soup, yielding remarkable effects, especially with winter melons. I'll take them, Qin Hanyue said, taking the cages from Xiaoying. Old Ming, who had been listening attentively and was about to jot down notes, was momentarily bewildered by Xiao Ying's mention of winter melons, retracting his actions as he listened to her absurd claims with a serious demeanor. Qin Yin asked, what remarkable effects? Xiao Ying replied, they can alter human genes and enhance intelligence, potentially increasing IQ by 20 points. Qin Yin inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as though he had stumbled upon a groundbreaking secret for humanity, his voice dropping to a whisper, really? Xiaoying responded flatly, false. With that, she turned to leave, casting a glance at Qin Hanyue, shaking her head in exasperation as if to say, your assistant. Qin Hanyue retorted, foolish. He followed her, carrying the cages. Old Ming hurried to catch up, unable to bear the scene any longer, reminding Qin Yin with words he could understand. Where's their winter melon in winter? Qin Yin replied. Xiaoying had a little something to eat before diving back into the laboratory. Ming Lao brought an array of medicinal herbs, yet she left them untouched, while the toxic substances were utilized to their fullest extent. Observing that Xiaoying had finished her work, Qin Hanyue picked up a test tube from the table, filled with a pure white liquid that resembled water. Xiaoying cautioned him, be careful, this toxin is at least 20 times more lethal than that which resides within your father. Qin Hanyue turned to her, realizing she was concocting poison. No wonder he had witnessed her adding the toxins extracted from his father's body. Xiaoying stretched her aching neck and reassured him, rest assured. It is not intended for your father. Then for whom? Qin Hanyue was taken aback, recognizing that this straightforward individual could resort to such underhanded tactics, which did not align with her character. The only explanation was that her adversary surpassed her in power. The Shadow? Apart from that, he could think of no other. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Xiaoying interrupted, Mr. Qin, being overly clever is not always advantageous. She took the poison from his hands and tucked it into her pocket, then added, let us proceed to administer the antidote to your father. Chapter 128, Successful Detoxification. Dr. Seeley, do I not resemble one? The poison afflicting the elder Qin required immediate attention. Unfortunately, as he had just undergone surgery, mobility was inconvenient, prompting Xiaoying to suggest he remain in bed a while longer. In the meantime, she utilized the opportunity to concoct a bit of poison. Given the limited facilities at the hospital, she instructed Qin Hanyue to bring the elder Qin back to the Qin residence. None of the doctors or specialists dared to offer suggestions. At the Qin family home, in the spacious bathroom of Qin Hanyue's quarters, the bathtub resembled a swimming pool, perfectly accommodating. The elder Qin, bare to the waist, was gently lowered into the warm water by the duo of Qin Hanyue and his cousin, Qin Yuchan, ensuring his stability. Xiaoying positioned a chair behind the elder, preparing for acupuncture, while Ming Lao assisted. Noticing the needles Qiao Ying produced, Ming Lao leaned in closely and queried, "Miss Qiao, these needles are not from my collection, are they?" Qin Yin had retrieved them from the villa that afternoon. Without lifting her gaze, Qiao Ying replied, "They were gifted by Mr. Qin." Qin Yuchan exchanged a glance with his uncle. Ming Lao seemed to grasp the implications, chuckling, "A fine tool. I presume this set must have been difficult to procure." Eagerly, Ming Lao awaited Qiao Ying's demonstration of skill. As dusk settled around 6 in the evening, the ambience darkened gradually. With silver needles in hand, Qiao Ying's technique slightly diverged from her usual style. As she pierced the acupoints, her method appeared somewhat forceful, causing the skin to tauten under her vigorous touch, provoking gasps from onlookers. Qin Hanyue had previously witnessed Qiao Ying administer needles to alleviate pain for Sack, and he had also experienced her swift technique during his own discomfort. However, this occasion was evidently more time-consuming and demanding. After more than half an hour, she had only managed to insert about 10 needles into the elder's back, and the subsequent techniques for the areas surrounding his heart and other regions varied. Yet, regardless of the method employed, Qiao Ying demonstrated mastery and ease in her craft. Old Ming gazed intently, reluctant to even blink, fearing that any sound might disturb Qiao Ying. Thus, when he encountered something astonishing, he could only widen his weary, old eyes in silence. After a while, both eyes grew tired from the strain. As Qiao Ying administered the acupuncture, she exhibited the same focus and diligence as when she wielded a scalpel during experiments. Her gaze was solely fixed on the human acupoints, with nothing else in her mind. Occasionally, she would offer brief explanations to the inquisitive old Ming, her voice cool and slightly hoarse, tinged with fatigue. There was an indescribable charm in her earnest demeanor. Qin Yuqing, while restraining himself, found himself captivated by her presence. With the final needle in place, Qiao Ying straightened her posture and slowly exhaled, finally concluding the lengthy process. A fine sheen of sweat adorned her fair forehead. She grasped the old gentleman's hand to check his pulse, then retrieved a previously prepared knife. Holding the old man's hand, she made incisions at the tips of his 10 fingers, allowing the crimson blood to flow into the water. Gradually, the vibrant red of the blood darkened to a deep crimson, ultimately turning blackish red. Old Ming observed in astonishment as Qiao Ying continued with the acupuncture, facilitating the expulsion of toxins. In an instant, the originally clear water transformed into a murky pool of blood. The bathroom was pervaded by a metallic scent, mingled with a foul odor. While she continued her work, Qiao Ying inquired, "How is the medicine brewing?" Qin Yin snapped back to reality and promptly replied, "I'll check." Shortly thereafter, the young apothecary returned, leading old Ming. After receiving the medicine from the boy and testing its temperature, she instructed Qin Hanyue and his nephew to reposition the old gentleman, tilting his head back. She also asked old Ming to assist in prying open the old man's mouth. Just as old Ming was about to voice his concern about how someone in a stupor could drink, he witnessed Qiao Ying deftly caress the old man's throat, facilitating the process. Before he could fully comprehend her technique, the entire bowl of medicine was administered without a single drop spilling. Old Ming gaped in astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. "Today, my old man has truly witnessed something remarkable." Though the others lacked understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, they grasped the significance of old Ming's words, recognizing the prowess Qiao Ying had just displayed. After completing her tasks, she set down the bowl, stating, "We shall remove the needles in 2 hours. The toxins should be nearly purged by then." With that, she lifted a chair, positioning herself by the edge of the bathtub to rest while observing the old gentleman's condition. His complexion was a ghastly shade, yet it was markedly improved compared to his state in the hospital. His lips were no longer a deep purple. She then cast a glance at Qin Hanyue, noting the resemblance between him and his father in their eyebrows and noses. At that moment, Qin Hanyue happened to look her way, and their gazes briefly intertwined before Qiao Ying turned away, redirecting her focus back to the old gentleman. As the toxins were expelled, the once bloodied scent in the bathroom was overwhelmed by the noxious odor of the toxins, rendering the atmosphere unbearable and making breathing difficult. Yet, Qiao Ying seemed impervious to it, seated in her chair with her back against the wall, her eyes unknowingly drifting shut, as if succumbing to slumber. Weariness etched across her brow. Qin Hanyue observed the increasing bloodshot veins in her eyes over the past 2 days, her eyelids occasionally fluttering or narrowing due to overwhelming fatigue. He allowed Qin Yin to take over, assisting him in supporting the elderly gentleman, and then, with gentle footsteps, approached Qiao Ying. He carefully bent down and lifted her from the chair, cradling her in his arms. The person in his embrace furrowed her brow slightly, but remained still. Qin Hanyue carried her out of the bathroom, traversed the bedroom, and exited the room. Outside in the corridor stood the entire Qin family, anxiously awaiting news of the elder's condition. Upon seeing Qin Hanyue emerging with a sleeping figure in his arms, they all restrained their questions. Qin Hanyue laid her on the bed in his adjacent room and sat down beside her, reaching for a thin blanket to gently cover Xiaoying. He silently observed the girl's tired visage, her brow slightly knitted in her slumber. After a moment, he delicately grasped her hand and solemnly whispered, "Thank you." This was Xiao Ying's first experience of such intense exertion since her rebirth, and the physique of this body still required conditioning. Unable to withstand the drain on her energy and stamina, her sleep was restless, plagued by dreams of the inhumane torment in the basement of Nanyang, as well as memories of her fallen comrade from the last mission. Perhaps they could not truly be called partners, as they had not executed many tasks together. Yet he had been her only friend in the shadows. Xiaoying jolted awake from the cataclysmic explosion. She opened her eyes to gaze upwards, momentarily lost in the fiery inferno of her nightmares, before finally recognizing the unfamiliar ceiling. Closing her eyes again, she turned onto her side, burying half her face into the pillow for solace, inhaling the familiar scent. Without needing to see, she understood where she was resting. After a while, she opened her eyes once more, only to be met with a target standing at half her height, adorned with bullet holes. The target was propped beside the balcony door, its concentric red rings starkly contrasting the monochromatic elegance of the bedroom's decor. Sitting up, she surveyed the spacious room, clearly reflecting Qin Hanyue's style. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and upon seeing her awake, Qin Hanyue quickened his pace. "How is your father?" Upon waking, Xiaoying's voice was slightly hoarse, imbued with an indescribable languor. Qin Hanyue replied, "His complexion has returned to normal, the symptoms of poisoning have subsided, and old Ming is keeping watch." Xiaoying nodded gently, lowering her head and pressing her fingers to her temples. Suddenly, the warmth of a man's palm rested against her forehead as he sat beside her on the bed. Her forehead felt icy, prompting Qin Hanyue to inquire with concern, "Are you unwell? Are you feeling fatigued? Do you need to rest a bit longer?" Xiaoying opened her eyes and lifted her head, causing him to retract his hand. "I simply did not sleep well," she responded. Qin Hanyue, noting her pale complexion, remained unconvinced. "Then let us have breakfast. You didn't eat dinner last night. At your age, you must not neglect your stomach." Hearing this, Xiaoying glanced towards the balcony, noting the curtains were not fully drawn, allowing light to pour in from the night she had slept through. "I can wait a little longer," she replied. "I'm not particularly hungry. Why have you not contacted me about your father's condition?" Xiaoying then asked him, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "Do you think I'm only capable of treating dysmenorrhea, impotence, and premature ejaculation? Or perhaps just a headache if I were to be more skilled?" Qin Hanyue nodded silently, initially believing that aside from Dr. Seeley, no one else could perform this surgery. Xiaoying inquired, "Dr. Seeley? Am I not like her?" Qin Hanyue lifted his gaze, and both exchanged calm stares. He looked into her eyes and informed her, "However, I have discovered that Dr. Seeley possesses another identity." Xiaoying raised an eyebrow slightly. Chapter 129. Xiaoying. Curiosity killed the cat. Tasteful Qin Hanyue's room exuded a faint, cool fragrance, akin to his own scent, which brought a sense of tranquility that Xiaoying found quite pleasing. His voice, though cold, carried a unique softness when addressing the girl before him. Seeley is not merely a doctor. She is also the ace assassin known as Blood Shadow in the Shadow Organization. Just a few months ago, Blood Shadow's mission failed, leading to her demise in the sea. Xiao Ying's expression remained indifferent, showing little reaction. Perhaps Mr. Qin's information is erroneous? They are not the same person. She thought to herself, another failed mission? Damn those failed missions. Qin Hanyue shook his head slightly, his tone resolute. They are indeed the same person. He fixated on her eyes once more and added, "Perhaps my investigation was flawed. Maybe Dr. Seeley is not 22 this year, but rather 18. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable certainty as he continued, "Perhaps Blood Shadow did not perish." His dark eyes seemed to perceive everything, exerting an invisible pressure that made one feel compelled to surrender under his gaze. Xiaoying maintained her composure, observing him leisurely, feigning interest in his words as if she were merely a listener. "A doctor? An assassin? One who saves lives while taking them? This person is rather intriguing," she commented, even gesturing for him to continue, eager to hear more. Yet after staring at her for a while, Qin Hanyue appeared to have an epiphany, shaking his head and chuckling. "Perhaps my investigation is indeed mistaken. They are not the same person." What unrealistic notions was he entertaining? Dr. Seeley had been on the operating table 5 years ago. How old was Xiaoying then? Moreover, it was even less plausible for Blood Shadow, who had gained notoriety long before Seeley, to be her. This world is home to extraordinary talents and countless bizarre tales, which Qin Hanyue does not deny. However, Xiao Ying's youth rendered such connections implausible. How could he absurdly conflate them? The notion of plastic surgery was equally unfounded, as he had witnessed Xiao Ying gradually transform into her current self. Her temperament could not possibly allow for such actions. The individual before him was indeed Xiao Ying, who had only recently emerged from Yunqing, while Dr. Seeley had resided in the United States for an extended period. Forgive Qin Hanyue, the realist, for struggling to stretch his imagination beyond the bounds of reality. For there were simply too many inconsistencies. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the girl seated before him inherently possessed numerous contradictions. Qin Hanyue asked, "If they are not the same person, then what about Miss Qiao? How do you know Dr. Seeley, or should I say, are you her?" Xiaoying replied with an air of nonchalance, "No, Qin Hanyue. You claim that you have never encountered a failed surgery, yet yesterday. It appears that my father's operation was your very first." Xiaoying, "I merely wish to reassure you." The man pressed on. "However, based on my understanding of you, you never speak carelessly on such matters." Xiaoying, "Since our acquaintance, I have always admired Mr. Qin's keen sense of propriety and his ability to know when to hold back." Qin Hanyue immediately tempered his demeanor. "I apologize. I am simply quite curious about Miss Qiao." Xiaoying lifted the blanket and rose from the bed, leisurely putting on her shoes, casually remarking, "An excessive curiosity is not a virtue." She proceeded to the bathroom. Qin Hanyue followed closely behind. "Miss Qiao, do you wish to freshen up?" He retrieved a new toothbrush and towel for her from the shelf. However, not finding a new rinsing cup, he said, "I will have someone fetch a new rinsing cup and toothpaste for Miss Qiao. Please wait a moment." He turned to leave. Xiaoying, "No need." She picked up the toothpaste that Qin Hanyue had used. "As long as Mr. Qin does not mind." Qin Hanyue smiled. "Of course not." After washing up, Xiaoying returned to the bedroom and caught sight of the target beside the balcony door. She paused and looked. Qin Hanyue thought she had not noticed, feeling somewhat regretful, only to realize she had seen it long ago. What would she ask him? How should he respond? Should he be straightforward or subtly indirect? Their earlier conversation had not been pleasant. It seemed today was not an opportune moment. Xiaoying stared at the target in silence for several seconds, while Qin Hanyue had already devised a satisfactory reply, eagerly awaiting her inquiry. Unexpectedly, Xiaoying nodded and remarked appreciatively toward the target, "Quite tasteful." Then, she exited the bedroom. Qin Hanyue. Xiaoying went to the next room to check on Old Master Qin. Upon seeing her, Old Master Ming's eyes lit up. "Miss Qiao, I trust you have rested well." Under Old Master Ming's eager gaze, Xiaoying demonstrated her method of administering medicine once again. After placing the bowl down, she stated, "If he continues this medication for another 10 days, the residual toxins in your father's body will be thoroughly eliminated. Inform him that he will awaken this afternoon." Subsequently, Qin Hanyue accompanied Xiaoying for breakfast, and in the corridor, they encountered Qin Hanyue's elder brother and Qin Yuqing. "Miss Qiao, I am Hanyue's elder brother. We are truly indebted to you. The Qin family can hardly repay your great kindness." The eldest Qin expressed profound gratitude toward Xiaoying. "Should Miss Qiao require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. The Qin family will certainly assist you." Xiaoying, a trifling effort. The eldest Qin greatly admired Xiaoying's humble and unassuming demeanor, eager to say more, but Qin Hanyue interjected, "I am about to accompany Miss Qiao for breakfast. Let the rest of the conversation wait until later." The eldest Qin hastily replied, "Then Hanyue, please do go and enjoy your meal with Miss Qiao." As they descended the stairs, Qin Yuqing could not help but glance back repeatedly. He overheard his father inquire, "Yuqing, do you also know this Miss Qiao?" Qin Yuqing turned back, his emotions complex. "She is the girl who saved me in Yunqing." The eldest Qin was quite surprised. "Why did you not mention this earlier? I should have properly thanked her just now." Then he asked, "Do you like her?" Qin Yuchan never expected his emotions to be so easily discerned. He replied, "I initially thought it was merely a chance encounter, yet she arrived in the capital, and I fortuitously encountered her again on the street." However, his father cautioned him, "Are you unable to perceive your third uncle's feelings for this young lady? I advise you to relinquish this notion promptly. This girl is not an ordinary person. Even if your third uncle harbors no romantic feelings for her, you would need to match his accomplishments to even contemplate pursuing her." Although these words were disheartening, they were nonetheless the truth. Qin Yuchan responded, "I understand. Father, the culinary prowess of the Qin family's chef was commendable, as even the discerning palate of Xiaoying found satisfaction in the meal." Morning light streamed through the European-style floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the long dining table, creating an amiable atmosphere. Xiaoying gazed out at the scenery beyond the window and remarked, "The Qin family appears to share a strong bond." Remarkably, they had not divided their household, though the distance between their residences was such that it scarcely differed from separation. While Xiaoying held no particular admiration for the Qin family's vast wealth, one could not help but acknowledge the opulence of possessing such a grand estate in the heart of the capital, resembling a palace. Qin Hanyue inquired, "Miss Qiao, do you appreciate this familial ambience?" Xiaoying glanced at him and replied, "I have no particular sentiments regarding the concept of family. Often, I prefer solitude." Qin Hanyue responded, "I too cherish tranquility. There is no one residing within 200 meters of my abode. Should Qin Yin have witnessed this, he would undoubtedly have awarded Qin Hanyue the title of the foremost master of Sichuan opera face-changing. Qin Hanyue had contemplated showing Xiao Ying around the house after breakfast, assuming she would not continue resting. However, during the brief moment he stepped away to make a phone call, he discovered that Xiao Ying had vanished from the living room. When he called her, she had already entered the car, with Qin Yin at the wheel, driving Qin Hanyue's vehicle. "I am heading home for a shower," Xiao Ying stated. She had intended to wait until the afternoon when the elder Qin would awaken before departing, yet she found the prospect of facing the entire Qin family, each offering their thanks, too burdensome. As Xiao Ying departed, Qin's mother arrived shortly thereafter. Upon hearing that Xiao Ying had left, she expressed mild discontent towards Qin Hanyue for not having retained her, lamenting that she had yet to thank the girl in person. Qin Hanyue reassured her, "There will be opportunities in the future." He thought to himself that Xiao Ying likely wished to avoid the heartfelt expressions of gratitude from his entire family, which was why she had slipped away in silence. Qin's mother suggested, "Ask her when she is available. Once your father awakens, we shall go and express our gratitude properly." Qin Hanyue replied affirmatively. Upon hearing his agreement, Qin's mother felt relieved and inquired, "Hanyue, how old is the young lady?" Qin Hanyue responded, 18. Her name is Xiao Ying. Xiao from the character for tree, and Ying meaning shadow. She hails from Yunqing, has parents, a younger brother, and a younger sister, and is currently a first-year student at Jing University with excellent academic performance. When her college entrance examination results were released, Principal Zhang personally traveled to Yunqing to meet her. Having merely inquired about her age, he had divulged a plethora of details. The two sisters-in-law and Qin's mother exchanged knowing glances, their expressions reflecting an understanding. Qin's mother smiled and said, "Speak honestly with me. Did you reject the marriage proposal from the Su family because of this young lady? Is there something between you two?" As Qin Hanyue cast a glance at the two sisters-in-law, who were brimming with curiosity, he shook his head and elucidated, "At present, my affections for the young lady remain unreciprocated. She is still quite young, and matters of the heart are perhaps too premature for her. In essence, I am still in the pursuit. It would be unseemly to tarnish her reputation over something that has yet to materialize." The two sisters-in-law were taken aback. After all, given Qin Hanyue's stature, such a situation seemed illogical. His lineage, capabilities, appearance, and height were unmatched. Qin's mother interjected, "Could it be that she finds your age off-putting?" To which Qin Hanyue responded, "Only a mother would ponder such a thought. Had it been Qin Yin who asked, I would have surely twisted his head off and kicked it like a ball." One sister-in-law remarked, "An older man brings comfort. As the saying goes, an old husband and a young wife. Furthermore, a man establishes himself at 30. This age is just right." The other sister-in-law added, "Indeed, a man's age holds little value." Qin Hanyue countered, "She is not a superficial person." Qin's mother replied, "As long as she does not disdain your age, I am relieved. I genuinely feared you would grow old alone. Knowing you fancy a girl puts my mind at ease. Thus, you must put in the effort. This young lady is splendid, beautiful, with a delightful temperament. She is perfect in every way, and I adore her." Qin Hanyue nodded slightly, "Certainly." The second sister-in-law advised, "Pursuing a girl requires thought. At this age, she is particularly fond of sentimentality, so you must cater to her tastes." Sentimentality? She has always been decisive in her actions, disliking anything overly ornate or tedious. Catering to her tastes? That might prove challenging. After all, he suddenly recalled something she might appreciate. Goddess armament should surely pique her interest. In the afternoon, as dusk approached, the elderly Qin, who had been in a coma for nearly a year, awakened. Qin Hanyue promptly called Xiao Ying, only to remember that she might be resting after a sleepless night. He contemplated ending the call, but fortunately, she was awake and answered. Faintly, he heard the sound of her typing. Her fingers danced across the keyboard swiftly, indicating she was not engaged in homework or gaming. Meanwhile, in the villa, Xiao Ying donned a single Bluetooth earpiece, monitoring the conversation on the screen between two individuals. Wei Qingyuan remarked, considering the time, Qin Jingfeng is likely to have only 2 months left. Qin Hanyue is a dutiful son. Once his father passes, he will be preoccupied, unable to manage both sides. Mentally and physically exhausted. I will seek an opportunity to strike, a year or two later, once he is gone. His 2 elder brothers and the unaccomplished younger generation will pose no threat. By then, we can coordinate with our people within the Qin family for a seamless takeover. In 3 to 5 years, I have no doubt we can consume the Qin family whole. Xiao Ying thought to herself, indeed. The poison afflicting Qin Hanyue's father was undoubtedly the work of this old scoundrel, who dares to plot against him. Qin Hanyue could never have imagined that the philanthropist, with whom he had shared laughter at the auction just 2 days prior, was the very one who poisoned his father. Tung Yin continued, just days ago, Qin Jingfeng was critically ill and underwent surgery, only to be hurriedly returned to the Qin residence, uncertain if he will survive. Wei Qingyuan chuckled. How audacious to undertake such a procedure. Qin Hanyue truly possesses boldness. Rest assured, the one capable of neutralizing the blue begonia poison has already perished in the South Sea. Qin Jingfeng is doomed without a doubt. Continuing the inquiry, how are the preparations you were tasked with coming along? Tung Yin replied. Father, rest assured, everything is ready. In 2 days, the branch of the shadows in the capital will make its appearance to meet us. Wei Qingyuan nodded. That old joker has entrusted me with the management of the shadows branch in the capital. Yet he has granted me no real power and refuses to allow me to sever ties completely with the shadows. What kind of fortune is that? If he shows no mercy, I shall not be bound by righteousness. In 2 days, I will do everything in my power to win over this branch for my own use and establish my own dominion. Hearing this, Xiaoying couldn't help but emit a cold laugh, rich with sarcasm. That old man harbors ambitions far beyond the ordinary. Not only does he covet the Qin family, but he also has his sights set on the shadows. At his age, one would think he would be content to rest, yet here he is, still brimming with ambition. I cannot decide whether to commend him or to ridicule him. So, will the shadows descend into internal conflict? What a pity, that old rascal, Hong Xin will not have the chance to partake in this strife. She has her own accounts to settle first. On the other end of the line, Qin Hanyue, upon hearing Qiao Ying's sudden derisive laugh, inquired with confusion, What is it? Just recalling something amusing. There's nothing else. Goodbye, Mr. Qin. With that, Xiaoying ended the call. Tung Yin remarked, Father, we have only made the first move concerning the Qin family. There are too many uncertainties. If we fail to win over this branch of the shadows and Joker senses any disloyalty, I fear we may find ourselves besieged on all sides. Xiaoying responded, This adopted son is indeed capable. Yet he fails to consider how many years his old foster father has left to wait. Wei Qingyuan interjected, You are still young. You can afford to play it safe. I am old and do not have the luxury of time. Tung Yin reassured him, Father, do not worry. I will handle this matter well. After Xiaoying hung up, Qin Hanyue summoned Qin Yin. Investigate Wei Qingyuan? Qin Yin was taken aback by the request. He pondered, Are we certain we are investigating the elder, not the younger one? That evening, eavesdropping on Tung Yan's phone, Xiaoying learned from his conversations with subordinates the location of the meeting between Wei Qingyuan and the branch of the shadows. That old man has purchased a cruise ship, and the meeting will take place aboard it, on the bustling moat that traverses the heart of the capital city. The old fellow is quite cautious. He has invested a fortune in the security system at home, making it inconvenient for Xiaoying to monitor him at all times. However, he places great trust in Tung Yin, his adopted son, entrusting him with all matters, from which Xiaoying gleaned a considerable amount of information. One particularly intriguing revelation was that the so-called philanthropists were merely masquerading as do-gooders to amass wealth. The funds were never donated, but rather funneled directly into the old man's pockets. The National Day holiday had passed. Xiaoying did not attend school and took 2 days off, spending time in the villa tinkering with various preparations. 2 days flew by, and the day arrived for Wei Qingyuan to meet with the branch of the shadows. Xiaoying was ready. An unprecedented feast awaited on the cruise ship tonight. Chapter 131. Xiaoying, I have come to reminisce with an old friend. Under the cloak of night, the city lights began to twinkle. The moat, spanning 150 meters in width and 5,840 meters in circumference, divided the city, connecting 2 distant shores. The river's surface was adorned with 5 or 6 luxurious cruise ships, where elegantly dressed members of high society, holding their exquisite goblets, commenced their nocturnal revelries, evoking envy from those on the shore. Anchored nearby was a blue and white vessel, which, in contrast to the others, remained silent and still, having yet to commence operations. Occasionally, one could glimpse staff clad in black suits moving about the deck. Its lights were not as bright and colorful as those of the other ships, yet it stood as the grandest among them, boasting 5 levels and commanding presence over its counterparts. Even at rest, it drew considerable attention. Gradually, individuals began to board this cruise ship, walking with steady strides, clad in understated attire, primarily gentlemen, who gave the impression of crew members rather than leisure seekers. Around 10 o'clock, the vessel set sail, gliding slowly towards the center of the river. Soothing instrumental music filled the air, and the cautious Wei Qingyuan had refrained from hiring a band or pianist. Apart from the shadows of staff, the ship was occupied solely by his associates. Nevertheless, Tung Yin remained uneasy. On the 4th level, within the opulent interior, Wei Qingyuan sat across from 2 others. As Tung Yin uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured for the trio, Father, you may converse at your leisure. I shall step outside for a moment. With that, he set down the wine and exited the room, closing the door behind him. He then began a meticulous inspection, instructing, stay alert and vigilant. Do not overlook any subtle disturbances. Understood, came the reply from the well-trained bodyguards who patrolled diligently. Unbeknownst to them, an additional figure had boarded the vessel. A petite silhouette had stealthily entered, navigating through the ship's every corner without a sound, as if in a realm untouched. Xiaoying, akin to a leisurely stroll through a garden, carried a backpack that soon became empty after her exploration, casually discarding the now vacant bag into a corner. She clapped her hands together, her demeanor relaxed as she tucked her hands into her pockets. You lot, descend to the 3rd floor and attend to the guests. I will join you after my rounds, Teng Yin instructed, sending several individuals from the top deck on their way. Continuing his inspection, he approached a dimly lit corridor shrouded in shadows, where a small figure with a high ponytail stood at the railing, enjoying the view while sipping a drink. Exuding an air of carefree delight, Teng Yin, taken aback, advanced with heightened caution. Miss Chiao? With the weather turning cooler after the National Day festivities, the evening breeze along the moat was brisk, causing the fabric of their clothing to flutter audibly. Xiaoying turned her head, half of her delicate face concealed in shadow. Wearing a subtle smile, Mr. Teng, she greeted, silently thinking, I have been waiting for you. Stray wisps of hair danced in the wind. What brings Miss Chiao here? Teng Yin inquired, narrowing his eyes, his tone gentle, yet laced with an undercurrent of danger. He approached her slowly, each step deliberate, his hands discreetly clenched behind his back. I seem to have lost my way, Xiaoying replied. Lost your way? Has Miss Chiao been here long? Teng Yin pressed. For a while now, she answered. And how did Miss Chiao come aboard? Teng Yin continued. Just as I did yesterday, I walked up, Xiaoying stated. Last night, she had already taken a stroll around. Teng Yan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew the dagger from his lower back, remarking, it's easy for a girl to get intoxicated with such strong liquor. Xiaoying glanced at the drink in her hand, tilted her head innocently, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, but I've poisoned all the other drinks. This is the only one I can consume. Teng Yin was taken aback, disregarding the unexpected guest before him, and turned to head downstairs. Xiaoying swiftly advanced, and as Teng Yin sensed the movement and turned to investigate, he felt a chilling gust of wind and instinctively attempted to evade. He prided himself on his skills, confident that he was not inferior to the elusive assassins lurking in the shadows. But he could hardly believe that he could not withstand even 3 moves against this seemingly delicate girl. Xiaoying opened the storage cabin behind her, retrieved a length of nylon rope from a box, and methodically bound Teng Yin, who had been rendered unconscious by her swift strike. She then patted his face and said, be more cautious in your next life. Exiting the cabin, she closed the door behind her and descended to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, within the inner cabin, Wei Qingyuan personally poured wine for the 2 seated guests. They appeared anxious, hastily insisting, we can manage ourselves. Your kindness is truly overwhelming, and we cannot bear such treatment. Wei Qingyuan chuckled, it's no trouble at all. I've already stepped out of the shadows. There's no need for you to be so formal. Besides, I have always regarded you as my own children. What is wrong with a father pouring a drink for his children? Muing lowered her head slightly, stating, regardless of whether you leave the shadows or your identity, you will always be our teacher. Fei Ying echoed her sentiment. Wei Qingyuan replied, with your words, I can rest easy. Now, regarding what I mentioned earlier, how have you both considered it? The 2 exchanged silent glances, remaining mute. Wei Qingyuan continued, Muing, Fei Ying. Among the 10 of you in the shadow ranks, the strongest, Blood Shadow and Wind Shadow, perished on missions. As your mentor, I truly do not wish to witness you following in their footsteps. The 2 remained silent. Wei Qingyuan went on. I have devoted the majority of my life to the shadows, and in the end, Joker treats me as if I were a thief, preventing me from leaving the shadows while denying me real power. If, in 10 or 20 years, you still manage to survive and occupy my position, you will only meet the same fate as I, becoming a mere puppet. Wei Qingyuan added. The Qin family in the capital is already under my control and will soon change hands to bear my surname, Wei. The 2 were taken aback and looked at Wei Qingyuan in astonishment. He smiled. As long as you are willing, the Qin family will not only belong to me, but to you as well. I simply ask for your service. There is no requirement for you to betray the shadows. Young people, think long-term. Your abilities should not be confined to the shadows alone. I can offer you a much broader horizon. Wei Qingyuan inquired, what do you think? Just as the 2 were at a loss for a response, the cabin door was abruptly pulled open from the outside, creating quite a commotion. Wei Qingyuan frowned, casting a reproachful glance toward the entrance, only to find that the visitor was not his adopted son, Teng Yin, but rather someone he had never anticipated. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wei exhibits a remarkable prowess in the realm of philanthropy, his persuasive tactics quite adept. Xiaoying placed a canister of gasoline unceremoniously on the ground, deftly closed the door behind her, and cast a glance at Wei Qingyuan, remarking, what a pity you're not involved in pyramid schemes. Wei Qingyuan looked at her in astonishment, his gaze sweeping over the canister she had brought. Xiaoying surveyed the three individuals at the table, smiling. They were all old acquaintances. To her surprise, the branch of Shadow in the capital was managed by Mu Ying and Fei Ying, the most formidable division, concealing two assassins from the Shadow ranks. The smile on Xiaoying's face evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Mu Ying, prompting him to inquire of Wei Qingyuan. Who is she? Wei Qingyuan did not respond, his eyes fixated on Xiaoying. How could Miss Qiao be here? Could it be that Mr. Qin? Xiaoying interjected, what is this about Mr. Qin? Are you that apprehensive of him, Mr. Wei? Wasn't it said that the Qin family is under your control now? Upon her words, the three exchanged glances, their demeanor shifting instantly. They remained oblivious to a listener lurking outside the door. Do not be alarmed. I merely seek to catch up with an old friend, Xiaoying reassured them. Wei Qingyuan's gaze turned frosty. An old friend? How did Miss Qiao come to find me here? Is one of her friends present? Chapter 132. Xiaoying, I am your favorite child. Have I fallen into Qin Hanyue's embrace? Has Miss Qiao's friend been located? Certainly. Did they not accompany Miss Qiao? No matter. I can send someone to fetch her friend. With a smile, Wei Qingyuan invited. Since you are here, do not rush off. Let us sit together and share a drink. Internally, he berated Teng Yan for his incompetence. Xiaoying accepted the invitation, confidently taking a seat. As Wei Qingyuan observed her, the smile in her eyes, concealed beneath heavy eyelids, seemed laced with venom, tightening his grip on his cane, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes as he contemplated snapping Xiaoying's neck. Yet, he heard her inquire, how does this wine taste? Is it still palatable? A chill swept through the three, a sudden realization striking them, their abdomens tightening painfully, as if engulfed in flames. Mu Ying and Fei Ying, having indulged significantly, exhibited the most pronounced reactions. Wei Qingyuan, having sipped only a small amount, remained unaware. But upon witnessing the agonized expressions of Mu Ying and Fei Ying, he dropped his facade of benevolence. What have you put in the wine? Xiaoying pondered momentarily. It doesn't have a name yet, but it's derived from the poison of the blue begonia. Perhaps we could call it purple begonia or red begonia. Which color do you prefer? She asked with an innocent demeanor. Blue begonia? Wei Qingyuan's heart sank in horror. How do you know? Before he could finish his inquiry, Mu Ying abruptly launched an attack on Xiaoying, aiming to seize her delicate neck in an attempt to coerce her into revealing the antidote. However, Xiaoying's agility was evidently beyond Mu Ying's expectations. She swiftly seized Mu Ying's wrist with one hand while the other struck with blinding speed against the side of his head, forcefully driving him into the adjacent wall, producing a resounding crash as the wooden boards yielded beneath the impact. The swiftness of her actions left Mu Ying utterly unprepared, his head colliding with the wall before he could react. Xiaoying cast a cold glance at Mu Ying, whose mouth and nose began to bleed. Leave the shadows, and I might consider granting you a chance at survival. The matter of her genetic extraction was known only to a few old-timers in the shadows. Mu Ying and his companions were oblivious and had not participated. Out of respect for their long-standing camaraderie, she was willing to spare them. However, at that moment, Fei Ying struck, launching an attack against her. With a swift motion, Xiaoying repelled him with one hand, and as Fei Ying charged at her again, she unsheathed her dagger from her waist with lightning speed, severing the tendons in his hand. The bloody dagger was pinned to the table. Wei Qingyuan, upon closer inspection, recognized it as Teng Yan's weapon. Yet, at that moment, Wei Qingyuan was not concerned with the identity of the dagger's owner. His snake-like eyes were fixated on Xiaoying, reflecting on her movements. Why did her skills resemble those of Blood Shadow? Fei Ying, in agony, leaned against the wall, his left wrist gushing blood, veins and tendons visible, exposing white bone. The toxins within him surged faster due to his violent exertion, causing him to bleed from his orifices, dark crimson blood staining his face, while the burning sensation in his chest rendered him in unbearable torment. What is your connection to Blood Shadow? He gasped, struggling to see the girl's face through his blood-soaked vision. Xiaoying released Mu Ying, who writhed on the ground like a dying fish. Blood Shadow? You mean that assassin captured by the shadows and perished in the South Seas? The leader of your organization? She amended. Oh, I can't say captured. She volunteered. What did you say? Mu Ying and the others looked at Xiaoying in disbelief, then turned to Wei Qingyuan. Wei Qingyuan maintained a stoic expression, quietly observing, his sharp eyes attempting to discern something from Xiaoying, yet all efforts proved futile. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you surprised? Is that what your organization told you? That Blood Shadow's mission failed? Did you believe it? Mu Ying spat out a mouthful of dark blood. What experiment? Xiaoying replied, knowing will be pointless when you're about to die. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain, Fei Ying collapsed on the ground, reaching out to Xiaoying. Please, give us the antidote. Xiaoying coldly responded, wait until I kill this old man. If you are still alive, then we'll talk. She then turned to Wei Qingyuan, saying, what are you waiting for? Attack. I came here to kill you. On this luxury cruise ship, apart from the lifeless bodyguards, nearly everyone else was dead. Her displeasure grew at the thought of him surviving even a few more minutes. Wei Qingyuan scoffed. The one capable of killing me has yet to be born. Do you think you can? As soon as he spoke, his cane transformed into a lethal weapon, launching a fierce assault on Xiaoying. She did not defend herself, but met him head-on, each move a deadly strike, eager to deliver a fatal blow. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their strengths seemingly equal. Within the cabin, the two shadows exchanged blows. Xiaoying moved with fluid grace, exerting her full strength in every strike, while Wei Qingyuan appeared hesitant and cautious. It was evident that the poison had begun to take effect in his body, although he had only taken a small sip. Even a slight touch of the toxin could spell his doom. Wei Qingyuan initially launched his attacks with ferocity, swift and ruthless, intent on a quick resolution to eliminate Xiaoying within a few moves and then return to antidote his affliction. However, as the skirmish unfolded, he came to the startling realization that Xiaoying's prowess matched his own, if not surpassed it. Hesitant, he began seeking an opportunity to flee, planning to settle the score later. Yet, Xiaoying afforded him no such chance. Before long, Wei Qingyuan found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to withstand Xiaoying's relentless onslaught, his cane slipping from his grasp. The girl's mocking voice rang out. Old man, you've grown too complacent in your leisurely days. Your skills have deteriorated significantly. Enraged, Wei Qingyuan struck towards her vulnerable neck, only to have Xiaoying twist his wrist painfully. With a cry of agony, he retaliated. The two exhibited strikingly similar techniques. Such formidable prowess granted Xiaoying an undeniable edge as she dismantled his moves as easily as one would disassemble a toy. Too slow. Xiaoying dislocated one of his arms. Far too slow. With a swift kick, she shattered his shin bone. Still too slow. A lethal strike crushed his windpipe. Blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes bulging in horror as Xiaoying proceeded to snap his remaining intact arm, as if it were but a fragile twig. With his limbs incapacitated, Wei Qingyuan collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth and seeping from his orifices, yet Xiaoying deemed this suffering insufficient. Compared to the torment endured in the underground laboratory over the past 6 months, this pain was merely trivial. Straining to lift his gaze, he beheld the girl standing before him, her expression cold and indifferent, reminiscent of a coroner inspecting a corpse, her eyes glinting with icy hatred. For a fleeting moment, those eyes converged with a memory he could not shake. With a broken throat, he managed to rasp, "Who are you?" Their skills mirrored each other so precisely. It sent shivers down his spine. Sensing his inquiry, the girl crouched closer, her beautiful eyes swirling with a terrifying emotion. She smiled eerily, revealing a set of charming white teeth. "Dear father, do you not recognize me?" Her mood shifted abruptly, her face twisting nervously, yet the sinister smile remained. Her delicate brows knitting in discontent. "I am your most beloved child." Wei Qingyuan's dazed pupils constricted violently, trembling as if confronted by a specter. Observing his reaction, Xiaoying laughed. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she soothingly addressed him. "My esteemed Lord Red Heart K, do not fret. Soon, I shall send those old geezers from JKOER to keep you company. You will be reunited." With all expression wiped from her face, she rose, seizing a bucket of gasoline that lay before her, casually splashing its contents. She cast a glance at the lifeless forms of Mu Ying and Fei Ying. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at your unfortunate fate. With a detached gaze, she produced a lighter. As the flame flickered to life, she surveyed the still-breathing Wei Qingyuan on the ground, a sinister smile of satisfaction spreading across her face. Turning away, she tossed the lighter behind her. Flames erupted instantly. The yacht had descended into chaos, bodyguards frantically searching for the lead, Teng Yin, as the vessel had already docked back at shore. As the flames intensified behind her, Xiaoying kicked aside several approaching bodyguards and leaped from the 4th to the 3rd deck. A new group of bodyguards encircled her. Casting a brief glance back, she realized there was no time for confrontation. She quickened her pace, preparing to leap into the river below, when a familiar vehicle sped into view. Almost as soon as it came to a halt, Qin Hanyue burst forth, his gaze locking onto her figure on the cruise ship, and he immediately dashed toward her. Seeing him sprinting closer, Xiaoying smiled. She swiftly altered her direction, using the railing to propel herself downward. The figure below accelerated, rushing toward her. Xiaoying then fell into a warm embrace. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hanyue turned, shielding her in his arms as the blazing fireball erupted behind him. Chapter 133. Xiaoying, only one capable of fighting. Qin Hanyue. Dr. Qiao, could you assist me once more? The fiery explosion illuminated the sky, and Qin Hanyue felt waves of scorching heat rush toward him, as if attempting to incinerate them both. With sparks dancing in the air, a flaming fragment of the cruise ship crashed nearby, sending dust swirling. He instinctively tightened his hold on the girl in his arms, who remained unfazed, her voice laced with a hint of exhilaration as she informed him that there was more than one bomb. Qin Hanyue raised his gaze to meet hers. Xiaoying sprang from his embrace, grabbing his wrist as they ran toward the nearby vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions reverberated behind them, each blast deafening, while the sky was filled with flames, illuminating the river beneath as the two of them ran hand in hand. Qin Yin stood by the car, utterly astonished by the scene before him, rendered speechless. Regaining his senses, he hurried back into the vehicle to drive the two away. In the rearview mirror, the grand and beautiful cruise ship, valued at over 100 million, shattered into countless fragments within moments, disintegrating, while the surviving bodyguards leaped into the river in a frantic bid for survival. This spectacle drew gasps and crowds from afar. As Qin Yin drove, he frequently glanced at the rearview mirror, exclaiming in disbelief, "My goodness, how many bombs were detonated? It's not over yet." Following the explosions, thick smoke billowed, obscuring the cruise ship, leaving only remnants ablaze on the river's surface, as the crowd had long since fled, bewilderedly gazing back at the remnants, clueless as to what had transpired. In the villa, Xiaoying emerged from the bathroom after a shower, while Qin Hanyue stood in the room, his expression somber and silent as he observed her. His gaze traveled over her exposed arms, where bruises and scars from their recent skirmishes marred her fair skin, causing him to frown involuntarily. Xiaoying busied herself drying her damp hair with a towel. "I haven't had the chance to ask, Mr. Qin. How did you come to be here?" His lips tightened momentarily before he inquired. "Wei Qingyuan is dead?" With a tone reminiscent of sharing a curious anecdote, Xiaoying replied. "He nearly turned me into a dried corpse." It was evident that she was in good spirits. Qin Hanyue pressed further. "Why didn't you inform me?" Xiaoying retorted. "Inform you of what?" Qin Hanyue remained silent, merely gazing at her, as if he were suppressing some inner turmoil. Xiaoying, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. "You appear quite agitated. Mr. Qin, would you like me to administer a few acupuncture needles to relieve your stress?" Her tone was increasingly exasperating, despite knowing her disposition was consistently like this. Qin Hanyue found his emotions easily swayed by her mere words. As Xiaoying casually engaged in conversation, to his surprise, Qin Hanyue began to remove his clothing, swiftly shedding his suit and revealing a finely crafted white shirt beneath. "Where shall I insert the needles?" he inquired, seemingly releasing pin-up frustration. Observing his tense expression, Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, her hair-drying motion slowing. There was no anger in his gaze, only concern, which caused her to pause, tempering her demeanor. She took a couple of steps closer, extending her hand toward his face. Qin Hanyue, filled with suppressed irritation, was taken aback when the girl suddenly lifted her arm to touch his forehead, her soft thumb gently pressing and kneading the area between his brows. He was momentarily taken aback. When one is angry or in a bad mood, stimulating the Intang point can release dopamine, bringing joy, Xiaoying explained. Qin Hanyue observed her closely. The girl's fingertip was slightly moist and cool against his brow. He could not discern whether it was indeed the dopamine or simply her soothing gesture, but he found himself calmed by her touch. Realizing that he had overreacted in his earlier tension, he apologized. "I am not truly angry. I am merely concerned for you." Xiaoying responded. "If this were solely your personal matter, I would not overstep, yet it also involves my family, and I wish to assist," he continued. "What have you discovered?" she asked. "The poison affecting my father was administered by Wei Qingyuan. How did you suddenly arrive at that conclusion?" Qin Hanyue gazed intently into her eyes, lifting her delicate wrist and gently lowering her hand, clasping it within his own. "You were the one who informed me." "Did I?" "Indeed." Xiaoying's presence at the auction was exceedingly unusual, and upon confirming that she was indeed targeting Wei Qingyuan, Qin Hanyue naturally began to question Wei Qingyuan's identity. He had suspicions at the time, but lacked certainty. Before he could ponder further, news of his father's critical condition reached him. At that moment, while Xiaoying was in the laboratory synthesizing poison, Qin Hanyue surmised she would soon take action, and it would be swift. The adversary she faced was either extraordinarily powerful or numerous, compelling her to ensure everything was flawless. Following the antidote for his father's poison, he promptly initiated an investigation into Wei Qingyuan, discovering, to his astonishment, that Wei Qingyuan's identity was indeed complex. Unexpectedly, he uncovered that his father had encountered Wei Qingyuan at a charity gala shortly before the poisoning. Throughout the past year, Qin Hanyue had discreetly investigated all possible leads. Wei Qingyuan had only a superficial acquaintance with them, and following his father's incident, it was nearly impossible to trace anything back to Wei Qingyuan. As he delved deeper, Wei Qingyuan's identity and actions became increasingly suspect, including the dubious nature of his adopted son's identity. Time was of the essence. He had yet to ascertain Wei Qingyuan's true identity when he learned of Wei Qingyuan's imminent appearance on the cruise ship that evening. He immediately surmised that Xiao Ying would likely take action, prompting him to hasten his steps. Upon hearing Qin Hanyue's words, Xiao Ying said nothing but cast a glance of admiration his way, silently commending him for his cleverness. Qin Hanyue inquired, Wei Qingyuan is affiliated with the Shadow Organization? Indeed. Xiao Ying affirmed. Retrieving her hand from his grasp, she approached the sofa, opened her laptop, and played a segment of surveillance footage. It revealed Wei Qingyuan and Teng Yin plotting to continue poisoning Qin Hanyue and their intention to ally with a faction of the Shadow Organization that very night. Qin Hanyue, unconcerned with their plans to poison him, turned his gaze to her, his voice tense once more. Are there only members of the Shadow on the cruise ship? His heart raced with apprehension. Xiao Ying replied nonchalantly, just one capable fighter. Aside from Mu Ying and Fei Ying, there are only 7 or 8 individuals in management on the 3rd level. It's a pity we couldn't capture the strongest faction of the Shadow entirely. At a loss for words, Qin Hanyue took a moment to collect himself before posing another pressing question. Are you so eager to act because you wish to seize this rare opportunity, or are you worried about me? Concerned they might poison me? Noticing the unspoken yet palpable expectation in his eyes, Xiao Ying pondered briefly. Well, Mr. Qin has assisted me significantly tonight. I shall consider it a chance to return a favor. He was eager to owe her a debt of gratitude, and Xiao Ying readily obliged. For opportunities to owe a favor to the formidable leader of the armed forces were not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, it would contribute to his mental well-being. So why not? Xiao Ying naturally acquiesced. Qin Hanyue chuckled. So you'll also eliminate those intent on poisoning me? And avenge my father in the process? Recently, Xiao Ying had learned a term from Hua Qingdong, self-strategizing. While she hadn't paid close attention to his explanation, it was likely akin to self-deception. Qin Hanyue's demeanor before her fit this description perfectly. She let out a soft laugh through her nose in response, thinking, as long as you're happy. Qin Hanyue remarked, Wei Qingyuan is our mutual adversary, yet you have taken it upon yourself to exact revenge. Should there be another such endeavor, inform me. I would like to assist, at the very least, to have the opportunity to repay my debt. Realizing that Qin Hanyue was eagerly seeking to owe her a favor, Xiao Ying recognized that she had unwittingly been drawn into his scheme. Very well, she conceded. Ultimately, she determined the nature of their actions. As long as she deemed it safe, there was no reason to include him. Satisfied with her response, Qin Hanyue relaxed and spoke gently. I know you're capable. But if possible, do not take risks alone next time. Seeing the genuine emotion in his eyes, Xiao Ying felt a slight unease, to which she replied, understood. She averted her gaze and continued drying her hair. Miss Xiao, you mentioned that stimulating the Yintang point can release dopamine and bring joy. Could Dr. Xiao assist me with that? He suddenly suggested. Chapter 134, Piercing Qin Hanyue's third eye with red, helping Xiao Yi chase stars. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying turned back to face him, meeting his smiling gaze. The effects of acupuncture would be more pronounced. Would you like to give it a try, Mr. Qin? Her gaze was unmistakably malevolent. Qin Hanyue recalled the way she had roughly jabbed the needle into his father during the treatment, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, as he descended the stairs, Qin Yin rushed towards him upon seeing the reddened center of Qin Hanyue's brows. Unable to restrain himself from pointing and asking with concern, Third Master, did a mosquito bite you? Just as Qin Yin was about to suggest procuring some mosquito repellent from Miss Qiao, a cold glare from Qin Hanyue silenced him. In the car, Qin Yan's imagination ran wild, and he couldn't resist asking, Third Master, that Wei Qingyuan is indeed Miss Qiao's enemy, right? The corpse we dealt with last time. Was it sent by Wei Qingyuan? No wonder Miss Qiao attended the charity auction. Such enmity must be immense to warrant the use of so much explosives. I always felt that offending their boss would lead to a dire outcome, but now it seems that crossing Miss Qiao could be even more catastrophic, perhaps even worse. Just a few days ago, we were mingling at their auction, and now, how terrifying. Qin Hanyue replied, it's more than that. Qin Yin inquired, what else? Qin Hanyue explained, they intended to poison me, but she discovered their scheme. Qin Yin exclaimed, so you mean that part of the reason Miss Qiao retaliated was for you? Is that so? Given her nature, it seems unlikely. Qin Yin concluded, Miss Qiao indeed cares about you. Although Qin Hanyue was keenly aware of the truth behind Xiao Ying's words, he felt a tinge of joy nonetheless. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Qin Yin, his eyes widening in astonishment. He restrained his excitement and said, Third Master, earlier in the M continent at the ISIS stronghold, it seemed he had uncovered something momentous. Without looking up from his phone, Qin Hanyue replied, I believe you should try the method Miss Qiao suggested. Qin Yin was taken aback. Huh? What? Qin Hanyue responded, snake tail with winter melon. It enhances intelligence. Qin Yin pondered, what does that mean? Did he guess wrong? Or was it too late? It should be the latter. So Third Master knew from the start? No wonder they had suddenly shifted their conversation from explosions to fireworks in the car. Reflecting on Miss Chiao's delicate demeanor, Qin Yan couldn't help but shiver. Qin Hanyue sent a message to Qiao Ying. Did you just jump down without fear that I wouldn't catch you? He then instructed Qin Yan. Assist the police discreetly with tonight's matter. Help them sort through Wei Qingyuan's assets, which can be used to maintain the waterways of the capital, and the remainder should be submitted to the state. Qin Hanyue felt a sense of responsibility for the aftermath. Qiao Ying replied promptly. Mr. Qin is strong and robust. His arms appear quite powerful. Clearly my judgment was not amiss. Though her words seemed insincere, Qin Hanyue found delight in them. A silent smile tugged at his lips as he rubbed the sore center of his brow, the mirth deepening. Qiao Ying tossed her phone aside, thinking to herself, if he cannot even catch me, how utterly useless. The explosion aboard the cruise ship sent shockwaves across the nation, making headlines in all major news outlets. With the enthusiastic assistance of Qin Hanyue, in an effort to stabilize public sentiment, the police promptly issued an explanation the following morning, asserting that there was no terrorist attack. Rather, it was an unfortunate incident caused by a fire in the cruise ship's fuel tank and improper operation by the crew. However, the local witnesses were far from convinced. How could such devastation merely be the result of a fuel tank igniting? They had clearly seen individuals fleeing the ship, some even leaping into the water. Yet the police merely reported that there were no civilian casualties. Was that truly credible? Were all those people really retrieved safely? In the school? The incident became the focal point of discussion. Jia, have you heard? A cruise ship exploded in the moat last night, reduced to ashes, exclaimed Hu Qingdong. Engrossed in his game, yet unable to refrain from commenting. The police claim it was a fuel leak. Does that sound plausible to you? Qiao Ying replied, in dry weather. A fuel leak catching fire isn't out of the question. Hu Qingdong tightened his thin jacket, retorting, what do you mean by dry weather? Jia, you should reconsider what you just said. Could it be that there are actual terrorists involved? What do they even look like? I've never encountered one in my life. He mused. On a private island, Joker inquired, Old K is dead? Indeed, not only Old K, but both Mu Ying and Fei Ying have perished. The managers of our branch in the capital are also gone. Who is responsible? Joker pressed. It is unclear. All the bodies are in police custody, and we cannot ascertain whether they truly died in the explosion, came the response. An explosion? With the skills of Old K and Mu Ying. How could they have been killed on a cruise ship? Investigate this thoroughly. As the weather turned cooler and winter swiftly descended upon the capital, the days were filled with persistent rain. Qiao Yi donned a hooded sweatshirt layered over a long-sleeve shirt, exuding a casual charm as he strolled through the university campus. His striking appearance drew considerable attention, rendering his slightly uneven gait nearly imperceptible. Curiosity arose among onlookers regarding the identity of this handsome figure, with many contemplating approaching him for contact information. Just then, the seemingly aloof boy unexpectedly smiled at an approaching individual, drawing the gazes of those nearby to Qiao Ying, who reciprocated the smile. Who is that guy? Does he know Qiao Ying? What is their relationship? Qiao Ying actually smiled at him. That boy looks a bit young. Is this a case of a sibling romance? I'm smitten at first sight, and I even have my QR code ready. Stop it, sister. That young lad is at most 18. If he falls for you, it would be a misdeed. Such good looks indeed. Beautiful people always associate with other beautiful souls. Wait, are they wearing matching outfits? Sister. Qiao Yi approached and noticed that Qiao Ying was wearing a similar hooded sweatshirt. He smiled. Do you have enough money? Qiao Ying asked. If not, I can transfer you some. This outfit wasn't purchased by me. It was a gift from Mr. Qin last time. I asked you about it, and you told me to keep it. Qiao Ying glanced at her brother's attire, remarking, good taste. It seems you often receive clothing from your elders. Sister, did you call me over for something specific? Qiao Ying replied, I want to introduce you to someone. 15 minutes later, Qiao Yi sat across from the living embodiment of Su Zi, casting furtive glances at his sister, his lips sealed tightly, as if glued shut. The three of them appeared to be rather unskilled in the art of conversation. Hello, I am Su Zi. Su Zi broke the ice and took the initiative to greet Qiao Yi. Hello. Qiao Yi looked at him, feeling somewhat anxious. He leaned closer to Qiao Ying and whispered, Sister, what is this all about? Qiao Ying replied, Don't you like him? Qiao Yi cast a glance at Su Zi across the table, wondering if her sister was assisting him in pursuing his idol. Is this proximity truly feasible? Su Zi smiled slightly, saying, There's no need to be nervous. I am not as formidable as you might think, especially compared to your sister. He glanced at Qiao Ying and continued, Moreover, we have conversed on the forum before. Your name is Qiao Yi, right? Qiao Yi responded, Yes, I have watched all your competition videos. Su Zi replied, Is that so? My competition videos from elementary and middle school are quite old now. I feel truly honored. Finding common ground, the two began to engage in conversation. Of course, they were cautious not to discuss any mathematical problems in front of Qiao Ying, as that would be tantamount to showing off in front of an expert. Since Xiao Yi had classes in the afternoon, the trio spent only an hour in the cafe. Before parting, Su Zi took the initiative to add Xiao Yi's contact information, suggesting they keep in touch. He even intended to accompany Xiao Ying in seeing Xiao Yi out of the school gate, but a bashful Xiao Yi politely declined. Xiao Yi remarked, "Sister, does he regard you the same way Mr. Qin does?" It was painfully obvious. Xiao Yi could not help but notice. Xiao Ying replied, "I understand." Xiao Yi asked him. Xiao Ying candidly stated, "It is only natural for someone as exceptional as I am to be admired. Why are you laughing? Is it not so?" Xiao Yi chuckled and shook her head. "I wasn't laughing. What you say is true, sister." Xiao Ying then straightforwardly added, "I am better at mathematics than he is, so your admiration for him should be directed towards me instead." As they conversed, Xiao Ying escorted Su Zi out of the school gate. Shortly after Xiao Yi got into a taxi, she received a message from Qin Hanyue. Ever since they added each other on WeChat, Qin Hanyue had been frequently checking in on her, and the reticent Xiao Yi found it quite taxing to respond. However, today was different. It was not merely small talk. "Mr. Qin, have you gone to Kyoto University?" Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, how did you know? Did my sister mention it to you?" "Mr. Qin, I forgot to mention that I am also a graduate of Kyoto University. I occasionally check the forum to reminisce about my student days." The forum? It dawned on Xiao Yi that the scene of the three of them chatting in the cafe had been photographed and posted on the Kyoto University forum. How could it have been so soon? He was still in the taxi when he received the message, raising her suspicions about his claim of merely checking the forum occasionally. It seemed he was always keeping tabs on the forum for news about her sister. Qin Hanyue did not speak directly, but Xiao Yi understood his intentions. Feeling there was nothing to conceal, she decided to share. "I have always admired the great Su Zi and regard him as a role model for my studies. My sister took me to meet him." Mr. Qin replied, "I was just casually asking. No other intentions, please do not misunderstand." "So, it turns out you like Su Zi." "Huh." Qin Hanyue mused. "Is his sister not as impressive as Su Zi? Why does she not admire her sister instead?" The thoughts of young men can be quite perplexing. One could only hope that Su Zi harbored no inappropriate feelings towards the young lady. "Mr. Qin, my mathematical skills are quite commendable as well. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies and your sister is unavailable, feel free to reach out to me." Upon receiving Qin Hanyue's message, Xiao Yi found herself momentarily engulfed in silence. After a brief pause, she replied, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." She then turned and captured a screenshot of their conversation to send to her sister. A phone call interrupted her, this time from her second sister, Xiao Lingling. The smile that had graced Xiao Yi's lips gradually faded. She held her phone, neither answering nor ending the call, choosing instead to act as if she had not seen it. After the call went unanswered and subsequently disconnected, she remained still. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, her mother's call came through. Xiao Ying, upon reviewing the chat content, couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Hanyue's earnestness. It evoked fond memories of her student days. She surmised it was from the time Qin Hanyue had added Xiao Yi on WeChat when he delivered clothing to her. It was quite a feat for someone of his stature to engage in such gestures. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Hanyue's message arrived. "When will Dr. Qiao be available? My family has been eager to invite you, our great benefactor, to dinner to express our gratitude, particularly my father, who has been insistent on meeting you." "Dr. Qiao?" Just reading the text, Xiao Ying could envision the languid, magnetic tone Qin Hanyue adopted with those words. It seemed he had become quite enamored. Truly, a little flattery goes a long way. Before Xiao Ying could respond, Qin Hanyue continued, "If Miss Qiao prefers a quieter gathering, I can arrange for just my parents to meet with you." His consideration was evident, displaying his sincerity. Xiao Ying replied, "Let me think it over." Qin Hanyue responded promptly, "Then I thank you, Miss Qiao, for your graciousness. We shall include my brother, and you may decide the timing. I will handle the rest." Xiao Ying acknowledged with an mm. Qin Hanyue then added, "The weather is turning cool. Do remember to dress warmly." Principal Zhang was about to celebrate his 60th birthday, coinciding with his retirement, and the family was planning a grand affair. He had always advocated for frugality and despised unnecessary extravagance, yet could not resist familial pressure. During one of her acupuncture sessions with him, Principal Zhang formally invited her. "It matters not whether others attend, but you, Xiao, must surely come. I had no intention of hosting this, but if you were to decline, I would be even less inclined to engage in such frivolities." Just days before Principal Zhang's birthday banquet, Xiao Ying visited a jewelry store. The shop was modest and not located in a bustling area. Its decor did not resemble the bright, modern jewelry stores found in shopping malls, but instead exuded a timeless charm akin to an antique shop. However, this seemingly unremarkable establishment attracted the elite and fashionable women of the capital, with many of its items deemed rare treasures. Little did they know that the tea table welcoming guests was crafted from exquisite rosewood worth millions, and the seemingly humble lamp was designed by an internationally renowned master. The tea set was a collector's item of immeasurable value, steeped in a century-old tea cake, and the carpet beneath their feet was a handcrafted Persian import. The least expensive items in the shop were likely those displayed prominently in the showcases. As Xiaoying entered, the elderly shopkeeper, over 50, greeted her with a warm smile. "You must be Miss Qiao. Please, have a seat." The old shopkeeper said, "Our boss specifically instructed me to treat you well. Feel free to take whatever catches your eye." Xiaoying responded, "How has your boss been lately?" The shopkeeper replied, "Thank you for your concern. He is doing well." "Miss Qiao, would you like to come upstairs to rest for a moment? I have brewed some hot tea." Xiaoying declined. "No? I will just take what I need and leave. Please wait a moment while I fetch it." Turning to instruct a staff member, the shopkeeper ascended the stairs. A young staff member hurriedly brought out a cup of hot tea. While waiting, Xiaoying casually observed the display case. Noticing her lingering gaze on a piece of jade, the staff member skillfully presented it. "This is a fine-quality Xinjiang green jade, just imported from Myanmar a couple of days ago," the staff member enthusiastically and professionally introduced. "I'll take this," a woman declared as she entered. The staff member looked over and greeted, "Miss Su, welcome. Please, have a seat." Su Lingwei walked over, asserting, "I want that jade in your hands." She then turned to Xiaoying, her tone unfriendly. "What an unfortunate coincidence to see you again, Miss Su." In the elite circles of the capital, only one prominent family bears the surname Su, so it was reasonable to deduce that this was Su Qingyu's cousin, the one who nearly became engaged to Qin Hanyue. Xiaoying raised her gaze to meet the other woman's eyes, casually appraising her. Although she did not recognize the face, the voice and words made it clear that this was the unfortunate rival from the last auction. "What a small world," she mused. The staff member smiled and said, "Miss Su, this piece of jade is currently being considered by this guest. Could you please wait a moment?" Su Lingwei smirked dismissively. "She is looking? Do you really think she can afford it?" Hearing Su Lingwei's remark, the staff member glanced at Xiaoying, then back at Su Lingwei, hesitating to speak. Internally, she thought, "This Miss Qiao is a valued guest on the list, personally instructed by the boss to be treated well. Surely, she can afford it." "Lingwei, do not be rude." A woman entered the shop, gently reprimanding Su Lingwei. Turning to Xiaoying, she apologized. "My dear, I sincerely apologize for her behavior. She has been feeling rather down lately. Please do not take offense." "Why are you apologizing to her? It's a free market. She hasn't completed any transaction. So what issue could there be with my purchase?" Su Lingwei cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoying, adding, "Besides, she can't afford it." The woman opened her mouth to intervene, but at that moment, Xiaoying glanced at the price of the jade in the display case and calmly remarked, "This jade is 28 million. What? Did you not bid enough at the last auction and now wish to compete with me? Very well, I will add 5 million. Su Lingwei maintained her composure, thinking to herself that she would ensure Xiaoying would regret it this time. If she couldn't produce the money to buy it later, the humiliation would be delightful. Last auction, Xiaoying had unexpectedly thwarted her, making her appear foolish in front of so many people. And Su Lingwei had held on to that grudge. Gazing at Xiaoying's beautiful face, her desire for revenge intensified. She thought, as long as Xiaoying dared to raise the bid, she would make her the fool. However, Xiaoying turned to the staff member and instructed, "Please wrap it up for her." Su Lingwei, lost in her daydreams of Xiaoying's impending embarrassment, was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Xiaoying replied, "The highest bidder wins. You have prevailed." In her mind, she thought, with such temperament and intellect, Qin Hanyue must have been inebriated to consider an engagement with her. The shop assistant appeared somewhat flustered, barely suppressing a laugh. Su Lingwei's expression darkened, unable to produce the funds, and resorting to petty tricks. "Are we? This was your behavior at the last auction, and here we are again. Are you perhaps a scalper?" She turned to challenge the assistant. When did Lin Yushuan's business decline to the point of needing scalpers to impersonate customers? Xiaoying interjected, "What is this? Can't afford it, trying to evade payment? Do you think everyone is as financially constrained as you while pretending to be affluent?" Su Lingwei pulled a card from her bag and slapped it onto the table. "Let me tell you, even if I were to purchase this entire store, not a single brow of mine would furrow." Xiaoying retorted, "No one is stopping you. Why should it concern her?" The assistant glanced at the card on the table, thinking that such transactions were unprecedented. Typically, customers bargained, but this was the first encounter with a price increase. At that moment, the elderly shopkeeper descended with an exquisite box. "Miss Qiao, I have brought your items." Chapter 136. This store belongs to me. Birthday banquet, enemies cross paths. The elderly shopkeeper greeted the Su family before refocusing on Xiaoying. "This jade was previously stored at our main store and has been sculpted as per your specifications. It just arrived yesterday." Carefully, the shopkeeper opened the box, revealing a piece of immaculate white jade, clearly of a superior quality compared to those displayed in the showcase. Su Lingwei's mother discerned the jade's extraordinary nature. "This jade is truly exquisite. It must be quite rare." The shopkeeper replied, One could say it is a fortuitous find. As Su Lingwei gazed at the jade within the box, she realized the foolishness of her earlier actions. The shopkeeper then produced a smaller box. Additionally, there is this. It is a pair of earrings crafted from the jade's offcuts. If Miss Qiao does not mind, she may take them as well. At this moment, Su Lingwei declared, I shall take this jade. The woman, filled with exasperation, implored, Lingwei, cease this nonsense. The shopkeeper interjected, Miss Su, this jade belongs to Miss Qiao. She purchased it? With her pitiful appearance, can she truly afford it? Su Lingwei scoffed, enough of this charade. If you are going to scam customers, at least choose someone with better acting skills. The shopkeeper, unaware of the underlying tensions, noted that Su Lingwei claimed they had no relationship, asserting that they were friends of the owner, and he could not turn a blind eye. Miss Su, is there perhaps a misunderstanding? Miss Qiao is our esteemed guest. The smile on the shopkeeper's face faded somewhat. Su Lingwei retorted, esteemed guest? Just her? Just tell me the price of this jade. The shopkeeper responded, this jade belongs to Miss Qiao, and it is not for sale. Even if Miss Qiao were to decline it, we would not sell it. Su Lingwei insisted. In business, there is no such thing as not selling. Today, I shall make this purchase. Will Lin Yuxuan sell it or not? Xiaoying took her belongings and began to leave, informing Su Lingwei, Lin Yuxuan has no authority to refuse sale, for this jade has always belonged to me. She added, furthermore, this store originally belonged to me as well. However, she had returned it to the owner. Upon hearing Xiaoying's words, the elderly shopkeeper and the young assistant exchanged glances, a mix of confusion and newfound respect swelling within them. For the names listed among their clientele were not of ordinary stature. Su Lingwei appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke. You claim this establishment belongs to you? How audacious of you to utter such grandiose statements. Did you all hear her words? The old shopkeeper ignored Su Lingwei's tirade. Inform your employer to blacklist her. Furthermore, she has increased the price of that jade by 5 million. Let her purchase it back. Xiaoying, disinterested in wasting time with her, made her exit. The old shopkeeper responded, understood, please take care. Su Lingwei, in a fit of rage, shouted at Xiaoying's retreating figure. Who do you think you are? What authority do you possess? The old shopkeeper interjected. She possesses that authority. He then turned to the staff, instructing them to wrap up the jade for the customer. No longer addressing her as Miss Su. Seething with anger, Su Lingwei declared, by offending the Su family, does Lin Yuxuan no longer wish to operate? The old shopkeeper chuckled. I fear your Su family lacks the capability to shut us down. Su Lingwei retorted. You, Lingwei, cease your commotion. Her mother gently pulled her daughter aside, whispering, the owner of Lin Yuxuan is quite enigmatic, with an intricate background. Do not provoke them. Principal Zhang predominantly resided alone in a modest courtyard near the school, returning home only during the summer and winter vacations. This birthday banquet, attended by many, was naturally held at the Zhang residence. Guests arrived in a steady stream. As Zhang Qingyong held considerable prestige nationwide and belonged to a distinguished family, his in-laws, the Su family, were also of high standing, attracting notable figures from the capital to celebrate his longevity. In the hall, Zhang Qingyong welcomed guests with a smile one moment, then complained to his family the next. Being the guest of honor is more exhausting than teaching. He quickly donned a congenial smile again, exclaiming, Chairman Su, long time no see. You've come. Guests were welcome. Gifts were unnecessary. Good day, Principal. Su Qingyu stood beside her father. How have your grades been lately? Zhang Qingyong inquired. Why do you, like my father, only ask about my grades and not my well-being or happiness? Su Qingyu replied. Haha, are you happy? It's your birthday today. Of course I am. Su Qingyu responded. Next time, do not casually make bets with others. Su Qingyu's father affectionately patted her head. Go play with Lingwei. I just saw the Hua family as children have arrived. I will converse with Principal Zhang for a moment. Oh, Su Qingyu thought to herself. I have no desire to play with that insufferable Hua Qingdong. After walking a few steps, she spotted Su Zi's arrival. Returning to greet her, just as Su Zi asked Zhang Qingyong, Grandfather, did you invite Xiaoying? Zhang Qingyong patted Su Zi's arm, whispering, behave well and attend to Qiao. Seize the opportunity. Upon hearing Su Zi mention Xiaoying, Su Qingyu's smile vanished, and with a huff, she turned away. Hua Qingdong detested such gatherings, especially at the principal's home, feeling despondent as his grandfather ushered him from the car, with his hands in his pockets. He suddenly caught sight of a black top-tier sports car among a lineup of luxury vehicles. His legs moved of their own accord as he rushed toward the car. No way, no way. Is that for real? A Koenigsegg 11? Hua Qingdong exclaimed in disbelief as he approached. Approaching the car, one had to lean in closely, circling it with eager eyes, drooling in anticipation. Old Master Hua, with his cane in hand, moved swiftly towards it, exclaiming, You little rascal, always prattling nonsense. Your mouth will surely lead you to ruin. He delivered a couple of light taps to Hua Qingdong's leg. Accustomed to such reprimands, Hua Qingdong felt no pain. His gaze was fixated solely on the sports car, filled with excitement and a desire to leap onto it. Grandfather, this is the very car I told you about. The one you didn't buy for me last time, the one. He looked around eagerly, questioning, whose magnificent vehicle is this? Old Master Hua, observing Hua Qingdong's monkey-like antics, was filled with frustration. You fool, all you ever think about is cars. Can't you learn a thing or two from your sister to spare me some worry? Hurry up and come inside, or I'll knock you under the car. Please go ahead, I'll join shortly. I want to admire the car a bit more and wait for the owner. As Xiaoying tucked the car keys into her pocket, she followed into the banquet hall. Dressed comfortably in a hoodie and sneakers, her casual attire starkly contrasted with the elegantly dressed guests, creating an incongruous scene. The attendees glanced at her, curious about which family she hailed from and whether she too was there for the birthday celebration. Perhaps a student of Principal Zhang, they speculated. She is quite lovely, fair-skinned, and seems to have a pleasant demeanor. I wonder about her background. I quite like her if she is of decent lineage. But why is she dressed like that? Such a lack of decorum. Isn't that her? Su Lingwei spotted Xiaoying entering and immediately rose from the sofa. What a coincidence. Who? Su Qingyu followed her gaze and saw Xiaoying, muttering, such a country bumpkin, showing up in that outfit. Just because she's wealthy doesn't mean she has taste. Do you know her? Su Lingwei inquired. Same school, a freshman this year. I lost a bet to her last time, and she took my entire year's allowance. Su Qingyu replied. What wager did you make? Did she swindle your money? Oh, I'd rather not discuss it, she said, completely oblivious to her cousin's words. No wonder she can frequent such upscale places. She must have swindled the funds from Su Qingyu, Su Lingwei concluded, deeming her not a person of good character. A taxi passenger, boasting to be the former boss of Lin Yuxuan, raised eyebrows. How long has Lin Yuxuan been around? She is barely of age. The blind followers of Lin Yuxuan seemed to be targeting the Su family. With a glass of wine in hand, Su Lingwei stood and approached Xiaoying. Hey, where are you going? Su Qingyu asked, noticing the crowd. Xiaoying, seeing Zhang Qingyong busy with guests, intended to find a place to sit when her adversary appeared. You again? Who allowed you to come? Do you even know where you are? Su Lingwei blocked her path. Chapter 137. A splash of wine on Su Lingwei's face. Su Zhan observed Xiaoying's expression. Understanding that this was Principal Zhang's birthday banquet, Xiaoying chose to ignore the provocation and stepped away gracefully. This action, however, incensed Su Lingwei. Who permitted you to leave? I am speaking to you, halt right there. Did you hear me? Are you deaf? Unrelenting, Su Lingwei pursued. Yet the other party paid her no heed. Enraged, she hastily positioned herself in front of Xiaoying. Gazing at Xiaoying's exquisite visage, her hand moved impulsively, and she splashed the wine she held directly onto Xiaoying. Unexpectedly, as she acted, the other party responded. Xiaoying swiftly raised her hand, deflecting Su Lingwei's motion, causing the liquid to drench herself instead. Su Lingwei gasped, instantly drawing numerous curious glances. Isn't that the eldest young lady of the Su family? I heard she has quite a domineering temperament. Who is so foolish as to dare to splash wine on her? Whispers began to circulate. Su Lingwei found herself drenched in wine, the liquid trickling down her cheeks, ruining the carefully applied makeup that had taken her 2 hours to perfect. Raised in indulgence, Su Lingwei could hardly believe that she, the dignified eldest daughter of the Su family, had been publicly humiliated in such a manner. Her face flushed with fury. She glared at Xiaoying, her eyes ablaze with animosity. Damn it, she exclaimed, raising her hand to strike Xiaoying. The crowd gasped in surprise. Stop. A commanding voice boomed, halting the unfolding drama. Su Lingwei looked up to see the venerable Mr. Hua striding purposefully, like an imposing mountain, placing himself firmly between her and Xiaoying. Mr. Hua reprimanded Su Lingwei without hesitation. What is the meaning of this? Why are you bullying this young lady? Whose child are you? Are you from the Su family? Summon your parents. I wish to inquire how they have raised you. Intimidated by Mr. Hua's imposing presence, Su Lingwei retorted, yes, but she splashed me first. Mr. Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to lie? I witnessed the entire incident. It is clear you were the one who instigated this. Hua Qingdong entered the scene. Sistering, are you all right? Hua Jinghua followed suit, expressing concern. Xiao classmate. Xiaoying calmly tucked her hands into the large pocket of her sweatshirt, thinking that if Mr. Hua delayed for even a moment longer, the Su woman might lose something of significance. Xiaoying remarked, your grandfather is quite spry. Hua Qingdong chuckled, of course. I received a couple of strikes from him just at the entrance, and my father was on the receiving end of his wrath yesterday. Hua Jinghua playfully nudged Hua Qingdong. Just share your own embarrassing stories. No need to drag in Dad. Mr. Hua's voice resonated. To dare bully someone in front of so many witnesses, what kind of conduct do you exhibit in private? This was the first time Su Lingwei had been chastised so publicly. Yet, it was Mr. Hua, and she found herself unable to utter a word. Her face burning with humiliation. Hua Qingdong mused. These two sisters from the Su family are truly insufferable. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have let Su Qingyu off so easily last time. Humph, it's her misfortune to encounter my grandfather. Just wait and see as he scolds her father as well. Unbeknownst to Hua Qingdong, Su Qingyu was standing in the crowd behind him, glaring at the back of his head. What does this have to do with me? I wasn't involved, she thought. What is happening? Su Lingwei's father rushed over upon hearing the commotion. What is going on here? Calm your anger, my dear, said Su's father, casting a glance at old Master Hua and then at his daughter. Old Master Hua pointed his cane at Su Lingwei and inquired, Is this your child? Let her explain what she just did. Su's father turned to his daughter. Lingwei, what transpired? Su Lingwei, unaccustomed to being reprimanded by outsiders, felt a surge of indignation and embarrassment. Feeling wronged, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Hua Qingdong, playing the role of the peacemaker, interjected, Chairman Su, your precious daughter attempted to douse someone with wine, but ended up drenching herself instead. In a fit of anger and humiliation, she sought to retaliate, only to be restrained by my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Su's father recognized Xiao Ying, who stood beside Hua Qingdong, recalling the incident from the last auction. He understood his daughter's temperament well enough to forego inquiries about the origins of the conflict and looked at her with a mix of anger and disappointment. Listening to the murmurs of the guests around them, Su Lingwei wished for a hole to hide in, bowing her head, her heart brimming with resentment towards the Hua family and Xiao Ying. Apologize to them, commanded Su's father. Su Lingwei was too proud to comply. I said apologize. Do you hear me? The young lady was fortunate indeed. Everyone knew that old Master Hua detested bullying the weak, and without his support, she would have faced severe humiliation at the hands of the Su family. As the guests continued to discuss the matter, Zhang Qingyong and a large group arrived with great fanfare. Xiao, what has transpired? Hua Qingdong, determined to play the role of the Good Samaritan, reiterated the story, raising his voice gradually, as if he wished to announce it to the entire gathering with a megaphone. The commotion disrupted the longevity banquet, prompting Su's father to hurriedly apologize to Zhang Qingyong. Zhang Qingyong raised his hand to interrupt, his expression darkening. Chairman Su, it is not I who requires an apology. The guests, witnessing Zhang Qingyong's reaction, murmured, It seems this young lady is a favored student of old Master Zhang. He is quite protective. Zhang Qingyong added, moreover, Xiao is a distinguished guest today, one I have invited with great difficulty. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A distinguished guest? What is her background? If old Master Zhang held such status, even Master Qin would show deference. Surely, this young lady was not easier to invite than him. Hua Qingdong glanced at Xiao Ying, pondering, a distinguished guest? Is the academic elite truly so sought after? Is she exceptionally skilled at mathematics? Su's father looked over at Xiao Ying. While Su Lingwei could hardly fathom that this seemingly impoverished individual, akin to a con artist, was regarded as a distinguished guest by Zhang Qingyong. Ultimately, under her father's stern insistence, Su Lingwei reluctantly apologized to Xiao Ying. Feeling humiliated, she had never endured such disgrace before. After offering her apology, she hastily exited the banquet hall. Your daughter is utterly oblivious. Even if there are personal grievances, she should be mindful of the occasion and setting. Relying on her family's support, she shows no sign of proper upbringing. As Hua Qingdong had anticipated, old Master Hua, after reprimanding Su Lingwei, proceeded to educate Su's father as well. Hua Qingdong, initially amused, found himself caught in the crossfire of his grandfather's admonition. Old Master Hua continued, I cannot abide these spoiled children who are coddled by their families. Hua Qingdong silently suppressed his playful demeanor. After feeling utterly disgraced, Su's father apologized on behalf of his daughter and took his leave from Zhang Qingyong. As Su Qingyu stealthily slipped away, she noticed her father returning from making a phone call, seemingly perplexed by the unfolding events. She gently tugged at his sleeve, urging, Dad, let us return home. Su Zhan remarked that his daughter was being naive, questioning why they would leave before the banquet had even commenced. Isn't everyone gathered for the cake cutting? He craned his neck to glance inside, only to be taken aback by the sight of Xiao Ying. Stunned, he gazed incredulously at the girl before him. This visage, in the midst of the crowd, the girl stood with exquisite features, her expression serene yet aloof. The delicate, youthful face juxtaposed with the warm and graceful demeanor of a woman from his memories. While Su Zhan remained in a daze, his daughter forcibly pulled him away, insisting, What cake? Uncle and the others have already left. If we linger any longer, we'll surely embarrass ourselves. The thought of the stern old master Hua scolding them only made Su Qingyu tug more firmly at her father's arm. The Su brothers approached Xiao Ying, expressing their concern. Hua Qingdong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Xiao Ying, his tone laced with irritation. She is perfectly fine, no need for your concern. Just mind your own business. Su Zi, perceiving Hua Qingdong's hostility as a sign of romantic interest in Xiao Ying, mistook him for a rival, unaware that his ire stemmed from Xiao Yi. Hua Qingdong had long wished to meet Xiao Ying's brother, but was dismayed to find Su Zi had beaten him to it, leading to his growing annoyance towards her. Su Zhili interjected, "We are merely speaking with Xiao, classmate. What concern is it of yours?" Hua Qingdong retorted, "That is my business." Zhang Qingyong inquired, "Xiao, classmate, are you well?" "I apologize for my inadequate hospitality." Xiao Ying replied, "I am fine," inwardly questioning why she appeared so easily bullied. Zhang Qingyong's demeanor towards Xiao Ying piqued the curiosity of old Master Hua, who mused, "This young lady, who is she?" Zhang Qingyong chuckled, addressing old Master Hua, "Old brother. You came to celebrate my birthday personally?" Old Master Hua replied, "Of course, we few old fellows have scarcely any time left. How could I not come?" Zhang Qingyong laughed heartily. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Xiao Ying, the classmate who saved my life when I succumbed to my old ailment last time." Hua Qingdong interjected, "Sister Ying, you have done such a noble deed." Old Master Hua glared at his grandson, exasperated. "What do you call her, you little rascal?" "Grandfather. She is our school's top student, excelling in mathematics even beyond Su Zi. She is skilled in racing and combat, and knows Qingjinyan. Of course, I dare not mention these. I regard her as a role model for my studies. Is it wrong to call her sister?" Old Master Hua snorted in response. "Just be grateful if you don't lead the poor girl astray. As for studying, who knows what mischief you might inspire in her." Zhang Qingyong interjected. "She is a remarkable young lady. I assure you, she cannot be led astray." Just then, he spotted Old Master Ming arriving. Though not a member of an illustrious family, Old Master Ming held considerable esteem nationwide, particularly in the capital, rivaling that of Zhang Qingyong. Every household experiences ailments, and the elderly are no exception to complex maladies. The wealthier they are, the more they fear death and cherish life. Old Ming never considers the identity of his patients. He offers aid to the needy without fear of the wealthy. The community holds him in great esteem. Guests approached to greet him, but he merely offered a few casual words before making his way towards Xiao Ying. "Miss Xiao, you truly came. Qingyong informed me of your invitation, and I was skeptical, yet here you are. My eyes are filled with warmth. It seems I must celebrate my birthday properly next year. I wonder if Miss Xiao will grace us with her presence then." The guests observed as several prominent figures gathered around Xiao Ying, their joy akin to that of a child seeing their mother. They began speculating about her background. Who exactly is this young lady? Are there any esteemed families with the surname Xiao in the capital? I had just remarked on her good fortune in having the old Master Hua supporting her, and now, witnessing the fervent attention from old Ming, Hua Qingdong gave Xiao Ying a thumbs up. "Sister Ying, you're remarkable." With Cheng Jinyan's introduction and old Ming's evident fondness for her, Hua Qingdong and the others found it easier to accept her presence. However, their acceptance waned quickly as members from the Zhang and Su families came in succession to express their gratitude for Xiao Ying saving Zhang Qingyong. Observing their eager faces, Xiao Ying felt a slight headache. Fortunately, Zhang Qingyong and his two grandsons understood her discomfort in such gatherings and intervened. Hua Qingdong suggested, "Sister Ying, let us sit over there." Xiao Ying nodded slightly and followed the Hua siblings a few steps before reaching into her pocket and retrieving an item, which she handed to Zhang Qingyong, "A birthday gift for you." It was a piece of finely carved white jade, strung with an auspicious red cord, presented without a box or wrapping, appearing rather humble compared to the lavish gifts from other guests. Originally, it had come in a large box, but Xiao Ying had discarded it out of convenience. Zhang Qingyong received it with surprise, recognizing its exceptional quality. Seeing its value, he quickly returned it. "This is far too precious. My old man cannot accept it. Your presence alone is a gift." Xiao Ying replied, "This jade promotes restful sleep. It would suit you well." Zhang Qingyong paused, recalling his persistent headaches and poor sleep. "This item has such an effect? Let me see." Old Ming reached for it, but Zhang Qingyong tucked it into his pocket. Xiao Ying found a quieter spot with the Hua siblings. Seizing the moment, Hua Jingwei inquired, "Xiao, classmate, what does Lawyer Qing enjoy or have as hobbies?" Xiao Ying responded, "He enjoys challenges in all forms: people, tasks, objects, and lawsuits." Hua Jingwei immediately suggested, "Rock climbing? Paragliding?" Xiao Ying inquired earnestly, "What is challenging about those?" Hua Jingwei, realizing her suggestions fell short, sighed, "Are those not challenging enough?" Hua Qingdong interjected, "Sister, you are too naive. If gangsters partake in such activities, our ordinary entertainment pales." Hua Jingwei shot him a glare. Silence. Noticing Hua Jingwei's troubled expression, Xiao Ying asked, "Did you have an unpleasant conversation with him?" Hua Jingwei replied, "No, it was too delightful." Xiao Ying. Hua Jingwei felt a surge of emotions. Just like before in class, he was gentlemanly and polite, occasionally displaying a sense of humor, yet he emanated an aura of distance. She sensed that Lawyer Qing only answered her inquiries out of consideration for classmate Xiao. Otherwise, he would hardly acknowledge her. Her professional knowledge paled in comparison to his, and they were not on the same intellectual plane. She hesitated to seek his guidance too often, fearing he would not appreciate a girl who was significantly less capable than he. Xiaoying was of no assistance in this matter. Hua Chengdong quipped, "Sister, why not join his family's gang? You would have common topics to discuss." Hua Jinghua promptly kicked him, exclaiming, "Go away." Hua Chengdong winced in pain. "Isn't this method effective?" Xiaoying interjected, "Wouldn't joining his law firm be an even better idea?" Hua Chengdong realized, that makes sense. It's a much safer option. Hua Jinghua sighed, and upon seeing a few friends arrive, she went over to greet them. Hua Chengdong scrolled through his phone, finding 2 photos to admire, which he shared with Xiaoying. "Sistering, did you see that Koenigsegg one outside? Just look at the body. The design of the doors, and the hood. It's my dream car, and it's parked right at the entrance." Xiaoying glanced at the photos, which featured Hua Chengdong posing with the car in a ridiculous, yet flamboyant manner. "I just experienced it up close. The scent of gasoline is intoxicating. It's so stunning. I wonder whose car it is." As Hua Chengdong spoke, his gaze wandered through the guests in the banquet hall. Just then, Xiaoying tossed something in front of him. Hua Chengdong looked down, astounded. "Wait a minute." He quickly turned to Xiaoying, then back to the keys on the table, and then back at Xiaoying. "Sistering, you're not tricking me, are you? This is a car key, right?" When Xiaoying remained silent, he gasped, hastily dropping his phone and straightening up, nervously wiping sweat from his clothes. Cautiously, he picked up the car key and pressed it gently. "No way. This is real," Hua Chengdong exclaimed, his heart racing as he glanced toward the entrance, wishing to rush out and press the key to hear the engine roar. He struggled to contain his excitement. "Sistering, where did this come from? Is it borrowed, or?" Xiaoying replied, "I bought it." Hua Chengdong's eyes widened. "You bought it? When did you make such a purchase? This was released in 2014, and you were still playing in the mud back then. How did you manage to acquire it? There are only 6 of these cars in the world. It's not just about having money." Xiaoying asked, "Do you like it?" Hearing her question, Hua Chengdong tightened his grip on the car key, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he nodded. Xiaoying added, "If you like it, take a good look at it." This sudden turn left Hua Chengdong nearly breathless. "No, sistering, take me for a spin, just a quick lap. In the future, if you need anything from me, I'll go through fire and water for you," he pleaded, grabbing Xiaoying's arm, persistently begging her to drive him around. As he continued his entreaties, casting glances toward the entrance, he suddenly spotted a tall, imposing figure entering, prompting him to curse under his breath. "Damn, why is he here?" He quickly composed himself. "Sistering, look at that person, the tallest one, Qin Hanyue, the current head of the Qin family. He is the one Su Qingyu bragged about wanting to get engaged to her cousin. You know his name, it's him." Xiaoying glanced over and met Qin Hanyue's gaze directly. "Sistering, he's looking this way. Don't look at him, or you might not sleep tonight," warned Hua Chengdong. Feeling uneasy at the sight of Qin Hanyue, "Why should I be afraid?" Xiaoying responded, her boldness igniting a sudden idea in Hua Chengdong. "Sistering, how about we make a bet? If you can get him to speak 3 sentences to you, I will grant you 1 request." Xiaoying regarded him skeptically. "That's dull. I knew you would think that. I understand you are remarkable and beautiful, but unfortunately, Qin Hanyue is not one to indulge in female company." Hua Chengdong remarked, wearing a knowing expression. "If you were a man, perhaps he might appreciate your personality and talent enough to converse with you, but alas, you are a woman, and it seems unlikely." Xiaoying raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Not interested in women?" Hua Chengdong chuckled. "You didn't know? To put it charitably, he maintains a principled lifestyle. To put it less charitably, he likely has issues." Casting a glance at Qin Hanyue, who was being detained by guests, Hua Chengdong continued. "A few years ago, a real estate tycoon offended him and tried to send him a carefully selected woman, but it ended terribly for him. After that incident, no one dared to engage in such antics with him. He might still be a virgin." "A virgin?" Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, her gaze flitting to the man in the distance. Whether amused by Hua Chengdong's audacity or intrigued by the term, a smile played at the corners of her mouth, enlivening her expression. She lifted her glass, intending to drink, but after a whiff of the aroma, she set it down. "If he truly is principled, I would admire him. However, at his position, I find it hard to believe he could remain unscathed. He is either a misanthrope or a paragon of virtue. If you find that last bet lacking in challenge, let us change it. If you can have physical contact with him and remain unharmed, you can set any condition. A handshake doesn't count." Xiaoying considered the man approaching her, his superior features captivating her. "What if I could touch his face?" Hua Chengdong was taken aback, admiring Xiaoying's audacity. He shook his head and said, "No, even if you dared to touch me, I wouldn't allow it. I still want you to teach me how to race. I wouldn't want you to end up injured. If you truly provoke him, even my grandfather and Principal Zhang together might not be able to protect you. Let's not stir up trouble." As Hua Chengdong was speaking, he suddenly heard a deep, magnetic voice inquire, "What are you discussing?" Startled, Hua Chengdong looked up to find Qin Hanyue standing before him, tall and imposing. Instinctively, he straightened his posture. Ingjia, he said, grabbing Xiao Ying's arm in an attempt to pull her away. But Xiao Ying turned to Qin Hanyue and said, "You bet me whether I could touch your face and if I could survive after doing so." Hua Qingdong's mind raced with disbelief. He wanted to stop Xiao Ying, but it was too late. Panic set in as he contemplated whether he should offer an explanation to Qin Hanyue. Meanwhile, Qin Yin was equally astonished. Is there such a delightful opportunity? Qin Hanyue responded softly, his gaze lowering, his profound eyes resting on the hand Hua Qingdong had placed on Xiao Ying. With an inscrutable expression, he asked Xiao Ying, "What is the wager?" Xiao Ying replied, "It hasn't been decided yet." Hua Qingdong felt an unsettling tension between Xiao Ying and Qin Hanyue, as if they were more than mere acquaintances. Was this the calm before the storm? Qin Hanyue nodded slightly, then remarked, "What if I take the initiative? Can the wager be increased?" Xiao Ying replied, "He has nothing of value to wager." Before she could finish her sentence, the man suddenly leaned closer, his familiar and chilling aura enveloping the girl. In a seductive tone, he asked, "Which side do you wish to touch?" Xiao Ying found herself captivated by the man's striking face, her words trailing off. He looked at her with a smile, his previously indifferent black eyes now shimmering with warmth. Qin Yin glanced around, tugging at Qin Hanyue's sleeve. "Third master, maintain some decorum. Everyone is watching." He felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, observing the naive onlookers. The guests, intrigued by Xiao Ying's identity, had been subtly paying attention to her standing by the champagne tower. However, with Qin Hanyue's arrival, their focus shifted toward him as they approached to greet him, eager to make their acquaintance. Yet, he dismissively waved them away and directed his attention back to the girl, drawing their gazes once more. As Qin Hanyue stood before Xiao Ying, engaging her in conversation, the murmurs in the room began to rise. The sight of the impeccably dressed man leaning in as if to kiss her left the entire gathering in stunned silence. The atmosphere shifted, and the commotion faded into an eerie quiet. Hua Qingdong was profoundly impacted by this scene. He stood frozen, his grip on Xiao Ying's arm loosening involuntarily. Who could possibly explain what had just transpired? Meanwhile, Elder Hua was listening intently to Ming Lao and Zhang Qingyong extolling Xiao Ying's medical prowess, mathematical brilliance, and amiable character. He glanced at Xiao Ying, who was animatedly conversing with his grandson, and felt his spirits lift. When he heard Zhang Qingyong suggest that if Xiao Ying were to become his granddaughter-in-law, he would wake up smiling, Elder Hua couldn't resist wanting to chime in. The heart murmured that although his ineffectual grandson could not compare to Su Zi, at present, his relationship with this young lady seemingly surpassed that with Su Zi. Yet, when he cast his gaze once more, he was taken aback. He blinked his clear eyes. Was that not Lord Qin San? Su Zi's brothers were eagerly attending to the guests, eager to find Xiao Ying for a conversation, when they suddenly realized that the guests had fallen silent, fixated on a particular scene, as if witnessing a ghost. Curiosity piqued. They followed the direction of their gaze and beheld the unfolding tableau. Noticing Xiao Ying's stillness, merely observing him, Qin Hanyue subtly lifted the intonation of his words. Xiao Ying's expression shifted slightly, though no particular emotion graced her features, as she replied, "No need. I have no interest in his meager offerings." With a hint of regret, Qin Hanyue responded, "Very well. Should there be a need for my assistance in the future, I would be most willing to oblige." He then reluctantly straightened his posture. Xiao Ying regarded him. Mr. Qin is truly enthusiastic. Qin Hanyue chuckled softly. "It is only proper." He inquired, "Have you greeted Principal Zhang?" Xiao Ying acknowledged, "Yes." Qin Hanyue added, "I was delayed due to some urgent matters. But I will go and greet Principal Zhang now. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned and walked away. Qin Yin glanced at the items in his hands, then at Xiao Ying, wishing to say something, yet upon seeing Qin Hanyue distance himself, he could only continue to hold the items and follow suit. Observing Qin Hanyue's approach, Zhang Qingyong sighed. "It seems our family is not destined for fortune." Qin Hanyue exchanged pleasantries with Elder Hua and engaged in brief conversation. Noticing Qin Yin cradling a long box, Zhang Qingyong assumed it to be a gift and instructed the dazed Su Zhili to receive it, remarking, "As long as they come. What need is there for gifts?" Qin Hanyue raised his hand to halt Su Zhili, clarifying, "The longevity gift for your esteemed self has already been delivered to the steward. This is a token for Miss Qiao." Qin Yin exclaimed, "What a clever scheme." He didn't present it directly to Miss Qiao, but rather brought it around for them to see, clearly to signify his intentions towards her, allowing some self-deluded individuals to recognize their place. Zhang Qingyong glanced at the item Qin Yin held, inquiring, "Is this liquor?" Qin Hanyue confirmed, "Indeed, it is wine." Zhang Qingyong, displeased, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Is the Zhang family's wine unworthy of the table?" Qin Hanyue smiled. "That is not the intention. It is merely that her palate is quite discerning." Chapter 140. Xiao Ying, taking you for a joyride. Bearing 8 parts resemblance to the woman in the photograph, Hua Qingdong observed Qin Hanyue conversing with Principal Zhang in the distance, swallowing hard as his mind buzzed. Sistering? You know him? It seemed their acquaintance transcended mere familiarity. The earlier gesture of Qin Hanyue and the way he looked at Xiao Ying, along with his tone while speaking to her, suggested something deeper. Could it be? Xiao Ying replied. We are somewhat acquainted. Hua Qingdong felt as though he might collapse. Speechless for a while. After struggling to process the revelation regarding Cheng Jinyan, the arrival of Qin Hanyue left him in disbelief. Sistering, how do you manage this? Xiao Ying opened her mouth to deliver a seemingly plausible answer. It's about making friends. Shared interests suffice. Hua Qingdong exclaimed. Making friends? With Qin Hanyue. Moreover, how lighthearted and casual her tone is. Sistering, are you not from Yin City? You have only been in Beijing for a little over a month. How could Hua Qingdong possibly be oblivious to this? Or is it true that Qin Hanyue has developed an affection for Xiao Ying? Just at that moment, Xiao Ying interjected. You just mentioned that he is indifferent to women and has an aversion to the fairer sex. I believe that is likely a misconception. It was a mere trifle to assist Qin Hanyue in salvaging his reputation and image. Yet, this inadvertently collided with Hua Qingdong's thoughts, rendering him incapable of dismissing such notions. Damn, he had previously remarked that no unfortunate woman could withstand Qin Hanyue's allure, asserting that only the blind and reckless would be enamored by his exterior. What else had he said? Hua Qingdong's mind was in a whirl, and as he noticed Qin Hanyue approaching once more, he stated, Sistering, I shall step aside for a moment to collect myself. Please disregard everything I said in jest earlier. Do not mention it to him, I implore you. Qin Hanyue had intended to engage Hua Qingdong in conversation, only to find that he had slipped away. Count yourself fortunate to have escaped, Qin Yin remarked. Observing that Xiao Ying had yet to empty her glass amidst the fine wines, Qin Hanyue knew he had brought the right selection. I have brought you some wine. Would you care to taste? Xiao Ying glanced at the exquisite bottle of wine that Qin Yin had carefully extracted from its case, raising an eyebrow. A 1947 vintage from the Romanicani winery. The year is commendable. Qin Hanyue poured her a glass. After a sip, the wine's rich aroma enveloped her palate, smooth and delightful, lifting her spirits. How is it? Qin Hanyue inquired. Quite good, Mr. Qin. You are thoughtful, Xiao Ying replied. Such an expensive wine only merits a not bad. Qin Yin interjected. Three Master was indeed correct. She is discerning. It seems winning Miss Qiao's favor is no small feat as long as Miss Qiao enjoys it. That is what matters. I am not well versed in wines. I shall study it further upon my return, Qin Hanyue replied. Xiao Ying smirked slightly but refrained from further comment. Once her glass was empty, Qin Hanyue was about to refill it when she stopped him. I drove here. After a brief pause, he withdrew the bottle, complimenting her. Miss Qiao is indeed a model citizen. This meant he could not offer her a ride home now, and opportunities for future outings together would be scarce. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he was then pleasantly surprised to hear Xiao Ying say, Mr. Qin, you do not mind if I take this wine home with me, do you? The clouds parted, and Qin Hanyue responded, This wine is indeed meant for you, Miss Qiao. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Su Zi approached. Classmate Xiao. Mr. Qin, she announced. It is time to cut the cake. She inquired about their participation, though her gaze was fixated on Xiao Ying. After Xiao Ying politely declined, Su Zi acquiesced, but could not help but steal a glance at Qin Hanyue. Her polite smile clashed with the cold, piercing gaze of the man. After a short while, Su Zi returned with 2 pieces of cake. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered guests, Xiao Ying felt it was time to take her leave. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Qingyong, they exited the banquet hall. Qin Yin brought the car around, yet Qin Hanyue did not rush to depart, intending to bid farewell to Xiao Ying first. Soon, a top-tier sports car came into view. As I approached, I noticed Qin Yin in the driver's seat, his head protruding from the window. Aside from San Yi, it was hard to imagine any young man indifferent to such a sleek and stylish sports car. As Qin Yin pondered the ownership of this eye-catching vehicle, it came to a halt before Qin Hanyue, and the window rolled down to reveal Xiao Ying's face. Miss Qiao? Qin Yin exclaimed, wide-eyed. Be cautious on the road, Qin Hanyue replied. Yet Xiao Ying inquired, Do you have time, Mr. Qin? With a slight raise of his brow, Qin Hanyue responded, I do. Shall I take you for a spin? Xiao Ying proposed. Surprised by this sudden invitation, Qin Hanyue replied, It would be my honor. As Qin Hanyue settled into the passenger seat, a smile graced his lips that he could hardly conceal. Qin Yin shook his head, muttering about the apparent unworthiness of such a display. The top-tier sports car exited the Zhang family estate, merging into the night. Qin Yin enviously remarked, Sen Yi is truly fortunate. Upon returning home, Su Zhan, with little time to spare for his weeping niece Su Lingwei, ascended the stairs. After confirming with a servant that the old lady had retired for the evening, he discreetly opened a door. The room had been uninhabited for years. Although it was impeccably clean, it lacked a certain warmth. After softly closing the door, Su Zhan turned on the light and retrieved a key. Heading straight for the bedside table, he opened the drawer and extracted a photograph. The image, now yellowed with age, depicted a young couple smiling at the camera, their expressions radiating happiness and sweetness. The woman exuded a gentle and demure grace, her smile tinged with shyness, embodying the elegance of a Jiangnan woman, yet lacking in boldness and individuality, starkly contrasting the girl he had encountered at the recent birthday banquet. Nonetheless, the resemblance was striking, nearly 8 parts alike. Su Zhan could not shake the feeling that he was not mistaken. How could they be so similar? Meanwhile, Su Qingyu had removed her makeup, donned a facial mask, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, munching on snacks while watching a television drama. A knock interrupted her, prompting her to call out, "Come in." As her father entered, Su Qingyu inquired, "Dad, why are you still awake?" Su Zhan took a seat nearby, saying, "I need to ask you something." "What is it?" She responded. "Earlier in the car, you mentioned that Ling Wei had a conflict with a girl at the banquet, who happened to be your classmate. I already said it was my sister who instigated the issue. She got scolded when Ho Chengdong's grandfather witnessed it. Is my sister still crying?" Su Qingyu expressed her exasperation. "I know, but I wanted to ask if the girl standing next to Ho Chengdong was the beautiful one." Hearing her father praise Qiao Ying, Su Qingyu scoffed. "What is her name?" "Qiao Ying," she replied reluctantly. "Qiao Ying," Su Zhan murmured. "What is her age? Where is she from?" "She's a freshman, 18, from Yin City." "I suppose. She's just a country girl," Su Qingyu reflected. 18, Yin City. Su Zhan suppressed his thoughts and smiled, saying, "We shouldn't look down on others. There is no distinction in worth. Everyone has rural roots if traced back far enough. Since you are classmates, it's essential to get along well. I just can't stand country folk. They caused Uncle's demise and have brought so much trouble to Grandma." Su Qingyu lamented, losing her appetite as she tossed aside her snacks. Su Zhan let out a soft sigh, remarking, "Your uncle's situation is not as you perceive. You were quite young at that time. Nonetheless, it is best not to mention him in front of your grandmother. What is the background of your classmate? Have you heard her speak of her parents, or do they have any siblings?" At this moment, Su Zhan's curiosity was piqued regarding this matter. Chapter 141, Watching the Sea. Gifting. Su Zhan seeks someone at school. Su Qingyu, perplexed, responded, "Dad, why are you asking about her?" Su Zhan smiled gently. "I'm just inquiring casually. Is there some discord between you and this classmate? Do share with Dad." Prompted by her father's question, Su Qingyu reflected on her friction with Qiao Ying. Initially, it was Qiao Ying who seized the title of school belle, leading to various comparisons among their peers, which left her feeling somewhat disgruntled. Upon discovering that Qiao Ying was the sister of the much-despised Qiao Lingling, she instinctively associated Qiao Ying with the same aversion, though it appeared that was not entirely warranted. Later, when Qiao Ying boasted, Su Qingyu found it distasteful. However, Qiao Ying ultimately succeeded in bringing Cheng Jinyan into the picture. Su Qingyu was resilient and did not harbor any resentment over the billion, and after winning, Qiao Ying did not take the opportunity to humiliate her further. Although the wager was instigated by Ho Chengdong's loose lips, if Qiao Ying were truly petty, she would not have let the matter rest so easily. After some contemplation, Su Qingyu felt somewhat awkward. "Well, not really." Su Zhan inquired, "Then what is it?" "That young lady seems quite pleasant. And her admission from Yun City to Peking University demonstrates her exceptional abilities. Is it not worthwhile to make friends?" Su Qingyu replied, "She took my title of school belle." Su Zhan chuckled. "I have always believed that acknowledging the excellence of others is a rare virtue. Moreover, one's beauty is not solely determined by outward appearances. You have garnered numerous awards in piano and violin. I perceive you as exceptionally talented as well. Looks are merely a supplementary advantage, and besides, you are quite beautiful. My dear, there is no need to concern yourself with such fleeting titles. Perhaps she doesn't even regard the school belle title as significant." He continued, "When I was in school, if there was an exceptionally handsome and talented classmate, I would have eagerly sought their friendship. How cool and prestigious that would have been." Su Qingyu fell silent for a moment before adding, "Su Zi likes her." Su Zhan responded, "As long as it does not harm others and does not contravene moral principles. Everyone has the right to like whomever they choose. You and Su Zi are not in a relationship. His affection for another is his prerogative. Should you place any blame on this Qiao classmate, would that not be unfair to her?" Clutching the pillow in her arms, Su Qingyu remained silent. Su Zhan advised patiently, "If you have feelings for Su Zi, strive to become even more outstanding in order to pursue him, rather than harboring jealousy towards the girl he likes. Such behavior is misguided. I believe Su Zi would not be fond of a girl who is envious, would he?" With enduring patience, Su Zhan imparted, "I have always thought that possessing a broad-minded spirit and greater tolerance than the average person is a rare and precious trait. If you could embody this, I would consider you truly remarkable." Su Qingyu conceded, "All right." After conversing with his daughter for a while, Su Zhan returned to his room, but found himself unable to sleep. his mind preoccupied with the striking resemblance of two faces. A sleek black sports car glided through the night like a phantom of darkness. Xiaoying rested her head on her hand, steering the wheel with one hand, and languidly teased, "Mr. Qin, have you seen enough?" As the co-pilot, Qin Hanyue snapped back to reality, retracting his gaze from the girl's face, and said apologetically, "Pardon me." Xiaoying slightly turned her head, glancing at him twice. Qin Hanyue sought a topic of conversation, inquiring, "When did you purchase this car?" After a moment, he heard Xiaoying reply, "I bought it quite a while ago. It has been kept abroad. It was only a few days ago that Yesi arranged for its transport back." Qin Hanyue instinctively considered asking if she had traveled to any other countries apart from M-continent, but recalling that Xiaoying disliked inquiries into her personal matters, he suppressed his curiosity. Gazing out at the vibrant city lights, Qin Hanyue's right thumb absently traced the watch face on his left wrist. He suddenly proposed, his tone light. "Shall we take a stroll by the seaside?" Relishing this rare opportunity, he did not wish to merely sit in the co-pilot's seat, idly observing the scenery before returning home to sleep. Given Xiao Ying's nature, this would likely be their only outing. Upon hearing his suggestion, Xiaoying glanced at him and remarked, "I did not expect Mr. Qin to appreciate the finer things in life." She deftly turned the steering wheel, changing direction. After careful consideration, Qin Hanyue candidly stated, "If I were to say that I simply do not wish to squander such a wonderful opportunity, would Miss Xiao take offense? Would she comprehend this expression?" Xiaoying replied, "I understand." Qin Hanyue, taken aback, asked, "You comprehend?" Xiaoying continued, "If I were in Mr. Qin's position, I too would wish to spend more time with myself. After all, there are not many individuals as exceptional as I." Observing the earnestness with which Xiaoying spoke, Qin Hanyue felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, simply nodding. "Miss Xiao speaks the truth. Is this vanity? No, she merely stated a fact." Just as Qin Hanyue lamented that his subtle confession was so deftly deflected, Xiaoying suddenly remarked, "That is your freedom." Qin Hanyue looked at her with surprise. It appeared she was not entirely oblivious to matters of romance. She yawned and added, "Since I have taken the initiative to invite Mr. Qin into the car, I shall not only take you to the seaside but even to the horizon." Qin Hanyue smiled. There is still hope. The seaside breeze was brisk, the salty air rushing to meet them, filling their nostrils, tousling their hair, and brushing against their cheeks. The two sat in the car, gazing at the tumultuous waves ahead. Xiaoying tucked her hands into the deep pockets of her coat, her long hair tousled by the wind, squinting slightly as the sea breeze swept down her neck and into her collar. A suit jacket was offered to her. "Is this acceptable?" Following the line of his arm, she noticed he wore only a thin shirt, and then looked into his face. Xiaoying reached out to accept it, but Qin Hanyue shook it out and personally draped it over her shoulders, adjusting it for her. The jacket was oversized, enveloping her entirely, its warmth dispelling the chill. Did Miss Xiao dislike the seaside? Or was today simply an inconvenient time for her? Qin Hanyue observed her expression, which remained indifferent. Xiaoying gazed out at the tumultuous sea, the rhythmic crashing of the waves eliciting a sense of annoyance deep within her. What was there to like or dislike? She had simply grown weary of it. During her time confined in the laboratory, she could not distinguish between day and night, relying solely on the sounds of the tides and the temperature fluctuations to gauge her surroundings. Years of training took place on the island, where the leader of the shadows resided. She frequently traversed its shores, growing weary of the sights and sounds, to the point where the crashing waves invaded her dreams. She bore no disdain for it, but certainly held no fondness either. Sensing her indifference, Qin Hanyue decided to take his leave shortly after. Xiaoying accompanied him back. Suddenly, a sound disrupted the air as something fell beneath the car. Qin Hanyue bent down to retrieve it. The car's confined space made it difficult for him, given his tall stature and long limbs. However, his long arms proved advantageous, allowing him to lift what appeared to be an exquisite little box. "This looks like a gift," he remarked casually, having spotted it as soon as he entered the vehicle but lacking the opportunity to inquire until now. "I gave Principal Zhang a piece of jade. This must be a leftover scrap." Xiaoying glanced at the item in his hand and, recalling something, added, "Mr. Qin, if you wouldn't mind, perhaps take it home and see if your mother likes it. I'm rather disinclined to deal with it." Upon opening the box, he discovered a pair of white jade earrings. He smiled. "This is bound to be my mother's favorite gift." The matriarch of the Qin family, already settled for the night, was roused from her slumber by a knock at the door. Draped in her outer garment, she emerged to find her youngest son. Puzzled, she inquired, "You've just returned? Weren't you attending Principal Zhang's birthday banquet? Or did you stay late at the company again?" Qin Hanyue replied, "No, I was at the sea with Miss Xiao." Upon hearing this, the elder lady's eyes brightened with intrigue. When he presented the earrings, she felt a mix of surprise and hesitation. "Your father and I haven't properly thanked her yet. Receiving another gift is rather inappropriate." "Not at all," he countered. That night, Qin Hanyue drifted into a serene sleep, while others, Hua Qingdong, Su Zi, Su Zhili, Su Zhan, and Su Lingwei, found themselves restless, all due to Qiaoying. The following morning, Qin Yin observed Qin Hanyue descending the stairs and mused, I thought the third master might not return last night. The news of a mysterious girl's connection to the Zhang family, Su family, Ming Lao, and even Qin Hanyue circulated widely after the banquet. A luxury vehicle appeared at the gates of Jing University, from which Su Zhan alighted and made his way into the institution. In Chapter 142, Su Zhan encountered Xiao Ying and sought to address their previous discord. Uncertain of her department, he decided to approach Principal Zhang for assistance. Never mind. Classmate Xiao Isnt Petty. Your niece has already apologized, so let bygones be bygones. Zhang Qingyong waved his hand dismissively. Internally, he speculated on the upbringing of the Su brothers, noting their children seemed lacking despite their solid characters. Perhaps they were overly indulged. Su Zhan replied earnestly. I still wish to apologize to this classmate in person. I hope you can assist me in securing that opportunity. Observing Su Zhan's sincerity, Zhang Qingyong chuckled. It's rare for Chairman Su to make such an effort for this matter. He then took out his phone. It's lunchtime. Classmate Xiao should be available. I'll give her a call. Zhang Qingyong dialed Xiao Ying and conveyed the situation. Initially disinterested, she reluctantly agreed after he spoke a few words on Su Zhan's behalf. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Qingyong turned to Su Zhan and said, Classmate Xiao has asked for you to come over. Chairman Su, please make the trip. Su Zhan paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. All right. Observing his reaction, Zhang Qingyong thought, could it be that he still hopes for classmate Xiao to come in person? What a fanciful notion. Even if Qin Hanyue were to arrive, he would still have to make the effort himself. Agreeing to meet him is already a favor owed to his elder. Su Zhan inquired, I have heard that classmate Xiao is from Yun City. May I ask which district? Zhang Qingyong replied, Chairman Su, why do you ask? Su Zhan explained, to be candid, classmate Xiao bears a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. I came today to verify this. Perhaps I might know classmate Xiao's parents. Old acquaintance? Zhang Qingyong pondered the honest and simple-minded Xiao father and the astute Li Lilian, concluding that they were unlikely to be Su Zhan's acquaintances. I have met classmate Xiao's parents. Zhang Qingyong shook his head. They do not resemble classmate Xiao at all. Chairman Su may have mistaken them. Even when classmate Xiao was plump, she did not look like them. Su Zhan then proceeded to the dining area, where he encountered Xiao Ying. She was seated by the window, having finished her lunch, and was typing away on her computer. As Su Zhan gazed at her through the glass, he approached the table, observing her face up close. He was momentarily struck by a surreal sense of otherworldliness. Classmate Xiao? Su Zhan spoke. Xiao Ying lifted her gaze to meet his. The resemblance was uncanny. In an instant, she averted her eyes. Regaining his composure, Su Zhan politely asked, May I sit here? She appeared to be a person of refinement. Xiao Ying responded nonchalantly, Feel free. Taking a seat across from her, Su Zhan scrutinized Xiao Ying's features, finding them astonishingly similar. Last night, he had doubted his own perception. Noticing his gaze, Xiao Ying looked up again and directly stated, There is no need to apologize on behalf of your niece. Though they shared similar facial features, their temperaments were entirely different. This young lady, despite her youth, was unflappable and spoke plainly. She seemed to possess a strong sense of self. Su Zhan smiled. Classmate Xiao, I am Su Qingyu's father. My name is Su Zhan. It is a pleasure to meet you. He continued, I apologize for intruding. I hope I have not overstepped. Although you mentioned it is unnecessary. I still wish to extend my apologies on behalf of my niece. I am truly sorry. Xiao Ying regarded him thoughtfully. I heard from Xiaoyu that classmate Xiao is from Yun City. It is no small feat for an out-of-town student to gain admission to Jing University. You must be quite exceptional. Sensing that Su Zhan's visit was not merely for an apology, she asked directly, Do you have other matters to discuss? Su Zhan had come today merely to ascertain whether he had been mistaken last night. After all, in such a vast world, encountering someone who bears a resemblance is not an extraordinary occurrence. As he observed her anew, various thoughts surged through his mind. Thus, Su Zhan felt compelled to ask, May I treat classmate Xiao to a drink? He raised his hand to signal for a waiter. No need. Xiao Ying stood up. She had never been fond of such roundabout probing. Since Su Zhan was not forthcoming, she found no reason to waste time with him. If there is nothing else, let us leave it at that. Su Zhan rose to his feet, hesitating as he struggled to find the right words, ultimately resigning himself to silently watching her depart. He was not yet prepared to act impulsively. The last thing he wanted was to create a farcical misunderstanding. After exiting the restaurant, he dialed his second brother, concocting a casual excuse to explain his impending business trip for a few days. Upon leaving the school grounds, he instructed his assistant to drive them to Yun City. With no flights available in the coming days, Su Zhan opted for a road journey, bringing only one assistant along to ensure their departure went unnoticed. After evening classes, Xiao Yi hesitated momentarily before powering on her phone. The screen lit up with an overwhelming number of missed calls. A sense of despondency washed over her. And just as she was contemplating her next move, another call came through. Ever since transferring to the capital, she had been inundated with relentless calls from her mother and second sister, both of whom took turns calling at all hours. If she did not answer, the calls would persist, often exceeding hundreds in a single day. Should she pick up, she would be met with a barrage of complaints and emotional pleas from her mother and sister. Her WeChat was not spared either, as her sister inundated her with messages and video call invitations, even sending her a tearful video of their mother. In a bid for peace, Xiao Yi purchased a new phone, transferring her old SIM card into it and leaving it in her dormitory, resolutely ignoring their attempts to reach her. She endeavored to focus solely on her studies, but as these were her own flesh and blood, she found it impossible to sever ties as her elder sister had. The emotional and psychological toll was immense, pushing her to the brink of despair. However, the call she received this time was from her father. Xiaoying had just returned to the villa when she received her brother's call. "Sister, Mom and Dad are getting a divorce. I want to take leave to go home." Xiao Yi had refrained from mentioning the incessant harassment from their mother and sister until now. Xiaoying asked directly, "What do you plan to do when you return?" After a brief silence, Xiao Yi's voice trembled slightly as he replied, "Sister, it was Dad who suggested the divorce. Mom wants Dad to give her 500,000. The house, and custody of me." Xiaoying inquired, "What do you wish to salvage? Or do you want to help them finalize the divorce?" Xiao Yi replied, "I don't know." Faced with the impending disintegration of the family he had known for over a decade, Xiao Yi felt lost and overwhelmed. Struggling to come to terms with the reality, Xiaoying stated, "There are essentially two choices. If you don't want them to divorce or the family to fall apart, then let them have their quarrels and don't intervene. You have seen how much Qiao Shengquan has endured from Li Lilian over the years. If you want him to divorce, I can facilitate that." Of course, she had no intention of giving Li Lilian 500,000. Xiaoying continued, "As for whom you wish to be with, that is entirely your decision. If you want to stay with me, I can arrange that too." Xiao Yi remained silent. Xiaoying advised, "Take your time to consider your options, and once you have made up your mind, let me know. I will go to Yun City to handle the situation while you focus on your studies." Xiao Yi responded with a faint, Chapter 143. Su Zhan located the Qiao family and presented evidence. "Xiao Yi, your father has made up his mind. This matter may only be resolved in court. If you blame me or harbor resentment, I understand. I have been powerless throughout my life, failing to provide you 3 siblings with a good living condition, causing you to suffer alongside me, and now I cannot even give you a home. Father never received an education and lacks the ideals that you possess. Regarding that matter, he believes we are all family. However, upon reflection, he realizes that you are different from him. In his childhood, our family was impoverished, and he often prioritized your uncle's needs over his own. He found joy in seeing them well-fed and content. Apart from life and death, he considers everything else trivial. He does not favor your second sister. Rather, he wishes for harmony among you siblings, for you are all his children, and he feels deep affection for each of you. Now, with the discord between you two sisters, he bears significant responsibility and feels remorse for you all." As Zhou Yi listened quietly to her father's monologue through the phone, it marked the first time she had heard him express so many thoughts without a hint of complaint, even regarding his wife, whose behavior had become unbearable to outsiders. He refrained from uttering a single negative word about her and even believed she had endured hardship by being with him, urging them not to blame their mother. He consistently took the blame upon himself. In the past, when she witnessed her father being bullied by her uncles, Zhou Yi felt anger towards his perceived weakness. But more often, she felt profound sympathy for him. She was aware of the oppression and struggles he faced. "How is your elder sister faring?" Zhou's father inquired. Zhou Yi opened her mouth, suppressing her tears, and replied, "Well." He smiled softly, "That is good to hear. Father, please divorce mother." Last night, Zhou Yi had been engulfed in confusion and sorrow, yet at this moment, she uttered those words with surprising calmness. The father, who had spoken with warmth just moments before, fell silent for a long while upon hearing her statement. Eventually, with a slight tremor in his voice, he replied, "Thank you for understanding, dear." He covered his face with one hand, wiping away tears. "Focus on your studies. Regardless of whom you associate with, you will always be my child. Take care of yourself and listen to your elder sister while in the capital." In Yun City, the car entered a dilapidated urban village and came to a stop at the entrance of the Qiao family's courtyard. Su Zhan, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, opened them and glanced outside. "Have we arrived?" He rubbed his weary eyes from days of travel. "We have, Mr. Su," the assistant replied, promptly exiting to open the door. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan perked up, bent down, and stepped out of the car. He surveyed the crumbling old courtyard before him and then glanced at the surrounding houses, which were far superior. A wave of mixed emotions washed over him. Even this place had been renovated, leaving him to wonder how dilapidated it must have been before. Standing at the entrance, he gazed at the place where Xiao Ying had spent her life, feeling a profound sense of pity and guilt. I will knock, the assistant said, rapping on the door of the Qiao residence. Who are you looking for? Li Liliang emerged from a neighboring house, scrutinizing Su Zhan and his companion. They appeared distinguished and well-dressed, exuding an air of affluence, and she noted the luxurious car parked nearby. She stretched her neck to examine the vehicle, suspecting they were either wealthy or there to seek out that ungrateful girl. It remained uncertain whether they were there to offer money or something else. Is this Ms. Li Liliang? Su Zhan inquired. In the past few days, he had gathered sufficient information about the Qiao family to recognize her immediately. Li Lilian was taken aback to be addressed so politely as Ms. Li for the first time, and the gentleman before her exuded an air of refinement, causing her heart to flutter with a newfound sense of importance. Swiftly finishing the last peanut in her hand, she brushed off her palms, shook her shoulders lightly, and adorned her face with a smile, her voice softening. Yes, that's me. How do you know my name? I am Su Zhan, he replied, extending his hand. I have come to see you and your husband. Su Zhan, tall and handsome in his youth, had matured into a man of distinguished charm, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Feeling slightly flustered by the gentlemanly demeanor of Su Zhan, Li Lilian shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Hello, she said, reaching out to shake his hand. Her voice took on an increasingly delicate and affected tone. What brings you to see me? I don't believe we are acquainted. Su Zhan politely withdrew his hand. May we step inside to converse? Of course, please come in, Li Lilian eagerly replied, opening the door to welcome him inside. The old house had only the walls and floors renovated, while the interior was in a state of disrepair beyond Su Zhan's imagination. The wooden door, earthen walls, moss-covered steps, and an unfamiliar threshing machine in the corner, along with a water pump in the yard, all contributed to an atmosphere of neglect and decay. The only relatively valuable items in the living room were a new refrigerator and television, which seemed out of place amidst the dilapidation. Earlier at the door, Su Zhan had noticed Li Lilian's gold earrings and her respectable attire, but was surprised by the state of the home. As Li Lilian brewed tea, she turned to find Su Zhan gazing around with his head slightly tilted. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that a developer had taken an interest in this house and planned to demolish it? The possibility seemed plausible. Li Lilian's demeanor became even more cordial. Don't just look around. Come and have some tea. Su Zhan obliged, but in his distraction, he accidentally kicked a stainless steel basin, causing it to clatter noisily. Startled, he glanced down and quickly bent to move the basin aside. The house was quite spacious yet poorly organized. Several rooms appeared uninhabitable. I apologize for the lack of hospitality, Li Lilian said as she presented him with a cup of hot tea. Su Zhan accepted it with both hands. It's quite all right. Thank you. Care for some television? I can turn it on for you, she offered. That's unnecessary, Su Zhan replied. Li Lilian switched on the television regardless. Please, make yourself comfortable and enjoy your tea. Perhaps Li Lilian's lively chatter stirred the occupants of the house, as Qiao Lingling emerged from her room, irate. Mom, what are you doing? Can't you let anyone sleep? It's so noisy. Su Zhan glanced in her direction. Li Lilian shot her daughter a disapproving look, muttering under her breath. All you do is sleep all day. Can't you see what time it is? Su Zhan furrowed his brow. Li Lilian turned back to him, her tone shifting once more. This is my daughter. Please excuse her rudeness. Su Zhan nodded, recognizing her appearance to be even more gaunt than in her photographs, somewhat weary. Mom, who are they? Qiao Lingling scrutinized the visitors. Are they here looking for that fat man again? Li Lilian responded curtly. That's none of your concern. Please return to your room. Qiao Lingling glanced at Su Zhan once more before turning to close the door, though not completely, and then concealed herself behind it to eavesdrop. Su Zhan casually inquired, it's not the weekend. Why hasn't the child gone to school? Time was of the essence. And Su Zhan had only gathered basic information about the Qiao family, unaware of Qiao Lingling's past incident involving exam theft and subsequent expulsion from Jing University. Li Lilian chuckled lightly. The child is feeling a bit unwell. You haven't mentioned why you sought me out. Su Zhan set down his tea and asked, where is your husband? Upon mentioning Qiao's father, Li Lilian waved her hand in annoyance. He has gone to work. Su Zhan nodded and continued, Ms. Li, you have 3 children. Your eldest 2 daughters are twins, correct? Li Lilian responded. Oh, why do you ask? Su Zhan replied. The eldest daughter is named Xiao Ying and studies at Jing University? Li Lilian scrutinized Su Zhan up and down. Yes. If you're not a developer, why are you looking for that troublesome girl? Li Lilian's enthusiasm diminished significantly. Su Zhan pressed on. You gave birth to her at the clinic on March 8th of the year at 6:20 p.m., correct? Li Lilian found him rather peculiar. What exactly is your business? Why are you inquiring about this? Su Zhan cautiously remarked. I have met Xiao Ying. She does not resemble her twin sister at all. Li Lilian retorted. The television mentioned something about fraternal twins. That troublesome girl was chubby when she was younger. You haven't seen her. She only slimmed down this past summer. Su-Zhan noted. Troublesome girl? Li Lilian pressed. Sir, what is your purpose here? Su-Zhan retrieved several certificates and reports from his assistant and placed them on the table. Chapter 144. Xiaoying is the child of the Su family's eldest son. At his workplace, Xiao Shengquan was bombarded by phone calls from his wife. Eventually, he had no choice but to answer. However, this time, his wife was not demanding 50,000 in custody. The moment he heard her first words, Xiao Shengquan's heart sank, and he couldn't wait for her to finish. Typically honest and soft-spoken, Xiao Shengquan was suddenly agitated. Nonsense. Who says Xiaoying isn't my daughter? You carried her for 10 months and gave birth at the clinic. I've raised her for over a decade. How could I not know if she is my own? Just because someone says she doesn't resemble me doesn't mean she isn't a twin. You should know better about your own child. I don't care about any reports or certificates. Tell that person to leave immediately. I have no time to go back. What would I go back for? On the other end of the line, Xiao Shengquan was more animated than ever, startling Li Lilian. His unusual fervor raised her suspicion, prompting her to snatch the reports from Xiao Lingling and examine them one by one. You better return and clarify this. If you don't, I'll find you at your workplace, she declared before hanging up. More than half an hour later, Xiao Shengquan returned. Upon seeing Su-Zhan in the yard, his agitation flared up once more. Without waiting for Su-Zhan to utter a word, Xiao Shengquan began to shove him toward the exit. When he couldn't force him out, Xiao Shengquan even grabbed a bamboo pole from the corner of the yard, ready to confront him. Who allowed you to come to my home and spout nonsense? Leave my house at once, or I will call the police. Father Qiao was not tall, standing around 1.70 meters. Years of hard work had weighed down his shoulders, yet he forcefully pushed both the over 6-foot Su-Zhan and his assistant out the door. Don't think that just because you have some money, you can come here and bully us. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my daughter will face my wrath. Father Qiao grasped a bamboo stick, blocking the entrance. Leave, hurry up and go. And do not ever return. Li Lilian, sensing something was amiss with Xiao Shengquan, stepped forward with several documents in hand, demanding, explain this to me. Why does this document state that one of my twins died? If one died, then where did that girl come from? 18 years prior, due to limited conditions, Li Lilian had not undergone any prenatal examinations during her pregnancy and only knew she was expecting more than one child. Moreover, the report clearly stated that she had given birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. So how had it turned into 2 daughters? No wonder she and her eldest daughter had never been close. It seemed she was not her biological child. Father Qiao reached out and snatched the papers from Li Lilian's hands, crumpling them into a ball and tossing them to the ground. His neck stiffening and his darkened face turning crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Twins? Both my daughters are alive and well. Who told you otherwise? Seeing Father Qiao's overly agitated reaction, Su-Zhan sensed something was amiss and, risking a blow from the bamboo stick, stepped forward. Mr. Qiao, please calm down. I would not have come to your home without substantial evidence. Is the evidence you speak of these forged documents you brought? My daughter is already 18. You can investigate matters from so long ago if you wish. Who knows what your intentions are? I'm telling you to leave, understand? Go now? Su-Zhan responded. The records from the health clinic cannot be mistaken. If you doubt me, I can have the staff from the clinic come to confirm that these documents are indeed authentic and not fabricated. I am not a villain, Mr. Qiao. There is no need for such hostility. I merely wish to request your cooperation for a paternity test. If Xiaoying is indeed your biological daughter, I shall sincerely apologize to you. Upon hearing about the paternity test, Father Qiao began to panic. What do you mean by a paternity test? She is my daughter. I have no time for this. You must leave immediately. Seeing that communication was futile, Su-Zhan's tone grew firmer. Mr. Qiao, if you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to call the police. If Xiaoying is truly my brother's daughter, I will not allow his only child to be left in the world without support. The neighbors, eavesdropping on this shocking news, began to murmur in astonishment. You can't intimidate me with threats of the police. If you dare to disturb my daughter, I will fight you to the end, Father Qiao retorted. Then I am left with no alternative. Elite, call the police. He quickly took out his phone to find the principal's number. Before coming here, I consulted with Xiaoying. I did not want to disturb her without confirmation, but if you are unwilling to assist, I must resort to this course of action. If I am mistaken, I will take responsibility for my errors today. Father Qiao, watching Su-Zhan and his assistant preparing to call the police, gradually lowered his grip on the bamboo stick, his demeanor shifting as he glanced around at the onlookers, seemingly surrendering to this futile struggle. After a brief interlude of silence, the courtyard of the Qiao family settled into an uneasy calm. Su-Zhan and his assistant returned to the garden, the gate firmly shut against the prying eyes of curious neighbors. Su-Zhan observed Xiao Shengquan, who sat in silence on the threshold, cradling his head in despair, and patiently allowed him the time he needed. However, Li Lilian lacked such patience. She relentlessly pressed Xiao Shengquan for the truth, waving a crumpled document in her hand. Yet, Xiao Shengquan remained mute, his head still buried in his hands. As Li Lilian's agitation grew, she began to push and pull at Xiao Shengquan, prompting Su Zhan to intervene and gently pull her away. Please, calm down and give him some time, he urged. How can I remain calm? Li Lilian exclaimed, her voice rising. My daughter, whom I have painstakingly raised for over a decade, may not even be my own. After all the effort I put into her upbringing and sending her to university, now her family comes to take her away. What have I gained from this? Do you have any idea how hard I have struggled all these years? Su Zhan nodded, his expression one of understanding. I comprehend your feelings. If Qiao Ying is indeed my elder brother's daughter, then you and your husband are benefactors of the Su family, and we shall certainly repay you for your years of nurturing. His words struck a chord with Li Lilian, who thought to herself, I never anticipated he would be so astute. If he speaks thus, there must be some benefit in it for us. Having never held much affection for her eldest daughter, the revelation that this daughter had turned into a heartless ingrate only deepened her resolve. It seemed that she would not only lose her daughter, but might also salvage something from this situation. Wiping away her tears, Li Lilian began to recount her years of toil and sacrifice to Su Zhan. Observing Xiao Shengquan's demeanor, Su Zhan felt reassured, fostering a sense of gratitude toward the parents who had nurtured Qiao Ying for so long. He offered soothing words and promised Li Lilian numerous advantages in return. At that moment, Xiao Shengquan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. You claim the child is your brother's? Where is your brother? Why has he not come? And what of the child's mother? A flicker of pain crossed Su Zhan's eyes. My brother passed away many years ago, and as for the child's mother, I do not know. He knelt down, speaking sincerely to Xiao Shengquan. When my brother died, he was unaware of his child's existence. He would never have abandoned her. The child's mother must have had her own burdens to bear, having been forced into a difficult situation despite their love. If you are willing to listen, I can share their story with you. My brother suffered immensely. Had he known he had a child in this world, he would have fought to live. The thought that his brother could have thrived for the sake of this child, perhaps even creating a harmonious family of three, filled Su Zhan with profound regret. Mr. Qiao, he implored, please, just tell me the truth. Whose child is she? After a long silence, Xiao Shengquan finally replied, I found the child behind the health clinic. Chapter 145. Xiao Ying rushes back to the Qiao family. Refusal to sign will land you in jail. The plane arrived in Yun City, and Xiao Ying exited the airport, hailing a taxi that sped directly to the Qiao family home. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Xiao Shengquan recounted the entire ordeal in detail. Li Lilian was pregnant with a pair of twins, a boy and a girl named Xiao Lingling. During her pregnancy, she struggled with inadequate nutrition, and the limited conditions of the local clinic during childbirth resulted in a difficult labor. Tragically, the boy could not be saved, leaving only Xiao Lingling to survive. After giving birth, Lilian fell into a coma, unaware of her child's fate. Xiao Shengquan, burdened with sorrow, returned home to fetch supplies for his wife, only to discover, upon his return, a discarded child named Xiao Ying on the floor behind the clinic. Seeing the infant, barely 2 days old, Xiao Shengquan inquired throughout the clinic and ultimately confirmed that the child had been intentionally abandoned. The clinic suggested he take the child to the police station or a welfare home. However, gazing at the child's face, which was turning purple from the cold, he thought about the child's abandonment. Even if he were to reunite her with her biological parents, he doubted she would be treated with kindness. And he couldn't bear the thought of sending her to a welfare home. Reflecting on his own recent loss, Xiao Shengquan felt this might be fate, a divine compensation for his grief. He pleaded with the doctor for assistance, expressing his desire to adopt the child. In those days, societal norms were different. It was not uncommon for families to abandon daughters or adopt children. The doctor, recognizing Xiao Shengquan's sincerity and the tragedy of his recent loss, decided to help him conceal the truth. When Li Lilian eventually regained consciousness, she was greeted by the sight of 2 daughters. Upon hearing this story, Su Zhan expressed immense gratitude to Xiao Shengquan, acknowledging the potential misfortunes that could have befallen the child had she encountered someone with ill intentions. Observing Xiao Shengquan's genuine nature, it was evident that he had cared for the child as if she were his own. However, Li Lilian harbored resentment. Life had already been challenging, and now she found herself unknowingly raising another woman's daughter for over a decade, a daughter who had never truly pleased her and had caused her considerable distress. Had it not been for Su Zhan's presence and the prospect of reclaiming something, she would have confronted her husband in a fit of anger. After a moment of silence, Xiao Shengquan spoke again, his voice heavy with emotion. This child has suffered alongside us. You should take her home and care for her, and perhaps seek out her biological mother. Knowing that Xiao Ying was now a spirited child, he added, if she wishes to return with you. Thank you. Thank you so much. The Su family will never forget your kindness. Rest assured, we will treat her well. though her biological father is no longer with us. I vow to love her as my own and make amends for her hardships, Su Zhan expressed, grasping Qiao Shengquan's hand in heartfelt appreciation. Mr. Su, my husband Shengquan is a humble man, straightforward with no ulterior motives. For years, he has labored on construction sites. And only this year did our child gain admission to Beijing University, bringing him a lighter workload. I have worked tirelessly in the factory, enduring illness. As you can see, our family has circumstances. If it weren't for our children, we wouldn't have endured such hardships, facing ridicule from relatives for decades. Although life has been tough, we have never neglected our children. We finally managed to send one to university, hoping for a brighter future that would allow us, as parents, to enjoy a better life. This child, though not my own, has been part of our lives for over a decade. To take her away now feels like tearing a piece from my very heart, Li Lilian said, tears streaming down her face. I understand, Su Zhan replied, fully empathetic to her plight. Rest assured, regardless of whether the child is willing to return to the Su family with me, the gratitude you have shown her and our Su family shall remain eternal, Su Zhan declared as he retrieved his wallet, producing a card. I arrived in haste and did not carry ample funds on my person. However, this card contains 500 million. It is but a token of my appreciation. Please accept it for now. Although a paternity test has yet to be conducted, Su Zhan was certain that the child was indeed his elder brother's. 500 million? Li Lilan and Xiao Lingling were momentarily taken aback by the staggering figure. To casually offer such an amount, it seemed that Su Zhan's gratitude extended beyond mere financial generosity. It was at this moment that Xiao Lingling realized that the individual before her belonged to the prestigious Su family of the capital, akin to Su Qingyu. After the initial shock, jealousy consumed Xiao Lingling. The girl she had once bullied, a seemingly insignificant child, was in fact the lost daughter of the illustrious Su family. Why did such fortune evade her? Li Lilan had initially contemplated requesting Su Zhan's assistance in securing a better school for Xiao Lingling, but now, with 500 million at their disposal, who would need to spend time studying? 500 million? Li Lilan was rendered speechless, her outstretched hand trembling uncontrollably. Xiao's father was equally astonished by the amount, and as he saw his wife reaching for the card, he instinctively attempted to dissuade her. At that moment, the door swung open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao's father immediately rose from his seat. Xiaoing, Su Zhan, upon hearing this name, instinctively turned around. Just 2 centimeters away, Li Lilan watched helplessly as the card slipped from her grasp. She instinctively called out. Li Lilan looked up, her heart racing. Why had that girl returned so suddenly? She felt an urgent desire for the card. Xiaoing, noticing the Bentley with its capital license plate outside, attracted the attention of neighbors, who speculated about the visitor to the Qiao family. Upon entering, she spotted Su Zhan, whom she had seen just days prior, in the living room. Su Zhan exclaimed, "Child." Observing the evident excitement radiating from Su Zhan, alongside the profound and intricate emotions reflected in his eyes, as well as Qiao's father's expression, Xiaoing felt a sense of confusion. Striding forward, she addressed Su Zhan with a tone laced with reproach. "Chairman Su, you came here to apologize. But are you seeking me or the Qiao family?" I am seeking you." Su Zhan was taken aback by Qiao Ying's unexpected return. Momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, he feared that she would not be able to bear it, worried about causing her distress. Xiaoing approached him. "I have no time." She had already afforded him an opportunity just days prior in the restaurant. Xiao's father, observing his daughter, felt a pang of shame regarding the prior incident, yet yearned to converse with her. He cautiously inquired, "Xiaoing, why have you returned in the midst of your school hours? Is something amiss?" Xiaoing, however, directed her gaze towards Su Zhan and stated, "I need to address some matters. Do I require your departure?" Her commanding presence seemingly overshadowed even the esteemed Su Zhan. Just as Su Zhan was contemplating how to respond, unexpectedly, Xiao's father interjected on his behalf. "Xiaoing, he has come to find you." While it is often said that familial disgrace should not be aired publicly, Xiaoing did not regard this as a family matter and thus felt no need for discretion. She withdrew the items from her pocket and slapped them onto the table. "This is the divorce agreement. You both should sign it." Xiao Ying's gaze swept over the crumpled sheets of paper before she continued speaking to the couple, Xiao Yi and her father. "This old mansion will be split evenly between you." She then turned her attention to the stiff-faced Li Lilian, stating, "As for the compensation of 500,000, you may as well dream on." "Divorce?" Su Zhan looked towards the Qiao couple. "What divorce? Who said anything about divorce? That was merely a moment of anger from your father. How could you take it seriously?" Li Lilian chuckled, casting a furtive glance at Su Zhan, inwardly cursing. Why must this wretched girl return at such an inconvenient time? Xiao Ying retorted, "Whether or not to divorce is not for you to decide. But if you refuse to sign this, I will have you both locked up tonight. Not to mention the deceit regarding the house and money." But just for stealing my opportunity to secure a recommendation to Jing University, I could have you both imprisoned for life. Chapter 146. The Death of the Su Family's Eldest. How to repay their mistreatment of me. Although the specifics of Qiao Ying's words were unclear, even a fool could discern the frosty relationship she had with this family. Contrary to Li Lilian's claims of never having wronged her child, unable to contain himself, Su Zhan interjected, stealing the opportunity to be recommended to Jing University? What is this about? He vaguely recalled his daughter mentioning that Jing University had accepted a mathematics prodigy even more impressive than Su Ziyi, only to later hear that the prodigy had been implicated in fraudulent practices. He glanced at Li Lilian, who was clearly no ally, and then at Xiao Lingling, who had not attended school and was idly at home. Yet, none acknowledged him. Xiao's father sighed, unable to face the situation, while Li Lilian and Xiao Lingling exhibited expressions of shame and guilt. Observing Su Zhan's interference in the Qiao family affairs, Xiaoying inquired, "What exactly is your business here?" Su Zhan turned to Qiao's father, seeking his permission. "Mr. Qiao, may I speak now?" Qiao's father weakly nodded, stooping to sit back on the threshold. Su Zhan, looking at Xiao Ying's face, felt a surge of conflicting emotions, unsure of where to begin. His lips parted and closed, before he suddenly recalled something and hastily retrieved his phone, displaying a photograph. "Child, take a look at this." He extended his phone towards Xiaoying. Xiaoying did not accept it, merely casting a glance. This was a photo taken the night Su Zhan returned to the Su family, capturing the sole image of his elder brother and his future sister-in-law. The photograph was yellowed with age, suggesting the passage of time. The woman in the photo had an exquisite brow, a gentle demeanor, and striking features that bore a close resemblance to Xiaoying. After scanning the image, Xiaoying lifted her gaze to Su Zhan. He, restraining his excitement, declared, "Child, these are your biological parents. I am your uncle." Su Zhan had anticipated that such monumental news would leave Xiao Ying in disbelief, prompting her to seek validation from her family, grappling with acceptance, and displaying a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, none of that transpired. She exhibited no sentiment towards either the family she had known for over a decade or her newfound parents. Had he not known the child to be astute, he might have suspected her of being slow to react. The girl's indifferent countenance revealed not the slightest shift in emotion. If he was not mistaken, there was even a hint of irritation in her gaze. At this moment, Father Qiao said, "Xiaoying, you are not the biological child of your parents. You were found by your father." With a heavy heart, he recounted the circumstances of her discovery. "Child, your biological father is my elder brother, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Yu. Your mother, a native of Su City, is named Ning." Su Zhan also shared this information. Su Yu, the eldest son of the Su family, was an ambitious workaholic. In his quest to elevate the family business, he neglected his own marriage, dismissing all arranged matches. After the passing of the elder Mr. Su, Su Yu became even more absorbed in his company, remaining unmarried at the age of 32. At that time, his two younger brothers were already married, leaving him alone. In the year Su Yu turned 33, he traveled to Su City for business. Intrigued by the local culture, he accompanied a friend to a performance and fell in love at first sight with Ning, who was singing Su opera on stage. Ning, Xiao Ying's biological mother, led a tragic life. Su Yu was deeply captivated by Ying's kindness, gentleness, and attentiveness, and he sought her out whenever the opportunity arose. Their love blossomed naturally, and after a year, Su Yu proposed to marry Ning. The marriage of the eldest son had always been a concern for Mrs. Su. Overjoyed to hear that her son was finally settling down, she was dismayed to learn that he intended to marry an orphan who had lost her parents at a young age, a girl who not only suffered from health issues, but was also an actress. Mrs. Su resolutely opposed the union. After 2 months of stalemate with his mother, Su Yu, seeing her unwavering stance, even offered to leave the Su family, relinquishing his status and company, solely to marry Ning. Faced with her son's obstinacy, Mrs. Su resorted to threatening her own life to dissuade him. Thus, Su Yu found himself trapped within the Su household. Each time he resolved to seek out Ning, he was met with his mother's threats of self-harm. He implored his brother Su Zhan to check on the frail and Ning in Su City. Previously, Su Zhan had accompanied his brother to Su City and met Ning once, but when he returned with his brother's request, he could not locate her. The theater where Ning performed had closed down, and her teacher, along with other apprentices, had scattered, leaving Ning untraceable. Su Yu suspected that the closure of the theater was orchestrated by his mother. Unable to bear the thought, he abandoned everything in search of Ning. Yet after a year of relentless searching, he found nothing and fell ill from the overwhelming worry for her well-being. Exhausted, Su Zhan brought his older brother back home. The once vibrant Su Yu fell into despair, developing depression during his search for Ning, which only worsened over time. Xiaoying coldly inquired about how he had died. Su Yu spent 2 aimless years at home, medicated and lost, during which Mrs. Su remained oblivious to her mistakes. Ultimately, After yet another emotional confrontation, she completely lost her son. Your father died by suicide, Su Zhan said tearfully. Xiao Ying remained expressionless, appearing as a detached observer throughout. Upon hearing this, only one thought occupied her mind. It was distressing. If my brother had known he had a child, he would never have taken his own life. Su Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and regret. If he had been more supportive of his elder brother at that time, perhaps his brother would not have met such a tragic fate. Your mother, frail and ailing since childhood, left you at the entrance of the clinic, likely out of fear. Su Zhan, having encountered an Ying, was confident in his brother's judgment. Thus, had an Ying not succumbed to her failing health, he believed she would never have parted with her child. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fu's heart ached even more for Xiao Ying. He inquired of Su Zhan, with such a formidable mother, if Xiao Ying wishes to return with you, will she not mistreat her? Su Zhan solemnly vowed to Xiao Fu that such a thing would never happen. Yet, Xiao Ying retorted coldly, who says I want to go back with you? Su Zhan turned to her. Child, I acknowledge that my family has wronged your mother, and I understand the hardships your father has allowed you to endure. You have grown so much, and I know you harbor no affection for the Su family. That is perfectly fine. We can take our time. Regardless of whether you choose to remain with this family or return to the Su family to reclaim your roots, I will respect your decision. He then addressed Xiao and his wife. As I mentioned earlier, regardless of the child's willingness to return to the Su family, we will express our gratitude for your kindness. Li Lilian quickly chimed in with flattering words, hoping Xiao Ying would remember the years of sustenance provided by the Qiao family and not be so ungrateful. Xiao Ying glanced at the card in Su Zhan's hand. Gratitude? You mean for how they have tormented me all these years? Upon seeing the guilty expressions of Li Lilian and the noticeably fatigued Xiao Lingling, she scoffed. Is this what you call gratitude? Su Zhan gasped in disbelief. Torment? He immediately directed his attention to Li Lilian and her daughter. No, that's not true. This child has always been mischievous. Mr. Su, our humble family is not as affluent as yours. We toil from dawn till dusk just to earn a meager living, while also caring for 3 children. Is it not normal for parents to scold and reprimand a disobedient child? This is merely discipline. I too received my share of admonishments as a child. We, the impoverished, cannot afford to hire several nannies to cater to our children. This child is as dear to me as my own flesh and blood. What parent does not love their child? To label a lesson as torment is simply misremembering, Li Lilian argued. Su Zhan turned his gaze to Xiao Ying, who regarded him with icy indifference. Did you not conduct a thorough investigation before entering? Su Zhan felt a twinge of shame. Time was of the essence. So I only brought one assistant. You speak of torment? Xiao Ying tilted her chin towards the door. Go outside and ask the neighbors. The truth will reveal whether it was discipline or torment. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan recalled how Li Lilian had repeatedly let slip her sharp tongue and fiery temper. His expression darkening. Chapter 147. Xiao Ying. The only reason I would return to the Su family is to settle accounts with the old matriarch. The vicious and hypocritical facade of her adoptive mother was unveiled, striking right at the heart of Su Zhan, who was preoccupied with thoughts of reclaiming his child. In a fit of anger, he demanded to confront her. The guise of the virtuous wife and mother could no longer be maintained, and Li Lilian shamelessly ceased her pretense. With brazen confidence, she boldly demanded reimbursement for years of living expenses, housing fees, tuition, food, clothing, and even a single drop of water that Xiao Ying had consumed, along with her own supposed hardships. I may not have treated her as well as the other 2, but it was my family that saved her life and painstakingly raised her. I do not seek much. A flat sum of 50 million will suffice. Hand me the money, and you may take her away immediately. Li Lilian demanded with audacity, even feeling that 50 million was an insufficient sum. Originally, there had been 500 million at stake. You, Su Zhan, have never encountered such a brazen and unreasonable woman, leaving you utterly speechless with indignation. Do you still wish for money? You have so cruelly mistreated this child. I will report you to the authorities and ensure you spend the rest of your days behind bars. Su Zhan seethed with rage. Initially, upon seeing Xiao Ying well cared for and elegantly dressed, he assumed her adoptive parents were of good standing. However, that was not the case. He believed that these adoptive parents genuinely loved the child, managing to raise her well under such harsh conditions, which made it all the more admirable. Thus, in a moment of impulsive excitement, he thought to repay them, considering that if they received money, it would facilitate his efforts to bring the child back to the Su family. Little did he know, the situation would unfold so drastically. Do not threaten me. My family has raised her for 18 years. In any argument, it is you who owe us. Li Lilian unleashed her greatest talents, screeching and twisting logic with relentless fervor. Her vile demeanor pushed the ordinarily composed Su Zhan to clench his fists tightly. At that moment, Xiao's father, who had been sitting on the threshold, erupted. Enough. Xiao Shenquan stood up and addressed Su Zhan. The child is one I found and have raised all these years. I do not seek your gratitude. He then turned to Li Lilian. She may have called you mother for over a decade, but you have treated her poorly. With that, he turned and entered the room, retrieving a pen and hastily scrawling his name on the divorce agreement that Xiao Ying had brought. There was an unprecedented decisiveness in his actions. He slammed the pen onto the table and declared to Li Lilian, I shall not keep this house. I will move out tonight. He then looked at Su Zhan and stated, I do not want your money. If the child wishes to return with you, then take her. But your family must treat her well. Should you dare to mistreat her, Xiao Xinquan will never agree. With his eyes reddened and his neck stiffened, Xiao Xinquan spoke in a deep voice, as if raising his volume would lend him strength. Having spent a lifetime on construction sites, enduring insults from younger foremen and contractors, he had never raised his voice. Yet, for this adopted daughter, he straightened his back for the first time in front of the wealthy and powerful Su Zhan. Li Lilian was immediately incensed. You have some nerve, Xiao Xinquan. You have wallowed in mediocrity for decades, forcing me to endure hardship alongside you. And now, in the face of divorce, you suddenly find your backbone. Why should you refuse his money? I have contributed to her upbringing as well. How can you simply say you do not want it? Oh, I see now. You wish to divorce me and keep everything for yourself, don't you? This contemptible display left Su Zhan and his assistant utterly astonished, as if they were witnessing something unprecedented. Given the current state of affairs, it seemed that Li Lilian would continue to create a scene for days and nights to come. Xiao Ying promptly retrieved her phone. It appeared that you would not sign that document anytime soon. Whether you sign or not, it makes little difference. You will end up incarcerated. As Xiao Ying threatened to call the police, Li Lilian and her daughter panicked. Mother, please sign the document. I do not want to go to prison, pleaded Xiao Lingling, gripping her mother's arm in desperation. Initially, Li Lian was skeptical about Xiao Ying's ability to take such decisive action. However, upon witnessing her actually dial the authorities, Li Lian's anxiety surged. Mother, please sign. Under her daughter's pressing insistence, Li Lian reluctantly affixed her signature. Once completed, she collapsed onto the floor, wailing, lamenting her misfortunes, and decrying her husband's heartlessness for raising another daughter for over a decade. Xiao Ying found her mother's lamentations to be a mere nuisance, leaving a business card for Qiao Sheng, stating coldly, if she dares to bother you, contact this lawyer. As Su Zhan observed her departure, he attempted to call out to her. Yet, Xiao Ying coldly retorted, do not disturb my life, and walked away. Xiao's father watched her retreating figure, instinctively taking a few steps forward, his eyes moist as he bid farewell to his daughter, suddenly appearing a decade older. Xiao Ying soon boarded a taxi and called Mayor Feng, requesting arrangements for Qiao's father to have accommodation at his post. Following this, Su Zhan exited the Qiao household, intending to offer Qiao's father some financial assistance, though it was clear that Qiao's father would refuse it. Even if he accepted, it would likely end up in Li Lian's hands. Thus, Su Zhan decided to postpone his intentions, planning to return to express his gratitude to Qiao's father after Qiao Ying confirmed her identity through a paternity test. Xiao Ying swiftly returned to the capital by plane. After 8 in the evening, the doorbell of the villa rang urgently. I'll go answer it, Qin Hanyue said as he rose from the sofa. Upon opening the door, he found Xiao Yi breathless and drenched in sweat. Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Hanyue inquired, turning to inform the approaching Xiao Ying. It's Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi hurriedly entered the villa, his gaze colliding with Xiao Ying's. Xiao Ying casually remarked, taking a leave of absence? At such a critical juncture in their senior year, he had rushed over for such trivial matters. A simple phone call would have sufficed. Noticing Xiao Yi's silence, Xiao Ying pressed, you know, don't you? Qin Hanyue sensed an unsettling tension between the siblings, but it seemed only Xiao Yi was affected. Xiao Yi stared intently at her, and after a moment, he hesitantly asked, did you go for a paternity test with them? A paternity test? Qin Hanyue turned to Xiao Ying in confusion. Who did she go for a paternity test with? Xiao Ying replied, no, let us sit down and talk. She turned to pour a glass of water for Xiao Yi and returned to hand it to him. Xiao Yi neither accepted it nor sat down. Will you go for it? Will you return to the Su family? Before Xiao Yi could finish his question, Xiao Ying firmly stated, no. Seeing that Qin Hanyue was perplexed by their conversation and hesitant to interject, Xiao Ying reluctantly began to explain. In succinct phrases, she recounted the entire story. You are the daughter of Su Yu? Qin Hanyue responded with mild surprise. After that, he fell silent, lost in thought. Xiao Ying took a few tissues, dabbed at Xiao Yi's sweat, and handed him the paper, saying, you needn't wear such a mournful expression as if you've lost your parents. I have no emotional ties to the Qiao family I have lived with for over a decade, let alone to a suddenly emerged Su family. My biological parents were killed by that old woman. What purpose would returning serve? It would only add to my burdens. Qin Hanyue wholeheartedly agreed with her final words. Then came envy, a deep-seated jealousy that the Su family possessed such an exceptional daughter cast adrift in the world. The only reason I would return to the Su family would be to confront that old woman and seek vengeance for my biological parents. To hope for her acknowledgement of her heritage? Such a notion is utterly naive. Not to mention, she is not truly Xiao Ying and harbors no emotional ties to the Su family. Even if the genuine Xiao Ying were aware that it was old Madame Su who caused her parents' demise, any semblance of pride would prevent her from recognizing such kinship. Chapter 148 Xiao Ying. What were you discussing with my brother? Qin Hanyue. Topics of masculinity. The affairs of the Su family did little to dampen Xiao Ying's spirits, sparing her the need to go to court to sever maternal ties with Li Lilian. She reached for the wine on the table, a gift from Qin Hanyue. Claiming it was from a business associate, he abstained from drinking, offering it as a gesture of goodwill. Xiao Ying poured a glass for Xiao Yi. Care for a drink? Xiao Yi merely gazed at her. Is my demeanor too cold-hearted? Realizing this, Xiao Ying softened her approach, mindful of Xiao Yi's feelings. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the Qiao or Su families, you are my only brother, she reassured him. Though Xiao Yi remained silent, it was evident that her words struck a profound chord within him. Understanding that he needed time to process, Xiao Ying gracefully shifted the subject. Have you eaten? Xiao Yi slightly shook his head. I shall check on that. Xiao Ying was uncertain about the provisions at home. On the day she moved in, Qin Hanyue had arranged for 2 servants, one to clean and another to cook on weekends. Once their tasks were complete, they would leave her undisturbed. As Xiao Ying entered the kitchen, Xiao Yi remained in contemplative silence for a moment. Eventually, he stood up. I must return to school now. Please inform Mr. Qin for me. With that, he made his way outside. Qin Hanyue rose. Allow me to accompany you. Xiao Yi, no need. Xiao Yi departed swiftly, his still recovering foot limping more prominently with each step. One could only wonder how he had managed to run in so hastily. As Qin Hanyue was about to retake his seat, he noticed a bank card lying in the spot where Xiao Yi had just sat. He bent down to retrieve it. At that moment, Xiao Ying emerged. Where is everyone? With no food at home, she intended to dine out. Qin Hanyue tucked the card into his palm. He has returned to school. I will see him off. With that, he exited. Xiao Yi. Qin Hanyue caught up with him. He observed Xiao Yi halt, turning his back before quickly raising a hand, then finally facing him. You left this on the sofa, Qin Hanyue said, handing him the card. He was certain Xiao Yi had placed it there, likely intending to return it to Xiao Ying. Xiao Yi did not accept it. Your sister is a person of deep loyalty. An unacquainted blood relation pales in comparison to years of emotional connection. Should you distance yourself merely because of a lack of blood ties, it would ultimately wound your sister's heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi glanced towards the villa, a wave of regret and frustration washing over him. Qin Hanyue, I picked up this card. Xiao Ying remains unaware. At this revelation, Xiao Yi felt a small sense of relief. Your sister speaks plainly, eschewing the flowery language of sentimentality and lacking in the art of consolation. She has expressed unequivocally that you are her only brother, and you must not let her down. I understand that you are currently grappling with your emotions. Yet as a man, it is your duty to nurture this bond and care for your sister. At least from my perspective, the affection between you siblings remains intact and will not be adversely affected, and I believe your sister shares this sentiment. In a moment of clarity, Xiao Yi realized the truth. He retrieved the card. Qin Hanyue patted his shoulder, saying, Return to school, and do not forget to have dinner. Xiao Yi glanced at Qin Hanyue and nodded. Xiao Ying leaned lazily against the doorway, having read the message from Xiao Yi. Sister, I'm heading back to school. I still have an exam paper to complete. She put away her phone and looked at the approaching Qin Hanyue. Xiao Ying inquired, What were you discussing with my brother? Qin Hanyue replied, Topics pertinent to men. Who would have thought Mr. Qin possesses such understanding of psychological counseling? She remarked. Qin Hanyue continued, Regrettably, Miss Xiao will never require my services, though I am relieved that you do not need them. A slight smirk graced Xiao Ying's lips as she turned to enter the house. The two resumed their seats on the sofa, and Qin Hanyue asked, You mentioned that your return to Yun City today is due to your adoptive parents' divorce? Xiao Ying affirmed. Hence, the home I have known for over a decade has shattered, and my biological parents' household is one I do not wish to acknowledge. Apart from a brother with whom I share a bond, I am utterly alone. Qin Hanyue gazed at Xiao Ying with a twinge of compassion, recognizing her strong emotional nature. Despite her resilience, she harbored no affection for the Qiao family, leaving one to ponder the life she endured with her adoptive parents before she was capable of safeguarding herself. Qin Hanyue had encountered her adoptive mother, and the word cruel barely encapsulated the experience. It was truly beyond description. He gently inquired, Do you wish to seek out your mother? Xiao Ying replied, The Su family will pursue that. The Su family owes it to an Ying and Su Yu. It is their duty to find her, he acknowledged with a slight nod. Suddenly reflecting, though your parents' love did not culminate in a happy ending, the unwavering loyalty and mutual support they shared is something I genuinely envy. It is a pity regarding your father. Contemplating the fate of a spirited young man, endowed with integrity. Yet forced to conclude his life in such a pitiful and cowardly manner is truly lamentable. Having listened to what felt like an overwhelming dose of melodrama, Xiaoying interjected. What is there to envy? He could have lived. People are gone. What remains of love? After Qiao Ying's words hung in the air, Qin Hanyue fell silent for a considerable time. As she finished her drink and turned to him, she noticed his unwavering gaze. Is Mr. Qin still daydreaming? Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, she quickly reconsidered, for Qin Hanyue was looking at her, making her the object of his musings. Qin Hanyue responded, I was merely contemplating that although you are younger than Miss Su, in terms of hierarchy, you are the daughter of the eldest son of the Su family, thus making you the true eldest daughter. He placed particular emphasis on the title eldest daughter, as if to remind her of something. His tone tinged with a hint of regret. However, considering that Xiaoying did not recognize the Su family, he was able to reconcile his thoughts. Xiaoying questioned, what does Mr. Qin lament? The Su family has always had a young lady. Qin Hanyue remarked, I have no interest in her. Xiaoying awkwardly replied, she should be quite interested in you. Qin Hanyue responded, though it may be rather impolite, I must say this is my misfortune. After taking a sip of wine, Xiaoying suggested, it is getting late, Mr. Qin. Do you plan to stay for a late-night snack? The Su family will undoubtedly not give up on recognizing you. If you find it tedious to handle, I would be more than willing to assist. He stood up, saying, I shall not disturb your rest. He thought to himself, one must not rush. Su Zhan first consulted his second brother, because they were still awaiting the final step of the paternity test. Su Zhan dared not recklessly inform the elderly lady, who had yet to emerge from her grief. Upon learning of the situation, Su Zhan's second brother, Su Cheng, was filled with excitement as he held the only photograph of his elder brother and an Ing. I have seen this girl before. I remember her from the last auction and Mr. Zhang's birthday banquet. He told his brother, Su Zhan. She is actually my brother's daughter. How overjoyed he would be to know he has a child still living. The following weekend, as Qiaoying had just risen, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she found the two Su brothers standing outside. Without a moment's thought, she slammed the door shut. The two brothers nearly collided with the door. They were fortunate. Had they arrived merely 10 minutes earlier, Qiaoying would have been forced to usher them out. After being met with a cold reception, the two brothers waited outside the villa for an entire day, ultimately returning to the Su family in a state of despondency. Although they had not conducted a paternity test, the truth was already evident. Left with no options, the brothers decided to inform their family. They thought it best to rally everyone, especially since their wives and daughters, being women, would possess a better understanding of a daughter's heart than they did. Furthermore, it was crucial to have the elderly lady acknowledge her mistake and personally bring the child home. Xiaoying is the daughter of the elder uncle? Su Qingyu gazed at the old photograph, struck by the uncanny resemblance between the woman and Xiaoying, finding it hard to believe. Chapter 149. Do you think kneeling will save 2 lives? The next day, the entire Su family mobilized. Upon hearing the doorbell, the occupants of the villa rushed to answer it. As the door swung open, those inside and outside exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. Hua Qingdong had thought the delivery had arrived. He rushed to the door in his socks, only to be met by an elderly lady whose eyes were filled with sorrow and excitement. Su Cheng, the second son of the Su family, exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Hua, have you come to the wrong place? Su Qingyu asked Hua Qingdong. What brings you here? Hua Qingdong, tall, and noticing Su Qingyu standing behind Su Zhan, retorted, why can't I be here? Internally, Su Qingyu scoffed, what a sycophant. Mr. Su, are you here visiting, or have you just moved in to greet the neighbors? Hua Qingdong inquired. Su Zhan replied, we are looking for Qiaoying. Hua Qingdong asked, what do you want with my sistering? Oh, I see. Is it about that incident at the birthday banquet? He cast a glance at the reluctant Su Lingwei. Are you here to settle scores with sistering? Or have you come to apologize due to the pressure from the Qin family? We have something important to discuss with her. Is she home? Please inform her on my behalf. Young Master Hua, Su Zhan said earnestly. The tone of his voice did not suggest a confrontation. One moment. Let me check if she is at home. Hua Qingdong glanced at the cultured Su brothers and then at the elderly lady waiting expectantly at the door. It would be inappropriate to let an elder wait outside, and seeing their sincerity, he invited them in. Chairman Su, please come in and have a seat. Thank you. Young Master Hua, Su Zhan replied. Mother, take your time. Mother? Hua Qingdong turned to look at the elderly lady at the front, whose peculiar gaze intrigued him. Is this the matriarch of the Su family? I thought she was a recluse, devoted to her spiritual practices. Why has she come looking for Injia? Su Zhan observed Hua Qingdong ascending the stairs, as if realizing something. So, this young Master Hua has an interest in missing? Su Qingyu interjected, no. He is merely flattering her. The Su brothers understood, so he is a suitor. This child has endured much hardship, having been mistreated by her adoptive mother, but fortunately, she possesses her own talents. Su Zhan surveyed the living room, feeling a pang of sympathy for Qiaoying. Soon, Hua Chengdong returned. The entire Su family turned their attention to him. Missing said she is not at home and has requested that you refrain from visiting again. Otherwise, she may not be so gracious. Hua Chengdong hesitated to convey this message, pondering how many times they had come. Raised in the countryside, she lacks decorum. Her grandmother personally visited, yet she did not even come down to greet them. Su Lingwei scowled. Su Cheng reprimanded his daughter, and the elderly matriarch joined in. Only you city dwellers understand propriety. At Principal Zhang's birthday banquet, you acted inappropriately, causing quite the embarrassment. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to show my face again. Hua Chengdong retorted, it is inappropriate to speak ill of the hostess in her own home. What sort of person are you, claiming to be a distinguished lady of the capital? You, Su Lingwei started. Enough, Lingwei, Su Cheng said firmly. How many times must I tell you? This is not the time for your temper tantrums. He then turned to Hua Chengdong, apologizing for his daughter's behavior. Su Zhan added, it's quite all right. We will wait for her to come down. Alas, it is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send them away. Hua Chengdong realized he had acted foolishly. Chairman Su, isn't this inappropriate? You are putting me in a difficult position. Soon I will be ejected alongside you. Hua Chengdong stated plainly, I have only just managed to enter. We genuinely have a matter of great importance to discuss. As you can see, our entire family is here. Su Zhan expressed his sincerity. Having finally entered, the Su family was unwilling to retreat. You may not understand Miss Ying's temperament. With your relentless pursuit, regardless of the matter, it will lead to no good. Su Cheng sighed. We have run out of options. As takeout arrived, Hua Chengdong brought a cup of coffee to Xiaoying, not daring to mention that she had not left. Meanwhile, he observed the Su family enjoying their lavish meal, pondering the absurdity of the situation. After finishing their meal and tidying up, he noticed they still showed no intention of leaving, so he had no choice but to inform Xiaoying. Su Lingwei, in her high heels, felt discomfort in her feet as she watched Hua Chengdong, who was engrossed in his game, and thought to herself, he seem to know how to entertain guests. Su Lingwei could no longer endure the discomfort in her feet and contemplated sneaking a brief sit, yet before her bottom could touch the sofa, Hua Chengdong, engrossed in his game, casually remarked, which person with decorum would sit on another's sofa without permission? Su Lingwei felt a twinge of embarrassment, retorting, who said I wanted to sit? Turning to see her family's disapproving expressions, her irritation intensified. They waited until evening, when Xiaoying finally descended the stairs. Upon seeing her, old Madame Su instinctively stepped forward, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, it's your brother's child. Look at her eyes. Her brows, they are just like your elder brother's. Tears welled in her eyes as she continued, child, I am your grandmother. Su Cheng supported the elderly lady, cautioning, mother, please remain calm. Grandmother? Whose grandmother? Hua Chengdong glanced between the eager old lady and Xiaoying on the staircase, realizing that the elderly woman was trying to take advantage of his sister. Su Zhan looked at Xiaoying with affection and said, child, these are all your family members. This is your aunt, and this is your cousin. He placed a hand on his daughter Su Qingyu's shoulder, urging, you two have met. Call her sister, he prompted. Su Qingyu, glancing at the expressionless Xiaoying, felt an uncomfortable knot in her stomach and could not bring herself to speak. She had learned the night before about her uncle's love for that woman and the tragic demise of her uncle due to depression. She felt no resentment towards the woman. Her grandmother had admitted her role in the family's troubles, and her father had advised her extensively, yet Su Qingyu still struggled to accept it. Su Cheng introduced himself, child, I am your second uncle. We met at Principal Zhang's banquet. And this is Lingwei, your cousin, he added. I am your second aunt. We met that day at Lin Yushuan, do you remember? You have endured much hardship these years, Su Lingwei's mother said gently. One by one, the family members, except for Su Lingwei, stepped forward to introduce themselves. What kind of farce was this, a reunion play? Hua Chengdong glanced back and forth, his neck straining from the effort, wishing he had some seeds to crack. Xiaoying, standing on the staircase with her hands in her pockets, wore a cold expression and said, are you waiting for the police to arrive for trespassing, or will you leave on your own? Child, we acknowledge that this family has wronged you, and we are at a loss as to how to earn your forgiveness, Su Zhan said. We have come together simply to let you see your family, to show you that we all care about you, and we hope to take you home. The Su family spoke in unison. Family? Xiaoying scanned the faces below her. One had spoken harshly to her, another had driven her biological parents to despair, and one cast a fleeting glance at Su Lingwei. With a sardonic smile, Xiaoying remarked, I can hardly be bothered to respond. Child, it is your grandmother who has wronged you, who has wronged your parents. Would it be acceptable for your grandmother to kneel and apologize? I will make amends, old Madame Su said, lowering herself to the ground. Mother. Su Cheng quickly grasped her arm. Grandmother, what are you doing? Su Lingwei could no longer contain herself and shot a fierce glare at Xiaoying. The entire Su family grew anxious for the elderly lady's well-being, while Xiaoying observed the scene as if it were entertainment. Is this the extent of your sincerity? Would my apology not suffice? Su Qingyu, unable to watch her elderly grandmother in such a position, stepped forward and declared loudly, I am sorry. I was previously unaware that you were the daughter of my uncle. If you harbor resentment towards me, feel free to retaliate with your words. Ling Wei, apologize to your sister. Su Lingwei's mother pulled her daughter aside. Xiao Ying observed the scene with a hint of mockery, remarking that it was fortunate no reporters were present. Otherwise, it might have appeared as though she were bullying an elderly woman, as if she had committed murder. The mention of murder struck deeply at the hearts of every member of the Su family. Su Lingwei exclaimed, how can you speak like that? Su Cheng interjected, Lingwei. Xiao Ying dismissed them, stating, enough, do not obstruct my view. She turned to Su Zhan and continued, I have already mentioned not to disturb my life. If you are truly at a loss for what to do, I would not mind assigning you some tasks concerning the Su group. She directed her gaze toward the elderly woman, asserting, even if you were to sacrifice your life before me, I would not bat an eye. I can never acknowledge this union. You cannot expect to kneel and trade for 2 lives. You are merely dreaming. To be precise, it is 3 lives. Ultimately, the death of Xiao Ying is a shared responsibility of the Su family. Leave now, or I shall be compelled to take action. Chapter 150, Hua Qingdong suggested. Why not do a paternity test with my father? The Su family's youngest members departed in a huff. Xiao Ying glanced at Hua Qingdong, who was fixated on the couch. Sensing her gaze, Hua Qingdong looked over, and after taking a sip of cola, he was startled by her expression and let out a burp. Xiao Ying frowned. Hua Qingdong immediately began to wail, Sister Ying, I was wrong. Go ahead and hit me hard. Frustrated, Xiao Ying descended the stairs. Noticing that she had not held a grudge against him, Hua Qingdong became lively again, chasing after her with questions. Sister Ying, are you not your parents' biological child? That doesn't seem right. Aren't you from the Qiao family? Are you the deceased eldest of the Su family? Is that true? Were they not just acting? Sister Ying, why do I feel there is something mysterious about you? I still haven't processed the matter with Qin Hanyue, and now there's this issue with the Su family, which is equally absurd. The Su family claims that Su Yu died of illness, but from what you just said, did that elderly woman cause the death? And what about your biological mother? Damn, had I known that elderly woman was so malevolent, I would not have let her in. Hua Qingdong only invited her in because he thought she was old, not realizing she was the most wicked of all. He had always believed that Su's grandmother was heartbroken over losing her son and had turned to Buddhism, but it turned out she was the one who drove him to death. What a farce about eating vegetarian and reciting scriptures. It is likely she was merely fearful after committing so many evils. Sister Ying, please do not return with them. There are many villains in the Su family. I have heard that Su Yu is quite formidable, having driven others to their deaths. Xiao Ying settled onto the couch. Hua Qingdong continued to lean closer, asking, Sister Ying, have you not done a paternity test yet? Why not accompany my father for one? Xiao Ying regarded him with undisguised disdain, replying, I am not your grandmother. Hua Qingdong retorted, Pa? I meant, what if you are my father's long-lost daughter? I see nothing about you that resembles the Su family, but you do carry some of the Hua family's demeanor. Xiao Ying inquired, does your mother know of your filial piety? Hua Qingdong looked somewhat disheartened. What virtue did the Su family accumulate in their past life to deserve this? Observing Xiao Ying's silence, he cautiously asked, Sister Ying, are you feeling sad? Xiao Ying could not be bothered to respond. Sadness? Hatred? Neither existed within her. Hua Qingdong instinctively offered comfort to Xiao Ying, asserting that the Su family was not worth her sorrow. He suggested that if she lacked paternal or maternal love, his parents would gladly take her as a foster daughter, even providing financial support. Upon receiving a disdainful glance from Xiao Ying, confirming that she was not in distress, he shamelessly added, Sister Ying, take me for a drive, will you? The Su family was engulfed in grief. Grandmother Su, filled with remorse, urged her 2 sons to find a way to bring the girl back at all costs. Observing her tearful grandmother and her mother, who was also wiping her tears, Su Lingwei felt a surge of irritation. After standing for several hours, she was exhausted and hungry. However, her family's attention was solely focused on Xiao Ying, and they neglected to prepare a meal. Accustomed to being doted on by her family, Su Lingwei felt a profound sense of imbalance. Su Cheng comforted his mother, saying, Mom, we mustn't rush into this. It requires a gradual approach. Su Zhan added, Mother, we owe it to this child to understand her from her perspective. We cannot force the issue. Upon learning that her grandfather and the person he cherished had met their demise due to her grandmother's actions, Su Qingyu thought, if it were her, she too would be reluctant to return under such circumstances. Su Lingwei chimed in, Indeed, Grandma, we cannot rush this matter. Moreover, a paternity test has yet to be conducted. It is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send one away. Even if she is truly my uncle's daughter, his character is commendable. But we cannot be so certain about Xiao Ying. Having grown up in a remote rural area, one cannot predict what kind of person she has become. At the very least, we must thoroughly investigate her background, Bringing her back without due diligence could tarnish our family's reputation. She pondered the implications of bringing Qiaoying home, questioning her own position within the family, even if Qiaoying would not usurp her favored status. Su Lingwei refused to permit her entry into the Su household or share in their wealth. The mere sight of Qiaoying was irksome to her. Su Lingwei's mother reprimanded. Lingwei, how can you say such things? Su Cheng scolded angrily. Regardless of whether she is your uncle's daughter, you should not utter such words. The family collectively chastised her. Feeling wronged, Su Lingwei protested. I did not speak incorrectly. Qiaoying is not a good person. She maliciously bid against others at the auction. When Lin Yuxuan called her the boss, you were there too, Mom. Her adoptive parents are impoverished, yet she frequents high-end establishments and resides in such a lavish villa. Don't you find that strange? Who knows what dubious skills she has acquired over the years? Our Su family is in business. We ought to exercise caution. Just now, Grandma even knelt before her, and yet she spoke words that wounded Grandma's heart. Su Qingyu quietly remarked, that villa might have been a reward from Principal Zhang. It could also have been rented for $1 billion as part of a bet. When her uncle passed away, Su Qingyu was only about 5 years old. Although her memories were hazy, she recalled that her ailing uncle had always treated her well. Her father often traveled for work, leaving her in her uncle's care. She had even accompanied him to see a psychologist. Moreover, her uncle was quite handsome. Su Cheng, exasperated, ordered, you, return to your room and reflect on your actions. Su Lingwei, indignant, stormed upstairs. In the following days, the Su family avoided her presence, and Qiaoying appeared much more composed. The recent light rain and the persistent drizzle created an idyllic scene at Jingda. However, a post titled Qiaoying's liposuction and cosmetic surgery reverberated through the Jing University forum like a thunderclap, creating a stir akin to cold water splashed into a hot oil pot. Is this really the renowned Qiao School beauty? How could she have become so corpulent? Liposuction and cosmetic surgery? Is it truly as alarming as it sounds? Goodness, her previous academic performance was so dismal. Who can elucidate how she has suddenly ascended? She even sent love letters to the campus heartthrob? Who authored this post, possessing such intimate knowledge? Observing her school uniform, it appears to be from her high school days. Her features bear some resemblance, yet they appear so unnatural. Could it be edited? Behold your academic goddess, now a cosmetic aberration, haha. Goodness, she once looked like that? I must express my astonishment. I believe I've seen an interview video of her post-college entrance examination. She was indeed somewhat overweight. So is this a photograph from before her exams? This is utterly perplexing. Is it a crime for someone to be overweight and seek to lose weight? Has her being overweight offended you in any way? Has she consumed your family's food? Can a person of larger stature not live? Which deity disseminated these photographs? So many. This verges on doxing, does it not? Be cautious, lest Lawyer Chung deliver you into legal trouble. Calling Lawyer Chung, my beloved ship must not be scattered. Let it be known, she is not as simple as you perceive. There have long been whispers about her being kept by a wealthy benefactor, yet disbelief persists. The rumors of liposuction and cosmetic surgery have just surfaced, and now the allegations of her being supported by an older man have emerged, previously whispered by a select few, now shamelessly propagated by those seeking to amplify the chaos. Being kept by an older man? I find this rumor intriguing. It appears to have some truth. At that time, photographs existed, and several classmates witnessed Qiaoying disembarking from a luxury vehicle. The car itself may not be noteworthy, but the license plate, entirely composed of zeros, indicates an identity of immense wealth. I might believe in the liposuction and cosmetic surgery, but being kept? Surely not. With Ho Xiao's vast fortune, if she needed money, could she not simply become his girlfriend? I concur, and there is also Lawyer Chung. While his background may not rival Ho Xiao's, he manages a substantial law firm, possessing considerable worth. I do not trust her, but I trust Lawyer Chung. Cheng Jinyan is a person of integrity, and her friends must be equally reputable. Qiaoying has always attracted attention at school. Her exceptional grades and the title of mathematical prodigy have made her the face of Jing University. The impact of these two revelations is undoubtedly profound. Chapter 151. The poster is captured. The vehicle is identified as Qin Hanyues. Upon learning of the post, the forum's administration promptly attempted to delete it, yet it proved impossible, as if it had been infected by a virus. Once the post gained traction, it spiraled out of control. Not only did it cause a tumult at Jing University, but neighboring schools also caught wind of the scandal, joining the fray and fervently commenting beneath the post. Just hours prior, the forum hosted numerous rational remarks. Now, however, it is inundated with insults and slander. Moreover, nearly all comments are from newly created anonymous accounts, resembling a coordinated effort. Be quiet. Before the college entrance exam, I saw Ying Jia while traveling with Ho Xiao in Yun City. When she was overweight, her features looked exactly like this. This photo is clearly edited. If I catch the little rascal responsible, I will deal with him. Ho Xiao stated that anyone who dares to speak recklessly will face dire consequences. Cosmetic surgery and liposuction? This is how Xiaoying used to look. Is this truly the campus beauty? The jest was somewhat acceptable, yet even the toes of Qingyu surpass you. Qingyu, do take a look. Enough of this chatter about others. Why believe unfounded claims without evidence? Exercise some judgment, for goodness sake. After Su Qingyu voiced her thoughts, she rose and walked away in frustration. What was her issue? Wasn't she supposed to detest Xiaoying? The others, bewildered by Su Qingyu's sudden outburst, exchanged puzzled glances. Su Zi remarked, "This forum has been infected with a virus. We cannot delete the posts, nor can we shut down the forum. I have already sought help from technical professionals." Observing his anxious granddaughter, Zhang Qingyong calmly replied, "Do not fret. Trust that Xiao will find a solution." Su Zi continued. With the situation escalating to this extent, even if she had 100 mouths, she could not clarify matters, for no one would be willing to listen. Most people do not engage in critical thinking. They merely follow the crowd, driven by a desire for amusement, hurling insults. Even if she presented evidence, it would scarcely silence the gossip, for the power of public opinion is formidable, and online harassment emerges from such circumstances. Xiao is certainly seasoned in handling such matters. Her composure surpasses even mine. She is not the naive girl you might imagine who weeps at the slightest provocation. Besides, she has stated that computer science is her forte. Thus, there is no need to seek out those technical experts, Zhang Qingyong added. Truly exceptional individuals often attract jealousy, regrettably directed at the wrong targets. Let us hope it is not a student from our school responsible for this. Su Zhilai, having consulted a few classmates from their department, discovered that their technical prowess slightly exceeded theirs. Look at the forum. Su Mingchen, the star of the finance department, has come forward to clarify matters for Xiaoying. They were high school classmates. Su Mingchen denies any involvement with love letters, asserting that Xiaoying was once overweight, but she has gradually slimmed down, and her academic performance improved during that time. There was no liposuction or cosmetic surgery involved. So, this star of the department is the one who received the love letters. Is he? It takes a certain courage to speak up for Xiaoying at this moment. It certainly reflects loyalty, someone chimed in. Loyalty? I suspect he harbors feelings for her. Doesn't this further illustrate that Xiaoying has indeed transformed for the better? If she had undergone liposuction or was being supported by an older man, Su Mingchen wouldn't be foolish enough to be enamored with her, would he? Another responded. Indeed. Didn't Xiaoying's brother visit our school recently? Can there be any doubt about her looks? Are they both undergoing cosmetic surgery together? Good heavens. I might believe many things. But a turnaround from an academic underachiever to a mathematical genius overnight? Is that even plausible? While there are still some rational individuals in reality, the forum has become unbearable. Overrun by trolls. Damn it. Which fool, with a blocked toilet, resorts to spewing filth on the forum? If I catch him, I shall strip him of his skin. Hua Qingdong exclaimed, visibly agitated. Sistering, are you not the least bit upset? Is it worth getting worked up over such trivial matters? Xiaoying replied, casually strolling towards the classroom, her hands in her pockets. Along the way, the gazes of others varied significantly. They have slandered you to such an extent. The things they say on the forum are utterly vile. We should approach the principal, Hua Qingdong insisted. Xiaoying responded, to have him broadcast an announcement? Realizing that merely having the school and the parties involved clarify the situation would not restore her reputation, Hua Qingdong irritably turned to his subordinates and said, I told you to find 2 technicians. Where are they? Before his subordinates could respond, Xiaoying interjected, there is no need for that effort. I shall handle it myself. Hua Qingdong, sistering, do not jest. You've only been studying computer science for a little over a month, and you still struggle with creating a proper PowerPoint, right? The opponent is clearly quite skilled. He has the forum under his control. This matter necessitates the expertise of a professional. As he spoke, several individuals followed Xiaoying to their classroom. Before they could enter, a young man swiftly appeared before them, blocking Xiaoying's path. It was Su Mingchen. Xiaoying, my post was deleted. I consulted a senior in your department who possesses commendable technical skills. You should draft a clarification post for him to publish. Additionally, I've contacted several high school classmates to assist you in clarifying the situation. Xiaoying glanced at him and resolutely sidestepped. No need. Xiaoying. Su Mingchen attempted to obstruct her again. Who are you? Hua Qingdong intercepted his outstretched hand. Sister Ying has stated that it's unnecessary. Do you not comprehend? Su Mingchen yanked his hand back from Hua Qingdong's grasp. Hey, you seem to have quite the issue with me. I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. Just step aside. Hua Qingdong intended to push past him, but was surprised to find Su Mingchen holding his ground. Hua Xiao, let me handle this. Don't get angry. Feng Wenzhong hurried over from the end of the corridor, forcibly pulling Su Mingchen away. He had learned about Xiaoying's predicament from a nearby school and had come to see if he could offer any assistance, perhaps as a witness. Feng Wenzhong pulled Su Mingchen out of the teaching building. Back when she was on the heavier side, you fancied her but thought her unworthy of you. Now that she has slimmed down, do you regret it? Su Mingchen's expression darkened. I do not. Feng Wenzhong retorted. Regret is futile now. Look who is standing beside her. Huo, what status does he hold? He exists in a different realm entirely. You should let go of such thoughts. At least she once had feelings for you. Be grateful. In this city teeming with power and influence, it's best not to engage in reckless endeavors that could invite undeserved trouble. You may not be so fortunate next time. Xiaoying returned to the classroom and retrieved her laptop. 7 or 8 heads leaned in to observe her. Huo Qingdong inquired. Sistering, what are you up to? Xiaoying replied, looking for someone. Huo Qingdong asked, who are you searching for? A junior chimed in, the one who posted. Huo Qingdong raised his hand to strike the junior playfully. Oh, so now you're clever? Do you think I wouldn't know? Suddenly, several juniors erupted in excitement. Huo, look. Huo Qingdong turned to see, what is this? He glanced at the screen filled with various codes, then back at Xiaoying, asking, Sistering, do you perhaps have another profession? Xiaoying calmly responded, found it. Computer Science Institute, Boys Dormitory C, Room 305. Huo Qingdong stared at the flashing red dot on the screen, astonished, so fast. He hadn't even settled into his seat. Huo Qingdong was so shocked he couldn't articulate a response, silently giving Xiaoying a thumbs up before leading his group away. Damn it, it's actually someone from our school. You all come with me to catch him. Just then, Xiaoying's phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a call from Qin Hanyue. Meanwhile, during Huo Qingdong's pursuit, the maliciously controlled forum unexpectedly featured a new post. A post arrogantly sprawled atop the thread titled Xiaoying's liposuction and cosmetic surgery, glaringly capturing attention. The content of the post was no less sensational than the incident itself. It contained no superfluous words. Only 2 images, the purchase invoice for a black Maybach and the vehicle owner's information, prominently featuring the name Qin Hanyue. Chapter 152. Qin Hanyue appears at Jing University. Xiaoying truly knows the third Master Qin. Look at the forum. I am astounded. The so-called affair with a greasy old man turns out to be Qin himself. I can hardly bear to utter his name. Could it truly be him? Someone, please confirm if it is the person I am thinking of. If it is indeed him, then the likes of Lord Hua and the esteemed lawyer Cheng pale in comparison, for this gentleman is the true mogul. Suddenly, the world feels surreal. Can such a titan truly exist within my life for discussion? Is the forum functioning normally? It seems that comments can only be made beneath this particular post. Has a hacker taken control? This is ridiculous. How can one involve such a significant figure over trivial matters? Initially, I felt sympathy for Xiaoying, perceived as a victim of cosmetic surgery and an older man as patronage, but now it seems she must possess some flaws of her own. The individual who posted this, lacking any semblance of intelligence, dares to fabricate such rumors. Does he have a death wish? The post quickly garnered attention. At that moment, a certain foolish elder, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was fixated on the screen, neglecting contracts worth billions, while Qin Hanyue personally scrutinized the comments beneath the post, swiftly banning those who spoke ill. Meanwhile, the original instigator of the rumors, Li Shirin, along with her 2 roommates, sat in their dormitory, collectively paralyzed by fear, pushing responsibility onto one another. Huo Qingdong apprehended the source of the slander, a third-year computer science student, the top of his class, possessing some technical prowess. Upon bursting into the dormitory, he found the student engaged in extensive purchases of online commentators. Huo Qingdong wasted no time delivering 2 swift kicks, then dragged him to the principal's office. The student began to assert that he could not tolerate Xiaoying's deceitful facade and intended to expose her, later claiming it was just for amusement, never anticipating such dire consequences. Regardless of their inquiries, he maintained this narrative. Xiaoying regarded him with calm resolve, inquiring, Li Shirin? Xiao Lingling? The latter lacks funds, so it must not be her. She continued, Su Qingyu? Su Lingwei? Upon hearing the name Su Lingwei, the student visibly faltered. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. It is her, then. Under the mounting pressure, the student finally confessed to having accepted several million from Su Lingwei, desperately pleading with Principal Zhang not to expel him. Zhang Qingyong felt a headache looming, having just prayed that the culprit was not a student. Meanwhile, in his office, Su Cheng received an unexpected call from a strange number. Reaching for the phone to hang up, he was taken aback as it automatically answered and switched to speaker mode. Surprised, he realized his phone had been remotely controlled. Before he could contemplate further, a cold voice emanated from the receiver. You have half an hour. If you wish to avoid the bankruptcy of the Su Group, bring Su Lingwei to Jing University. At this moment, the office door was pushed open by his younger brother, Su Zhan, who rushed in holding his phone. Xiaoyu just called me, saying that Xiaoying got into trouble at school. Su Lingwei was still lying comfortably on her large bed, clutching her phone, perusing the forum to see how people were berating Xiaoying. Upon exiting, She noticed a new post had emerged above her. Su Lingwei clicked on it, and as if encountering an absurd joke, she burst into laughter. Qin Sanyi? This country bumpkin must be out of her mind to claim that her benefactor is Qin Sanyi. Why not say it's the king of heaven? A mere rustic. Daring to fantasize about Qin Sanyi, she ought to consider her own worth, dreaming in broad daylight. After her laughter subsided, an inexplicable anger welled up within her. She could not bear to see Qiao Ying entangled with Qin Hanyue, and felt a profound distaste, prompting her to seek out more hired commenters to amplify her disdain. The post alleging that the vehicle owner was Qin Hanyue did little to clarify Qiao Ying's situation and instead plunged her further into the maelstrom of public opinion. Many believed she had lost her sanity and mocked her for her fanciful claims. Some well-meaning individuals left comments urging her to delete the post for her own safety, expressing concern for her well-being. Most assumed that the post had originated from Qiao Ying. As the situation escalated and observers anticipated trouble for Qiao Ying, a black Maybach with the license plate, Jing A0000, suddenly appeared at the southern gate of Jing University, creating a stir. This was the very car rumored to be associated with Qiao Ying, and its arrival predictably caused a sensation. Is it real? Who's inside the car? Did you see clearly? As the windows rolled down, the owner could be seen sitting in the back seat, leaving onlookers speechless. Someone shared a photo, prompting an immediate reaction in the group. Holy smokes, it really is Qin Hanyue. That profile, my goodness, is such beauty and status even possible? Mom, I've made it. I've seen the legendary figure. Qin Yan, seated in the driver's seat, observed as the crowd of students grew, all snapping pictures and recording videos. He felt akin to a spectacle in a zoo. Through the unseen glass, he experienced an odd sensation, akin to parading naked on the street. A glance in the rearview mirror at Qin Hanyue brought a sense of balance to his emotions. At least the front windows were closed. While Qin Hanyue personally opened the rear window, presenting his visage to the throng outside, inviting their gaze and cameras. Observing the composed demeanor of Qin Hanyue in this situation, Qin Yan felt a pang of sadness. The third master had made considerable sacrifices. Yet, upon reflection, he wondered if Qin Hanyue might have gained something in return. Was this an unorthodox way of making an announcement? The crowd continued to swell, with more students arriving from afar. Third master, shall we not head inside? We've been sitting here for over 10 minutes. The effect should have been achieved by now. If we don't go in soon, we'll be completely blocked. Qin Hanyue sent a message to Qiao Ying. I am at the southern gate. I wonder if Miss Qiao might deign to grace me with her presence? Could it be that she truly knew him? Had he come to school due to the forum incident? It was astonishing that he would personally appear for such a matter. Are you here to settle accounts? Or does this scene remind me of the recent night, when Lawyer Chung rushed back from Toronto to support the esteemed Qiao? It truly seems so, suggesting that Qiao Ying and this prominent figure share some connection. The students whispered among themselves. Moments later, the crowd stirred as Qiao Ying emerged from the throng. Ah, Qiao Ying is here, they exclaimed. As she approached, the onlookers noticed the gentleman in the rear seat turn his profile to face them. Qin Hanyue, upon seeing the arrival, stepped out of the car with his tall stature. Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? He inquired, noticing that Qiao Ying was clad only in a somewhat thin hooded sweatshirt. The temperature had dropped recently, accompanied by intermittent rain. I have a strong constitution, Qiao Ying replied. I hope you aren't implying he is unwell? Qin Hanyue thought, shaking off his musings. Let's get in the car. It's warm inside. He personally opened the door for Qiao Ying, inviting her in. The spectators observed this harmonious scene in silence. Only the sound of hushed gasps filling the air as the vehicle navigated into the campus. I didn't expect you to truly come to pick me up, Qin Hanyue remarked. It is only right. Mr. Qin made a special trip for me, Qiao Ying responded. Given the implications for your reputation, I certainly had to come. I intended to silence those rumors, but seeing you dressed so sparingly, I couldn't let you out, he replied. Chapter 153. Qin Hanyue strikes back at Su Lingwei. The Su brothers, accompanied by Su Lingwei, entered the school through another gate, heading directly to the principal's office. Without pausing for pleasantries with Principal Zhang, they rushed in, anxiously searching for Qiao Ying. On their way, Su Lingwei had stubbornly denied any wrongdoing, only to be confronted by an agitated student upon entering. Here is your money back. Tell them it was all at your behest. I don't want to be expelled. The student grasped Su Lingwei, shoving a card into her arms, visibly distressed. Su Lingwei screamed in fright at the deranged student. Together, the Su brothers managed to pry the student away. Su Chung watched as the student crouched on the floor, filled with regret and fear, continuously shouting not to be expelled. Trembling with rage, he pointed an accusatory finger at Su Lingwei, unusually furious. You still refuse to admit it? Look at the mess you've caused. I said it wasn't me, and it wasn't he. I don't even know him. Dad, you believe outsiders over your own daughter. Su Lingwei remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I believe it was Qiao Ying who deliberately set me up. I told you she learned some dubious tricks outside. But you wouldn't listen. Su Cheng was rendered speechless with anger. You? Set you up? That's truly amusing. Do you think she would even bother with you? Hua Qingdong had never encountered such shamelessness. Still denying it? Come take a look. Is this extravagant creature on the screen not you? Hua Qingdong took over Xiao Ying's computer, operating it briefly before turning the screen toward them. See for yourself, he pointed, revealing that Su Lingwei and the student had conducted their transaction in a nearby cafe. Xiao Ying had directly hacked the cafe's surveillance, retrieving footage of their meeting and exchange. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving Su Lingwei with no room for denial. Su Cheng, with a heavy heart, exclaimed, "How could you possibly commit such an act? Do you not comprehend the significance of reputation for a young lady? What have I taught you all this time? How could you have turned out this way? So what if it was me? These are mere facts. She was always overweight and performed poorly academically. I have not wronged her. She even cheated in high school and has been involved in physical altercations at school. If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate. Who knows what methods she employed to masquerade as a good student to deceive you all?" Silence. Su Cheng's father chastised her. The more severe he became, the more defiant Su Lingwei grew. "I shall speak out, so you can all see what kind of person she truly is. The rumors of her being kept are not merely my fabrications. Her classmates witnessed it firsthand. I mentioned her family's poverty. So where did all that money come from to afford a villa and designer clothes? It turns out she is maintaining a relationship with a wealthy older man. How dare you speak such nonsense, Su Lingwei? Your entire family could not possibly be kept. And neither could she." Hua Qingdong was so enraged he almost lunged at her, but was restrained by Su Zhili. With a resounding slap, Su Cheng struck Su Lingwei across the face. "She is your cousin, your blood relative. How can you speak of her in such a manner?" For the first time in his life, Su Cheng was engulfed in such fury. As Su Cheng took action, Zhang Qingyong was about to intervene when he heard Su Cheng's next words. What is going on? He recalled earlier when Su Zhan mentioned a possible connection to Xiao Ying's parents. He pondered the malicious Li Lilian and Xiao Lingling, along with the overly honest Xiao father. Zhang Qingyong was astonished. Is Xiao a daughter of the Su family? He envied. The Su family is truly fortunate. Su Lingwei covered her face in disbelief. "Father, you struck me?" "Deservedly so," Hua Qingdong retorted. "You struck me for such a person?" This was the first time Su Lingwei had ever been hit. And it was by her loving father, in front of so many onlookers. Tears welled in her eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. She fought back her tears, her anger boiling over as she continued. "Even if you strike me dead, I will speak the truth. I have said nothing but facts." She foolishly claims that it was Lord Qin who kept her. It is laughable. She should consider her own worth. How could she even dream of Lord Qin? She has offended him today, and you still expect to welcome her back into the Su family? Just wait and see how she drags you down. At that moment, Qin Hanyue's languid and deep voice broke through. "Kept? Such a fortunate circumstance has yet to befall me." The crowd turned to face him. The Su brothers had rushed in earlier, leaving the principal's office door ajar. Qin Hanyue and Xiao Ying entered without reservation. Su Lingwei stared at the newcomer, momentarily stunned. "Lord Qin? You?" She never anticipated encountering Qin Hanyue. Why was he here? And why was he with this rustic country bumpkin? Was it because the situation had escalated too far, and for the sake of his reputation, or was it that the car truly belonged to him? No, it couldn't be. Yet, she heard Qin Hanyue say, "I heard that Miss Qiao posted on the forum claiming the owner of that car was me, but was ridiculed as delusional. I came specifically to clarify that post. It was indeed I who posted it." What? Su Lingwei, still reeling from the earlier slap, now found her mind buzzing with Qin Hanyue's revelation. Qin Hanyue turned to the girl beside him, saying, "Miss Qiao, you are quite affluent. I would gladly spend for you. But alas, such opportunities are rare. Should you take a liking to me, I would willingly forsake my masculine dignity to become your canary, even at my own expense." Qin Yin remarked, "It's truly a sight to behold. Third Master, you might as well reconsider. Your identity has long been lost." Xiao Ying replied, "There is no need to go to such lengths." Qin Yin insisted, "No, Third Master genuinely wishes to do so." Qin Hanyue affirmed, "I speak from the heart." Qin Yin retorted, "See." Zhang Qingyong and Su Ziyi, among others, observed as Hua Qingdong swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of unease, thinking only Sister Ying could tolerate him. He then turned to the incredulous Su Lingwei, feeling a wave of exhilaration. With a mischievous tone, he proclaimed, "Look, the wealthy old man who supports Sister Ying has arrived. Open your eyes wide and see clearly whether Sister Ying is being unrealistic and who truly desires whom. The last person who claimed Sister Ying was delusional was your cousin Su Qingyu, who nearly lost her dignity." Hua Qingdong mused about the colorful life of following Sister Ying. With Cheng Jinyan ahead and Qin Hanyue behind, he wondered who would be next. Qin Sanyi. Su Zhan glanced between Qin Hanyue and Xiao Ying, utterly astonished. How could Xiao Ying possibly know Qin Hanyue? And from Qin Hanyue's earlier words, It seemed the girl mentioned in the circles after Principal Zhang's banquet was indeed Xiaoying. This was impossible. How could a country bumpkin like her know someone of Qin Sanye's stature? Su Lingwei adamantly refused to believe that a man she could never reach would have any connection with someone she deemed beneath her. Qin Hanyue's icy gaze swept towards Su Lingwei, his tone chilling. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Su Lingwei trembled at his imposing presence. Xiaoying cast a glance at the Su family. Now that we are all present, how shall we proceed? Speak. Su Cheng, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Qin Hanyue, recalled the man seated beside Xiao Ying at the auction. He had sensed something about his demeanor. Could it be Qin Hanyue? Xiao Ying's words snapped Su Cheng back to reality, and he hurriedly said, Child, I bear significant responsibility in this matter. It is my failure to educate her properly. I owe your father an apology. You may dictate the terms, as long as you are satisfied and can find peace in your heart. Just please do not harbor hatred for this family. Xiao Ying responded nonchalantly. I am not in need of your meager compensation. Therefore, it would be best to offer something of greater value. Su Cheng inquired, what do you desire? Xiao Ying casually stated, her limbs. The group was taken aback, convinced they had misheard. Su Cheng exclaimed, what? Qin Hanyue added, an arm or a leg. Her life may remain intact. Miss Qiao is well versed in medicine. With a few needles, it would be quite simple to leave her with a lingering ailment. Should Miss Qiao choose to show mercy, it would not be too painful. Chapter 154, Punishment of the Entire Su Family, Arrival Night. Upon hearing Qin Hanyue's words, they finally grasped the gravity of Xiao Ying's statement. Not only the Su brothers, but everyone present, except Qin Yin, was taken aback. If it were merely Xiaoying speaking, they might dismiss it as childish tantrums. However, standing beside her is Qin Hanyue, a figure whose presence commands respect. Su Zhan, child, are you jesting with us? Qin Hanyue, she never jokes with strangers. Su Cheng, to lose a hand or foot is rather severe. Come here and apologize. Su Cheng forcefully pulled Su Lingwei over to apologize to Xiaoying. Su Lingwei refused. Particularly in front of Qin Hanyue, she was unwilling to lose face, and jealousy surged within her. The man she had dreamed of marrying for so long had unexpectedly witnessed such a scene during their first clandestine meeting. I will not apologize. Why should I? The matter of her being kept isn't something I spread. Su Cheng, silence. I command you to apologize. The more he insisted, the more defiant Su Lingwei became, even speaking her mind without restraint again. Master Qin, this person is far from the innocent figure you perceive. Do not be deceived by her. Before Su Lingwei could finish, she received a sharp slap from her father. After 2 stinging blows, she was thoroughly stunned. Do you still not recognize your error? Su Cheng hissed through gritted teeth. Can't you see the situation clearly? If Xiaoying merely speaks up, it won't be long before our Su group is forced to change its name. Are you intent on ruining the entire Su family? Su Lingwei turned to Qin Hanyue, finally realizing that her offense was not against Xiaoying, but against him. In an instant, overwhelming fear engulfed her. Su Cheng shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. Call the police. You will bear the consequences of your actions. As long as Xiaoying keeps you detained, you shall remain there for reflection. The Su family will not assist you. Father. Su Lingwei, now frightened, cast aside her concern for her image, especially before Qin Hanyue, pleading with her father not to call the authorities. She then began to apologize to Xiaoying. One apology after another, Su Lingwei's composure began to unravel, her voice growing louder as tears streamed down her cheeks. Alongside her fear, she felt a profound sense of humiliation. Hua Chengdong interjected. Those unaware might think we are bullying her. She seems aggrieved even when apologizing. Child, it is my failure in teaching her, and I bear responsibility for her actions. I apologize to you. Su Cheng bowed solemnly to Xiaoying. Watching her father, whom she had always respected, bow an apology to Xiaoying, Su Lingwei felt a mix of anger and hatred, an unpleasant sensation indeed. Su Cheng, I will ensure she clarifies today as events. Xiaoying, is that all? Su Cheng, child, you may strike her, berate her, or even call the police to have her imprisoned. I guarantee I will not utter another word. However, I implore you, spare her the loss of limbs. Su Zhan also joined in pleading for leniency. Observing this, Zhang Qingyong stepped closer to Xiaoying, lowering his voice. Classmate Xiao, consider a different punishment. This individual is indeed despicable, but to inflict such severe consequences is excessive. Furthermore, you are now part of the Su family, an unchangeable reality. Your biological father and your 2 uncles shared a strong bond. Had he been alive, he would not have condoned such actions. Please, do it for your father's sake and show some clemency. Xiaoying, if it's that troublesome, I might as well kill her. Zhang Qingyong was taken aback, exclaiming, my dear child, your words grow increasingly alarming. My old heart has not been in the best condition lately. Xiaoying turned to Su Lingwei, observing, you seem quite concerned about your status as the eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Lingwei regarded her with uncertainty, unsure of Xiao Ying's intentions. Xiao Ying continued. It would not be impossible to ensure her safety by expelling her from the Su family and convening a press conference for her to publicly confess. Huo Qingdong, watching the Su family's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. What a ruthless tactic. Families of high standing dread such scandals when issues arise. They are often too preoccupied with damage control to act swiftly. To compel the Su family to disclose their own misdeeds publicly would be an utter disgrace, particularly for someone like Su Lingwei, who is so invested in her image. This strategy could very well prove fatal for her. The subsequent plummet of Su's stock would be catastrophic. And if Qin Hanyue were to further stir the pot, the entire nation would inevitably become aware of it. However, should Qin Hanyue refrain from such meddling, Yingjie possesses formidable computer skills and could manage it independently. Qin Hanyue mused. There is no need for such convoluted measures. Should you merely voice your desires, I could see to it that they are all expelled from the Su family. The Su family's composure visibly faltered as the weight of their words sank in. Su Lingwei, overwhelmed by fear, burst into tears, repeatedly professing her remorse, nearly begging Xiao Ying and Qin Hanyue for mercy. Su Cheng interjected, Very well, I shall comply. Tomorrow morning, I will hold a press conference. Her actions have dishonored your father, and I can no longer remain in the Su family. Following the press conference, I will leave with her and ensure she does not reappear before you. Soon after, the official forum of Jing University released 2 videos. The first featured a third-year student confessing on camera that he had accepted money to spread malicious rumors and manipulate images. The second exposed the mastermind behind it all, Su Lingwei. These videos were disseminated across every student group at Jing University and were displayed on the electronic screens of all dining halls, gyms, dance clubs, and various organizations. Subsequently, the university issued a statement declaring the expulsion of the student responsible for the slander, along with the removal of Li Shirin, who had instigated the rumors about Xiao Ying being kept, and 2 accomplices who received severe disciplinary action. With their previous transgressions, they now faced expulsion. However, at this moment, no one was concerned with the truth. The presence of Qin Hanyue created a sensation throughout the campus. Students clustered in the hallways of the academic buildings, either huddled together or peering at their phones to enlarge the image of the 2 figures meandering through the campus. The scene of Cheng Jinyan teaching was being reenacted. Yet now, students felt emboldened to approach him and engage in conversation. In contrast, the presence of this esteemed individual rendered them content to observe from a distance. Is Xiao Ying not too modest? If I had such remarkable friends, I would surely turn this university upside down. I wonder how those who previously dismissed her as fanciful and foolish, urging her to delete posts for her own good, are feeling now. With such stature and looks, I must apologize to Lawyer Chung for my wandering affections. I simply cannot resist the allure of this man's charisma. Who can enlighten me on how she remains so composed in the presence of such an impressive figure? Were I in her shoes, I would be grinning from ear to ear. Thus, the conversation turned to the remarkable acquaintances of Xiao Ying. Such an extraordinarily handsome individual has been unjustly slandered as a greasy nouveau riche old man. The perpetrators of such malicious rumors deserve divine retribution. Is it not envy that drives Su Lingwei to fabricate stories? I remained indifferent when the news of cosmetic surgery and liposuction broke. However, I found it utterly absurd when this esteemed figure was brought to light, and to my astonishment, the most outrageous of circumstances has indeed transpired. What then? Is the relationship between Xiao Xiaohua and this prominent individual? Surely, they cannot be mere acquaintances? To my eyes, they resemble lovers. Similar to the previous incident involving Cheng Jinyan, Qin Hanyue's appearance at Jing University has effortlessly dominated headlines, startling universities across the board. As a titan of industry, Qin Hanyue wields greater influence both locally and globally than the lawyer Cheng Jinyan, garnering far more public interest. This affair has captivated not only students from several universities and the media, but also the entire upper echelon of society and the city of Beijing itself. Just as Huo Qingdong speculated, the press conference thrust the Su family into the limelight, causing a considerable upheaval in their stock prices. A mere inquiry reveals that the Su family has indeed offended Qin Hanyue, making their future business endeavors exceedingly precarious. Moreover, Su Cheng has followed through on his word, taking his wife and daughter abroad, while leaving Su Zhan to face the ensuing challenges alone. Su Lingwei has become the laughingstock of the entire city. As winter descends upon Beijing, the atmosphere is far less vibrant than in summer. People bundle themselves in thick coats, trudging through the snow with great difficulty, opting to stay indoors whenever possible. In the bustling airport terminal, Xiao Ying stands at the arrival's gate, engrossed in her phone while waiting for someone. Suddenly, she hears the sound of synchronized footsteps, unmistakably trained. She looks up to see a group of well-dressed bodyguards at the VIP arrivals area, with the tallest and most imposing among them being Qin Hanyue. Oblivious to her presence, Qin Hanyue appears to be there to welcome someone who could be significant enough to warrant his personal attendance. Xiao Ying refrains from approaching him. Soon, there is a stir at the arrival's gate as several passengers emerge. She puts away her phone. Among the crowd, a strikingly tall and exceptionally handsome young man with eye-catching hair makes his entrance. His silver hair, which falls to just below his ears, is partially tied up, with several strands cascading down, giving off an effortlessly tousled charm that is, upon closer inspection, meticulously styled. His tall, slender figure is dressed in a fashion more sophisticated than that of many celebrities, clearly indicating the presence of a stylist. With a prominent nose, porcelain skin, and deep brown, almost glassy eyes, hinting at his mixed heritage, his features are undeniably more striking than those of typical Asian descent. The allure of his enchanting almond-shaped eyes is accentuated, exuding both passion and intrigue, with one hand tucked into the pocket of his long overcoat and the other guiding his suitcase. He steps out like a star gracing a runway, attracting countless onlookers. In Xiao Ying's mind, a single word resonates: flamboyant. Yi Ci's gaze scans the crowd. He has never seen Blood Shadow in this current form. His numerous video invitations have been cruelly declined, leaving him intensely curious. Though they have never met, the moment their eyes lock, he is instantly certain. Yi Ci strode out of the corridor, dragging his suitcase as he made his way towards Xiao Ying with long strides. As he closed the distance, he flung aside the suitcase and dashed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Chapter 155. Qin Hanyue and Yi Ci face off at the airport. A woman, elegantly dressed and exuding a gentle demeanor, emerged from the VIP passage, her eyes brimming with affection as she regarded Qin Hanyue, who had come to greet her. He stepped forward to meet her, saying, "Aunt," with a soft smile. The woman gently chided, "It's so cold. I told you not to come. You could have let Yuchen do it." Her warm tone carried an underlying joy and appreciation. Of course, Qin Hanyue leaned down, embracing her lightly in accordance with Western customs. "Welcome home." As he bent to hug his aunt, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar half-face of a girl not far away. The reason only half her face was visible was that the man holding her had embraced her too tightly, causing her face to be buried against him, her waist even bending under the pressure. Onlookers frequently cast glances their way, undoubtedly perceiving them as a young couple in love, the man's fervor palpable even to passers-by. Some mistook him for a celebrity and took out their phones to capture the moment. Qin Hanyue's eyes narrowed slightly. The girl had clearly noticed him long before he had seen her. Her gaze had been upon him, and upon realizing he was looking back, her expression remained inscrutable. Their eyes met. He was embracing his aunt, while she was held tightly by a man. Even from behind, it was evident how thrilled he was, as if he would lift Xiao Ying and twirl her around the hall at any moment. "That's enough," Xiao Ying said. "I've missed you so much," Yi Ci replied. "Let go." Instead of loosening his grip, Yi Ci held her tighter, playfully insisting, "Just let me hold you a little longer." "TSK," she responded. Yi Ci reminisced. "I adore this tone of yours, my dear. I love that cold and indifferent tone. It feels just right." He then buried his face deeper into her hair, inhaling her scent. "It's still the same." After a long embrace, he reluctantly released her, cradling her face in his large hands, bending down to inspect her closely. "Darling, your face is truly adorable, and your height is delightful. What kind of expression is that? I'm complimenting you, you know." He pinched her cheeks, rich in collagen. "Although it's not as beautiful as your own face, this one is more innocent, which makes it even more endearing. Your figure has changed a bit since before." He continued, "But no matter how you look, I will always love your soul." Xiao Ying lifted her gaze to see Qin Hanyue and others approaching. Qin Hanyue halted behind Yi Ci, inquiring, "Here to pick up a friend?" His eyes landed on Xiao Ying's face, marked by the imprints of Yi Ci's hands. Xiao Ying turned her head slightly, evading Yi Ci's grasp. "Yes, and you?" She glanced at the woman beside him. The woman, adorned with jade jewelry and elegantly styled hair, appeared well-preserved, looking no older than 41 despite being over 50. Her figure and skin were commendable, and her demeanor was graceful, returning Xiao Ying's gaze with a smile. Qin Hanyue replied, "I'm here to pick up my aunt." He observed the red marks on Xiao Ying's face caused by Yi Ci's playful squeezing. Yi Ci retracted his neglected hand from the air, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the interruption. He straightened his posture, turned around, and gazed at the newcomer. That face seemed strikingly familiar, as Qin Yin feverishly sifted through information in his mind. Xiao Ying introduced succinctly, "This is my friend, Yi Ci. You should know him." Yi Ci. Upon hearing that name, Qin Yin nearly exclaimed, "Goodness!" The chairman of the Dylan Group, as well as the highest authority of the formidable Arctic Fox Mercenary Corps 791 SD Division in M Country. A plethora of related information flooded Qin Yan's mind, causing him to involuntarily gasp. He glanced at the composed Xiao Ying, pondering whether Miss Qiao could not have a more ordinary friend, making him feel rather inadequate as an assistant. Qin Hanyue extended his hand, saying, Mr. Yi, it's an honor to meet you. Yi Si, with a character as flamboyant as his demeanor, responded in kind. If the other was serious, he would be playful, and vice versa. In this moment, faced with the earnest Qin Hanyue, Yi Si relaxed, adopting a languid posture. He casually shook Qin Hanyue's outstretched hand, replying, Qin Sanyi, I've heard a bit about you. Qin Yin thought to himself, damn, how arrogant. Xiaoying remarked, this guy. Qin Hanyue, undeterred, retracted his hand and introduced Xiao Ying to his aunt. Aunt, this is Miss Xiao. I suspected as much, Qin Jin said, looking at Xiao Ying with affection, increasingly charmed by her beauty, just as Hanyue had described. Upon hearing the woman's words, Xiao Ying glanced at Qin Hanyue, whose gaze met hers. In that instant, a smile blossomed in Qin Hanyue's eyes, warming his demeanor. Hanyue often speaks of you, Miss Xiao. Qin Jin reached out her hand toward Xiao Ying, though it was not meant for a handshake. Xiao Ying hesitated briefly before extending her hand. Qin Jin grasped Xiao Ying's hand with both of hers, saying, Miss Xiao, I truly thank you for saving my brother. It is hard to fathom that someone so young possesses such remarkable medical skills. It's merely a trivial effort, Xiao Ying replied. After a brief moment, Qin Jin released Xiao Ying's hand, as Qin Hanyue gently assisted his aunt. Yi Si, displaying a hint of impatience, noticed the gleam of a watch on Qin Hanyue's raised hand, which seemed vaguely familiar. He squinted slightly, observing that Qin Hanyue seemed about to speak. Yi Si swiftly wrapped an arm around Xiao Ying's shoulders, declaring, Darling, so you were getting that watch for him. With that term of endearment and statement, Qin Hanyue involuntarily raised his gaze, maintaining a composed facade, but his eyes could not help but fixate on Yi Si's hand resting on Xiao Ying's shoulder. Qin Yan's eyes widened, panic setting in. Darling, what is this? This term, this relationship. Is he this open with everyone, or just with Miss Xiao? And does she truly allow such familiarity? Yi Si, disregarding Qin Hanyue's presence, continued conversing with Xiao Ying. Had I known it was a gift for Qin Sanyi, I would have chosen more carefully. Although this watch is decent, it falls short in matching Qin Sanyi's stature. This gift somewhat undermines your grace, darling. After speaking, he cast a glance at Qin Hanyue. Qin Yin discreetly observed Qin Hanyue, now holding his breath. This is it, with darling and the truth about the watch. I hope this doesn't end in disaster. Qin Hanyue smiled faintly and said to Xiao Ying, I initially thought this watch was a spontaneous purchase of yours, but I never expected you to have a friend assist you. Your friend, Mr. Yi, is indeed a busy individual, and his thoughtful gesture makes this gift even more precious than I had imagined. Qin Hanyue gently grasped the watch on his left wrist, responding with composure. I shall cherish it even more from now on. Qin Yin remarked, impressive. He then observed Yi Si, who appeared somewhat speechless, and unconsciously straightened his back, declaring, Feel free to bring it on. Yi Si smirked, his demeanor exuding a carefree attitude. I have an abundance of watches that I can't even wear them all. They are piled under my bed. If Third Master Qin likes them, I would be glad to offload some. Qin Hanyue replied, Thank you, but that won't be necessary. The value of an item lies in its rarity, and excess can lead to loss. This watch is precious not merely for its material worth, but because it was gifted to me by Miss Xiao. Qin Yin felt a surge of excitement, internally cheering, Third Master wins this round, securing the hearts of the people. The current score stands at 1-1. Yi Si nodded slightly. Indeed, regarding this watch, it is quite rare and deserves to be cherished. Unlike me, who has a plethora of treasures at home, I prefer the notion that abundance can lead to loss. I never feel that I have too many cherished items. Qin Yin exclaimed, KO? Third Master suffers a crushing defeat. Xiao Ying interjected, Are you two ever going to stop? Chapter 156. Their conflict transitions from the airport to the hotel. Yi Si was disinclined to waste words with Qin Hanyue, especially at that moment. Qin Jin gently tugged at Qin Hanyue's arm, urging him to temper his demeanor and maintain his composure, particularly in front of the girl he admired. One must exhibit magnanimity. The two men ceased their verbal sparring. Yi Si retrieved his luggage. All right, darling, let us depart. I barely ate anything on the plane. Let us have a meal first and discuss matters at home. Yi Si draped his arm around Xiao Ying's shoulders and proceeded to exit. Xiao Ying nodded in acknowledgement to Qin Hanyue. Before Qin Hanyue could respond, Yi Si had already taken her away. Qin Hanyue's gaze darkened as he watched the two depart, his expression tightening gradually. Darling? It was he who had sent wine to Xiao Ying in M Continent, initiating transactions worth billions. Undoubtedly, Yi Si, a subordinate of the 791 organization, had appeared in Yunqing because of Xiao Ying. Suddenly, Qin Hanyue recalled that Yi Si had an alias in the underworld that was also called Nameless. He had emerged even before the former leader of Heishui, known as Nameless. Moreover, he had heard that Yi Si and the former leader of Heishui, Blood Shadow, were sworn friends. Thus, what kind of relationship existed among Yi Si, the former leader of Heishui, and Xiao Ying? It was commendable that Qin Hanyue could remain so rational amidst his tumultuous thoughts. Qin Yan, on the other hand, felt a shiver of discomfort, as if his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. Observing Qin Hanyue's silhouette, Qin Yan sensed that his esteemed third master was metaphorically oozing sourness, as if it were gushing from the top of his head. Does he truly not require a few injections? Will he not fall ill from this? Miss Chiao's friends are remarkably accomplished. You must exert yourself, Qin Jun encouraged, providing a measure of comfort. In her youth, Qin Jun had also been a career woman and, having resided in Los Angeles for an extended period, she was well acquainted with the reputation of Yi Si. If he were indeed a rival, he could not be underestimated. Qin Jun once again found herself troubled by her nephew's prospects for marriage. The words of his aunt drew Qin Hanyue's thoughts back. He exhaled slowly from his constricted chest, gazing in the direction where the two had departed. I understand, he said. Qin Yan discreetly dabbed at his sweat with a handkerchief. Fortunately, Third Master's aunt is here. Otherwise, I truly fear Third Master would have torn this airport apart. Qin Jin remarked, your father and the others are still at home, waiting to welcome me. Let us return first. Qin Hanyue turned to his aunt, saying, the chefs at my parents' place are still the same as before. There's nothing new. Shall I take you somewhere else to dine? Qin Yan responded with a questioning tone. Xiao Ying, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, look at your mother. In the passenger seat, Yi Si rested his head on his hand while observing Xiao Ying. Upon hearing her words, he leaned in closer rather than withdrawing. Darling, your face is so novel to me. I must take a good look and engrave it in my memory. Xiao Ying retorted, be quiet. Upon noticing the watch on Xiao Ying's wrist, Yi Si squinted in disbelief, then leaned in closer for a better look. He extended his long fingers to poke the watch face, confirming it was merely a trinket, not a pearl shrouded in dust. Raising his gaze to Xiao Ying, he inquired, where did you find this little scrap? Do you dare wear it on your wrist? Aren't you afraid it will tarnish your skin? Xiao Ying replied tersely. Yi Si continued, darling, I'm somewhat upset. You adorn yourself with such a trivial piece while demanding a fine watch from me for another man. Moreover, upon your return from the dead, the first person you meet is not me but those under Heishui in M continent, claiming that Shadow is watching, making it inconvenient. Yet you swiftly turn around to meet Cheng Jinyan. He is mightier than I? Xiao Ying seemed accustomed to Yi Si's entanglements, yet she still found it somewhat unbearable. With a determined gaze and gritted teeth, she asserted, I care more about your well-being, all right? Yi Si replied, I knew you cared the most about me, darling. Xiao Ying asked, how long do you intend to stay? Yi Si responded, as long as you need, darling. Xiao Ying shot him a sideways glance. Realizing his playful demeanor was born from his delight in her presence, so she refrained from rolling her eyes. Didn't you mention that M country is rather chaotic lately? With the internal strife in the Arctic Fox intensifying, your 791 has always been a thorn in the side of other legions. What is going on? Is the situation calmed down, allowing you to come here leisurely? Yi Si scoffed dismissively, what is the big deal? It's a military corps, strength speaks volumes. Who would dare disturb me? I would simply eliminate them and see who still dares to act unruly. His demeanor was nonchalant as he uttered such harsh words. Besides, visiting you is paramount. Let alone the mere rabble of the Arctic Fox, even its highest officials. If I am displeased, I would deal with them accordingly. Yi Si continued. That scoundrel Cheng Jinyan met with you before I did. Last time we met, he bragged for half an hour. Darling, what sort of friend is this new acquaintance of yours? He referred to Qin Hanyue. Xiao Ying replied, to be determined. Yi Si questioned, what if I were to say I do not welcome him? Xiao Ying retorted, and the reason? Yi Si feigned sorrow, I am jealous. Xiao Ying responded indifferently, Yi Si pressed, is that all? Xiao Ying warned, one more word, and I'll toss you out. Yi Si fell silent. Xiao Ying inquired, so why the low profile this time? No entourage, no VIP passage. Have you changed your ways? Yi Si is a person who conducts himself with great flair, wherever he goes. His presence is more ostentatious than that of a president. After a brief wait without receiving a response from Yi Si, Xiao Ying observed him, finding him silent. With a look of grievance directed at her, Xiao Ying remarked, keep your mouth shut. However, Yi Si, ever the rebel, retorted, with a treasure like you, what do I need a bodyguard for? Xiao Ying responded, you shouldn't even ask. They proceeded to a pre-booked hotel for dinner. Upon arriving and entering the grand lobby, they headed toward the elevators, only to encounter Qin Hanyue and his party entering through another entrance. Qin Jin greeted, Miss Chiao, what a coincidence that you are here too. Qin Yan, brushing his nose in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, commented, I must admit, the acting of the third master and his aunt is quite commendable. It's no small feat for her to personally intervene in his lifelong affair. Yi Si, noticing the persistent presence of Qin Hanyue, scoffed and asked Xiao Ying, do you believe it? Xiao Ying replied, this is the most luxurious hotel in the capital. Yi Si interjected, you're not allowed to speak on his behalf, darling. Xiao Ying quipped, I'm just afraid you'll get stuck in your stubbornness. As Qin Hanyue and his niece approached, Qin Jin enthusiastically invited. Hanyue has reserved a private room here to welcome me, and since we are all here, why not join us? Xiaoying glanced at Yi Si, seeking his opinion. Yi Si readily agreed. Sure, I quite enjoy lively gatherings. Xiaoying pondered, what is this guy up to? The group ascended to the private room. Darling, sit here. Yi Si said, pulling out a chair for Xiaoying before dragging another chair right next to hers, close enough that they might as well be sharing one seat. As the server presented the menu, just as Qin Hanyue intended to pass it to Xiaoying, it ended up in Yi Si's hands. Darling, unless you have particular cravings, I'll order according to your taste, he declared, lounging casually with the menu. Qin Hanyue listened as Yi Si flipped through the menu, dictating to the server with precision, specifying how the foie gras should be prepared, what sauce to pair it with, noting that his darling does not eat this, but loves that. He dictated the desired doneness of the steak, the accompanying sauces, and even the precise grams of seasoning, before moving on to the Chinese menu. Throughout this process, Qin Hanyue was bombarded with the repeated term darling. Xiaoying reassured him, Mr. Qin, please don't mind him. That's just how he is. Qin Hanyue replied. I want tea. Qin Yin remarked. Oh no, this third master seems to have come purely for a bit of torture. Indeed, as Yi Si closed the menu, he noticed the fresh red roses adorning the table and reached for one. Then, the onlookers watched as Yi Si meticulously removed the thorns from the rose, gently lifting Xiaoying's hair behind her ear and placing the flower there, saying, a beautiful flower for a beautiful lady, perfectly matched. Leaning on his hand, he gazed at Xiaoying with a beaming smile, his joy radiating from his very eyes, utterly captivated by her charm. Xiaoying, taking the rose from her ear, raised her hand and, with a straight face, impaled the flower onto the top of Yi Si's head, piercing through a portion of his meticulously styled hair, which he cherished dearly and had spent over half an hour perfecting, to exchange for another. Even if it were Cheng Jinyan, Yi Si would undoubtedly confront him. Yet, this individual is Xiaoying. Rather than feeling irate, Yi Si experiences immense joy and privilege, bestowing upon Xiaoying a radiant smile and expressing, thank you, darling. Qin Yin is taken aback. The chairman of Dylan Group, the boss of 791, is actually like this. Xiaoying finds this fellow rather embarrassing. She cannot help but glance at Qin Hanyue, who is seated a few rows away, noticing his unwavering gaze upon her. His expression remains calm. Yet the tension in his jawline is palpable, likely due to him biting down on his molars. Upon realizing she is observing him, he gradually softens his demeanor, conceals his aura, and offers her a faint smile. Yi Si turns Xiaoying's face back towards him. Darling, do not look at him. Look at me instead. What is there to admire? Receiving a glare from Xiaoying that could kill, Yi Si feigns innocence. I have long heard of Mr. Ye's reputation, and while I knew he was straightforward and carefree, I did not expect such genuine sentiment. Qin Hanyue suddenly interjects, his words laced with subtlety. My darling prefers candor and despises the convoluted pretenses associated with business people. Though directed at Qin Hanyue, Yi Si's gaze remains fixed on Xiaoying. Qin Hanyue remarks, Mr. Yi, as expected, is well-versed in the company of women and possesses great insight into the female heart. Xiaoying sighs, here we go again. Yi Si responds, it is merely a game. My feelings for you, darling, are sincere. I have no interest in understanding the hearts of those women, for I only wish to comprehend yours. He then shifts the conversation. What of you, Mr. Qin? With such a prominent status, do you not have even a fleeting companion? Yi Si gazes at him. Could it be that you have some ailment? My darling possesses exceptional medical skills. As long as you can afford her fees, she would likely be willing to examine Mr. Qin. Xiaoying casts a glance at Yi Si. Maintaining one's integrity implies a physical ailment? Do not let Qing Jinyan hear that. Yi Si retorts. That fellow might prefer men. Could it be that Mr. Qin is the same? Qin Hanyue replies, I like both men and women. Miss Qiao should be aware. As for my health, through the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, Miss Qiao should also be informed, so there is no need for Mr. Yi to fret. Rather, it is Mr. Yi who ought to pay more attention to his health. Xiaoying interjects, the dishes have been served. Let's all be quiet. Thus, they momentarily cease hostilities. However, Yi Si, with his penchant for excitement, cannot remain subdued. Darling, eat this. Have some soup, first to warm your body. I have brought you some wine. Currently in transit. In a few days, let us indulge and reminisce. Yi Si revels in this cleansing banquet, indifferent to how the other unrelated guests are faring. Ideally, they are not enjoying themselves. At the hotel entrance, Yi Si, holding a rose, enters Xiaoying's car, disregarding Qin Hanyue and others who have come to see them off. He lowers his gaze to smell the rose in his hand and casually remarks, with such lackluster efforts, how do you intend to pursue my darling? Perhaps you should practice for a few more years. Aside from him, you haven't been indiscriminately befriending any unsavory characters, have you? Yi Si inquires with a serious expression. Xiao Ying replies, on their territory, one must behave. Yi Si, with a dismissive air, raises his hands in innocence. Darling, with you constantly defending him, it is quite difficult for me to remain composed. Xiao Ying suddenly accelerates. In a relaxed posture, Yi Si suddenly jolted back against the chair due to inertia. He turned to look at Xiao Ying, a playful smile gracing his lips. All right, I shall refrain from further comments. The car glided into the villa district. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yi Si gazed at the villa before him and inquired of Xiao Ying, who approached to open the door. My dear, do not tell me you reside in this quaint little abode? Xiao Ying stepped inside. Do not be so picky, young master. I have given you my black card. Haven Ti? Purchase something. Dear, when did you become so accustomed to hardship, living in a dilapidated house, and wearing a worn-out watch? Yi Si glanced back at the surroundings of the community, his brow furrowing slightly. Did Cheng Jinyan come to see you here as well? Indeed. Are you certain you did not take him to a more comfortable place? Are we entering or not? If not, I shall sleep in the car tonight. Let us go inside. Yi Si promptly entered. As long as I am with you, my dear, I would find joy even in a thatched hut, subsisting on meager fare. Xiao Ying asked, shall we sleep upstairs or downstairs? Yi Si replied, naturally, I prefer a location nearer to you. Ideally, sharing a room would be splendid, even if it is on the floor or the sofa. Halfway up the stairs, Xiao Ying turned around. This place would be somewhat troublesome for disposing of a body, but it wouldn't require much effort. Yi Si spread his arms wide, tilting his head, his smile radiant. You may do as you please. Observing his infuriating demeanor, Xiao Ying felt a slight itch in her hands. Yi Si sat on the living room sofa, engaged in a video call, while Xiao Ying descended to pour herself a drink. She overheard him boasting to the person on the other end, occasionally swiveling the camera to showcase his surroundings. On the screen, Cheng Jinyan could no longer contain his irritation. Do you know whom Xiao Ying wanted that watch for? Yi Si responded, I do, just a brief encounter. He was no match. Cheng Jinyan remarked, it seems he is quite serious about Xiao Ying. When he met me recently, he was still composed. Yi Si retorted, he dares not. Suddenly, the living room lights flickered off, startling Yi Si, who turned to see a petite figure descending the stairs. Yi Si, with a hint of melancholy, questioned, my dear, how is it that you tread so silently? It was fortuitous that Yi Si arrived just in time for the joint welcoming and New Year's party at Jing University. Hu Qingdong had played truant all day, arriving at school only before the festivities began. Generally, Jing University prohibited driving on campus, hence a parking lot exclusively for faculty and students had been constructed nearby. Hu Qingdong, in his sports car, parked while enjoying the music. Upon raising his eyes, he spotted his dream car ahead. Sister Ying drove to school? Hu Qingdong perked up immediately, honking twice and leaning out the window. Sister Ying? He followed closely behind her vehicle, securing a parking spot before rushing towards Xiao Ying and her car. However, as the driver's door swung open, a striking young man stepped out, his half-tousled silver hair, flamboyant demeanor, and regal aura leaving Hu Qingdong momentarily stunned. Who is this person? Just as he pondered, the young man glanced his way, seemingly misunderstanding the earlier honking. Yi Si entered the school, leaving his equally ostentatious sports car in the lot, which attracted numerous students who gathered to admire and photograph it. Sister, handsome guy? That strikingly handsome guy? I just saw him in the parking lot. Truly breathtaking. The kind of beauty one rarely encounters in reality. Is it the one with the silver hair tied up? Oh, I too have witnessed the spectacle, and there are already sisters who have shared photographs, profile shots that are simply breathtaking. I have heard whispers that he is a celebrity. Could he possibly be performing at our school? However, he is not a star, as I have searched extensively. His aura resembles that of a scion from a dramatic family saga. Encountering such a dashing figure in reality for the first time is utterly astonishing. The esteemed lawyer Cheng and the enigmatic Lord Qin, I find myself at a loss. It seems he is headed toward the School of Computer Science. Again, the School of Computer Science? I have an inexplicable premonition. Brother, a hypercar, a Koenigsegg 1. It is parked in our school lot. Hurry to see it before the crowd surges, and it becomes impossible to approach. Chapter 158. Qin Hanyue falls ill. Seeking treatment from Xiao Ying, the welcoming gala at Peking University is a grand affair, with a hall capable of accommodating thousands, now teeming with attendees. The freshmen have anticipated this event for weeks, preparing with great enthusiasm, believing the highlight of the evening would be the gala itself. However, their attention has been captivated by a young man with partially silver hair and an exquisite sports car. Upon closer listening, it becomes evident that most of the students clutching their phones are engrossed in discussions about this mysterious figure and his vehicle. Xiao Ying arrives just in time. The hall is somewhat dim, yet when Xiao Ying appears alongside Yi Si, they inevitably draw attention. Initially, only the students in the front rows take notice, but soon, like ripples in a pond, the excitement spreads, prompting those in the rear to rise and peer forward. What is happening up front? It is the campus bell, accompanied by that striking silver-haired gentleman. Female students are beside themselves with excitement. Are they together? Naturally. With fewer people near the entrance, Xiaoying settles into a front-row seat, followed by Yi Si, who instinctively drapes an arm over her shoulder while adjusting his legs into a comfortable position. Witnessing this scene, the students become agitated. I knew it. It is indeed the illustrious Xiaoying, a constant presence of beauty amidst a revolving door of handsome men. Do you know what is the rarest thing in the world? Beauty. And do you know what is even rarer? Divine beauty. Many live their lives without ever encountering a visage of such caliber. Yet Xiaoying is surrounded by a multitude. My feelings have shifted from envy to a deep-seated jealousy. Such intimacy. What is the nature of their relationship? I had hoped for her and Lord Qin, only to discover their connection appears to be the most innocent of all. The truth is unveiled. That sports car belongs to him, a figure of undeniable significance. How formidable. Thankfully, with Lord Qin in the picture, it becomes more palatable. Having Xiaoying among us is a blessing. Where else could one find such divine beauty? Accompanying Xiaoying means a continuous encounter with handsome men and remarkable personalities. Truly a stroke of luck. Ye see, my dear, I find myself regretting this sudden influx of people. The air has grown stale. Xiaoying, you chose to come. Ye see, my dear, if you weren't by my side, it would be one thing, but since you are, how can I bear to stay in solitude? Naturally, wherever you go, I shall follow. So, when will you accompany me back to M country? Xiaoying, I am currently attending school. Ye see, stop joking. Are you really going to waste your time on the trivialities of childhood games? If you truly desire to experience life, I could accompany you to M country to help you select a school and savor the experience together. Xiaoying, I quite enjoy my current life. Being a student is a wonderful role. Let us discuss things further once the shadow matter is resolved. Ye see, what about me? Xiaoying glanced at him and replied, at your age, starting university seems a bit late. If you're not embarrassed, I could speak to the principal and arrange for you to have a desk alongside mine. Ye see, my dear, do you know what I love most about you? It's your ability to curse and your serious demeanor when you're joking. Xiaoying, I love that too. As the evening event commenced, the two were engaged in conversation when Hui Chengdong stealthily approached and sat beside Xiaoying. Sistering, is your car safe from theft? In the next moment, a face appeared from the other side of Xiaoying, revealing the silver-haired man who had stolen the car. Hui Chengdong pointed at him. Sistering, it's him. Yi Si cast a fleeting glance at Hui Chengdong before returning his gaze, clearly unimpressed. Who is this? Xiaoying, a member of the Hui family. Hui Chengdong nearly exclaimed. My dear? He looked at Xiaoying and then at Yi Si, finally realizing that the man's arm was draped over Xiaoying's shoulder. What the hell? Who is this guy? Sistering, is he your boyfriend? What about that Qin fellow? Did you kick him to the curb? Wait, it seems you two haven't even officially gotten together yet. Xiaoying, just a friend. Friend? After witnessing the examples of Cheng Jinyan and Qin Hanyue, Hui Chengdong automatically categorized anyone Xiaoying referred to as a friend into the league of influential figures. A friend of Sistering is certainly not an ordinary person. Hui Chengdong, who is he? Can you introduce us? He doesn't look like he's from the capital. Stealing a glance at Yi Si, he's quite handsome and dressed well. Is he a celebrity? Xiaoying, if you were a beauty, perhaps that would be more feasible. Just then, another hand appeared on Xiaoying's face as Yi Si turned her head back. My dear, you must not engage in conversation with other men. Yi Si leaned closer and remarked, what beauty? When you're by my side, have you ever seen me with another woman? Hui Chengdong, goodness. Not only is he driving Sistering's car, calling her my dear, and throwing his arm around her shoulder, but he's also touching her face. He's bolder than Qin Hanyue. The welcome party, intended as a celebration, had transformed into a stage for handsome men and beautiful women. Everyone was fervently posting in groups and forums, hardly anyone paying attention to the program, and the auditorium was increasingly crowded. On the forum, photos of Xiaoying and Qin Hanyue strolling through campus had dominated the top for more than half a month. But they were ruthlessly pushed down by the sudden appearance of Yi Si. One photo after another of Yi Si and Xiaoying sitting closely together surged to the top, each one unique. No way, I still ship Xiaoying and Qin Sanj. Sorry, I've already switched allegiances. This guy's looks are too appealing. He fits my aesthetic perfectly. He's just like the male lead from my novel. Sisters upstairs, last time you switched from Chung the lawyer to Qin Sanj. You said the same thing. The once harmonious forum has devolved into a battleground for CP fans. Qin Hanyue, clutching his phone, gazes despondently at the photo of himself and Xiaoying, which is sunk to the bottom, while her pictures with Yi Si dominate the forum. Those who merely weeks ago declared him and Xiaoying a match made in heaven have now swiftly shifted their affections to a new protagonist. Over the past half-month, Qin Hanyue's sole pastime has been perusing the forum of Jing University, reading what others say about him and Xiaoying. He sets his phone down, his gaze drifting to the watch beside him. After a moment, he opens WeChat and messages Xiaoying. Is there a welcome party at Jing University tonight? The reply comes swiftly. None of your business. Qin Hanyue's expression darkens. Yi, ignoring Xiao Ying's murderous glare. Yi returns his phone to her coat pocket and chuckles. Don't pay him any mind. Qin Hanyue waits patiently, but his phone remains silent, and he stares blankly at the screen. Eventually, he glances in the direction of the bathroom. The following evening, Xiao Ying and Yi are in the villa, enjoying drinks and conversation. The doorbell rings. Just as Yi rises to answer, Xiao Ying has already opened the door. Upon seeing Qin Hanyue, his pallor and fatigue are striking. Are you unwell? Xiao Ying inquires. Yes, I've caught a chill and can't shake this fever. I thought I might trouble you. Qin Hanyue replies, coughing discreetly into his fist, turning slightly to avoid infecting her. Noticing his condition, Xiao Ying reaches out to touch his forehead, finding it burning. He instinctively lowers his head to facilitate her touch. Well, it seems your forehead needs no washing for 3 days. It's better to offer incense and reverence. Qin Yin quips. Xiao Ying checks his temperature, withdrawing her hand as Qin Hanyue follows suit, comparing his own forehead's heat. Before I arrived, I measured my temperature at 38.1 degrees. It seems to have risen, he states. Just as Xiao Ying is about to respond, Yi drapes his arm over her shoulder. You've come to the wrong place. This isn't a clinic. If you need medical attention, go to a hospital. He speaks sharply, his disdain for Qin Hanyue unmistakable. There are no women engaged in mere pretense here, nor a private physician. It seems every attempt at rekindling old connections is thwarted, and a rift has been formed. Although it's a minor ailment, it has been quite bothersome. Miss Qiao, your medical skills are exceptional, and I merely sought a quick remedy. If I have disturbed you both, I apologize and shall take my leave. He addresses Xiaoying. No need to see you off. Yi interjects. Xiaoying, undeterred, reaches for Qin Hanyue. Come upstairs with me. I'll administer a few acupuncture treatments. Yi adamantly refuses. Absolutely not. Ignoring his protest, Xiaoying turns to walk inside, only to find Yi blocking the entrance. Don't be ridiculous, she pleads. Yi remains unmoving, resolute in his stance. Yi, she calls. Yi turns, visibly displeased, his expression betraying a sense of jealousy and frustration. Reluctantly, he steps aside. Just wait for me. I'll be quick, Xiaoying reassures him. Under Yi watchful gaze, Qin Hanyue follows Xiaoying upstairs to her room. After Qin Hanyue entered, Xiaoying promptly locked the door. This action inevitably dampened Qin Hanyue's spirits, revealing the mutual understanding between her and Yi. Please, take a seat on the sofa, Xiaoying suggested. Not only did Yi bring wine for Xiaoying, but he also presented her with a medical kit. Although the instruments were basic, they were undoubtedly state-of-the-art. Xiaoying opened the medical kit. Open your mouth, she instructed, retrieving a small flashlight and leaning closer to him. Aren't you going to wear a mask? What if you catch something? It's not that easily transmissible, Qin Hanyue replied, complying as he slightly tilted his head back to allow her to examine him. Xiaoying put away the flashlight. Have you taken your medicine? She asked. She had indulged in a bit too much wine, and her speech was laced with the scent of it, her soft pink lips further stained by the liquid. No. Qin Hanyue shook his head. Not even fever reducers? No. She eyed him suspiciously but chose not to comment further. She retrieved a stethoscope and slipped her hand into his suit, placing it against his chest through his shirt, moving from the apex of the left lung down to the sides, spanning from left to right lung. Despite the fabric barrier, the stethoscope felt cool against his skin. Qin Hanyue instinctively straightened his back, captivated by the sight of Xiao Ying diligently bending over him, her focus unwavering. His hands, resting on his knees, unconsciously clenched. Xiao Ying asked him about his symptoms, and he responded candidly. After her inquiries, he could not help but remark, do you always conduct such thorough examinations? Even for a mere cold or fever? He had assumed that with her medical expertise and temperament, she would merely perform a cursory check, perhaps employing traditional Chinese diagnostic methods, followed by a couple of acupuncture needles. He was pleasantly surprised by her meticulousness. Was it her enjoyment of the wine, the company she kept while drinking, that made her so patient and unbothered by the effort? Or was it simply because it was him? The thought emerged, only for Qin Hanyue to dismiss it almost immediately. I never see patients. I only perform surgeries, let alone trivial ailments like headaches and fevers. She had not anticipated using the medical kit gifted by Yi. Qin Hanyue's eyes brightened, and his heartbeat quickened. He fixed his gaze upon the girl's face, lost in thought, unaware that his unusual reaction and accelerated heartbeat had caught Xiao Ying's attention. She had already moved the stethoscope to his left atrium. Your heart is racing, she stated. Qin Hanyue snapped back to reality, realizing her observation. He stammered. Upon meeting his gaze, Xiao Ying discerned that his sudden increase in heart rate was not due to any physical discomfort. She removed the stethoscope and sat beside him on the sofa. taking his hand to check his pulse. After completing the pulse check, she retrieved a needle. Take off your jacket. All right, he agreed. Unbutton 2 of those. Okay. She stood up, moving behind Qin Hanyue, pulling down the collar of his shirt to expose the back of his neck and shoulders for the injection. Suddenly, the doorknob began to turn. Realizing the door was locked, Yi Si knocked directly. Darling, why have you locked the door while treating him? Who are you trying to protect yourself from? He exclaimed, irritated. It's only been a few minutes. Xiaoying knew well that his restlessness had prompted her to lock the door. If he dares to have any ill intentions toward you, just take care of him, and I'll handle the one outside. Outside, Yi Si called out, did you hear that? Xiaoying replied, don't mind him, that's just how he is. Qin Hanyue inquired, have you known each other for long? Xiaoying responded, yes. It was hard to fathom how someone with her temperament could patiently tolerate Yi Si's reckless antics. She claimed to prefer those who spoke little, yet Yi Si was quite the opposite. She even permitted him intimate nicknames and frequent physical contact. Regardless of the trials they had faced together, such a bond typically required years to solidify, yet she was merely 18 this year. After administering the injection at the nape of his neck, Xiaoying returned to the sofa. Qin Hanyue extended his hand to her, which she grasped before injecting into his palm. This physical connection made his heart race even faster. Before I met Miss Qiao, I had never envied anyone, until now. Qin Hanyue suddenly confessed. First, it was the likes of Sak and Bai Xiao, then her brother, followed by Cheng Jinyan, and now Yi Si. Xiaoying stated, Yi Si is indeed the person I trust most in this world. With no one else even close, how could Qin Hanyue remain unaffected? Darling, are you done? Why is it taking so long? Just give him a couple of shots, Yi Si called impatiently from outside. Xiaoying grabbed a nearby cushion and hurled it against the door, momentarily silencing Yi Si. She bowed her head, continuing to work on his palm, and added, Mr. Qin, with your excellence, why should you envy them? Qin Hanyue explained, I grew up abroad with my aunt, who raised me, so in my heart. She is as dear as my mother. Xiaoying glanced at him, her expression questioning why he suddenly shared this. He proceeded to elucidate. I envy them because they are different to you. They understand you better than I do. I have no other means of getting to know you and only wish for you to know me. But it seems I have acted foolishly, as I do not know if you wish to understand me. Stimulated by Yi Si's provocation and his own illness, Qin Hanyue found it difficult to suppress his emotions, his mind racing without regard for the timing. Xiaoying's lips curled into a faint smile, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. This smile bore no deeper meaning. It was simply an acknowledgement of the layered conversation of this businessman, who, had he been a tad more subtle, might have obscured his intent entirely. Xiaoying had indeed consumed a bit too much tonight. Miss Qiao. Some words just as Qin Hanyue was about to disregard the needle in his palm to grasp Xiaoying's hand. Yi Si suddenly pounded on the door. Darling, if you don't respond, I'll kick the door down. The moment was successfully interrupted. At that instant, Xiaoying withdrew the needle. All done. She released his hand. As the needle was removed, Qin Hanyue felt a surge of clarity return to his mind, watching Xiaoying tidy up the supplies as he silently adjusted his attire. He felt a sense of regret, yet was relieved he had not voiced his thoughts, knowing he likely would not receive the answer he desired. Regaining his composure, Qin Hanyue consciously shifted the topic. Do you have any plans for the winter break? Will you be traveling somewhere far like during the summer? Xiaoying replied, yes. He immediately asked, will there be any dangers? Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. Are you asking about her? Or those unfortunate souls she might encounter? As Qin Hanyue observed her expression, he remarked, it seems you have indulged a bit too much. Xiaoying replied, perhaps a little. Qin Hanyue inquired, is he sleeping next door? Xiaoying retorted, what, Mr. Qin, are you going to admonish me about the reputational implications of a man and a woman alone together? Rising, Qin Hanyue donned his coat, stating, that is not my intention. A single reminder suffices, as excessive admonishment becomes irksome. Chapter 160, Xiaoying dismissed. Whether you two live or die is of no concern to me. Let us commence our winter break. Qin Hanyue mentioned, I sent you a message last night. Xiaoying acknowledged, I am aware. Outside, Yi Si was nearly on the verge of forcing the door open, yet the two continued their conversation. Qin Hanyue asked, will you not clarify your position? After all, Yi Si's response was rather uncouth. Xiaoying replied, are you not aware that I did not send that? Qin Hanyue chuckled. Of course I am. As Xiaoying finished gathering her belongings, she advised the now-dressed Qin Hanyue, it's cold. Do take care to keep warm. Before proceeding to open the door. Instantly, Qin Hanyue felt a surge of relief. Just 2 seconds before Yi Si would kick the door, Xiaoying swung it open. Upon seeing her, Yi Si's previously unruly demeanor softened, and he flashed her a charming smile. Darling wants downstairs. Xiaoying urged Qin Hanyue to return and take some medicine for his fever, saying, if your head still aches tomorrow and you don't mind the trouble, come back to see me. Qin Hanyue agreed. All right. Yi Si interjected, aren't you leaving? Under Yi Si's frigid gaze, Qin Hanyue departed the villa. Qin Yin observed the interaction between Yi Si and Xiao Ying at the villa entrance, and then glanced at the third master, who was braving the cold wind alone. With a sigh of sympathy, he mused, poor third master, all alone without love. In the car, Qin Yin consoled, third master, do not fret. I believe Miss Xiao will not be drawn to Yi Si's temperament. Moreover, they appear to have known each other for quite some time. If there were genuine feelings, they would have been together by now. Do take care of your health. Qin Yin found it rather peculiar. Just yesterday he seemed perfectly fine. Yet now he had fallen ill after a single night's rest. The third master had always been robust, so what could have caused this sudden ailment? Was it perhaps due to Yi Si's irritation? Nonetheless, the timing of this illness was rather fortuitous. Qin Hanyue glanced out the car window as the villa's gate closed. Yi Si remarked, he does not strike me as someone who falls ill easily. If he were to be sick, why not at another time? Could he be feigning? Xiaoying countered, are you questioning my medical expertise? I merely suggest that this ailment is of his own making. Was this not a behavior of yours in the past? Yi Si had often engaged in such foolishness, and not just once or twice, but numerous times, relentlessly tormenting his own body just to have Xiaoying attend to him. A minor ache, and he would feign illness in her presence. Throughout the years, Yi Si still failed to recognize the folly of his past actions. Believing he had been clever. Wasn't it merely to see you more often, my dear? Yi Si's words prompted Xiaoying to turn and gaze outside the villa. The car had already departed. Darling, how much do you charge him for a consultation? In M Continent, he has provided you with numerous crates of arms. Not just arms, but also needles, in this villa. M Continent, the divine armament is his. Yi Si sheepishly admitted, I underestimated him. If you need arms, why not ask me instead of seeking them from others? Xiaoying replied, the goods are in M Continent. If you are displeased, feel free to blow them up. Seeing that Xiaoying was unwilling to acknowledge him, Yi Si began to act up again. Darling, I'm feeling unwell. Xiaoying inquired, what is wrong? Shall I give you a couple of injections? Yi Si replied, do I need a strip for that? My heart is a bit uncomfortable, it aches. As he spoke, he had already shed his outer garment. Xiaoying remarked, heart cancer, ordinary treatments are futile, a dissection might be in order. Yi Si pressed honestly. If both I and Qin Hanyue fell into the water simultaneously, whom would you save? Faced with such a foolish question, Xiaoying contemplated administering a remedy for his heart cancer. As she ascended the stairs, she retorted without looking back, whether you two live or die is of no concern to me. The next day, Qin Hanyue did not arrive, which surprised Xiaoying. Yi Si commented, he must have some sense. As it was quite late. Uncertain if Qin Hanyue was merely preoccupied, Xiaoying decided to send a message. To her surprise, Qin Hanyue replied promptly, thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better now and won't disturb you. Naturally, Qin Hanyue wished to see her, but he deemed it inappropriate to trouble her repeatedly over a mere headache or cold. He felt that intruding while she was with her friends might render her averse to him. Thus, he refrained from pursuing her company. In the days leading up to the winter break, internal strife erupted within the Arctic Fox organization, necessitating Yi Si's return to manage the situation. Just before boarding the plane, he assured Xiaoying that they would meet at Kinlan in a week. Upon arrival, he cautioned her to be careful and to wait for him before taking any actions. After offering his reminders, Yi Si quickly reverted to his playful demeanor. Darling, I can't bear to be apart from you. How will I survive a week without you? Xiaoying retorted, you ought to leave. He persisted, at least give me a smile. I have yet to see how your face looks when you smile. Go away. Then let me have a hug. Yi Si stubbornly embraced her until he felt satisfied before boarding the plane. On the second day of winter break, Xiaoying packed her belongings and set off. Kinlan, a region more chaotic than the Golden Triangle, is notorious for being lawless. Among the shadowy figures, Spade A is the most cautious. He never speaks of himself unless absolutely necessary. Out of the group, Xiaoying knows the least about him. Having only heard from the deceased Heart K that Spade A often frequents this area, presumably holding some power there. Xiaoying's next objective is him. Upon reaching the airport, Xiaoying received a message from Qin Hanyue. Now that winter break has begun, where are you planning to go? Is it convenient to share? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoying replied, not certain yet, just wandering around. She was evidently reluctant to disclose more. Qin Hanyue, though concerned, respected her privacy and did not press further. After over 7 hours of flying and multiple transfers, Xiaoying finally arrived at the border of her destination. Seated in an off-road vehicle, she traversed the desolate zone. The chaos was evident along the route. As various roadblocks appeared, the driver pressed the accelerator, unwilling to halt. The driver, a bearded Austrian, had no air conditioning in the vehicle, and despite the frigid weather, beads of sweat adorned his battered face. A gleaming knife was pressed against his neck, and with each breath, he felt the blade graze his skin, drawing blood. A beautiful Asian girl, poised and collected, grasped the hilt of her knife and inquired in German, how much longer? The bearded man hastily replied, half an hour, it's almost done. Xiaoying asked, "Can we speak freely now?" The bearded man nodded, his facial muscles rigid with tension. She sheathed her short blade and urged, "Tell me about A. Kinlan." The bearded man gathered his thoughts and began recounting the affairs concerning A. Kinlan. Xiaoying was taken aback to discover that this seemingly reckless individual was quite knowledgeable, thus sparing her considerable effort. You arrived at an inopportune moment. A. Kinlan is most chaotic at this time of year. A young girl like you, upon entering, will undoubtedly attract attention, especially since you are an Asian girl, he noted, casting a sidelong glance at her striking features. With such beauty and being a pure Asian, you would be devoured to the bone. Is that so? Then I truly have timed my visit poorly, Xiaoying responded. As they spoke, a group of individuals appeared by the roadside, attempting to flag down passing vehicles, while one of them busied himself inspecting a car that appeared to be broken down. Xiaoying's gaze swept over the vehicle, noting that the driver remained seated inside. The bearded man observed the individuals signaling for help, and one of them subtly gestured towards him. Receiving the signal, he glanced at Xiaoying once more and began to decelerate. As they closed the distance to the group, the bearded man suddenly lunged towards Xiaoying, attempting to seize her knife. The people by the roadside sprang into action, and the seemingly malfunctioning vehicle roared to life, aiming to intercept them. However, before they could encircle the car, the driver's side door flew open, and the bearded man was unceremoniously kicked out. Xiaoying swiftly kicked another assailant from the vehicle and took the driver's seat, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel as she hastily shut the door. She evaded the oncoming vehicle, pressing the accelerator as they sped towards the perilous area. Chapter 161. A familiar figure. A life saved. Xiaoying's vehicle was halted at the entrance. A. Kinlan was a place of stark contrasts, where some were so destitute they perished by the roadside, while others reveled in opulence. The immense disparity bred greed and malevolence. Within this realm congregated a myriad of individuals, drug lords, arms dealers, and businessmen seeking thrills to squander their wealth. Countless unspeakable and sordid enterprises thrived here, challenging the limits of one's imagination. The delineation of power was unmistakably clear, with each entrance and exit guarded, requiring payment for passage. Lowering her window, Xiaoying extended a wad of cash. The individual awaiting payment fixated on her delicate, fair hand, unmistakably feminine. He peered into the car through the windshield and beheld the exquisitely beautiful visage of the Asian girl. In that instant, he resembled a ravenous wolf catching sight of fresh meat. He alerted his companions. The few guards squatting at the entrance rose and approached the vehicle. As they drew near, they were struck by the girl's breathtaking beauty, her flawless skin igniting a longing that was almost unbearable. Upon discovering that the vehicle contained only a solitary girl, there was a momentary flicker of surprise, yet it was soon disregarded. After all, regardless of her identity, once one enters this realm, all are treated equally. A group encircled the car, their faces alight with avarice. Such beauty, particularly that of an unadulterated Asian descent, could undoubtedly command exorbitant prices in the market. They were currently in dire need of resources, and this exquisite opportunity had presented itself to them unbidden. Consequently, they accepted payment but had no intention of granting her passage. Instead, they rapped on the window, signaling for the girl to disembark. As the window opened a narrow gap, one impatient individual reached boldly into the car, attempting to seize the keys. In response, Xiaoying pressed the accelerator, sending him tumbling, while the vehicle barreled through the roadblock, forging ahead. The man's arm, caught in the window, was dragged for a considerable distance before he finally fell to the ground, his limb broken. The group, now in disarray, scrambled to their feet, watching as the off-road vehicle disappeared from sight. They were instructed to locate the Asian woman who had breached their territory. Such a rare asset could not be permitted to escape. The vehicle, having been abandoned, failed to start. Xiaoying hoisted her backpack and set off on foot, venturing deeper into the wilderness. Along the path, she encountered fields brimming with cannabis and opium poppies. This area had once been an insular tribe, surviving through the cultivation of these illicit crops until they attracted the attention of drug traffickers. The locale still retained many indigenous characteristics, such as wooden huts and traditional attire. Every parcel of land was under vigilant watch, as the diverse populace contended with scarcity of resources in this lawless zone, where various factions fiercely guarded their territory, often resorting to lethal confrontations over trivial disputes. Outsiders were immediately targeted upon crossing the border, unwittingly becoming prey to those who sought to satiate their hunger. Those less fortunate often faced robbery and assault before even entering, their bodies discarded by the roadside. Most traveled in groups. As dusk descended, the solitary Xiaoying found herself akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger. The individual she encountered along the way regarded her with predatory gazes, some brazenly trailing her every step. Throughout her journey, Xiaoying noted the presence of a totem tattoo on the necks of many. A red symbol roughly the size of a fist, This was the emblem of the Wuma clan. The individuals who had initially blocked her path also bore the mark. It was evident that she had unwittingly wandered into the territory of the Wuma clan. From the bearded driver, she learned that Akinlan was dominated by three formidable forces, one of which was the Wuma clan. The other two factions consisted of a ruthless drug lord devoid of morals and an arms dealer wielding absolute power over life and death. Should the Ace of Spades truly establish a foothold here, given his ambition and capability, it was highly plausible that he could become one of these three dominant forces. At this moment, the Wuma clan was conducting a merciless auction. The items on the block were not mere objects or land, but rather human beings, women. The vast auction hall was thronged with eager spectators, as an Asian girl was paraded like livestock for sale. Bidders shouted with escalating enthusiasm, their desperation palpable. The girl on stage was bound, her mouth sealed with tape, tears streaming down her face, her beauty striking enough to evoke the image of a weeping pear blossom. To these individuals, Asian women possess petite frames, their appearances often exuding an air of innocence, and they are devoid of any noticeable body odor. Strikingly different from their European counterparts. This stark contrast serves to heighten their desires. The bearded driver had emphasized this point while addressing Xiaoying. Thus, Asian women are a rare sight here, elucidating the avaricious and excited expressions that surfaced upon their encounter with Xiaoying. The average-looking women on stage commanded exorbitant prices, let alone the beautiful ones. Xiaoying, with her backpack, concealed herself in the shadowed corner of the second floor, silently observing the absurd auction below. The Wuma family was engaged in such underhanded dealings. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette passed by from the crowd, accompanied by several subordinates, making their way towards the exit. Xiao Ying's gaze followed the figure. Although the distance rendered the profile unclear, the conspicuous red totem around the neck was unmistakable. Soon, a girl was auctioned off. As darkness enveloped the sky, the girl was claimed by a black man, who dragged her, bound, to his dwelling, brutally tossing her onto the bed. The girl, struggling to rise, knelt on the bed, her mouth gagged, unable to speak, only able to whimper in supplication. Yet, the more she wept, the more the man's primal instincts surged forth. He lunged eagerly toward her. The girl was pinned down, nearly gasping for breath, her tear-filled eyes blurring her vision. Her clothing torn, leaving her in a state of utter despair. Suddenly, she felt a lightness, and amid her dizziness and ringing ears, she heard the sound of her throat being slit, followed by the dull thud of her body collapsing to the ground, a faint metallic scent wafting through the air. Stunned, the girl belatedly realized that she was alone. Turning her head, she saw another girl, of a similar age, in the room, wiping a short blade with a piece of fabric cut from the black man's clothing. The man lay motionless at the feet of this girl. The scent of blood intensified. After cleaning the blade, Xiaoying approached the girl on the bed and swiftly cut the ropes binding her. The girl, trembling, tore off the tape from her mouth, ready to scream, but was met with the icy command, "Be quiet." Instinctively, the girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at Xiaoying. Xiaoying moved to the window, prying open a corner of the wooden frame to glance at the black man's subordinates below, before returning to the room. "Help, please. I've been abducted here. I am also from Huagua." The girl stifled her sobs, pleading for assistance. Xiaoying cast her a glance, sheathed the blade, carelessly tossed her backpack aside, and flopped onto the bed, coldly stating, "Don't run around. Finding a place to rest in this locale is quite challenging. This establishment does not accommodate outsiders, and even those with wealth struggle to secure lodging." The girl, a startled bird, remained ensconced in fear, curling into a ball in the corner of the bed, watching Xiaoying, who lay there. Meanwhile, the corpse of the black man lay on the floor, leaving the girl too terrified to sleep, her eyes wide open, fixated on the slumbering Xiaoying, fearing that this lifeline would vanish if she blinked. Chapter 162. Xiaoying, Yi Si. And Cheng Jinyan set fire to the place the following day. Upon awakening, Xiaoying descended the stairs and dealt with several subordinates of the black man. Afterward, she returned upstairs, tossing some food to the girl, instructing her to stay put. Subsequently, she departed. The news of a beautiful Asian girl intruding upon the territory of the Wuma family had already spread, and many had witnessed it the previous evening. The Wuma family was searching for her throughout the night. Xiaoying ventured out to familiarize herself with the terrain and gather information. Along her journey, she endeavored to avoid encounters with others, and when faced with unfortunate roadblocks, she remained unperturbed. The only advantage of this place was the ease of disposing of bodies. It was commonplace for several corpses to suddenly appear by the roadside, requiring no effort on her part to manage. That night, the Wuma family's auction commenced once more. The venue was filled with familiar faces, yet tonight, there were some newcomers, among whom was a strikingly beautiful Asian girl. She surpassed every girl previously auctioned in breathtaking beauty. Instantly, All eyes were drawn to the imposing group that entered the venue, particularly to the lovely girl who stood beside a young man of Irish descent. His striking silver-white hair, elegantly styled, framed a face of deep-set features, alabaster skin, and an enchanting appearance that was alluring yet not effeminate. He was even more captivating than any woman. Yi Si's cold gaze swept over the crowd, filled with a desire to pluck out their eyes. He remarked, raising his arm to drape it over Qiao Ying's shoulder, a gesture of claiming possession. Qiao Ying replied, "You, a grown man, fear being gazed upon?" Yi Si retorted, "I am referring to you, my dear." Qiao Ying countered, "They not only auction women, occasionally. They also offer delectable men, as mentioned by the bearded driver." She had confirmed this fact during her daytime reconnaissance. Yi Si responded, "Darling, do not repulse me." Given the circumstances, it was evident why the attendees at the auction were fixated on Qiao Ying and Yi Si, their minds swirling with conjecture. And they refrained from acting rashly, mindful of the imposing presence of the duo. The two took their seats in the front row. The individuals stationed at the entrance, whom Qiao Ying had knocked over yesterday, were now present in the venue. Upon spotting Qiao Ying, they promptly reported to their superior. "It's that girl." The auctioneer glanced over and instructed his subordinate, "Inform the higher-ups. We have some unfamiliar faces." The auction began. 5 or 6 women, bound by ropes, were pushed onto the stage like livestock. Their skin tones varied, hailing from different nations. Barefoot and bearing wounds, they were scantily clad. Yi Si turned to Qiao Ying, inquiring, "My dear, have you been here before? Did anything transpire?" Qiao Ying replied, "I saved someone." Yi Si asked, "When did you become so benevolent? Was it a man or a woman? I hope he didn't become overly attached to you." Qiao Ying glanced at the stage and responded, "What do you think?" Yi Si smirked, "A woman." Then it settled. As the auction commenced, it was evident that the audience tonight lacked the fervor of previous events. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, yet their predatory gazes remained locked onto Qiao Ying in the front row. The women wept on stage, while the two in the front row chatted as if in a world of their own, and the onlookers below watched with hawkish intent. The venue, filled only with intermittent cries and the occasional murmur of conversation between two individuals, exuded an eerie sense of oppression. Suddenly, a man entered, drawing attention in the hushed atmosphere. Clad in a tailored suit, he stood tall, with gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. He made his way directly to Qiao Ying and Yi Si, promptly taking a seat beside Qiao Ying. Cheng Jingyan exhaled a long breath. Yi Si glanced over Qiao Ying, catching Cheng Jingyan's eye as he remarked, "Quite a disheveled appearance. Aren't we?" Cheng Jingyan loosened his tie, responding, "I came alone, unlike you, the esteemed chairman, accompanied by a retinue." Qiao Ying regarded the unexpectedly arrived Cheng Jingyan, then glanced at Yi Si. Initially, she had intended to act independently, not intending to inform anyone of her plans. It was only at Yi Si's insistence that she revealed her intention to visit Kenlin during the winter break. Under Yi Si's probing, she mentioned her quest for the ace of spades, prompting Yi Si to accompany her, and even summoned Cheng Jingyan along. What was supposed to be a solitary endeavor had transformed into this unexpected gathering. Qiao Ying quipped, "Have you found some leisure time?" Cheng Jingyan was preoccupied, inspecting the bloodstains on his attire. Before he could respond, Yi Si interjected, "How many high-profile cases necessitate his personal involvement? It's been ages since the three of us convened, and this location seems quite fitting." Cheng Jingyan shrugged off his bloodied suit jacket, stating, "I've long wished to confront that bunch from the shadows." Yi Si remarked, "Dressing so formally for such an occasion?" Cheng Jingyan tossed his jacket aside, retorting, "Be quiet. If you had given me prior notice, I wouldn't have been in such a rush. I changed planes without even altering my clothes after 2 days of travel. I feel utterly exhausted." Yi Si straightened up, removing his own trench coat. Cheng Jingyan reached out to take it. "Thank you." Yi Si disregarded him, "Forget it." He unfurled the coat, draping it over Qiao Ying. "Be cautious, darling. Don't catch a chill." Cheng Jingyan retracted his hand, choosing to ignore him. He leisurely crossed his legs, bloodstains still visible on the collar of his white shirt. Through his glasses, he observed the women on stage, commenting, "I've heard of such auctions, but this is my first experience." Yi Si replied, "I thought your gang engaged in such activities as well." Cheng Jingyan shot back, "Qiao Ying speaks truthfully, your words." Yi Si interrupted, "What about them?" Cheng Jingyan smirked, "They're quite dreadful." Yi Si turned to Qiao Ying, incredulous, "Darling, have you really said that about me?" Qiao Ying remained fixated on the stage. Yi Si leaned closer, repeating his question, "Darling, have you truly said that about me?" Yet, Qiao Ying continued to focus on the performance. Yi Si reached out to turn her face towards him, but Qiao Ying firmly brushed his hand away. "Be quiet." Yi Si feigned injury. "Darling, how could you say such a thing about me?" At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the stage, capturing Qiao Ying's attention as she shifted her gaze from the women on stage to this individual. Having only glimpsed a profile the night before, she now recognized the face. Indeed, It was him, the adopted son of Tung Yen from the Red Heart K, remarkably having escaped from the cruise ship. Xiaoying noticed the red totem around his neck. Wasn't he the adopted son of Red Heart K? How had he become associated with the Wu Ma family? Cheng Jinyan and Yi Si also caught sight of Tung Yen. Who? They inquired of Xiaoying. In a few brief words, Xiaoying enlightened them. She exchanged glances with Tung Yen on stage, expecting him to exhibit hostility upon encountering an adversary. To her surprise, Tung Yen smiled at her before vanishing. Witnessing Tung Yan's smile directed at Xiaoying, Yi Si muttered a curse under his breath. Cheng Jinyan remarked, the Wu Ma family wields significant power. This is merely one of their branches. If the Spade A aligns with them, we shall face considerable troubles ahead. Yi Si's gaze was icy, yet he wore a nonchalant demeanor. Then let us resolve everything in one fell swoop. Xiaoying pondered, if Spade A truly joins the Wu Ma family, what then of the previously independent Heart K? It appears Heart K has taken Tung Yen as a foster son, but in reality, it seems Tung Yen has cultivated his own faction. This Tung Yen is no ordinary character. Cheng Jinyan inquired, what are the plans for tonight? Recalling her thoughts, Xiaoying gazed at the woman on stage, slightly parted her crimson lips, and emotionlessly declared, burn this place to the ground. Chapter 163. Xiaoying, student, Cheng Jinyan, lawyer. Yi Si, wealthy and handsome tycoon. The Wu Ma family possesses 5 such auction houses. Over the years, these 5 establishments have filled the Wu Ma family's coffers to overflowing, leaving countless envious. Yet tonight, this den of vice, which has ensnared innumerable men and women, as well as numerous businessmen seeking thrills, is destined to be set ablaze. The auction houses are constructed of wood, easily ignited by a single flame. Cheng Jinyan stood before the blazing inferno, the flickering flames reflected in his glasses. He reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, deftly extracted one, and lit it with a makeshift torch before tossing the torch into the roaring fire. In the night, he reveled in the captivating sight, his thin clothing serving as a makeshift warmth, observing the flames intensifying in the distance. Cheng Jinyan couldn't help but murmur, that fellow must have doused it in gasoline. Sensing the approach of the Wu Ma family members, he casually shoved his hands into his trouser pockets and ambled away. Dousing it in gasoline and then playing tricks, are we? Cheng Jinyan inquired upon reuniting with Yi Si. Yi Si, standing on the second-floor balcony with a wine glass in hand, leisurely savored his drink. Gasoline is filthy, why would I ever touch it? The trio had split up, each responsible for one auction house, while Yi Si's subordinates managed the remaining 2. They had agreed to see who could ignite their location most fiercely, but Yi Si, the young master, complained midway about the filthy paths potentially soiling his shoes, ultimately accomplishing nothing and leaving the work to his subordinates while he arrived first at the meeting point for drinks. Cheng Jinyan glanced at himself, clad in thin, blood-stained clothing, and then at the fashionable, vacation-like attire of Yi Si, contemplating a swift kick to send him tumbling from the second floor. Why haven't they arrived yet? Cheng Jinyan mused, directing his gaze toward the auction house where Xiaoying was stationed, ablaze with an inferno. Xiaoying remained at the venue where the 3 had just gathered, not having departed. When they had split up, Cheng Jinyan was the first to leave, unaware that Xiaoying had further inquiries to address. She mentioned she still needed to find that fellow to ask a few questions. Cheng Jinyan responded, who? That one on stage smiling at her, courting death. Yi Si stood upright and declared, let us depart. At that moment, they were heading towards the residence of the deceased black man, where the girl saved by Xiaoying was situated in the house behind them. The Wu Ma family would soon discover this location. 5 auction venues had been entirely consumed by flames, ignited by a group of outsiders, inciting unprecedented fury within the Wu Ma family, who dispatched individuals to seal off all entrances and initiated a thorough search. In particular, they were infuriated by the Asian girl who had brazenly ignited the torches before the crowd, injuring their people and ultimately setting their main venue ablaze. Tung Yen stood quietly aside, observing Wu Ma Lin's furious outburst, who threatened that upon capturing Xiaoying, he would auction her off repeatedly until she was utterly broken, subsequently reducing her to mere fodder. Wu Ma Lin, consumed by rage with no outlet, turned to see Tung Yen silently watching his fury and immediately redirected his wrath towards him. Tung Yen refrained from engaging in conflict, allowing Wu Ma Lin to vent his vitriol. You worthless scum, why aren't you out searching for them? The Wu Ma family does not harbor useless individuals. Wu Ma Lin spat venomously. Yet, Tung Yen remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged even in the face of such vile accusations, and he merely turned and departed. However, instead of heeding Wu Ma Lin's command to search for individuals, Tung Yen returned to his own residence. As he pushed the door open, a cold gleam of a blade swept past his face in that instant. Tung Yen halted, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he raised his gaze. At the tea table sat a petite figure. Upon entering, Tung Yen closed the door behind him, turned on the light, and beheld the individual before him. The girl, nonchalantly polishing a short knife, possessed striking beauty and an icy demeanor. She was none other than the fugitive responsible for the destruction of their auction venue. The girl, wiping her blade, remarked indifferently, "To endure such insults is remarkable." Teng Yin paid little heed to her words and replied, "I am rather surprised that you came to seek me. You must not intend to eliminate me, as we bear no enmity." Xiaoying responded, "I seek information regarding an individual. If you cooperate, I assure you, your life will be spared." Teng Yin inquired, "Whom do you wish to inquire about?" Xiaoying replied, "The Ace of Spades." Teng Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. "The Shadow's person?" Xiaoying affirmed, "Similar to your deceased adoptive father." Teng Yin responded, "I regret to disappoint you. Although the King of Hearts was my adoptive father, my knowledge of the Shadow is scant. Beyond the King of Hearts, I have only encountered members of the Shadow on that ill-fated cruise ship. As for the Ace of Spades, I am entirely ignorant." Seeing Xiao Ying's incredulity, Teng Yin continued, "I recognize that your strength surpasses that of the King of Hearts, and I value my life. There is no need for me to fabricate lies. If you have traced his whereabouts, perhaps you might explore other avenues, such as the notorious drug lord to the east and the arms dealer to the southwest. Their identities are shrouded in mystery, and in Akinlan, these two hold power akin to that of the Wu Ma family. I believe the Ace of Spades possesses the requisite strength to cultivate such an influence." Teng Yin, after a brief pause, shifted his gaze and continued, "I have recently been dispatched by my family to this area and am not well acquainted with their influence here. As you have heard, I hold no significant sway within my family and lack access to many matters. It remains uncertain whether the Ace of Spades you seek might be found among us." Upon hearing Teng Yan's words, Xiaoying smiled wryly. "You wish to use me as a pawn to eliminate Wu Malin? Your intentions are transparent. I detest when others attempt to manipulate me," she added. Teng Yan, unfazed, replied, "While I do harbor personal motives, I speak the truth." Xiaoying, with a deliberate tone, questioned, "Who among the Wu family territory resembles the Ace of Spades? I've just observed that Wu Malin wields the greatest influence here. If the Ace of Spades were present, would he serve as Wu Malin's subordinate?" Teng Yin was momentarily at a loss for words, then awkwardly chuckled, "You are remarkably astute. May I inquire about your enmity with the Shadows?" He found it hard to fathom how a young girl, still in her teens, could have such deep-seated grievances with the upper echelons of the organization. First, it was the King of Hearts, and now she had traversed great distances to seek the Ace of Spades in the Arkan Forest. Xiaoying had no intent to waste further words on him and prepared to depart. Teng Yin quickly interjected, "Are you interested in a collaboration? Given your skills and abilities, I believe we could achieve much." Without turning back, Xiaoying interrupted him, "Do you believe you are worthy?" Her tone dripped with disdain and pride. Teng Yin fell silent, watching the girl's retreating figure, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he murmured, "Perhaps not." The incident involving the burning of the Wu family's auction house sent shockwaves throughout the Arkan Forest overnight. The Wu family was expending considerable resources to hunt down the group of Asians responsible. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying and her companions had already left the Wu family's territory and arrived at the domain of the arms dealer. They approached with decorum, and upon recognizing them as citizens of the Hua nation, the guards at the entrance permitted their entry. The bearded driver informed Xiao Ying that within the Arkan Forest, any citizen from Hua facing difficulties could seek assistance from this arms dealer. If fortune smiled upon them, help would be rendered. Thus, the group that had invoked the ire of the Wu family arrived at this place, not to hide from them, but for two purposes. First, to ascertain the true identity of the arms dealer and whether he was indeed the Ace of Spades. Second, to find a safe haven for the girl they had rescued from the auction house. Soon, they were escorted to a camp where two individuals emerged, a young man in his 30s and a kindly middle-aged man. It was evident that they recognized Xiao Ying and her companions as the ones who had torched the Wu family's auction house and were thus wanted by them. What were they doing on their territory? The young man exchanged a glance with the middle-aged man. The latter, known as Old Lu, inquired amiably, "Who might you be?" Xiaoying replied, "I am Xiao Ying, a student." Cheng Jinyan introduced himself, "I am Cheng Jinyan, a lawyer." Yi Si added, "I am Yi Si, a prosperous entrepreneur, handsome and wealthy." Xiaoying responded, while Cheng Jinyan reiterated, and Old Lu acknowledged them. The young man then asked, "Mr. Qin, are you here for business again?" Qin Hanyue retorted, "Are you here on vacation once more?" Cheng Jinyan replied, "I beg your pardon for the amusement. This individual is truly a source of embarrassment. I wish to dig a pit and bury him within it." Old Lu glanced at the defiant face of the young man, who regarded everyone with disdain, akin to viewing refuse. With a faint smile, he inquired, "Might I ask what brings you esteemed guests to our humble abode?" Cheng Jinyan replied, "We have heard that your establishment is willing to extend assistance to the people of Huagua. This young lady has become lost. Might you be able to escort her back to her homeland?" Old Lu's gaze fell upon the girl Cheng Jinyan mentioned. She bore injuries, with red marks encircling her wrists and ankles, resembling a frightened rabbit, her entire demeanor tense. It was evident she had been rescued from the auction house of the Wuma family. Lost. To have wandered all the way to Akinlan? Such a far-fetched tale seemed rather insincere. The young man, Su Zheng, had long harbored disdain for the sordid dealings of the Wuma family. Under normal circumstances, he would be inclined to assist in such matters, but it was clear that the request for help from Xiao Ying and her companions was ill-timed. He lowered his voice and advised Old Lu, "The Wuma family is currently seeking them. We ought not to wade into these murky waters." Old Lu pondered for a moment. "Very well." Su Zheng furrowed his brow. Cheng Jinyan continued, "This young lady has endured considerable fright. Might we request that some of your men accompany her? Perhaps 2 subordinates from Yes?" Su Zheng, mildly irritated, remarked, "If you do not trust us, why seek our assistance? The exit is right there. We will not escort you." Old Lu interjected, "That can be arranged." Su Zheng cast a glance at Old Lu, struggling to contain his anger. How could he be so accommodating? Cheng Jinyan exchanged a look with Xiao Ying, pondering whether this arms dealer was genuinely benevolent or merely pretending. If he were truly kind, the chances of a spade being an ace would diminish. If he were hypocritical, he might be akin to the King of Hearts who previously feigned charity. Cheng Jinyan then addressed Old Lu. "Additionally, we wish to discuss some business with you. We are interested in procuring arms." Old Lu responded, "That is agreeable." Cheng Jinyan added, "We also require a place to rest. The price is negotiable." Old Lu retorted, "That is not permissible." Having just scorched the Wuma family's assets, they now approached their territory. Who could predict their actions? Those brave enough to provoke the Wuma family did not seem like individuals to fear trouble. Thus, their purpose for entering this domain appeared suspect. Old Lu stated, "You all clearly possess capabilities, but our establishment is small and cannot accommodate you. I must ask you to leave." Yes interjected, "Why not just admit your fear of the Wuma family?" Su Zheng added, "If you are not afraid, why do you still seek our help?" Yes replied, "It is out of respect for you." Su Zheng retorted, "You are simply shameless." Old Lu restrained Su Zheng. Maintaining a smile, "We are businessmen. We do not engage in ventures devoid of profit, especially considering your ambiguous identities. Students? Lawyers? Do you even believe that yourselves?" Only the last one, the one who seems the least presentable, resembles a true magnate. Old Lu concluded, "We genuinely wish to avoid this quagmire. Leave the young lady with us, and we shall see her safely home. As for other matters, we shall set them aside for now." Thus, they were escorted out once more. Standing at the boundary of the Wuma family's territory, Xiao Ying remarked, "Please wait for me. I must return." She then retraced her steps. The girl was left behind, and although Su Zheng harbored irritation, he still arranged for assistance to ensure the girl was safely returned by Yes subordinates. Su Zheng cautioned, knowing full well that the girl hails from the Wuma family's auction house, their boldness in sending her here raises concerns. If this is a diversion, accepting her could present the Wuma family with an opportunity to cause trouble. Old Lu waved his hand dismissively. "Have we not faced enough conflicts with the Wuma family over the years? We can certainly do without this one." Su Zheng replied, "Am I afraid of the Wuma family? Those few individuals lack clear identities. Who knows their true intentions for sending someone here?" Old Lu stated, "I will have someone investigate their backgrounds. You should contact our superiors and inform the gentleman that these individuals are not to be underestimated. If they harbor no ill intentions toward us, assisting them with this minor request could foster a friendship. However, if they have ulterior motives, they could prove to be formidable adversaries." The mention of the gentleman prompted Xiao Ying to leave after overhearing their conversation. In the domestic realm, Qin Yan knocked on the door of Qin Hanyue's office. "Third Master, there are unfamiliar faces in Akinlan. From Su Zheng's description, it seems Miss Qiao, Yasi, and Lawyer Cheng are among them." Qin Yan had a striking impression of Yasi, with her silver hair, and she was the first person that came to mind when Su Zheng described the peculiar identities and appearances of the group. Qin Hanyue raised his eyes. "Akinlan? They actually went to Akinlan." He continued, "Yes, they burned down the Wuma family's auction house yesterday and are now being pursued by them. Today, they have come to our territory to purchase arms." Burning down the Wuma family's auction house was indeed something Miss Qiao would do. Qin Yan suggested, "Third Master, perhaps you should call Miss Qiao to confirm? Her bold actions and unique interests could inadvertently lead to our territory being set ablaze, which would create significant misunderstandings." Qin Hanyue inquired, "Did they sell them arms?" Qin Yan responded, "No, it is precisely because they haven't made a sale that I worry Miss Qiao might hold a grudge." In the days following the burning of the Wuma family's auction house, not only had the arsonists remained at large, but those sent to pursue them had also suffered considerable casualties. They even audaciously left the bodies at the Wuma family's doorstep. Tung Yin suggested, "Report to the family. We should request reinforcements, as these individuals are not easy to deal with." Wu Ma Lin retorted, "Silence. This is not your place to speak, and you, a worthless wretch, have no right to instruct me on how to act. Why are you still standing there? Go find them for me. Teng Yin replied. There's no need to search elsewhere. They have most likely taken refuge in the territory of that drug lord or arms dealer. Upon hearing this, Wu Ma Lin immediately dispatched his men. However, the more he sent, the more casualties they incurred. Teng Yin observed Wu Ma Lin's men going to their demise, and the increasing death toll made it increasingly difficult for Wu Ma Lin to explain himself to the family. If he provoked Xiaoying further, it could lead to his own downfall, thus saving Teng Yin considerable trouble. Under the veil of night, a petite figure moved freely through the territory. The Wu Ma family and that arms dealer had crossed paths, but confirmation was still elusive. At this moment, Xiaoying was making her way toward the drug lord's domain. After burning down the Wu Ma family's auction house and eliminating several of their members, she had yet to draw any significant attention. Xiaoying planned to choose a suitable day in a couple of days to stage a minor explosion at the arms dealer's arsenal, hoping to lure out the gentleman behind the scenes. She also intended to test the waters in the drug lord's territory. She was determined to uncover something. As she walked, the sound of engines revving reached her ears, accompanied by the glare of headlights. A vehicle appeared to be stuck in a muddy pit, unable to escape. Third master. The car is stuck. Should I go find someone to help? Qin Yin suggested as he stepped out of the car to inspect the situation at the tire once more. He cautiously moved a stone into position in front of the tire, hoping to provide some leverage. In such a place, driving this kind of vehicle, the sudden utterance nearly caused Qin Yin, who was crouched on the ground, to faint. He exclaimed, dropping his phone, which he had been using as a flashlight, to the side. Damn, is there a ghost? Who's there? Qin Yin hurriedly looked up, but the figure before him had long hair partially obscuring their face, making it impossible to fully discern in the dim light of the vehicle. It's a female ghost. He fumbled for his phone on the ground and directed the beam towards her. The light struck Xiaoying, causing her to squint and turn her face slightly away. Miss Qiao? Qin Yin exclaimed. What a surprise. It was indeed her causing the ruckus. Qin Hanyu stepped out of the car. Xiaoying glanced at him. A smirk on her lips, teasingly remarked, Mr. Qin, here to conduct business again? Qin Hanyu replied with a smile. Back for a holiday, are we? Qin Yin stood up from the ground. Hey, Miss Qiao, what a coincidence. Qin Hanyu inquired. I just arrived. It's already dark. Where are you headed? Xiaoying replied. Just wandering around. After a moment of silence, she fixed her gaze on Qin Hanyue's face, paused, and suddenly suggested, shall we go together? Sure, Qin Hanyu replied. This way. Xiaoying indicated, leading the way. Left behind, Qin Yin looked around anxiously. Hey, what about me? I'm all alone in this pitch darkness with a car that won't budge. I'm afraid of the dark. Chapter 165. Finally witnessing Qin Hanyu in combat in the night, the two walked side by side. Qin Hanyu remarked. I heard quite a bit on the way here. Did you really set fire to the Wu Ma family's auction house? Did they offend you? Xiaoying replied. I couldn't stand it. Just a moment of impulse. Qin Hanyu nodded slightly, smiling in admiration. I often forget you're actually a healer by profession. Xiaoying chuckled awkwardly at this, implying that she was not truly a savior. Her medical studies were not aimed at saving lives. Her disdain for the auction house was one reason, and her pursuit of the Black Ace was another. Perhaps due to their unfamiliar faces burning down the Wu Ma family's auction house, the notorious drug lord had become wary, increasing the patrols in his territory. The number of patrollers at night exceeded that of the day by at least double. Qin Hanyu followed Xiaoying as they evaded those watching eyes, venturing deeper toward the heart of the drug lord's lair. Was her idea of wandering around actually a visit to the drug lord's domain? Moreover, judging by her direction, she seemed intent on heading straight to the core. Qin Hanyu informed her, I'm unarmed. He had not anticipated that Xiaoying would take him along on this venture, a sentiment that filled him with unspoken joy. It's merely a stroll. We may not do anything, she reassured him. Thus, they navigated through the patrols, walking and conversing until they arrived at the drug lord's stronghold, which was heavily guarded. During the day, Xiaoying had familiarized herself with the terrain but had not ventured into their stronghold, leaving her unaware of the interior layout. They wandered through the labyrinthine structure of the lair. Initially, Qin Hanyu believed she was indeed there to explore, but he soon realized otherwise. Her seemingly aimless movements took her to the entrances frequented by influential figures, as if she were searching for something. Qin Hanyu refrained from questioning her, simply choosing to follow along. Along the way, they overheard numerous conversations, but evidently, none contained the information Xiaoying sought. At this moment, the two individuals were once again leaning against a window, eavesdropping on a conversation within. The identities of several individuals had been thoroughly clarified. One was the chairman of the Dylan Group from the M country, who also served as the highest authority of the 791 Corps. Another was a scion of the underworld. And the last was a student. A student? This young girl was not only the new leader of the Blackwater Mercenary Group in the M continent, but also had an extraordinary relationship with Qin Hanyue, the power holder of the Qin family in the capital of Hua country. The subsequent dialogue distinctly reached the ears of the two outside the window. Xiaoying instinctively raised an eyebrow, maintaining a facade of composure. Qin Hanyue, with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, discreetly observed Xiao Ying's reaction. Though he could discern little, such remarkable skills at such a tender age warrant a thorough investigation into her background. This group appears to harbor ill intentions. It is imperative to inform the higher authorities and request the dispatch of two capable aides. Qin Hanyue, tall and long-limbed, became an obvious target. When a patrolling officer spotted someone at the window, he shouted, "Who's there?" However, by the time they arrived, nothing was amiss. The individuals within the room were startled and emerged to inquire, "What is the matter? Someone just flashed by this window. Secure every exit. Spare no suspicious individuals. Go find them." The guards throughout the labyrinthine building responded swiftly, their orderly footsteps echoing in layers. The two quickly slipped into a room to take refuge. The room was quite luxurious, adorned in a predominantly Chinese style, suggesting that its occupant held a certain status. They seated themselves at a tea table, and by the moonlight streaming in through the window, Xiaoying surveyed the room. Suddenly, Qin Hanyue remarked, "Try this." Xiaoying looked over to see him plucking a grape from a fruit platter and offering it to her. He lowered his voice, saying, "The fruits here are quite sweet." She accepted it from his hand and placed it in her mouth. Upon biting into it, the juice burst forth, flooding her senses with sweetness. "Is it sweet?" Qin Hanyue inquired. "Sour," she replied. "Sour?" He picked another grape for himself and tasted it. To him, its sweetness was almost overwhelming. "Mine is very sweet." Xiaoying observed his actions and listened to his words, a slight smile curving her lips, as though amused. Qin Hanyue offered her another, saying, "The ones at the bottom seem sweeter." Just then, Xiaoying's ears perked up as she heard footsteps approaching. She swiftly placed her hand over Qin Hanyue's mouth. "Shoo," she whispered gently. Qin Hanyue froze, his breath caught, his gaze fixed on her. The girl's hand, small and soft, typically engaged in acts of violence, now rested innocuously against his face and lips. For the first time, the normally reserved Qin Hanyue found himself in such intimate proximity to another, particularly to the girl who had long captivated his heart. His jaw tightened, and he inadvertently squeezed the grape too hard, its sweet juice oozing onto his hands. Xiaoying quickly withdrew her hand, casting him a glance before rising and stating, "We must go." The footsteps outside continued, and the two made their escape through the window. On their way back, Qin Hanyue remained somewhat pensive, intentionally lagging half a step behind Xiaoying, occasionally stealing glances at the girl beside him. The grape juice on his hands had been wiped away with a handkerchief, yet it still felt slightly sticky. The two walked quietly back to the spot where their car had become mired in mud, only to discover that Qin Yin and the vehicle were no longer there. Xiaoying suggested, "Should we make a call to check?" "No need," Qin Hanyue replied. "They might have gone to get the car repaired. Let us proceed." Xiaoying said nothing further and continued on her way. Since their acquaintance, aside from that one time he drove her out to see the sea, this seemed to be their second solitary excursion together. Suddenly, Qin Hanyue remarked, "This is your first time infiltrating someone else's lair, isn't it, Mr. Qin?" "Indeed," he responded. "And how does it feel?" "Quite exhilarating. What a pity we couldn't avoid alarming the enemy. There was no opportunity to witness Mr. Qin's skills in action. My abilities may not match yours, but if you wish to see, we can return now. That would be rather cumbersome." At this, she paused, a cryptic smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. "What's this?" Before Qin Hanyue could ponder further, the sound of hurried footsteps approached them from a distance. He looked up to see a group of over 20 individuals adorned with totem tattoos, blocking their path. They were members of the Wuma family. Finding a place to rest in this area was no simple task, especially since Xiaoying and her companions were being pursued by the Wuma family. For the past 2 days, they had been lodged at the intersection of the Wuma territory and that of a certain arms dealer, a 2-story wooden house, once occupied by the Wuma family, now served as their refuge. To return, they would need to traverse the Wuma territory or take a longer route around the arms dealer's domain. Naturally, Xiaoying favored the more straightforward option, which is why they currently found themselves within the Wuma territory. Upon spotting Xiaoying, the Wuma members reacted as though they had encountered a sworn enemy, their long knives brimming with hostility. With her hands tucked into her coat pockets, Xiaoying remarked, "It seems we've been embroiled in quite a few skirmishes these past few days." Qin Hanyue, ever the supportive partner, responded, "If you're weary, I can take over." Stepping forward, he prepared to deal with the impending trouble. "This coat is rather cumbersome. Allow me to hold it for you," Xiaoying suggested. Qin Hanyue glanced down at his attire, his formal suit, complete with a long black overcoat. "Much obliged," he said, removing the coat and handing it to her, reverting to his usual polished appearance. "Stand back. I wouldn't want you to get splattered," he cautioned. Chapter 166 Come Up and Rest. Xiaoying offered, standing aside with Qin Hanyue's coat in her arms. Not far away, Qin Hanyue, clad in his formal attire, faced numerous opponents with an air of ferocity. Shedding his usual gentlemanly demeanor, he transformed from the eloquent Mr. Qin into the formidable Qin Sanyi, wielding his blade with deadly precision. Qin Hanyue's strikes were swift and ruthless, his kicks executed with remarkable efficiency. Although he was known as a powerful figure in the underworld, one might assume that his time spent in corporate settings, signing contracts in luxurious offices, would limit his martial prowess. Yet, it was evident that Qin Hanyue's skills surpassed Xiao Ying's expectations. In a true confrontation, he would likely match Knight C in prowess. While Xiaoying excelled in both hand and foot techniques, she favored using her hands, whereas Qin Hanyue was particularly adept with his legs. Indeed, such long legs should not be wasted with a mere kick. They are a sight to behold. Xiao Ying's gaze followed the tall figure amidst the crowd, exuding an innate air of nobility and refined elegance that had been cultivated over the years. Even in the throes of combat, he remained composed and dignified, reminiscent of the time she witnessed Cheng Jinyan fighting in the bar. The visual spectacle brought Xiao Ying immense joy. Qin Hanyue swiftly dispatched the last adversary, his breath steady and untroubled. He turned to see Xiao Ying intently watching him. The rare and vivid expression of delight on her face enlightened Qin Hanyue, making him realize he had been unwittingly deceived. Was she suddenly joining him to witness his prowess in battle? He discovered that not only was the young man's mind difficult to decipher, but the thoughts of this girl, even with her straightforward nature, were equally elusive. It seemed she not only relished fighting, but also enjoyed watching others engage in it. As Qin Hanyue pondered this, he found himself standing before Xiaoying. Concealed depths, Master Qin, she remarked. The unexpected address brought a smile to Qin Hanyue's lips. As long as you find joy in it, he replied, accepting the garment she offered. Just as he was about to don it, a thought struck him. Have you seen enough? If not, we can wait a bit longer. I suspect more will arrive shortly. Perhaps next time. There's no shortage of fights here. Xiaoying replied, prompting Qin Hanyue to finally put on the coat. They walked past the groaning figures scattered on the ground. Qin Hanyue followed her to their residence. Yi Si stood by the second-floor window, noticing Xiao Ying's return, accompanied by another figure. The darkness obscured the person's face, though their silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Yi Si descended to greet them. Darling. Upon approaching and realizing it was Qin Hanyue, Yi Si's expression soured. He wrapped an arm around Xiaoying. Didn't we agree to explore? My dear, are you back from your travels abroad? Just encountered him on the way, Xiaoying replied. Only you would believe that. Enough of this. It's late, and you should rest, Yi Si said, leading her inside. Noticing Xiao Ying's inclination to turn back, Yi Si preemptively grasped her face. Do not concern yourself with him, be good. Cheng Jinyan stood by the window, observing the scene. Meanwhile, Qin Hanyue stood in the cold wind, gazing at the somewhat dilapidated wooden two-story building, lost in thought. The wind fluttered his coat, and the building gave off an aura of precarious stability. He contemplated whether to invite them to stay at his place. Just then, the left window on the second floor swung open, casting warm yellow light into the night. Xiaoying appeared at the window, waving her hand at him. Qin Hanyue stepped forward and ascended the stairs. The first floor had no rooms, while the second floor housed two, Xiaoying on the left and Cheng Jinyan with the young master on the right. Yi Si's subordinates had ventured nearby to patrol. As Qin Hanyue arrived at the door of the left room, Xiaoying opened it, gesturing for him to enter. He lowered his head and sidled into the room. Xiaoying shut the door and locked it. Qin Hanyue observed her actions. This place is not easy to find. It's quite small. Mr. Qin, please bear with it. Xiaoying whispered. Is this acceptable? Qin Hanyue inquired. The voice inexplicably became hoarse. Qin Hanyue attempted to clear his throat, yet he feared disturbing Yi Si across from him. Xiaoying remarked nonchalantly. It's not as if we haven't shared a room before. Previously, during their stay at the hotel in M Continent, Xiaoying had already squeezed into a room with him. Thus, there was no reason for pretentiousness now. The room contained merely a bed, a table, and a chair, devoid of any extra blankets or sheets to cushion the floor. Xiaoying gazed at the rudimentary bed, contemplating how to rest. At that moment, Qin Hanyue spoke. I can sit there, you should sleep. He then moved to the chair by the window, declaring, having a sheltered spot to avoid sleeping on the street is already a blessing. I might as well keep watch over you. The mere fact that Xiaoying allowed him into the room was a pleasant surprise. She glanced at him, fell silent for a moment, and then proceeded to bed without further comment. Qin Hanyue turned off the light and said, good night. The place was indeed dilapidated. The window wouldn't closed tightly, and the wind rattled against the frame, howling as it seeped through the cracks, chilling the entire room. Noticing this, Qin Hanyue reached out and grasped the incessantly banging window frame, which quieted the space significantly, yet it still wouldn't close properly due to its warped condition. This wretched weather made him wish to curl up inside his clothing. Even his hand gripping the window frame grew numb from the cold. Rustling sounds came from the bed as Xiaoying shifted, pulling back half the blanket. "Come up and sleep," she said softly, her voice carrying its habitual coldness, rendering it devoid of any warmth in the stillness of the room. However, her words sent a jolt through Qin Hanyue, causing him to nearly wrench the entire window down. He, facing the bed yet maintaining a gentlemanly gaze elsewhere, turned his attention towards it, and by the moonlight, he discerned that the blanket had been pulled back significantly, confirming his hearing. This was inappropriate. His voice faltered once more. Xiaoying asked, "What are you afraid of?" "We're not doing anything," Qin Hanyue replied. "I am not the epitome of restraint. This is quite the test for me. Such an invitation is perilous." Xiaoying countered, "Do you not trust yourself?" Qin Hanyue confessed. "But you are the one involved." Faced with her, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. Xiaoying asserted, "You cannot best me." Qin Hanyue admitted, "I fear losing my decorum." Xiaoying then pulled the blanket back over herself, saying, "Suit yourself." Qin Hanyue exhaled softly, his heartbeat refusing to steady. Her words echoed in his mind, conjuring vivid images that he struggled to suppress. After a considerable time, he finally managed to calm his emotions. As night deepened, the temperature dropped even further. Qin Hanyue observed the lump beneath the blanket on the bed, gradually regretting his decision. The sensation of missing out on a grand opportunity intensified. Uncontrollable emotions surged within him, akin to rampant weeds, urging him to take action. "Are you asleep?" he inquired softly. The girl in bed responded affirmatively. "Is it too late to express regret now?" Qin Hanyue pondered how she might respond, yet she remained silent and once again pulled back the blanket. Whether it was from being frozen or simply numb, Qin Hanyue struggled slightly to rise from the chair. He withdrew his hand from the window frame, lightened his footsteps, and approached the bed. Qin Hanyue removed his coat, holding it in his hands before sitting on the edge of the bed. After taking off his shoes, he draped the coat over himself and lay down fully clothed, deliberately avoiding sharing a blanket with Xiaoying. He attempted to avert his gaze from the girl beside him and softly remarked, "After 2 days of travel, I find myself rather fatigued. It would be challenging to sit up all night," implying that he merely sought a place to rest. Xiaoying stretched out her hand, tossing the blanket over him, retorting, "Stop being so verbose." In chapter 167, Qin Hanyue inquired, "Miss Xiao, are you in a romantic relationship?" As they shared the narrow bed, the wooden slats felt unforgiving. And without a pillow, it was Qin Hanyue's first experience with such a bed. However, at that moment, he seemed oblivious to his discomfort. He lay close to the edge, half of his shoulder hanging off, with only a meager distance of a few inches separating them due to the limited space, and the blanket was insufficient for full coverage. Suddenly, his voice broke the silence, gentle and soft. "Today is my birthday." Xiaoying replied, "I didn't prepare a gift." Qin Hanyue offered a faint smile, "I know. I merely wished to inform you." He then asked, "Could you enlighten me on your purpose for coming to Kinlan?" Xiaoying teased, "Mr. Qin, you are quite astute. Can you guess?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hanyue asked uncertainly, "Are you here to seek revenge on those who harmed Shadow?" "Yes," Xiaoying confirmed. Upon learning this, Qin Hanyue felt an immense sense of relief that she had come to Kinlan. He could provide her with whatever she needed, be it allies or weapons, and protect her from any danger. "What about you? Are you truly here for business?" she quipped. Qin Hanyue replied, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? What constitutes the truth? And what is a lie?" She countered, "The truth is, I came because I heard you were here. The lie is that I am here for business." After his revelation, silence enveloped them. Eventually, she broke the quiet, asking, "What is the reason for the existence of lies?" Qin Hanyue responded, "When I inquired, you seemed uncertain, preferring to wander, and I sensed you did not wish to share your whereabouts." He understood that her reluctance to disclose information was to prevent him from following her, yet he had come nonetheless upon hearing of her presence. To avoid upsetting her, he fabricated a story about being here for business, a mere coincidence. "I was just unsure if the person I was looking for was here." Upon hearing Xiaoying's explanation and reasoning, Qin Hanyue felt both surprised and delighted. "What was your feeling upon seeing me?" he asked. She appeared somewhat fatigued, taking a moment before responding softly, quite surprised. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Qin Hanyue turned to look at her. The room was not dim. The faint moonlight seeped through the slightly ajar window, casting a gentle and beautiful glow on the contours of the girl's profile. The window rattled rhythmically, as if not only striking the frame but also resonating within someone's heart, causing Qin Hanyue's heartbeat to falter. Realizing the impropriety of gazing at the girl while lying on the same bed, he quickly turned his face back toward the ceiling, attempting to compose himself as he began. "There has been a question I have long wished to ask you. Previously, you remarked that Xiao Yi possessed a fair complexion, rosy lips, and white teeth, exhibiting a charming demeanor coupled with a reserved nature that endeared her to you. I am curious, if you were to seek a partner, would you desire someone akin to her?" Qin Han had long harbored this inquiry, particularly after Qiao Ying expressed her disinterest in older men. He yearned to comprehend her standards in choosing a mate. A girl of her caliber, standing atop every realm, might find greater solace in solitude, reveling in her independence. Should she decide to pursue companionship, the wealth and power of her partner may not hold paramount importance. Rather, her own strength could lead her to seek someone who brings her comfort and joy, facilitating a harmonious coexistence for the years to come. After an extended pause, he finally heard her reply, her voice tinged with drowsiness. It depends on the person. No specific standard, just the individual? Qin Han inhaled deeply. If there are no criteria regarding individuals, what do you think of me, Miss Qiao? Would you consider dating? His tone was gentle, imbued with a warmth that radiated sincerity. As he gazed upward, his expression remained inscrutable. Only the tension in his tightly pressed lips and the stillness of his eyes betrayed his inner anticipation and anxiety. He held his breath, his body taut beneath the covers. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no response. Turning to look again, he found the girl with her eyes shut, her breathing steady and deep, serene in slumber. She had fallen asleep. Qin Han, at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, grappled with the bittersweet irony of such a splendid opportunity in an ideal atmosphere, only to have her drift off just as he summoned his courage to speak. A resigned smile graced his face as he observed her features, her smooth forehead, elegantly arched brows, delicately curled lashes, petite yet prominent nose, and rosy lips, all captivated by his fervent gaze. Uncertain of how long he indulged in this reverie, Qin Han felt the strain in his neck, but was reluctant to turn away. At that moment, the sleeping girl unexpectedly turned her face towards him, mere inches separating them. Caught off guard, Qin Han's breath hitched, his throat tightening in silence. Her enchanting visage was tantalizingly close, her warm breath brushing against his face, igniting a fluttering sensation within him. Exercising remarkable self-control, he relished this proximity for several minutes, until he could no longer withstand the temptation. He threw aside the covers and sat up, exhaling a long sigh, his body aflame with warmth. With his eyes closed to regain composure, he felt a vain pulse at his temple. He slipped on his shoes, descended from the bed, and neatly arranged the covers for her before returning to the window. The incessant noise from the window disturbed the tranquil dreams, prompting Qin Han to grasp the window frame once more, allowing the cool breeze to soothe the tumult of his emotions throughout the night. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Han resolved to leave quietly to avoid any misunderstandings. Being cautious not to disturb her, he moved with great care. However, upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpected creak from the door diagonally opposite, revealing Yi Si, who appeared disheveled and impatient from a restless night. At the break of day, the two inadvertently crossed paths. Yi Si squinted his eyes, his mind instantly alert, casting a glance towards the room behind Qin Han. Then, muttering an expletive, he suddenly transformed, his expression and demeanor hardening as he lunged toward Qin Han. As Qin Hanyue stepped out of the house, he swiftly closed the door behind him, evading the fierce onslaught of Yi Si while putting some distance between them. Yi Si pursued him relentlessly. Without exchanging a word, the two engaged in combat. The confined space left them no room to maneuver, forcing them to rely solely on their bodies to absorb the blows. Each punch and kick landed with palpable force, the animosity they harbored for one another evident in the ferocity of their clash. Hearing the commotion, Cheng Jinyan emerged from the house, only to witness the two battling with fervor. Adjusting his glasses, he leaned against the doorframe, observing the spectacle. The wooden structure of the house could scarcely withstand such destruction. In the blink of an eye, the tea table and chairs in the center had been reduced to splinters, and numerous walls were left battered. If this continued, the entire building would surely collapse. Just as Cheng Jinyan was about to suggest they relocate their fight outside, the opposite door was flung open. Xiaoying stood there, her expression one of irritation. "Are you done yet?" At her sharp reprimand, Qin Hanyue immediately ceased his actions. Yi Si, however, either could not or simply did not wish to withdraw his fist, landing a solid blow squarely on Qin Hanyue's chest. Taking a step back, Qin Hanyue felt a pang of pain in his chest. Xiao Ying's countenance darkened further. Cheng Jinyan muttered, "This is bad. You've woken someone up." He glanced at the two who had temporarily halted their fight. "It's too noisy." With that, he retreated into the house, slamming the door shut with force. Chapter 168. Yi Si, do you think you are worthy? The explosion reverberated throughout Akinlan. The previous night, Xiaoying had injured members of the Wuma family on their territory, even taking several lives, prompting Wuma Lin to erupt in fury come morning. Unsurprisingly, Teng Yin became the target of his wrath. Accustomed to hurling insults, Wuma Lin unleashed a torrent of vitriol toward Teng Yin, each phrase more scathing than the last. "You worthless bastard. The Wuma family is humiliated to have someone like you among us." Wuma Lin's tirade intensified. Yet, Teng Yin remained silent, which only emboldened Wu Ma Lin further. Eventually, having exhausted his tirade, Wu Ma Lin turned to pour himself a drink. Teng Yin approached him, remarking, "Is it truly worth losing your temper like this? It could harm your health." Wu Ma Lin gulped down his drink, mentally cursing the cowardice of Teng Yin. In the next moment, Wu Ma Lin sensed something amiss. He turned, only to find a dagger plunged directly into his heart, forcefully withdrawn, blood gushing forth. Wu Ma Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as the cup he held shattered on the ground. "You," he gasped, incredulous. Teng Yin wiped the blood splattered on his face with a casual hand, bringing it to his nose to sniff. "Your blood reeks. Just like your words." As Wu Ma Lin clutched his bleeding heart, collapsing to the floor, he muttered, "The Wu Ma family will not spare you for this. Who will witness that it was I who killed you? Everyone will see that it was that Asian girl who did." Teng Yin crouched down, a smile playing on his lips. "Do not worry. I shall ensure the Wu Ma family avenges you." Wu Ma Lin's eyes burned with hatred and resentment. "You worthless fool." Teng Yin replied, "With such poor articulation, perhaps it is best you remain mute in your next life." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, forcefully inserting the dagger into Wu Ma Lin's mouth. Downstairs, at a square table, 4 individuals sat facing each other. Yi Si, evidently still unsated, retained a fierce glint in his eyes as he gazed daggers at Qin Hanyue across from him, the tension in the air thick with animosity. Qin Hanyue was not inclined to engage in excessive entanglements with him. He cast a glance at the still drowsy Qiao Ying, whose furrowed brows and restless demeanor betrayed her irritation. He uttered an apology, not for the altercation with Yi Si, but for disturbing her slumber. The latter remained silent, her eyes closed, an expression impassive. Yi Si, however, grew increasingly cold in countenance. Yi Si's subordinates returned with provisions. Cheng Jinyan straightened up and offered food to Qiao Ying first, advising her to have breakfast and ignore the others. He then took a bun for himself. One person was half asleep and in a foul mood, while another was consumed with jealousy. Cheng Jinyan took a bite of his bun, finding it rather tasteless, and reluctantly assumed the role of peacemaker. "Mr. Qin, where did you sleep last night?" "I did not sleep," Qin Hanyue replied. "Did not sleep? What do you mean by that? Were you too excited to sleep because someone was lying beside you? Or is there another reason?" Perhaps realizing that his response could easily be misconstrued, he clarified. "I spent the night sitting in a chair." Cheng Jinyan nodded slightly and addressed Yi Si. "Did you hear that?" Yet, Yi Si's murderous glare towards Qin Hanyue remained unabated. At that moment, Qiao Ying opened her eyes, rose silently, and walked out. Qin Hanyue stood up, intending to follow her, but after a moment's contemplation, he restrained himself. Yi Si shot a fierce glare at Qin Hanyue before hastily pursuing Qiao Ying. Cheng Jinyan chuckled softly, continuing to eat his bun. Watching the two depart, Qin Hanyue returned to his seat and observed Cheng Jinyan, who appeared unperturbed while eating his bun. Noticing Qin Hanyue's gaze, Cheng Jinyan looked back. His tone languid as he remarked, "I harbor no romantic feelings for Qiao Ying, so there is no need for you to look at me that way, Third Master Qin." Qin Hanyue averted his eyes. Cheng Jinyan, seeing this, felt compelled to say something further, but, wary of inciting Yi Si's ire, decided against involving himself in the matter. Qin Hanyue wished to pursue Qiao Ying, believing that enduring a bit of pressure from Yi Si was warranted, and resolved to let him pursue her at his own pace. Qin Yan, having had his fill and a restful night, arrived early to find Qin Hanyue, and, upon seeing the dilapidated building, inquired softly, "Third Master, did you sleep here last night? The conditions are rather harsh, as evidenced by your dark circles." Qin Hanyue, maintaining his composure, waited for over half an hour before Qiao Ying and Yi Si returned. Clearly, their long-standing relationship remained unaffected by his presence, with Yi Si still affectionately referring to Qiao Ying as "my treasure." After Qiao Ying's brief outing, she appeared rejuvenated and in better spirits. Upon their arrival, before they even stepped inside, Yi Si received a report from a patrolling subordinate. "The Wu Ma family has sent someone." In a foul mood and unable to confront Qin Hanyue, Yi Si was ready for a confrontation with the Wu Ma family, believing them to be seeking vengeance. He opened the door to greet them, only to find that the Wu Ma family was not there for retribution. "Our master, Wu Ma Yan, wishes to invite you for a discussion." Cheng Jinyan raised an eyebrow. "What is this all about? A banquet of treachery?" Qiao Ying slightly arched her brows. "Wu Ma Yan? Teng Yan?" The representatives from the Wu Ma family turned to Qiao Ying and stated, "Our master knows where the person you are seeking is located." Thus, the group made their way to the Wu Ma family's territory. Teng Yan greeted them with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Third Master Qin, you have come as well. What a pleasure. This year, the Akinlan is particularly lively." "Wu Ma Yan? Teng Yan?" Qin Hanyue was taken aback to discover that the man before him was an acquaintance. Wasn't he the adopted son of Wei Qingyuan? His gaze flickered towards Qiao Ying, pondering why she hadn't eliminated this individual along with Wei Qingyuan. "Please, have a seat." Teng Yin invited the guests to sit, offering them fine tea, exquisite fruits, and pastries. Just days prior, Teng Yin had been stifled by Wu Ma Lin, devoid of any authority. Yet now he exuded an air of command. Xiao Ying, known for her extreme thinking, speculated that Wu Ma Lin had either been summoned back by the Wu Ma family or had met his end at Teng Yin's hands. Of course, the fate of irrelevant parties mattered little to her. She coldly inquired, "Where is he?" Teng Yin smiled faintly. "I wish to speak with you privately, may I?" The moment he uttered those words, he felt the weight of two hostile gazes upon him. Yi Si, adopting a languid pose, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes that should have radiated affection, now regarded Teng Yin with utter disdain. "You have 2 minutes to speak. Fail to do so, and I shall ensure your demise." Teng Yin remained unfazed, returning a smile. "Mr. Yi, I have long admired your reputation. Meeting you in person is indeed a privilege." Yi Si retorted, "You have 1.5 minutes left." With a sigh, Teng Yin candidly informed Xiao Ying, previously, Hong Xin-Ke visited A Kinlan, venturing into the territory of that notorious drug lord. What transpired there, I cannot say. Xiao Ying countered, "You weren't saying that a few days ago." Teng Yin replied, "I simply forgot at that moment, but I spoke the truth. The spade you seek is likely there." Yi Si interjected, "Is that all you have to offer? Useless prattle?" Xiao Ying remarked, "You wasted an hour of my time." Teng Yin expressed his regret. "I apologize for not being of more assistance. If you find yourself in need, I am willing to help. I hope we can become friends." Yi Si scoffed, "Friends? You think you deserve that?" Rising to his feet, Yi Si continued, "You have the audacity to serve tea to your enemies after they burned down your auction house and slaughtered so many of your kin. The corporate culture of the Wu Ma family is quite intriguing." In the face of Yi Si's biting sarcasm, Teng Yin remained composed, as they say. "One must first know their adversary." Yi Si replied, "What a pity. I prefer genuine villains over hypocrites. During my time in A Kinlan, I suggest your Wu Ma family keep their distance. Should you dare cross my path, know that I would obliterate not just your branch, but the entire Wu Ma family." After delivering his threat, Yi Si draped an arm around Xiao Ying's shoulders. "My dear, let us depart." Teng Yin called after Xiao Ying's retreating figure, "Miss Xiao, I can offer my assistance in locating individuals without charge. Feel free to reach out whenever you need." At the back, Qin Hanyue halted upon hearing this. He turned to gaze at Teng Yin, who was focused on Xiao Ying, his eyes filled with unspoken intentions. On their way back, Yi Si suggested to Xiao Ying, "Darling, why not act tonight? I will dismantle that drug lord's territory while you obliterate the arms dealer's domain. Such a commotion will surely draw out the mastermind behind it all. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place. Let us resolve this swiftly, and you can return with me to M country for a holiday." Qin Yin stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Last what? Their territory? Who is this formidable figure behind the ace of spades, that they must seek him out in such an unfriendly manner? There is no one of that caliber in their territory. Qin Yin recalled the last incident when Xiao Ying detonated a cruise ship. It was merely a vessel. Yet she dared to employ such a multitude of explosives. This time, in the A Kinlan, she had 2 accomplices, Yes and Cheng Jinyin, igniting the flames. With their arsenal, they could easily be reduced to ashes. "Third Master," Qin Yin said, feeling a sense of urgency. However, Qin Hanyue remained unresponsive, showing no inclination to reveal his identity. Merely observing Xiao Ying and Yes walking side by side ahead. That night, the sound of several explosions reverberated throughout A Kinlan. Chapter 169, Qin Hanyue's Explosions. Cursing Yes the watchdog, the explosions startled the occupants of the shabby building. Cheng Jinyan opened the window to take a look, discerning that the commotion originated from the direction of the Wu Ma family. With another explosion, the distant territory of the Wu Ma family lit up like fireworks, brilliance flashing from east to west, a cacophony of flames illuminating the night sky. The onlookers could clearly see that it was indeed the Wu Ma family that had been bombarded. "My dear, when did you set off the explosives? Why didn't you invite me along?" Yes lamented. "It wasn't me," Xiao Ying replied. "Then who was it?" Yes glanced at Qin Hanyue, his tone turning hostile. "It's dark now. Are you still planning to stay overnight?" At that moment, chaos erupted within the Wu Ma territory. Su Zheng stood amidst the smoldering ruins, addressing the Wu Ma clan. "Understand this clearly. It was I who destroyed your casino. If you seek revenge, do not misdirect your wrath. This is merely a warning to your master to be wiser and refrain from provoking those who should not be provoked." Having completed his task, Su Zheng strode away with an air of confidence. "Master, all of our casinos have been bombed by those from the Southwest Territory. There are countless casualties. You must go and see for yourself." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Wu Ma Yin was slightly taken aback, as he had assumed Xiao Ying was responsible. The Southwest Territory? That arms dealer? Though the two families had some conflicts, they were merely territorial disputes. They had no business dealings. As the other party had always looked down upon their unscrupulous practices, even refusing to sell them arms, resulting in a long-standing peace. Why had they suddenly decided to take action against them? Upon hearing that Su Zheng had specifically named him, Teng Yin contemplated for a moment and began to understand. I will inform the family about the recent events and the death of Wu Ma Lin, advising everyone to remain low-key for the time being. Let them bomb away. We can always rebuild. It's perfect to pin it all on Wu Ma Lin. First the auction house, now the casino. Wu Ma Lin has seriously failed in his duties. I believe the family will not be overly concerned about his demise. Remain low-key? They've already trampled over us, and we're just supposed to endure this? His subordinate retorted, unable to swallow his indignation. If it were Wu Ma Lin, he would never have tolerated such humiliation. Teng Yin turned to his subordinate and asked, "What do you think we should do? An eye for an eye. Let us take that arrogant fellow's head." Upon hearing this, Teng Yin chuckled, drawing a dagger from his person and playing with it in his hand. And how shall we accomplish that? Teng Yin was aware that they regarded him with a degree of disdain, feeling that he was unworthy of holding Wu Ma Lin's position. As for the disobedient individual, Teng Yin slowly raised his gaze and spoke in a soft tone. Is this how one cuts? His expression suddenly shifted, and in an instant, the dagger in his hand sliced through his subordinate's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The subordinate, with eyes wide in shock, collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend the reason for his demise. Teng Yin, unfazed, wiped the dagger clean and regarded the still-breathing subordinate with indifference. No matter how lowly my origins may be, I am still of the Wu Ma lineage. What are you, to dare to dictate to me? In a place like Kinlan, explosions and gunfights were a common occurrence. And Yi Si and his companions remained utterly unconcerned. Darling, shall we change our lodging for tonight? I haven't slept well these past few days. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. Yi Si leaned closer to Qiao Ying, winking playfully to draw attention to his fatigue. Get away from me, Qiao Ying retorted. Nearby, Qin Hanyue observed the flirtation between the two with a bemused expression. At that moment, Old Lu arrived with his entourage. Upon hearing that Old Lu intended to arrange accommodations for them, Yi Si inquired, "What kind of trick are you trying to pull?" Old Lu replied, "It should be a gourd." He assumed Yi Si, being of mixed heritage, would not understand. To his surprise, Yi Si shot back, "Isn't a gourd just an old vessel?" Old Lu chuckled in disbelief, not taking offense. Yi Si continued, "Did you blow up the Wu Ma family's casino?" His subordinates had just gathered that information. Old Lu explained, "It was an unfortunate mistake, a slip of the hand. You burned down their auction house, and we blew up their casino. Perhaps we could consider each other allies." "If you don't mind," Yi Si remarked, "why is it that people are always eager to befriend us? Who knows what your intentions are? You didn't come earlier or later. Did you know we were planning to bomb your territory?" Old Lu's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, Qiao Ying turned to walk toward their territory. "Let's go." Yi Si called after her. "Hey darling, weren't you saying you wanted to change places?" Qiao Ying continued without pausing. "Please." Old Lu watched with amusement as he observed Yi Si and Cheng Jinyan, then turned to nod respectfully at the lagging Qin Hanyue. The group subsequently arrived at the arms dealer's domain. Old Lu had set aside a house adjacent to their central camp. "I shall not disturb your rest." After arranging their accommodations, Old Lu departed. Upon returning to the camp, he found Su Zheng standing at the entrance, his stern face devoid of expression, yet his eyes were filled with eagerness. As Old Lu approached, Su Zheng inquired, "Where's the sir?" Old Lu replied, "The sir is with his friends. I fear you won't be seeing him today." Upon hearing this, Su Zheng's expression visibly fell, and he asked, "Do they require anything? I could deliver it." Old Lu waved his hand dismissively, "No need. Just joking. What do you think? Would it be appropriate for you to deliver breakfast tomorrow?" Seeing Su Zheng take him seriously, Old Lu quickly added, "Do you think it's suitable for you to deliver breakfast? If you are so attentive, they might suspect our intentions. Better not to cause trouble for the sir." Around 11 o'clock that night, Qin Hanyue emerged from his room. Whether it was due to poor soundproofing or the occupants of the opposite room lying in wait, as soon as he made a sound, the door across opened. Yi Si appeared at the threshold, fully dressed, showing no signs of sleepiness. With a relaxed demeanor, he regarded Qin Hanyue with a sharp gaze. What was the meaning of this? Was he being guarded? The four individuals reside on the second floor. Beside Yi Si is Qiao Ying, and adjacent to Qin Hanyue is Cheng Jinyan. "What are you looking at?" Yi Si cast a cold glance at him. Qin Hanyue, disinterested in engaging in a quarrel, proceeded to descend the stairs. After taking a couple of steps, he could not resist the urge to offer Yi Si a piece of advice. "Upon my arrival, I noticed a number of wolfhounds at their camp. Perhaps you could borrow one from them?" This was a veiled insult directed at Yi Si. In an instant, Yi Si strode out of his room, raising his fist to strike Qin Hanyue, and once again, the two were on the verge of a brawl. Just then, the door to Qiao Ying's room swung open. Yi Si immediately halted, smoothing back the unruly strands of hair that had fallen over his forehead, and in a nonchalant manner. He asked Qiao Ying, "Darling, why are you still awake at this hour?" Qin Hanyue then remarked to Xiao Ying, I cannot sleep. I am going out for a bit. And he departed. Xiao Ying leaned against the door, observing Yi Si. Yi Si, dropping his cheerful facade, said, Darling, I was wrong. But it was Qin Hanyue who insulted me first. Xiao Ying stepped out of her room. Where are you going, darling? Yi Si inquired. Just stepping out. Do not follow me, she replied. Alone, Xiao Ying made her way to the lair of the notorious drug lord, a place she had memorized long ago, navigating with ease. She had no desire to waste time searching for someone. Instead, she directly approached the room where she had previously spent time with Qin Hanyue. The fruit platter on the tea table had been replenished with fresh grapes. Xiao Ying took a seat, indulging in the grapes while awaiting her visitor. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed softly. Sensing the light tread, Xiao Ying held her breath. The footsteps paused outside the door, which was then pushed open. Chapter 170. The appearance of the ace of spades. The newcomer remained oblivious to Xiao Ying's presence as he entered, closed the door, and turned on the lights. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to find a girl seated at the tea table, enjoying her snacks. It's you, he said. The man, observing the Asian girl, surmised that she was the one who had caused a stir in the Wuma family's territory in recent days, even having infiltrated their domain the previous night and entered his room. Xiao Ying lifted her gaze, narrowing her eyes slightly as she recognized his face. A satisfied smile spread across her lips. There was no need for words. She had finally found him. The man was a killer from the Shadow Organization, ranking in the upper echelon of their strength. So, you are the ace of spades, Xiao Ying declared. The man's eyes narrowed. Who exactly are you? I am the one who seeks your life, she replied. As the moon hung high in the sky, the labyrinthine building shattered its silence, suddenly erupting into chaos. They were still sealing the exits, while the perpetrator had long since vanished. Xiao Ying retraced her steps back. As she walked, she spotted a figure standing in the shadows ahead. Qin Hanyue. Upon seeing her emerge, he immediately approached her. I knew you would come here. He raised his gaze toward the brightly lit maze-like building not far behind her. He had visited the camp to handle some matters, only to return and discover she had gone out. How could you come here? Xiao Ying asked. I came to find you. Qin Hanyue replied as they began to walk back together. Noticing her good spirits, he inquired, Did you find anything this time? Yes, Xiao Ying responded. What is it? He pressed. Xiao Ying withdrew her hand from her pocket, revealing a few large, plump purple grapes in her palm. Qin Hanyue was taken aback as he observed her extending her palm towards him, prompting him to inquire, Are you offering me something to eat? Xiao Ying remained silent. Qin Hanyue chuckled and asked, Is it sweet or sour? Xiao Ying replied, Sour. He took a grape, bit into it, and found it to be sweet, sweeter than the one he had consumed the previous night, to the point of being cloying. The smile on Qin Hanyue's lips deepened. It's sour. Xiao Ying stated, I have located the person from the shadow. Qin Hanyue responded. And then? Xiao Ying said, Kill him. Qin Hanyue asked, Is it Black Ace? Xiao Ying affirmed, Yes. Qin Hanyue cautioned, If you merely eliminate his capable assistant, it may not suffice. I wonder if Black Ace has been informed about your earlier act of killing Wei Qingyuan and whether he has set his sights on you. Xiao Ying suggested. I'll purchase some explosives from Old Lu, blow up his place for a couple of days, and he should emerge. If he is watching, that saves me the trouble of searching for them. First Wei Qingyuan, then Black Ace. The shadow would undoubtedly not remain idle. Qin Hanyue gazed at her with concern. Are you intent on annihilating the entire shadow? How long will it take for you to exact your vengeance? Xiao Ying replied. A few old fellows, the others are not worth the effort. Qin Hanyue inquired, How many are left? Xiao Ying responded, 4. Qin Hanyue fell silent, pondering for a while before suddenly asking, Is there anyone else? Xiao Ying replied, Qin Hanyue continued, Grapes. He reached out for more. Xiao Ying glanced at his palm and then at him, raising an eyebrow. Mr. Qin, at your age, are you still begging a young girl for food? She then divided 2 grapes into his hand. Holding the grapes, Qin Hanyue's smile remained uncontainable. It is evident that Yi Si greatly admires you, he remarked suddenly. Xiao Ying questioned, What kind of admiration is Mr. Qin referring to? Qin Hanyue replied, Naturally, it is romantic affection. Xiao Ying laughed. Qin Hanyue pressed, Is it not? Just as she opened her mouth to respond, Yi Si and Cheng Jinyan approached her, calling out, Darling. The next day, the group arrived at the camp to find Old Lu. Just days prior, Su Zheng had shown them no welcome, but now stood beside Old Lu without uttering a word. His posture rigid. Xiao Ying negotiated with Old Lu for timed explosives. Yi Si suggested, Darling, perhaps we should purchase some cannons to level the place. It would save us a lot of trouble, especially since my hands are itching. Su Zheng occasionally cast glances at Qin Hanyue, while Qin Yin repeatedly signaled him to tone it down, urging this infatuated fool to restrain himself. However, Su Zheng disregarded Qin Yin entirely. Even after they finished their purchases and walked away, he lingered at the entrance, watching. Xiao Ying lowered her voice and casually remarked to Qin Hanyue, That fellow named Su Zheng seems rather interested in you. Qin Hanyue chuckled softly. I do not favor men. I fear I may disappoint him. Meanwhile, old Lu observed Xiao Ying walking alongside Qin Hanyue, understanding in his heart. This young lady seems destined to grace us with her presence frequently in the future. Su Zheng turned to old Lu and asked, what do you mean? Old Lu replied with a smile. What do you mean? Just look at that young lady. Doesn't she resemble our future matriarch? Su Zheng countered. She is too young. Old Lu retorted. What do you know, you blockhead? It is fortunate that we did not offend her before. Otherwise, we would have to retire early. Yi Si's men were all from the 791, skilled in their craft. And naturally, the task of blowing up enemy territory was entrusted to them. In the ensuing days, Kinlan resembled a Syria engulfed in flames of war. The already bustling season became more tumultuous than ever before. First, the territory of the Wuma family was ravaged, followed by the domain of the drug lord. Their plantations were bombed, then their processing factories, and subsequently their transport vehicles. At night, unable to sleep and driven by an urge to act, Xiao Ying took matters into her own hands, personally demolishing their buildings. After a few forays, she had nearly reduced the structures to rubble. On one occasion, after planting explosives, she encountered Qin Hanyue waiting for her, who inquired, did you achieve anything? Xiao Ying simply replied, I didn't see any grapes. In contrast, the losses of the Wuma family seemed trivial. The entire Kinlan was engulfed in fear, apprehensive that they might be next. Although no one witnessed the explosions, speculation arose that it was the same group responsible for the fire at the Wuma family's auction house. Thus, Xiao Ying and her companions became the living nightmares of Kinlan. A source of dread. Whispers circulated that Kinlan was on the brink of upheaval, with the next target likely to be the arms dealer in the southwestern territory. After several maneuvers, the drug lord's long-established empire was nearly obliterated, finally drawing the attention of the enigmatic figure behind the scenes. On the day of a minor festival in the country, this figure made an appearance in Kinlan. That day, Xiao Ying and her group received an invitation. They were ushered into a labyrinthine building, while the adjacent structures lay in ruins. Upon entering, Xiao Ying encountered 3 familiar faces, all of whom ranked just below the shadowy figure in their organization. The moment she stepped inside, the trio sensed a kindred spirit in her. And gazing at the youthful Xiao Ying, they were inexplicably reminded of the legendary genius assassin within their ranks. Isi lounged on the sofa with an air of authority, asking, where's your boss? Footsteps echoed from the staircase, and 2 individuals emerged. One a middle-aged man, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, clad in a Zhongshan suit. Yet he was the drug lord they spoke of, Xiao Ying's old friend, Spade A. The other was a young man with a murderous glint in his eyes, his face resembling that of a coffin, devoid of emotion. This was also an old acquaintance, Blade Shadow. Upon seeing Blade Shadow, Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow in surprise at this cold-faced man's association with Spade A. Blade Shadow's skills ranked just below Wind Shadow, though not as adept. His speed was comparable, making him a formidable adversary. As the two descended the stairs, their gazes met those of the individuals seated on the sofa in the hall, none of which could be easily penetrated. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Their light footsteps now sounded unusually heavy, adding an air of mystery and tension. It was unexpected for Kinlan, this cursed place, to host so many prominent figures this year. Spade surveyed the group, nodding in acknowledgement. Master Qin, Mr. Yi, young Master Chung. His gaze finally settled on the central figure, Xiao Ying, and this lovely young lady. My apologies. Spade discreetly appraised Xiao Ying, evidently perceiving her as the only seemingly harmless, innocent, and, ironically, the most secure among them. However, from the demeanor and serene countenance of the other party, the Ace of Spades discerned that the reality was likely quite the opposite. What appeared to be the safest might indeed be the most perilous. The seating arrangement among the group also suggested that this young girl could very well wield the most influence among them. The sight of Cheng Jinyan, Yi Si, and an ostensibly harmless little girl seemed eerily familiar. Both men were friends of Blood Shadow, yet now they found themselves allied with someone named Xiao Ying. Upon learning that Yi Si and Cheng Jinyan had caused a ruckus with an Asian girl in Kinlan, the Ace of Spades promptly initiated an investigation into their relationship, only to uncover an inexplicable mystery. The figure known as Knife Shadow sensed something amiss and focused his gaze upon Xiao Ying. The Ace of Spades seated himself upon the sofa, offering a well-meaning caution. Kinlan has been rather turbulent lately. My territory has also been besieged by unidentified individuals, so I advise you all to exercise caution. Just as Yi Si was about to respond, his arm was subtly nudged by Xiao Ying. Receiving the signal, Yi Si altered his statement. I heard that the Wuma family's casino was also bombed. Could it be that you two factions are at odds? The Ace of Spades replied. The Wuma casino was blown up by the gang from the southwestern territory. Have you not heard? In response to the Ace of Spades counter, Yi Si feigned ignorance, mumbling, oh, is that so? Perhaps your family was also targeted by them. Qin Yin interjected with a puzzled expression. Are they truly to blame for everything? Where was their courage to buy cannons and wreak havoc? Now they are merely shifting blame? Everyone present knows who was responsible. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, the Ace of Spades continued. I am surnamed Zhai. May I inquire whether your presence in Kinlan is for leisure or to partake in some profit? Yi Si seamlessly continued. As a businessman, I am naturally here to conduct business. I had intended to pay my respects to esteemed elders upon my arrival, but I did not expect Mr. Zhai to extend an invitation. After a moment's reflection, Yi Si added, albeit without much sincerity, oh, I forgot to bring a token of greeting from Mr. Zhai. I shall certainly make amends on another occasion. The Ace of Spades responded, I am unworthy of such titles. Are you all here solely for business? He cast a tentative glance toward Qin Hanyue and Cheng Jinyan. Qin Hanyue replied, I am here for tourism. Cheng Jinyan added, this place is quite chaotic. I am here to seek legal matters. The Ace of Spades then turned to Qiao Ying, who stated, I am here for inspiration for my school assignments. The Ace of Spades nodded approvingly. Qin Yin remarked, this old gentleman clearly has seen the world. He can tolerate such nonsensical banter and still offer polite responses. The Ace of Spades inquired, then may I ask what business Mr. Yi intends to pursue? Might I have the honor of collaborating with you? Yi Si candidly replied, to be honest, I find the business dealings of Mr. Zhai's family and the southwestern factions rather enticing. The Ace of Spades chuckled, so Mr. Yi intends to stake a claim on these two lucrative opportunities? Yi Si quickly redirected, I have not yet made a decision. I wish to conduct further investigations. This was clearly a game being played. The Ace of Spades maintained an impassive facade. When Mr. Yi engages, it is certainly not for trivial enterprises. There is no rush. Please take your time to contemplate. Whenever you are prepared, I shall gladly welcome you to Kinlan. Yi Si responded, with Mr. Zhai's assurance, I am at ease. For today, I shall refrain from intruding further. We shall reconvene on another occasion. The Ace of Spades rose alongside the others, suggesting, if you do not mind, why not stay for a meal before departing? Yi Si, I find it rather distasteful. I cannot dine with unfamiliar individuals. It feels rather inappropriate. Hey Tao, Mr. Yi. You are indeed as unique as the rumors suggest. Then, please take your leave, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, and kindly escort a few guests for me. Yi Si, no need, it's quite unnecessary. Upon exiting, Yi Si inquired, my dear, why did you not take action directly? I was fully prepared. Xiao Ying candidly replied, I cannot overpower them. Truth or deception? Both Yi Si and Cheng Jinyan turned their gazes towards Xiao Ying, well aware of her capabilities. Although her current physique does not compare to her trained body from years past, her reflexes and combat experience remain intact. Moreover, Xiao Ying's audacity to confront He Tao alone indicates she possesses a certain level of confidence. Just as Yi Si was about to inquire further, he recalled the presence of others and glanced at Qin Hanyu. Yet, Xiao Ying asserted, speak your mind. Noticing Xiao Ying's lack of intention to avoid Qin Hanyu, Yi Si felt a twinge of displeasure but chose not to confront him at this juncture. Yi Si, in comparison to you, what is He Tao's strength? Xiao Ying did not respond directly. Instead, she remarked, the young man beside He Tao is called Dao Ying. His skills surpass yours, and his speed equals mine. The three others beside him are also formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, even if you manage to restrain those three, you would still contend with He Tao and Dao Ying. She could handle He Tao, but with Dao Ying added to the mix. Given her current physical condition and agility, it would be a desperate struggle, a fight to the death. Not to mention the three other capable assassins. And they are on their turf. Yi Si, what then? Xiao Ying. Tonight, I shall go first to eliminate Dao Ying. Assassination is also one of my strong suits. Qin Hanyu frowned. This is exceedingly perilous. Cheng Jinyan. It is indeed too risky. Given their strength, should you alert them, it would be challenging to escape unscathed. Qin Hanyu. Can't we use poison as before with Wei Qingyuan? Yi Si. Who is Wei Qingyuan? Xiao Ying, Red Heart K. Yi Si cast a sidelong glance at Qin Hanyu. Xiao Ying. That old fellow is quite vigilant. Moreover, today's appearance has already startled them, making poison ineffective. Qin Yin listened to their discourse, utterly perplexed. What is this He Tao, this Dao Ying, and why is Wei Qingyuan also referred to as Red Heart K? Is this about playing cards? Who are those individuals? He recognized that the others possessed skills, particularly the one with the coffin-like face. As for the seemingly amiable older gentleman, Qin Yin was surprised to discover he was a hidden master. When Third Master mentioned Wei Qingyuan, could it be that these individuals are also Miss Qiao's adversaries? Goodness! How could such a young lady have so many enemies? Are these vendettas from a past life? Where does she accumulate such experiences? And they are all such formidable characters. No wonder she would go to such lengths to retaliate against them. Just as Xiao Ying and her companions departed, He Tao received a message from the Shadow Leader. Joker. Upon reading the confidential letter sent by Joker, He Tao was taken aback. His suspicions were indeed confirmed. The seemingly harmless girl was, in fact, the most perilous of all. Do you know what Joker conveyed? He Tao asked Dowling. Dowling remained silent. Spade A. Old K has met his demise. At the hands of that girl. Both Twilight and Flying Shadow have also perished by her hand. Joker has cautioned us to remain vigilant. The abilities of this girl are enigmatic and traceable to none. After the death of Heart K, Shadow uncovered that it was Ghost Shadow who was responsible, and thus set his sights entirely on her. When the leader of Shadow learned that Ghost Shadow had discovered Spade A in a Kinlan, he surmised her intentions. The cold gaze of Blade Shadow finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. Spade A, what do you think is the connection between this girl and Blood Shadow? Blade Shadow remained silent. Spade a genetic clone perhaps? Or is she a covertly trained assassin seeking vengeance against us? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing in the direction where Ghost Shadow had departed. Humph, whoever she may be, as long as she is not Blood Shadow herself, she poses no threat. Old K, despite his years, has been careless, involving both Twilight and Flying Shadow. Blade Shadow, you shall confront her tonight and eliminate her. The others are to remain inactive and avoid unnecessary complications. Blade Shadow nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 172. United Front, Destruction and Devastation. That evening, Qin Hanyue sent a message to Ghost Shadow, who resided diagonally across. Do not act independently. Let us deliberate together if any matters arise. He listened intently to the sounds outside, anxious that Ghost Shadow might stealthily depart without his knowledge. Ghost Shadow replied, Understood. Qin Hanyue. So, who possesses greater strength? You or Spade A? Ghost Shadow, I do. Qin Hanyue smiled, feeling a sense of reassurance. Su Zheng and Old Lu are both capable, if necessary. I will seek them out now. After sending this message, he waited for a response, but there was silence for several minutes. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air, prompting him to leap from his room. Simultaneously, Yi Si and Cheng Jinyan burst forth from their respective quarters. Yi Si fervently turned the doorknob of Ghost Shadow's room, only to find it locked. Darling? Is something amiss? He could only knock on the door. Darling, open up. Yi Si's expression tightened with urgency. There was no response, and he prepared to kick the door down when it swung open. Ghost Shadow stood there, a short blade in her hand, stained with blood. The room behind her bore no signs of struggle, save for the shattered window, suggesting someone had fled through it. Are you injured? Yi Si quickly checked on Ghost Shadow's condition. Qin Hanyue, positioned behind him, gazed at the bloodied blade in her hand, wanting to say or do something, but all actions and words were assumed by Yi Si. Ghost Shadow, it was Blade Shadow. Yi Si, he came to test you? Ghost Shadow, he intended to kill me. He must have learned of Heart K's death and sought to strike first. Qin Hanyue, it seems Spade A is not fully aware of your capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have sent only Blade Shadow. He recalled Ghost Shadow's earlier words. She possesses a comprehensive understanding of Shadow, while they know little of her. A myriad of curiosities and questions surged within him. Ghost Shadow glanced at the blood on the blade, and then swept her gaze across the three of them. I could have slain him. That strike merely grazed his arm, allowing him to escape with his life. Perceiving the displeasure in Ghost Shadow's tone, Cheng Jinyan adeptly and unhesitatingly betrayed their comrade. He was the one knocking. He mentioned you. Yi Si shrugged, lamenting his own swiftness and excessive concern for his beloved. Qin Hanyue inquired about the current plan. Xiaoying responded. Seize the opportunity while he is vulnerable. Better to act swiftly than to let the night drag on with lingering dreams. The blow he delivered was grievous. The shadow of the blade, with blood streaming from its wounded arm, rushed back. Yet, at this moment, he could scarcely attend to the injury, for his usually stoic demeanor was now filled with alarm. Her skills mirrored those of the deceased Blood Shadow precisely. The words escaped Dao Ying's lips, and he himself found them hard to believe. How could two individuals, entirely dissimilar in appearance and background, possess such strikingly similar abilities, as if they were mere replicas? Are you certain? Asked Black Spade A. Dowling nodded affirmatively. I am certain. During our training together, his daily sparring partners were either Blood Shadow or Wind Shadow. I am intimately familiar with Blood Shadow's techniques. Even her breath is reminiscent of his. Were it not for the unmistakable visage of Xiao Ying before me, I might have believed I had just encountered Blood Shadow himself. What of her strength? Black Spade A queried. I cannot ascertain it. In our encounter, she did not employ her full power. Her prowess likely rivals yours. Given such formidable strength, Dowling did not entertain the thought of her being a mere clone or an assassin trained by Blood Shadow. Upon hearing this, Black Spade A narrowed his sharp eyes. It was unexpectedly a formidable adversary. One could not afford to be complacent, lest they meet the same fate as Old K. A petite figure suddenly appeared on the balcony like a specter. Allow me to correct you. My strength surpasses yours. The girl wielded a short blade that shimmered with a cold glint. Dowling felt a chill run through him, positioning himself protectively in front of Black Spade A. Warily observing the girl on the balcony, Black Spade A remained unflinching. Since you have arrived, might I ask your name? I ought to know whom I am about to confront. The girl smiled faintly, her voice calm. You may inquire of Heart King below. Dowling, intrigued by the inscrutable girl, stepped forward. He wished to further gauge her capabilities, reversing his grip on the dagger. At that moment, the door suddenly rattled, and in the next instant, it was kicked open, revealing Yi Si and Qin Hanyue. Hey, your opponents are here, Yi Si announced. Black Spade A regarded the two with a furrowed brow. One was the chairman of the Dillon Group, a member of the Yi family and the overseer of Sector 791, while the other was the influential figure of the Qin family in the capital, likely possessing multiple identities. Regardless of their status, Black Spade A had no desire to provoke either. However, it appeared that trouble was unavoidable with their presence. Contemplating this, a sense of unease washed over him. Thus, he turned to Qiao Ying. What is your relationship with Blood Shadow? I do not recall any enmity between us. Could there be a misunderstanding? I remember it well. Qiao Ying replied. With that, she initiated the assault, charging towards Black Spade A. Simultaneously, Yi Si and Qin Hanyue lunged at Dowling, who had been at odds with them since their meeting. Yet at this moment, they displayed an unexpected synergy in their combat. Meanwhile, figures stealthily infiltrated the labyrinthine edifice from all directions. As the guards fell one by one, their throats silently slashed. The three shadowy assassins, alerted by the commotion, prepared to investigate. However, one was intercepted by Cheng Jinyan in the corridor, another clashed with Su Zheng in a room, and the last was ensnared midway by Old Lu. Inside the room, shadows intertwined, and the sounds of combat reverberated ceaselessly. After a fierce exchange, Black Spade A comprehended the profound essence of the blade's shadow. Although he had been informed, the reality of engaging with Qiao Ying left him profoundly shaken. The likeness was uncanny, and this girl's prowess might even surpass his own. Unwilling to meet his demise and not wishing to incur the wrath of Yi Si and Qin Hanyue, Black Spade A swiftly resolved to flee. If he could not confront them, he would evade them. Seizing an opportunity, he escaped through the balcony, leaping from the third floor and vanishing into the moonlit night. Qiao Ying pursued to the balcony, glanced back at the entangled figures of Yi Si and Qin Hanyue, then turned and leaped down, chasing after Black Spade A. Upon witnessing Qiao Ying's leap, Qin Hanyue's concern momentarily distracted him, and in that fleeting instant, a blade struck towards him. The moonlight illuminated the opulent facade of the labyrinthine building below, yet beneath its gilded exterior lay a hellish scene, strewn with corpses. Qin Hanyue's men began to arrive in succession. Su Zheng, anxious for Qin Hanyue's safety, exerted all his strength to eliminate the remaining threats and hastened to provide assistance. Sir, Su Zheng, wounded, arrived promptly. Qin Hanyue immediately extricated himself to pursue Qiao Ying. Yi Si, watching Qin Hanyue's retreat, cursed under his breath, frustrated at being a step behind as he witnessed Qin Hanyue's escape. Third Master, Miss Qiao is driving after them in that direction, Qin Yin informed the pursuing Qin Hanyue. Without hesitation, Qin Hanyue jumped into his vehicle and sped off. Under the cloak of night, he drove relentlessly for over 20 miles. Yet the elusive figures remained out of sight. The scent of blood intensified within the vehicle. Qin Hanyue's right hand, gripping the steering wheel, was soaked in blood, droplets cascading down onto his leg, though he remained oblivious to it. Continuing to accelerate, Qin Hanyue searched fervently for any signs of the missing individuals. Just as he began to doubt his direction and contemplated turning back, two bursts of flames emerged ahead. As he approached, he leapt from the car. Not far off, two vehicles lay wrecked in an open space, reduced to mere frames, crackling ominously. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains mingled with gasoline. Blood stained the ground, a testament to a recent brutal skirmish. Beside the vehicles, a charred corpse was unrecognizable, and Qiao Ying's jacket lay discarded nearby. A sudden pang of dread gripped Qin Hanyue's heart as he instinctively surged forward, his mind barely processing the sight. An explosion erupted from one of the vehicles, flames surging upward, halting Qin Hanyue in his tracks. Fortunately, he discerned that the burned body did not belong to Qiao Ying. The form did not match. Qiao Ying. Qin Hanyue scanned the surroundings. Qiao Ying, he called out, his voice rising in urgency as he desperately searched for her. Chapter 173. Qin Hanyue embraced the individual tightly. A birthday gift amidst the chaos. The raging inferno illuminated the frantic figure, and Qin Hanyue felt his legs weaken beneath him. Qiao Ying, Qiao Ying, he shouted hoarsely, his breath erratic, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He surveyed the pitch-black surroundings, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, his nerves tightening with each passing moment. The usually composed and collected Qin Hanyue was now in disarray. A small stone hurled from the shadows struck the ground near his feet, jolting his frayed nerves. He glanced down, momentarily stunned, before turning to look in the direction from which the stone had come, and then sprinted forward. Approximately 20 meters away, a small creek lay before him. A girl squatted at its edge, her petite form clad entirely in black, rendering her nearly invisible in the night. As Qin Hanyue's pupils trembled, he charged ahead. The creek was littered with small stones, and he nearly lost his footing, too hasty in his movements. As he crouched, one knee landed on the ground. He grasped the girl's frail shoulders, lifting her delicate face to meet his gaze, inadvertently smearing her cheek with the blood on his hands. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Where are you injured?" His frantic eyes scanned her, desperately searching for any signs of harm. Xiao Ying remained silent, merely gazing back at him. His complexion was pale, his lips drained of color from fear. As Qin Hanyue's anxious gaze roamed over her, he noticed her rolled-up sleeves revealing an arm extended over the creek's surface. Her once fair and slender arm bore a gash measuring several centimeters, deep and gruesome, the flesh torn and exposed, a sight to behold. She had been squatting there, rinsing the blood from around the wound. Qin Hanyue's breath caught in his throat as he observed her expressionless face, his heart twisting painfully. "No, don't wash it with water. It might get infected." His breath remained uneven, his speech disjointed, and after a moment of hesitation, he fished a handkerchief from his pocket, gently taking her hand. The slender arm bore the crimson mark, and he dared not apply any pressure, even though her wrist was a safe distance from the injury. Her hand, just rinsed, felt cold to the touch. With utmost care, Qin Hanyue wiped away the blood and water surrounding her wound, inquiring, "Is there anywhere else that hurts?" He struggled to maintain his composure, but his voice and hands betrayed him, trembling persistently from earlier until now. He glanced at Xiao Ying. "Why have you been silent? Is it very painful? Hold on, I will take you back to tend to it shortly. I'm sorry for arriving late," he added, a note of guilt evident in his tone. She still did not respond. Qin Hanyue looked at her again, his usual stoicism replaced by an open display of tension and concern. Xiao Ying watched as he tended to her wound, then turned her gaze toward the labyrinthine building in the distance. Finally, she spoke, her tone as calm and emotionless as ever, as if nothing had transpired. "I see that you are fiercely contesting this territory. The Ace of Spades is dead. Perfect timing. His domain can be your birthday gift." Qin Hanyue paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Xiao Ying's eyes locked onto his dark orbs, witnessing the tumultuous emotions swirling within, gradually rising to a crescendo that threatened to engulf them both. In the next moment, Qin Hanyue embraced her tightly, his previously restrained emotions now slightly unraveling. He tightened his grip around her, disregarding the blood seeping from his wounds. Even without a stethoscope, Xiao Ying could hear the rapid beating of his heart. In such a moment, even a fool would recognize it as the perfect time for words to be spoken, yet Qin Hanyue held her close, saying nothing. As if words were unnecessary, he merely whispered her name, Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying's eyelashes fluttered, her expression remaining calm and composed. Although he had uttered no words, it felt as if everything had been conveyed. Not all emotions require verbal expression to be understood. Sometimes, a glance, a smile, or an unexpected term of endearment suffices for the other to comprehend. Despite their acquaintance being relatively brief and their moments alone scarce, he was acutely aware of her emotional reticence and his own limited understanding of her. They often engaged in superficial pleasantries. Just days prior, while lying on the same bed, Qin Hanyue had felt compelled to articulate his thoughts clearly, fearing she might not grasp his meaning. Yet in this moment, he felt an unspoken understanding. She did not need to respond, for she understood. He hesitantly inquired, "May I request another birthday gift from you?" After a brief pause, she replied, "What is it?" Qin Hanyue responded, "No matter the circumstances, you must take good care of your life." After another moment, she replied, "But you were quite loud just now." Her straightforwardness elicited a resigned smile from Qin Hanyue, who acknowledged, I know you are stronger than him. Yet I still worry." Gradually calming himself, he released her, gently wiping the blood from her face, and used his handkerchief to bandage her injury. At that moment, Xiao Ying noticed that one of his sleeves felt heavy, as if soaked, and the blood on his palm appeared to be his own, while that hand was clearly unable to exert strength. She instinctively touched his coat sleeve, feeling the warmth of blood. She had always assumed the metallic scent of blood was emanating from her. "It's nothing, not as severe as yours," Qin Hanyue assured her. Xiao Ying picked up a short knife resting nearby and deftly cut open his coat sleeve, revealing the blood-stained white shirt beneath, along with a faint glimpse of the wound. Both had sustained injuries to their arms, and both on their right hands. Xiao Ying urged him to stand. "Let us go back and treat your wound." She turned and began to ascend first. After a few steps, Qin Hanyue followed, draping a coat over her shoulders. They then drove back together. The wounds on their arms continued to bleed, yet their focus seemed more attuned to each other's injuries. "When did you find out?" Qin Hanyu suddenly asked. Both were intelligent individuals, sharing a profound understanding. Even in his seemingly random inquiry, Xiaoying accurately discerned he was referring to the identity of his arms dealer's elusive boss. Qin Hanyu had arranged for Su Zheng, Old Lu, and other subordinates to head to the territory of Spade A for support without consulting Xiaoying. After the ambush by the knife-wielding assailants, they had immediately pursued her. Upon seeing you at Aiklan, a sense of conjecture arose within me, which was confirmed when I purchased the explosives that day. Xiaoying remarked, if you had arrived a day later, I would have blown up your territory. Qin Hanyu chuckled. Blow it up if you wish. As long as it brings you joy, once I tend to my wounds, you may detonate it for amusement. Cheng Jinyan bore injuries and fortuitously encountered Yesi, who was rushing downstairs to find Xiaoying. Upon seeing Cheng Jinyan in such a disheveled state, Yesi halted, extending his hand to inspect the wounds on his abdomen. Not particularly fortunate. Among the three of us, it seems I've drawn the strongest one, Cheng Jinyan lamented before inquiring. Where is Xiaoying? Has the Spade A been dealt with? Yesi replied, I'm pursuing Spade A. I shall find her. At that moment, Cheng Jinyan observed the wounded Su descending the stairs and the approaching Lao Lu from the other side. Them? He questioned. Yesi shot him a glance that conveyed all that was necessary. Need I say more? They belong to that guy. Chapter 174. Yesi's slip of the tongue. Her relationship with Blood Shadow. The two returned to the camp to tend to their wounds. Yesi searched in vain for someone, attempting to call Xiaoying, only to find the connection established remarkably fast. He soon learned that she had returned and was nearly done with her treatment. Upon hearing of Xiaoying's injury, Yesi hurried to her side, forcefully pushing Qin Hanyu aside. Hey, third master, Qin Yin exclaimed, startled, instinctively reaching out to assist. Where are you hurt? Yesi asked, gripping Xiaoying's wrist gently while inspecting her bandaged arm. It's a minor injury, Xiaoying replied, glancing at the displaced Qin Hanyu. The minor injury she referred to was evidently at odds with their perception, while her notion of a serious injury was nearly debilitating. Yesi, with a fierce tone, retorted, a minor injury wrapped so tightly? What of Spade A? Is he dead? If not, I shall flay him alive. He is dead, Xiaoying replied. Then let us desecrate the corpse. Once we are done, we shall feed it to the dogs. Lao Lu entered, escorting the securely bound Knife Shadow and two assassins, with another assassin having met his demise at Cheng Jinyan's hands. Xiaoying turned to Cheng Jinyan and inquired, how is your injury? Cheng Jinyan lifted his shirt to show her, hoping to reassure her. Just a surface wound. It's nothing. The injury has already been bandaged. Lao Lu asked, sir, how shall we deal with these individuals? Qin Hanyu looked to Xiaoying for her guidance. Yesi remarked, aren't there still a few old fellows? We should pry their mouths open. Let us settle the score in one go, so they have no time to prepare. However, Xiaoying countered, they won't divulge anything. These individuals are formidable within the shadows, particularly Knife Shadow. It is nearly impossible to extract information from them, and given the secretive nature of those old fellows, they may not even possess knowledge worth uncovering. There is no need to waste time. Xiaoying continued, retaining them poses a risk. They should be eliminated. These individuals were staunchly loyal to the shadows, and she lacked the benevolence to sway or reform them. Allowing them to escape was out of the question. Decisively, she declared, let us not linger. After all, none of us are virtuous. Yesi added, killing them would be too lenient. They once betrayed you. Upon learning that Blood Shadow had collaborated with the shadows for research to repay a debt, only for the shadows to reveal their insatiable greed, Yesi felt an overwhelming desire to sever the heads of those old men. Cheng Jinyan. Ahem. Yesi halted his speech. They deserve to die. However, Qin Hanyu caught onto his inadvertent slip, turning his gaze towards Xiaoying. The cold glare of Dowing fixated on Xiaoying. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to Blood Shadow? It seemed as though he sought to penetrate the unfamiliar facade and glimpse the very soul within. Qin Yin, Blood Shadow? Goodness. Both Old Lu and Su Zheng were taken aback, casting surprised glances at Xiaoying. They were not alone. Even the other two assassins from the shadow were astonished. Did they hear correctly? This person was inquiring about the relationship between this student-like young woman and that genius assassin? Qin Yin, Blood Shadow? Dowing. My word. Qin Yin glanced at the gravely injured and tightly bound Dowing, suddenly realizing, this person is an assassin from the shadow? The deceased Mr. Zhai, the Spade A? And previously, Wei Qingyuan, the Heart K. Qin Yin could not help but gasp. So, Miss Chao's myriad of enemies were actually from the shadow? A chill inexplicably crept down his neck, and he swallowed hard, his calves cramping slightly. Yi Si answered on behalf of Xiaoying. She has no ties to Blood Shadow. Her connection is with me. You lot, take them away, sever their Achilles tendons, and keep a close watch. I shall deal with them slowly. Yi Si commanded his subordinates to escort the individuals away. Su Zheng was gravely injured, and Old Lu lowered his voice, suggesting he attend to his wounds first. Su Zheng, it's nothing, I'll handle it later. Qin Hanyue, you should tend to your injuries first. Su Zheng's eyes brightened, his posture straightened. Understood. He turned and complied. Yi Si observed this and remarked to Qin Hanyue, Master Qin, you are quite the modest individual. I never imagined you enjoyed playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Qin Hanyue's gaze rested upon Xiao Ying, dismissing Yi Si's comment. After several seconds, he replied nonchalantly, I rather envy your carefree flamboyance, Mr. Yi. Yi Si, where is your nonchalance, Master Qin? You forsake such a large camp to squeeze into this dilapidated building with us. Qin Hanyue, realizing his fault, fell silent. He had no intention of concealing his identity from Xiao Ying. He meant to reveal it. However, just as he was about to disclose his identity and invite Xiao Ying and her companions to reside in his camp, Xiao Ying invited him into the room. The two spent the night together, sharing the same bed, and afterward, Qin Hanyue found himself too bashful to reveal his true self. Old Lu, I cannot believe the gentleman is such a person. Qin Yan's thoughts lingered on the Shadow Organization. Otherwise, he would have responded to Old Lu. What is this? A rare sight indeed. Xiao Ying reminded Yi Si. Are you certain you want to settle scores on his territory? Yi Si looked at Qin Hanyue and said, last time, we didn't reach a conclusion. Now I am seething with anger. Xiao Ying, he is injured. At that moment, Yi Si recalled that Qin Hanyue had also sustained injuries. A cut from Dao Ying, specifically on his arm. Which arm was it? The right arm? Hiss. Yi Si frowned, then glanced at Xiao Ying's bandaged right arm. Realizing she had been injured in the same spot, he cursed inwardly. Xiao Ying stood up, headed upstairs to bathe and sleep, and before leaving, reminded Qin Hanyue, do not let the wound come in contact with water. Qin Hanyue, understood. Yi Si shot a glance at Qin Hanyue and followed Xiao Ying upstairs. Darling, how will you wash with your hand injured? Allow me to assist you. He spoke as if deliberately addressing someone. Tung Yin gazed at the distant, bustling labyrinthine building. A faint smile gracing his lips. Another one has perished. Will it continue? Who shall be next? That night, Qin Hanyue tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Still haunted by the memory of discovering Xiao Ying crouched silently by the dark stream, tending to her wounds. She appeared so small, so fragile. Yet, when he lifted her face, he found no trace of fear or panic on her youthful countenance, only tranquility, as if she were merely cleansing away dirt rather than treating a wound. It seemed that the violence and injury were commonplace to her, something she had long since grown accustomed to. While he, a robust man, felt pain as he tended to her injuries, she did not flinch even once. Then there were the words that Night Sea had inadvertently let slip. What enmity existed between Xiao Ying and the Shadow? What had the Shadow done to her? Why did the blade inquire so pointedly? What was her connection to Blood Shadow? Was she truly Xiao Ying? Qin Hanyue sat up in bed, the pain from his wounds rendering sleep even more elusive. He couldn't help but ponder that she must also be in pain. She had nerves, after all. How could she not feel it? Perhaps she simply bore it with remarkable fortitude. This thought stirred a pang of compassion within him. He reached for his phone, contemplating whether to ask Xiao Ying if she needed painkillers, but remembering that she could alleviate her pain through acupuncture, he set the phone down again. The night dragged on without sleep. The following day, Xiao Ying awoke to the sound of notifications on her phone. Rising from her bed, she opened the door to find Qin Hanyue holding a large bowl of pigeon ginseng soup, with something else in his hand. She stepped aside to let him in. As she closed the door, Qin Hanyue inquired, did I disturb your sleep? Xiao Ying replied nonchalantly, then retreated to wash up. Observing her demeanor, Qin Hanyue surmised that she had slept reasonably well. Upon returning to the room after freshening up, Xiao Ying glanced at the soup, finding it a bit too rich for the morning. It's steamed in water, without any oil, Qin Hanyue explained. Only then did Xiao Ying sit down to drink the soup. Can you eat pig liver? I asked the doctor. It's good for replenishing blood. If you can, I'll have someone prepare some for lunch, he added. This injury is not that severe, she replied. Chapter 175. Shall we celebrate the new year together? The airport encountered Xiao Ying sat at the table sipping her soup, while Qin Hanyue stood quietly beside her. Turning her head, she noticed him lost in thought. Staring at her, following his gaze to her injured arm, she raised an eyebrow and asked, have you eaten? Qin Hanyue snapped back to reality, I'll eat later. Without further comment, Xiao Ying turned her attention to a black bag he had brought, adorned with a cartoon bear, its contents a mystery to her. What is this? After a brief pause, Qin Hanyue hesitated to speak, seemingly embarrassed. I remembered that your period is around this time, and it's not easy for girls to find supplies in this place, so I prepared this for you. He felt awkward not just because he was a man, but he feared it might embarrass her. However, Xiao Ying was clearly unfazed. You have a good memory, she remarked. Qin Hanyue was momentarily speechless. After all these years, you are the only girl who has appeared by my side, and naturally, you leave a lasting impression. Xiao Ying, noticing her silence, Qin Hanyue continued. There is some brown sugar ginger tea in the kitchen. Feel free to have some if you need it. She replied with a simple mm. neither expressing gratitude nor engaging in the customary pleasantries as she had in the past, which filled Qin Hanyue with quiet delight. The environment at the camp center was superior to this place. Should we consider moving there? Or is it that once matters are resolved, you wish to return home? He inquired. Xiaoying countered. Isn't the new year approaching? Do you not intend to return and spend it with your family? Qin Hanyue replied. Yes. The eve of the new year is the day after tomorrow. How do you plan to celebrate? He presumed she would not be returning to the Qiao family, nor to the Su family. Will you accompany Yesi to M country? He asked. To me, holidays are no different from ordinary days, Xiaoying answered, refraining from confirming whether she would go with Yesi. Qin Hanyue did not press further but continued. Every year is much the same. Besides, I have always been dutiful to my parents. Missing one reunion dinner is not significant. Yet my parents and my aunt have always remembered your kindness and wish to invite you to dine and converse. After a generous bowl of soup, Xiaoying had barely consumed a third before she set down her spoon and turned her chair towards Qin Hanyue, a faint smile playing on her lips. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Qin is inviting me to New Year's Eve dinner. Qin Hanyue chuckled softly, though I am aware it is unlikely. Would you not wish to consider spending the new year together? He extended the invitation. Xiaoying did not respond immediately. In the midst of her contemplation, there came a gentle knock at the door. Outside, Yesi's coaxing voice tentatively asked, Darling, are you awake? I thought I heard you talking. The two within exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Yesi, reluctant to disturb Xiao Ying's slumber, was about to leave when a scraping sound from inside caught his attention. Xiaoying rose to tidy the dishes. But Qin Hanyue approached. Shall I not have any? Look at how much is left. Xiaoying remarked, it's a bit fishy. Qin Hanyue apologized, I'm sorry. The camp is inhabited by burly men, and their culinary skills leave much to be desired. He followed her, carrying the soup. As they spoke, Xiaoying opened the door, only to come face to face with Yesi's dark expression, which indicated he had been waiting for Qin Hanyue for quite some time. Yesi smiled at Xiaoying. Darling, breakfast is quite decent today. You go downstairs first. I'll have a word with Mr. Qin. Xiaoying took the bowl from Qin Hanyue's hands and warned him. If you cannot tolerate him, do not hesitate to come find me if your wound opens up. She also reminded Yesi, this is his territory. Then, without a backward glance at either of them, she instructed, keep your voices down. Do not disturb Cheng Jinyan. Qin Hanyue had no desire to engage Yesi in conflict. For whether in victory or defeat, he would gain nothing. Furthermore, Yesi held a unique significance for Xiaoying, and it seemed he was adept at suppressing pain. Should he cause any harm, he would be at fault. Fortunately, Yesi had no intention of confrontation. After casting a cold glance at Qin Hanyue's arm, he turned and pursued Xiaoying. Darling, wait for me. 2 days later, at an airport. In the waiting lounge, Qin Hanyue sat on a chair, occasionally glancing at his watch and then looking in another direction. Qin Yin followed his gaze, and after 2 days of restraint, he could no longer hold back. Tentatively, he remarked, Third Master, it seems that Miss Qiao's enemies are from the shadows. Qin Hanyue simply replied, Qin Yan's eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity. Do you have no thoughts or opinions on this? Qin Hanyue noticed that Qin Yan's eyes appeared unusually large. Had he undergone some beauty treatment recently? Why? Do you think you can help eliminate the shadows? Have I misunderstood something? This misunderstanding is quite absurd. Qin Yan nearly frightened himself into pulling his own eyes out to stash in his pocket. Third Master, you truly have a knack for humor. With my mediocre skills, I would merely be serving tea and water for the shadows, and they would surely find my efforts lacking. Self-awareness is indeed a virtue, Qin Hanyue remarked. Such a heartless man. Is it too much to be a little curious? You certainly did not treat Miss Qiao in this manner. At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman, exuding confidence and charm, approached Qin Hanyue and confidently extended her hand. Hello, my name is Anna. May we be friends? I have been observing you. Before Qin Hanyue could respond, Qin Yin swiftly raised his hand in refusal. I'm sorry, it's not convenient. Noticing that Qin Hanyue ignored her, the woman remained undeterred and even more enthusiastic. I have no ulterior motives. I simply thought that since this flight will take 3 hours, it would be rather dull. I hope to find a like-minded friend to chat with and alleviate the boredom. She playfully twirled her curls. I've already stated, it's not convenient, Qin Yin reiterated. The woman turned to Qin Yin. You must be his assistant? I am speaking with your sir. As for the matter of convenience, your sir has yet to express any objections to my sitting here. With that, she attempted to take a seat beside Qin Hanyue, only to be halted by his icy gaze. At that moment, a young girl resembling a student emerged from the direction Qin Hanyue had been observing. Xiaoying had just gone to the restroom and returned to find a beautiful woman attempting to occupy her space. Xiaoying approached the scene. Qin Hanyue stood up in response. With a slight raise of her brow, Xiaoying inquired, Is this your friend? I do not know her, Qin Hanyue replied. She is merely asking for directions, Qin Yin interjected. The woman's expression shifted dramatically, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she withdrew. Casting a glance at the noticeably younger Xiaoying, she tentatively asked, "Is this your sister?" "She is truly beautiful. Your family has splendid genes." Such words inadvertently stepped on someone's toes. Qin Hanyue's expression visibly darkened. "Oh, her words truly lack tact," Qin Yin remarked. "Brother?" Xiaoying shot a glance at Qin Hanyue, her demeanor subtly shifting. Qin Hanyue turned to the woman. "Miss, do you have any business here?" Noticing the displeasure on her master's face, the 10 or so bodyguards seated behind them promptly stood up. The woman was taken aback. Chapter 176. Xiaoying, "Brother, could you assist me in picking up 2 individuals from the airport?" As she watched the woman flee in embarrassment, Xiaoying turned to Qin Hanyue, her gaze filled with amusement, which elicited a resigned sigh from him. Xiaoying settled back into her chair. "As I have mentioned, Mr. Qin is exceptional. There is no need to envy others." Qin Hanyue remarked, "If this is the case, it seems I will merely appear adaptable and easily approachable." Xiaoying nodded in agreement. Perhaps the other party is quite exceptional as well. At the very least, she is beautiful. His gaze remained fixed on the girl. Beauty must be contextualized. It depends on who it is. No matter how outstanding someone may be, if they are not the one I cherish, there is little to celebrate. With a playful glint in her eyes, Xiaoying teased, "If it were someone you admire, would it be easy for you, brother?" She arched an eyebrow, mischief dancing in her gaze. The address of brother sent a jolt through Qin Hanyue's heart. Qin Yin nearly fell to his knees, hastily turning away to avoid the scene. Had this been earlier, Qin Yin would have celebrated with fireworks for his esteemed third master, but now he felt an unsettling chill. Consider the implications. A person capable of annihilating shadowy assassins, among whom 2 were seemingly high-ranking figures. What kind of prowess must they possess? The sensation of such a formidable figure calling one brother is beyond comprehension. These shadowy assassins are not akin to the brutish mercenaries of the M continent. In any case, Qin Yin found no pleasure in the situation. Casting a glance at the amused Qin Hanyue, Qin Yin thought to himself, "It seems third master is destined to enjoy this fortune, and that is a minor concern." Qin Hanyue remarked, "It has been quite a while since I have heard you speak like this." He felt a wave of nostalgia for the times in M continent when Xiaoying portrayed a defenseless schoolgirl, expressing that she felt secure with him, and she did so effortlessly. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Xiaoying retrieved it and answered a video call from Xiao Yi. "Sister, haven't you boarded the plane yet?" "Not yet, but soon." Unlike Yi Si, Xiaoying opted to return home. Xiao Yi, currently in her 3rd year of high school, had just returned to Yun City for the new year a few days ago after a late holiday, and was now staying with their father at his work accommodation. "Sister, will you return to the capital after coming back?" Xiao Yi inquired delicately while writing couplets. Having celebrated the new year together for over a decade, and given the cultural significance of traditional festivals, Xiao Yi did not wish for Xiaoying to spend the holiday alone. At that moment, Xiao Yi heard someone speaking beside her sister. "Is that your brother?" A man's shoulder entered the frame. "Yes." Xiaoying casually turned the camera to reveal Qin Hanyue. He waved to Xiao Yi, who appeared somewhat reserved on the screen. "Mr. Qin, Happy New Year. Your calligraphy is quite impressive," Qin Hanyue complimented. "Thank you," Xiao Yi replied. Feeling shy, noticing her discomfort, Xiaoying swiftly removed Qin Hanyue from the frame. In a hushed tone, Xiao Yi asked, "Sister, will you be spending the new year with Mr. Qin?" He considered it, Xiaoying replied. Hearing this, Qin Hanyue chuckled. "We have a layover this afternoon. The earliest we will reach the capital is 7 o'clock tonight. If there are any delays, we might indeed spend the new year together." However, fate had other plans. The flight was smooth and arrived punctually in the capital. Once again, Qin Hanyue's invitation was politely declined, leaving him with a sense of regret. The driver awaiting them at the airport was the longtime steward of the Qin family, who, upon their arrival, presented Qin Hanyue with 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket. "Third master, I have prepared the red packets you requested." Qin Hanyue accepted them with a smile, offering one to Xiaoying. "Happy New Year, for good fortune." "But aren't red packets typically given by elders to the younger generation?" Xiaoying remarked. Qin Hanyue, "As long as I can bring you some good luck, I shall take the liberty of assuming the role of an elder." Qin Yin, "That's it. Miss Xiao thinks you're too old." Xiaoying, undeterred by pretense, accepted the 2 red envelopes. The cash inside appeared to be merely 20,000 or so. She had received more than that previously, and this amount was of little consequence. One was also intended for Xiao Yi, who had wished her well at the airport, as you heard. At that moment, she heard Qin Hanyue say, "In fact, my father sends red envelopes to my mother every year. I mean no offense. It is simply how my family operates, and my brother does the same for my sister-in-law." Xiaoying. Thereafter, Qin Hanyue instructed the driver to take her back to the residential community. The city had prohibited fireworks, and it was just around dinner time, with families gathered at home for their reunion meals, resulting in a sparse crowd on the streets. Xiaoying alighted at the entrance of the community and walked inside. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see the residents joyously welcoming the new year with their families. Yet, she felt no stirrings within her heart. In front of a villa's glass wall, a figure was bent over, peering intently inside, their backside wiggling incessantly. Xiao Ying approached and delivered a gentle kick to the person's rear. Hua Qingdong's face collided with the glass, causing a sharp pang in his nose. And he clutched his face, tears welling in his eyes from the sting. Damn it, you rascal. Do you want to die for kicking me? Hua Qingdong cursed vehemently, then turned around, retracting his neck. Sister Ying? Oh, it's you. Xiao Ying, what are you sneaking around for? Hua Qingdong, nursing his nose, spoke with a changed tone. Sister Ying, that kick was rather harsh. Ignoring him, Xiao Ying entered the house. Hua Qingdong followed, resembling a scorned spouse, clutching his nose and rear. Sister Ying, where have you been? Ever since the winter break started, you've vanished. I've sent you messages, but you haven't replied. I've sought you out several times, almost resorting to asking Qin Hanhua. Why didn't you ask? Xiao Ying tossed her backpack onto the sofa. What difference does it make? Hua Qingdong, Sister Ying, did you travel somewhere or return to Yin City? I asked Feng Wenzhong, and he said he hadn't seen you. Xiao Ying, I traveled. Hua Qingdong, why didn't you invite me along? I can handle hotel bookings, transportation, photography, and itinerary planning. Xiao Ying, Qin Hanhua took care of all that. Hua Qingdong, what does that mean? Did you go with Qin Hanhua? Xiao Ying, why would I come here on New Year's if I were with him? It's precisely because it's New Year's that I sought you out. She cast a glance at him. Look, your false sister and counterfeit mother lack character. You don't get along with them. So you wouldn't be spending the new year with them. As for the Su family, that goes without saying. To the point. I'm here to keep you company during the new year. I prefer tranquility. Come on, Sister Ying. I have several boxes of fireworks stuffed in my trunk. Let's set them off. I even picked out some sparklers for you, and I've invited a few people. Let us go. Xiao Ying, let us go then, Sister Ying. During the new year, while others are bustling with joy, it feels disheartening to be alone at home. Have you eaten? If not, would you like to come to my house for dinner? My family's New Year feast is prepared by 10 chefs, offering a delightful array of Chinese, Western, and French cuisines. You are cordially invited to celebrate the new year at my home, where my grandparents, parents, and sister will undoubtedly bestow red envelopes upon you, an opportunity not to be missed. However, Hua Qingdong began his relentless pursuit, his persistence unyielding. Xiao Ying, growing weary of his incessant chatter, retorted, I have repeatedly declined Qin Hanhua's invitations to celebrate the new year with him. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? In an instant, despair washed over Hua Qingdong. As Xiao Ying prepared to ascend the stairs for a bath, her phone chimed with a message. Upon reading it, she turned to Hua Qingdong and inquired, Are you in a hurry to return home? Not at all. Shall we go set off fireworks? He replied eagerly. Could you assist me by picking up 2 individuals from the airport? She requested. Hua Qingdong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Chapter 177, by Xiao and Sack. Are the 3 gentlemen here to celebrate with Sister Ying? He asked at the airport, where he had transformed into a welcoming attendant, eagerly offering refreshments and nearly opening the car doors for them. Where are you gentlemen from? Are you hungry? I have snacks in my car, would you care for some? Thankfully, he had opted for a more spacious vehicle instead of his sports car, allowing ample room for 3 passengers. Is it true that you've come to spend the new year with Sister Ying? What plans do you have? Hua Qingdong glanced at the individual seated in the front passenger seat, who remained aloof, gazing out the window, with slightly tousled hair and a youthful visage adorned with freckles. The foreigner appeared even younger than him, exuding an air of cool detachment. In contrast, the individual in the back seat exuded maturity and composure, engaging in polite conversation without irritation. May I inquire about your relationship with Sister Ying? Bai Xiao asked. My connection with Sister Ying is profound. Though it cannot be succinctly articulated, you shall come to understand in due time, Hua Qingdong replied, inwardly pleased. I am Hua Qingdong, a senior at the same school as Sister Ying. Sack, the passenger in the front, finally turned to glance at him before returning his gaze to the window, embodying the quintessential aloof young man. Hua Qingdong, Bai Xiao mused, the name ringing a bell. Prior to his return, he had conducted a brief investigation into prominent families in the capital, becoming acquainted with the influential and affluent. Are you the heir of the Hua family? Bai Xiao inquired. Surprised. Indeed, you have heard of my family? I did not anticipate such recognition. Please, just call me by my name, Hua Qingdong humbly replied. Bai Xiao shifted uncomfortably in his seat. It was quite a spectacle for the esteemed heir of the Hua family to serve as a mere chauffeur. Thank you for your kindness. It is quite the honor to have you, a young master, come to fetch us during the festive season. It is but a trivial matter. A friend of Sister Ying is a friend of mine. We are one family, and during the new year, transportation can be difficult. Had I not come, Sister Ying would have had to come herself. As they approached a red light, Hua Qingdong pressed the brake. I have yet to learn how to address you, he remarked. Glancing at Sack. He is Sack, Bai Xiao answered on his behalf. Sack, Hua Qingdong noted, but the next moment, their vehicle was rear-ended. With a loud bang. The impact jolted the entire car, causing the 3 passengers to lurch forward. Once stabilized, Hua Qingdong cursed under his breath, flung open the car door, and stormed out, angrily slapping the rear of the vehicle. Are you blind? Can you not drive properly? Are you driving, or just toying with me? Get down here now. As the window rolled down, Hua Qingdong glared. Damn. Su Qingyu, are you blind? How could you possibly crash? Was your brake malfunctioning, or have you lost your sight? Did your math teacher issue your driver's license? With your skills, you dare to venture onto the road? Does someone at home need to feast? On New Year's Eve, instead of dining at home, you come out here to be a road menace, unable to bear seeing others' reunions. So you must crash into 2 people to bring them back for the new year? It wasn't intentional, Su Qingyu exclaimed, startled. She had just acquired her license and thought that with fewer people on the streets during the new year, it would be a good opportunity to practice her courage. I think it was deliberate. With so many cars, you had to crash into mine. Were your eyes glued shut, or is there a magnet on my car attracting you? Bai Xiao stepped out to inspect the dented trunk. Hua Qingdong, have you finished berating me? I've already said it was unintentional. I'll compensate you double. Isn't that enough? Do I look like I'm short on cash? If you're so generous, why don't you get down here? Let me hit you, and I'll pay you tenfold. If it weren't for your connection with Ying Jie, I, Hua Qingdong, would have been arguing with Su Qingyu when suddenly a strange sound interrupted. Shoo bang. The sound of the fireworks was muffled, akin to being trapped in a tin box. Just as Hua Qingdong was fuming, this bizarre sound escalated his anger. He looked up and shouted, damn it. I've already said fireworks are prohibited in the city. Who's the fool polluting the environment? Didn't their mother teach them any better? As if in defiance, an array of fireworks sounds erupted in a cacophony, overlapping one another like firecrackers. Bai Xiao and Sack watched the suddenly agitated trunk, cautiously stepping back, while Bai Xiao instinctively reached for his waist. The trunk went wild, as if it housed hundreds of hyperactive mice, bounding chaotically. Oh no, this is bad. Hua Qingdong rushed forward. Be careful. Bai Xiao tried to stop him. But it was too late. Hua Qingdong had already flung open the trunk, releasing a burst of sparks. Inside were several boxes of fireworks, careening about, shooting in every direction, some soaring skyward, others shooting downwards, to the left and right, while some spun in place. Rockets and sparklers of red, blue, purple, and green dazzled the eyes. Hua Qingdong watched the fireworks scatter chaotically. Su Qingyu peered from the car, witnessing Hua Qingdong dance amidst the sparks. Hua Qingdong, your car is exploding. It's your car that's blowing up. Hua Qingdong bellowed back. Su Qingyu gazed up at the fireworks, exclaiming wow. After finishing her shower, Xiaoying arrived at the hotel where she had made reservations, ordered food, and awaited her companions. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a few fireworks erupted. Xiaoying looked up, wondering who could be launching fireworks in the bustling city center. She thought such antics were exclusive to Hua Qingdong's crew, only to realize that there was another player in the game. On New Year's Eve, half the city of Beijing witnessed this spectacle. Children pressed against windows or dashed outside, feeling nostalgic, as fireworks had been banned for years. Though the pyrotechnician lacked skill, causing many fireworks to misfire, after waiting for over half an hour, her companions finally arrived. Xiaoying sat at the dining table engrossed in her phone when she lifted her gaze at the sound of commotion. 3 disheveled individuals entered, appearing as if they had just survived an explosion. The waiter repeatedly sought confirmation from Xiaoying, inquiring if these were indeed her friends. Hesitating for a moment, she nodded in acknowledgement. Have the 3 of you just come from a demolition site? Xiaoying quipped. Upon hearing this, Sack clenched his fists in agitation, his expression darkening as though he might erupt in anger at any moment. He shot a fierce glare at the man beside him, Hua Qingdong. Bai Xiao and Sack seemed somewhat composed, yet the third individual was a sight to behold, resembling a vagabond, with a face marred by grime and singed hair. His trousers torn, barely concealing anything beneath. Had it not been for Xiao Ying's keen eyesight, she might not have recognized him at all. Hey, Ying Jie, Hua Qingdong grinned, revealing a broad smile. Xiao Ying, momentarily taken aback, inhaled sharply at the sight of him. What on earth happened? Did your plane crash and land right on you? Hua Qingdong, slightly embarrassed, replied, my fireworks in the trunk exploded. So both Wulong and Fengshu are you, Hua Qingdong? Xiao Ying retorted, withdrawing her gaze. Go wash your faces, it's time to eat. The 3 hastily made their way to the restroom for a quick wash before returning to the private room. Seeing Sack, now looking somewhat presentable, Xiao Ying smiled. Little Sack, it's been a while. Sack felt a pang of irritation. Why hadn't she said this when he first entered? Was she reluctant to acknowledge him due to his earlier appearance? Why didn't you call anyone? Xiaoying inquired. Sack opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately turned away in silence. Bai Xiao found a seat, addressing Hua Qingdong as boss. Hua Qingdong, taken aback, exclaimed, Boss? Just don't beat him to death. I'll cover for you. Xiaoying remarked. At the Qin family residence, the atmosphere around the long table was harmonious. I thought my old man wouldn't make it through this year, but lo and behold, he is still with us. Qin Jingfeng expressed with a sense of wonder. The eldest member of the family replied, You are blessed, and the coming year will bring even greater fortune. Let us not speak of gloomy matters. Everyone gathered to celebrate the patriarch's newfound vitality. The old man, typically a man of few words and great authority, spoke more than usual on this New Year's Eve. Let us eat. As everyone began to dig in, Qin Hanyue, who had been engrossed in his phone, suddenly stood up. Under the puzzled and curious gazes of his family, he raised his phone and captured a photo of the sumptuous reunion dinner. The Qin family exchanged glances. Hanyue, are you taking a picture? A keepsake? His mother inquired. Are you going to post it on social media? His sister-in-law added. Sitting beside Qin Yuchan, Qin Yin subtly shook his head, a knowing expression on his face. You're all mistaken. Please wait for the correct answer. I'm taking it for Xiaoying. Qin Hanyue declared. Upon hearing this, those who had been holding their chopsticks set them down. The second eldest, who had just picked up a piece of meat, returned it to the plate. Then take a few more. Can we be in the picture too? Qin Jingfeng said earnestly, adjusting his attire. A family portrait? Qin Hanyue glanced at his relatives and returned to his seat. No need. We can take one later. He sent the photo to Xiaoying with the message. Happy New Year. Looking up at his family, he said, Let us eat. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Hua Qingdong observed the three individuals with keen interest as he continued his meal. Unable to resist any longer, I inquired, Sister Ying, why do they refer to you as boss? Have you joined Cheng Jinyan's gang? Or are you merely deceiving me? You are not traveling with Qin Hanyue, but rather recruiting underlings. Is there still recruitment? Are there any stringent requirements for joining? Is there a fee to be paid? Xiaoying replied, Your leaps of thought are quite impressive, and your imagination is commendable. It seems you have a knack for legal acrobatics. Hua Qingdong interjected, Are you complimenting me? Sak displayed clear disdain, evidently not. Hua Qingdong continued, You can speak Chinese? Why didn't you respond to me while we were in the car? Sak glanced at the filthy Hua Qingdong and chose to ignore him. Xiaoying lowered her head to check messages from Qin Hanyue. Upon opening a picture, she lifted her gaze to survey the array of dishes before her and casually returned a photograph. When Qin Hanyue received the image, he was about to inquire where Xiaoying had dined, only to notice a figure seated across the table from her. Enlarging the photo confirmed the presence of not just one, but several men, with chopsticks and a bowl on the left side of the table. Cheng Jinyan had traveled to Southeast Asia, while Yesi had returned to the M country due to pressing matters. Yesi had been the first to depart, having lingered with Xiaoying for over half an hour at the camp, exchanging hugs and kisses, while simultaneously issuing warnings and threats. With Xiao Yi and their father in Yin City, who could it be? Qin Hanyue texted, Are you with friends? Xiaoying responded, Sak and Bai Xiao, just arrived. Understanding dawned on Qin Hanyue. He surmised that Xiaoying had summoned them from the M continent due to the Shadow organization. After eliminating both the Spade A and Heart K, the Shadow would undoubtedly retaliate, and she needed to ensure the safety of her younger brother, Xiao Yi, necessitating assistance. This revelation eased Qin Hanyue's concerns. He had been apprehensive about Xiaoying facing dangers alone. Qin Hanyue reassured her, On New Year's Eve, you need not be alone. Rest assured about Blackwater, I will ensure someone is there to look after things. Xiaoying replied, Hua Qingdong had only taken a couple of bites when a phone call interrupted him. His father was bellowing on the other end, demanding to know where he was. As the family awaited his return, Old Master Hua added that he would break Hua Qingdong's legs upon his arrival. Sister Ying, my father insists I return home for dinner. I must take my leave, but I'll grab something on my way. You all enjoy your meal. Call me if you need anything. Hua Qingdong hurriedly departed. All matters concerning Blackwater were entrusted to Badman, and John had returned as well. With divine armed oversight, everything at Blackwater was proceeding smoothly, having also incorporated a considerable influx of fresh talent. After concluding the business of the troop, Bai Xiao asked, Boss, you summoned us from the M continent for a specific task? I have eliminated 2 high-ranking members of the Shadow. They will seek revenge. I have a younger brother. Xiao Yi, Xiaoying succinctly articulated. Bai Xiao and Sak were momentarily taken aback by the first part of her statement. Xiaoying had summoned them with the intention of entrusting them with Xiao Yi's safety. Although Qin Hanyue's associates had been providing covert protection for Xiao Yi, it was insufficient, and having her own people was far more reliable. During her time in the M continent, Xiaoying had mentioned her enmity with the Shadow to Bai Xiao. But Sak was just learning of it. Observing Sak's reaction, Xiaoying playfully asked, Are you frightened? Sak retorted, What is there to fear? Yet, the thought of having to traverse such a distance to this civilized city merely to act as a bodyguard for a child left Sak, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Do not tell me that it is a snot-nosed little brat who has just entered kindergarten, still in the throes of danger and needing to be carried away by someone. Why do you harbor animosity toward Shadow? Does my former leader, Wu Ming, also have a grudge against Shadow? Was she harmed by Shadow? The more Sake spoke, the more he felt this possibility, igniting the excitement among them. With their leader's prowess, Sake could hardly conceive of anyone other than Shadow capable of challenging them. Bai Xiao turned his gaze towards Xiaoying. Xiaoying inquired, if that's the case, will you seek vengeance? Sake straightened his posture. Certainly. Xiaoying smiled with gratification. I knew my efforts in nurturing you weren't in vain. Xiaoying added, then help me keep an eye on our allies. There will be opportunities to confront them. Was this a tacit acknowledgement? Bai Xiao sipped his drink, gazing at the lavish spread before him, reflecting on how many years had slipped by without celebrating the new year. In M continent, he could scarcely recall such festivities. Xiaoying recalled the red envelope from Qin Hanyu and remarked, as the leader, should I not distribute red envelopes to you? Sake queried, what is that? Xiaoying responded, a lucky charm of sorts. Quickly eat up. Then we must return for a bath. It would be rather unbecoming otherwise. Sake glanced down at himself. The trio descended the elevator after their meal. Having spent years in M continent, Sake could hardly remember the last time he had returned to a civilized city, witnessing the lives of ordinary people. He lagged behind, surveying the opulent hotel. Upon exiting the elevator, his arm was unexpectedly jostled, and turning to see a greasy middle-aged gentleman, he noted the man was well-dressed, accompanied by several others, friends and bodyguards alike. The gentleman, speaking fluent English, inquired with concern whether Sake was hurt, and even extended an apology. Sake sidestepped, evading the man's outstretched hand, casting a hostile glare before striding to catch up with Xiaoying. To his dismay, the gentleman's entourage followed suit. One of the gentleman's friends blocked Sake's path, saying, young man, you can't just walk away without an apology after colliding with someone. Sake, expressionless, asked in Chinese, what do you want? The gentleman approached to mediate, saying, my friend has had a bit to drink. I hope he didn't frighten you. I'm fine, but you must have been hurt from the collision. Why not come upstairs with me? I'll take a look, and if you're truly injured, I'll compensate you. The men from M continent, having long been deprived of female company, often fixated on delicate, youthful males. During his misfortunes in Heishui, Sake had often faced harassment. He never anticipated encountering such filth in this civilized city. Bai Xiao stepped forward to assess the situation. The gentleman's friend, perceiving the gentleman's intentions, subtly hinted to Sake, young man, you are fortunate. Our Mr. Huang does not extend his concern to just anyone. Those who have garnered his attention invariably rise to greatness. Do you comprehend this phrase? Or shall Mr. Huang personally elucidate it upstairs? Sake clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, get lost. Bai Xiao positioned himself protectively in front of Sake, whispering, this is not incontinent, do not act recklessly. Bai Xiao attempted to lead Sake away, but the others refused to relent, reaching out to grab Sake. Bai Xiao issued a warning, managing to pull Sake away. The elderly gentleman, evidently in high spirits, approached with his bodyguards in tow, exuding an amiable desire for camaraderie. Observing the irate figure of Sak striding towards him, Xiaoying inquired, what brings you back? Are you going to make a move? Sak cast a glance at the group accompanying him, remaining silent. Xiaoying added, just don't kill anyone. I've got your back. Sak regarded Xiaoying briefly before turning to confront the approaching crowd. Chapter 179, Bai Xiao. The nameless boss is quite the ruffian, the elderly gentleman beamed as he noticed Sak returning. His companions wore expressions of disdain and scorn, having initially appeared aloof, only to now be drawn in. Their gaze shifted towards Xiaoying with ill intentions. The elderly gentleman called over his rude bodyguard, hastening his steps to greet Sak personally. Come here, good lad. He extended his hand. Unexpectedly, the youthful boy, handsome and delicate, advanced swiftly and seized his wrist, twisting it forcefully and bending his arm back. With a sudden kick to the elderly gentleman's lower back, he sent him sprawling. The bodyguards, taken aback, rushed to catch him but underestimated the force of the blow. Like a bowling ball, the elderly gentleman toppled, causing several guards to stagger and fall. Sak, evidently incensed, prepared to teach this repugnant old lecher a lesson and pursued him for another strike. The bodyguards, witnessing this, immediately attempted to subdue Sak. The elderly gentleman, known as Mr. Huang, wielded wealth and influence, and his bodyguards were formally trained from a reputable security firm. It was no challenge for one to take on 3 or 5. However, the bodyguards, recently emerged from training, were no match for Sak, who had battled through the wilds. Sak swiftly incapacitated one assailant with a kick that shattered his leg and delivered an elbow strike to another's vulnerable neck. Sak was known for his unyielding force, and in M continent, he had no need for restraint. Bai Xiao frowned and called out to him, Sak, urging him to refrain from lethal force. Although he trusted Xiaoying to handle the situation, Bai Xiao preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, Sak did heed Bai Xiao's voice. Instead of delivering a blow aimed at the opponent's heart, he redirected his fist to break the man's sternum, exercising a measure of restraint. The adversaries were woefully inept. In mere moments, Sack had them sprawled on the ground, even sending the elderly gentleman's lascivious companion crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious, leaving Sack unsatisfied. The elderly gentleman, nearly winded, leaned against the wall, struggling to regain his footing. Upon turning around, he found all his bodyguards incapacitated. Terror dawned upon him as he gazed at Sack. When Sack's gaze returned to him, the elderly gentleman trembled, collapsing back onto the ground. Don't act recklessly. Do you know my standing? I hold sway in this city. The elderly gentleman's eyes widened at Sack's clenched fists, fear gripping him. I am not someone you can afford to offend. If you dare to act against me, you will undoubtedly regret it. He swallowed hard, glancing at Sack's companions. Do not act impulsively. Think of your friends. If you leave now, I will pretend nothing occurred and will not pursue any trouble with you. Upon finishing his plea, he noticed the foreign girl, Xiao Ying, smiling. The threat posed by him seemed to have transformed into a mere jest in her ears. The old man suddenly recognized that the girl bore a certain familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, yet his mind was too preoccupied to ponder further. At that moment, Mr. Huang, the hotel lobby security, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. This hotel belonged to the old man. Upon seeing the manager approach with personnel, his expression swiftly shifted. He pointed at Sack and commanded the arriving security and manager, quickly, apprehend him. Teach this reckless foreigner a proper lesson. Hurry, get me to the hospital. As the old man struggled to rise, Bai Xiao felt a surge of anger at the old man's grotesque demeanor. He set down his luggage and turned to confront the advancing security. The old man, already drained by indulgence, found himself unable to withstand even Sack's retaliation. Noticing Sack's lingering frustration, Xiaoying offered him a suggestion, which Sack found repulsive. Realizing Sack still harbored anger, Bai Xiao begrudgingly assisted in this distasteful task, stripping the old man and binding him to the Roman columns at the hotel entrance. The front desk staff and several attendants stood frozen, too intimidated to intervene. Though the old man had secretly relished such thrilling escapades, he had never experienced this kind of thrill himself, and the shock rendered him unconscious. He indeed wielded considerable influence in the capital. Bai Xiao had conducted background checks and recalled the old man's identity. Upon hearing this, Sack glanced at Xiaoying. How does he compare to Hu Qingdong? Sack inquired. Naturally, he pales in comparison, Bai Xiao replied. Then that's sufficient, Xiaoying asserted. There's no need to involve anyone else. Just Hu Qingdong will suffice. Had he not left early, this incident would never have transpired. Hu Qingdong's reputation as a little tyrant in the capital is well earned. In this city, apart from the Hua family, only the Qin family could contend with him. Suddenly, Xiaoying recalled, my car is a two-seater, Bai Xiao, you need to find another vehicle. Understood, Bai Xiao replied. There's no need for such trouble. Simply find one inside the hotel, Xiaoying suggested. The hotel has plenty of drivers available for guests. Bai Xiao turned to survey the hotel, then looked back at Xiaoying, chuckling. Even an unknown old man can be such a rogue. Xiaoying shot him a glance and retorted. Is that what you call a rogue? Now let's go, Sack. Sack followed Xiaoying to retrieve the car. Next time you encounter such a situation, don't hold back. Treat this place as if it were incontinent, as I've said, she advised. Sack glanced at her. Watch the road, or you'll fall. Are you moved? Do you think this new boss of yours isn't so bad? Ready to forget the unknown? Sack turned his head away, grunting in response. Upon returning to the villa, Sack immediately inquired, where's your brother? I'd like to see him. He has gone back to our hometown. He'll be back in a few days, Xiaoying replied. Then where do I stay? Sack pressed. Choose whichever room you prefer. Sleep wherever you like. I'll have Bai Xiao open a door for you shortly, Xiaoying said. Ascending the stairs, Sack watched her as she climbed, and while waiting for Bai Xiao, he examined the villa. It had been ages since he had seen such a lively home. He explored every corner, even studying the unused robot vacuum in the corner for quite some time. When Bai Xiao arrived, Sack pulled him to join in his inspection. The following afternoon, a visitor arrived. Bai Xiao went to answer the door and was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the guest, but quickly regained his composure, Mr. Qin. A simple understanding of the capital's white owl naturally reveals who wields the most power in the city. To my surprise, the formidable godfather is none other than the revered Qin Sanyi, a figure who commands both respect and fear in the capital, which explains his extravagant gestures. Qin Yan nodded at Bai Xiao and, noticing Sack trailing behind, offered him a smile, a silent acknowledgement of their shared misfortune of broken legs and confinement in a trunk. Qin Hanyue stated, I am here to see your boss. Bai Xiao welcomed him inside, saying, our boss is upstairs. Sack, please fetch him. Qin Hanyue had come to deliver weapons. As Qin Yan opened the briefcase, Sack, who was occupied with a robotic vacuum, was immediately captivated. Qin Hanyue remarked to Xiaoying, these are new supplies, and I believe they are exactly what you need. Xiaoying surveyed the items with a smile. This timely New Year's gift was perfect. She had been preparing to procure suitable weapons for Bai Xiao and his team when Qin Hanyue arrived with them. She handed a pistol to the eager Sack, saying, "If you were a girl, many would vie to have you as their devoted partner." Xiaoying expressed sincerely. Qin Hanyue replied, "A male partner can be just as valuable." In chapter 180, Sack remarked, "Your boss mentioned." Sack and Xiaoying found themselves cornered. Xiaoying, with a smile, did not respond but turned her attention to the thermal flask he had brought, asking, "Is this new as well? A thermal flask bomb?" Qin Hanyue chuckled at her jest. "This is soup. However, the idea of a thermal flask bomb is quite clever. We should consider developing it." As he opened the flask, he continued, "I had the kitchen prepare some chicken soup to help with your recovery. How is your injury?" Sack, who was testing the feel of the pistol, immediately turned to Xiaoying, directing the gun's muzzle towards Qin Yan. "You were injured?" Sack inquired. Qin Yan leaned back slightly, raising a finger to gently redirect the gun. Whispering, "It's loaded." Xiaoying responded, "It's a minor injury and healing well. What about you?" Qin Hanyue lifted his arm. "I'm doing well too." Xiaoying offered, "I'll take a look at your injury shortly." "All right," he replied. Sack, playing with the gun, engaged Qin Yan in conversation. "Brother, given that we both suffered broken legs, why did you recover so quickly?" After spending half a month in the hospital, Qin Yan had intended to visit Sack next door, only to discover that Sack had been discharged the very day of his injury. Sack glanced at him, initially disinclined to respond, but relented due to their shared interest in weapons, saying, "Aren't you the one who recovered faster?" Qin Yan retorted, "I was hospitalized for a month." Sack countered, "If it didn't hurt, why stay so long?" Qin Yan pointed at himself. "Who said it didn't hurt? Who told you that? The doctor? How unscrupulous." Sack replied, "Your boss said so." Qin Yan quickly fell silent, sneaking a glance at Qin Hanyue, who was pouring soup for Xiaoying, seemingly unaware of their exchange. Just as Qin Yan began to relax, Hanyue suddenly raised his gaze, fixing him with an expressionless stare. Qin Yan nearly choked on the warmth of this affectionate New Year's Day. Sack then asked, "Who is your great-uncle?" Qin Yan responded, and Sack inquired further, "Do you have any red envelopes?" Qin Yan looked at him incredulously. "We are of similar age. You merely look slightly younger than I do. Is it too much to ask for a red envelope?" Sack replied, "My boss sent me one." Qin Yan watched as Sack retrieved a thick red envelope from his pocket. Speechless, foreigners truly lack conversational skills. A few days later, Xiao Yi returned to the capital for school. Sack inquired about Xiaoying several times, fearing that Xiao Yi was merely a toddler in diapers, but was surprised to find a composed young man instead. Xiao Yi, upon seeing Sack open the door for him, momentarily wondered if he had taken a wrong turn, only to confirm he had not. Hesitating, he asked in English, "Who are you?" Sack replied in Chinese, "Ask your sister." Xiao Yi was taken aback. "You must be Xiao Yi, right? We are friends of your sister, staying here for a couple of days." Bai Xiao emerged, ushering him inside. "I am Bai Xiao, the Xiao from Hero. Hand over your bag to Sack." Bai Xiao took Xiao Yi's luggage. Xiao Yi looked at the two. "I am Xiao Yi." At that moment, Xiaoying descended from upstairs. Xiao Yi approached her, offering the glutinous rice dumplings he had bought in Yun City. "Sister, would you like some?" Xiaoying had once adored these treats, but he hadn't seen her indulge since her change in demeanor. "Did you bring this for me?" Xiaoying accepted it, opened one, took a bite, and offered the remainder to Sack. She was not fond of such snacks, but Sack relished them, especially junk food like chips, cola, and burgers. Sack held the glutinous rice dumpling in his hand, squeezing it, intrigued by its peculiar texture, and took a bite, finding the taste equally odd. Observing Sack's curiosity, Xiao Yi quietly asked, "Sister, do you have foreign friends?" Xiaoying replied, "Yes, isn't he adorable? Quite reminiscent of you, little Sack. Now that you've met him, what are your thoughts? Are you no longer sulking?" Xiao Yi, puzzled, wondered what he was meant to do. Sack scrutinized Xiao Yi for a moment before asking, "How are your skills? Can you handle a gun?" Bai Xiao coughed, and Xiao Yi was left bewildered. Xiaoying interjected, "Let's focus on eating." Following Xiaoying upstairs, Xiao Yi inquired, "Sister, what do they do? Why are they staying here? Is it safe?" Xiaoying reassured him, "They are here in the capital for a few days of leisure. Rest assured." Naturally, she could not disclose to Xiao Yi the potential dangers he faced. Bai Xiao and Sack were there for his protection, but she could not let them overtly watch over him. Xiao Yi needed to attend school, prepare for exams, and lead a normal life, all while being discreetly safeguarded to avoid causing him distress. Xiaoying entered her room, presenting him with 2 red envelopes, one from her, the other from Qin Hanyue. "Sister, have you confirmed your relationship with Mr. Qin?" Xiaoying glanced at the envelope in his hand and simply said, "Just keep them." She then handed him a watch, saying, "This watch is waterproof. You can wear it while bathing." Xiao Yi was delighted. "I will definitely wear it all the time." With 2 days left before school commenced, he remained at the villa. During this time, he gathered a semblance of understanding of Sack and Bai Xiao's characters. Both appeared to be earnest individuals. However, Sack's nature seemed a bit perilous and peculiar. At this moment, while Xiao Yi was in his room working on problems, Sack perched on the windowsill before him, playing with a dart. If it were anyone else, Xiao Yi might perceive the dart as a mere toy, but for some reason, in Sack's hands, it evoked a genuine sense of danger within him, because he had not only seen Sack playing with darts, but also with daggers, and had even seen bullets fall from his pocket, which he would pick up and toss in his hand, looking quite real. Sack was also quite fond of following him. Whenever he stepped out to dispose of the trash, he would turn back to see Sack standing at the villa's entrance, watching him. He would go to the kitchen for a glass of water, and Sack would follow him in, rummaging through the refrigerator, and even accompanying him into his room. When he spoke, he rarely engaged with others, and Sack's behavior reminded Joe of the proud, noble cats adorned with blue bows in the medieval castles of Europe. Joe asked, "Why do you always follow me?" Sack remained unresponsive. During mealtime, White Owl noticed Sack trailing Joe as they exited the room and remarked to Sack, "Don't disturb his studies." Sack retorted, "I'm not bothering him." In the evening, Joe Ing took Sack out, leaving White Owl and Joe in the villa. Sack gazed at the swiftly passing scenery and inquired, "Where are we going?" Joe Ing replied, "Nowhere in particular, just taking you for a stroll." Sack asked, "Why not take White Owl?" Joe Ing responded, "I prefer you, little Sack." Sack turned his face away awkwardly. "They all say girls from Huagua are reserved and shy. Yet you are nothing of the sort." Joe Ing replied, "Unnamed speaks more boldly than I do, and you seem to have no qualms about her. In fact, you seemed rather displeased with her at first." Sack protested, "Not at all. How do you know so much?" Joe Ing said, "You've asked that question many times." Sack fell silent, then after a moment, asked, "Can I drive?" Joe Ing pulled over and switched places with Sack, allowing him to take the wheel. Sack gripped the steering wheel with evident excitement. "I know this car. I was following it since its release, and there are only 6 in the world." Joe Ing asked, "Do you like it?" Sack replied, "Of course." Joe Ing offered, "It's yours." Sack shook his head. "No, thank you. Why not? You can't drive it in M continent." Liking something is one thing. Sack preferred practicality. White Owl had said that there is a saying in Huagua, "A gentleman does not take another's car." Joe Ing countered, "There is no such saying." Sack insisted, "There is. White Owl said so." Joe Ing clarified, "It refers to not taking someone else's beloved." Sack argued, "Doesn't beloved refer to the car?" Joe Ing remarked, "You understand it rather well." Joe Ing then suggested, "Let me show you my school." She intended to take Sack for a tour, but as they approached the school, several cars suddenly surged from an intersection. Sack abruptly swerved the steering wheel. "Are they from Shadow?" Joe Ing remained calm, albeit slightly exasperated. Shadow is an assassin organization, not a bunch of fools. Have you ever seen an assassin group send so many to hunt someone down in broad daylight, and with such poor technique? Joe Ing instructed Sack, "Turn left and park up ahead." When the opposing vehicles failed to intercept them, they anticipated a thrilling chase, but as they turned a corner, the sports car came to a halt, waiting for them. Chapter 181. Do you know who she is? Chin Han, the dream lover. As several cars arrived, 2 to 3 dozen bodyguards emerged, encircling the sports car and its occupants. They had indeed pursued them all the way to the school entrance. The man, resembling an assistant, cast a glance at the school gate, a scoff escaping his lips. Did they think that hiding in a school would deter them from taking action? He stepped forward, addressing the occupant of the car, "Sack, we meet again. Come with me, and do not attempt any tricks." Sack turned his head to look back. "Is this your school?" Xiaoing responded, "It's not too bad, is it?" Sack questioned, "Isn't it still vacation? Why are there students here? Are you attending school as usual?" His gaze was filled with suspicion directed at Xiaoing. Xiaoing retorted, "What do you mean by that?" The 2 individuals in the car engaged in their conversation, entirely oblivious to the presence of the assistant and his entourage of bodyguards, disregarding the threats posed by them. The security guard, cowering in the booth, was too intimidated by the commotion to step outside. "What is happening here?" He called for his colleagues. The commotion attracted several students who were approaching the scene. Upon recognizing the flashy car as one previously driven by EC, the female students became excited, assuming that the striking silver-haired gentleman had returned. The assistant, feeling ignored, was incensed. He flung open his coat, revealing a weapon at his waist, and menacingly threatened the 2. "Get out of the car and come with us if you don't want to die." However, the other party dismissed the intimidating weapon entirely. Sack recognized the assistant from their earlier encounter at the hotel, where he had received a kick but had not sustained any serious injury. The old pervert was still alive and had the audacity to show up again, unaware of the peril he was in. The assistant continued, "Do you realize whom you have offended? Stop wasting time. Our boss, Mr. Huang, has taken an interest in you, which is a stroke of luck for you. If you're wise, stay close to Mr. Huang, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury. If you continue to resist, you will surely regret it." The assistant, clearly experienced in such threats, navigated the situation with ease. However, upon recalling the lecherous old man, Sack's demeanor darkened, and his energy shifted to one of palpable intensity. He opened the car door and stepped out. Several students were halted by security at the gate. It doesn't he seem to be that silver-haired gentleman. It's a foreign guy, but he is quite handsome too. Oh my, he is fighting. As the assistant noticed Sak's intimidating presence, anxiety gripped him, and he instinctively stepped back, only to find that Sak's speed was too quick for him to evade. With a swift motion, Sak slammed the car door and, without a second thought, threw a punch that sent the assistant sprawling on the ground, blood spilling from two knocked-out teeth. Bodyguards nearby rushed forward, while the assistant struggled on the ground, attempting to command them to apprehend Sak. Heaven, what has escalated into a fight? Should we call the police? Several students recoiled in fear, hesitating over whether to alert the authorities. In mere moments, Sak had dispatched the advancing bodyguards with a flurry of punches and kicks, just a bunch of trash. Sak stretched his limbs, preparing to clear away these bothersome adversaries. The bodyguards, unaware of Sak's prowess, relied on their numbers, each one itching to engage. 2. Eager and reckless, charged in first. Just as Qiaoying was about to call Sak back to change locations, she heard someone shout her name. Yingjie? Yingjie. Hua Qingdong emerged from the school and spotted the coveted sports car outside. Disregarding the security's warnings, he dashed over. Qiaoying turned to see Hua Qingdong at the car window. Yingjie, what is going on here? Are you recruiting underlings? Hua Qingdong glanced at the bodyguards and then at the few individuals sprawled on the ground. Are they undergoing an assessment? His gaze shifted to Sak, who had just knocked someone down with a single punch, and he mused. Wow, no wonder he is Shadow Sister's subordinate. He is incredibly fierce. He said, Shadow Sister, given our relationship, could I perhaps get a little favor and cut in line? Just ask Sak to go easy on me. I can only withstand one punch. Qiaoying looked at him, while her assistant rose from the ground. Everyone, come at me together. Be cautious with these foreigners. Qiaoying cast a glance at the assistant and remarked to Hua Qingdong. What are we collecting them for? Is it to save face? Hua Qingdong inquired. What is going on? Qiaoying replied. They're looking for trouble. Hua Qingdong's expression shifted instantly. Who the hell is so impatient as to provoke Shadow Sister? He immediately straightened up, grasped the assistant who was directing the chaos, and pulled him closer. Who do you think you are? The assistant was momentarily taken aback, staring up at Hua Qingdong, who towered over him. He then struggled vigorously to free himself, yet to no avail. Mind your own business. Let me go? I'm with Mr. Huang. Do you want to get yourself killed? Hua Qingdong retorted. Mr. Huang? Damn it. Just because you don't share the Qin surname. You think you can act arrogantly towards me? Do you even know who I am? The assistant replied. I don't care who you are. Just let me go. Hua Qingdong raised his hand and delivered a slap that left the assistant dazed. You think you can swagger around in the capital and not recognize me? You dare call yourself my equal? I am Hua Qingdong, a member of the Hua family. Upon hearing the name Hua family, the assistant froze. Hua family? Which Hua family? The more he looked at Hua Qingdong, the more familiar he felt. How many Hua families could there be in the capital? The assistant stood there dumbfounded. Hua, young Master Hua? He hurriedly used all his strength to block the bodyguards who were trying to intervene. He couldn't afford to offend him. How dare you cause trouble for my shadow sister and block me at the school gates? Do you think I'm dead or something? Hua Qingdong turned to Qiaoying and asked, Shadow Sister, what do they want from you? Qiaoying replied, they're here to stir up trouble. Of course, it wasn't her they were after, it was Sak. Upon hearing this, Sak felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Hua Qingdong cursed loudly and raised his hand to deliver another slap to the assistant. With such trash, you dare to covet my shadow sister? Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? If I don't strip you of your pants today, I want to consider it a success. The assistant was on the verge of tears, blood filling his mouth as he pleaded. No, it's not me. It's not me. It's Mr. Huang. Hua Qingdong reached into the assistant's pocket, forced him to unlock his phone, found Mr. Huang's number, and dialed it. So your last name is Huang? I'm curious to see which scoundrel thinks he can act like a king while both the Hua and Qin families are still standing. The assistant hastily explained. Young Master Hua, it's a misunderstanding. My boss is the chairman of Huang Group, someone you've met before. Our families have business dealings. This foreigner offended Mr. Huang. And that's why. Suddenly, Hua Qingdong recalled that balding old man whose head shone like oil. The memory ignited his anger further. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the elderly gentleman was still lost in thoughts of the delicate and handsome Sak. Just then, the assistant's call came through. The elderly gentleman answered, So, have you captured them? I shall refrain from the vulgarities and the unseemly language, and instead present a refined version of the narrative. Ah, Hua Qingdong, how dare you disturb me at this hour? It seems you are in such a haste to depart from this world right after the new year, despite your advanced age. Do you truly believe you can withstand such turmoil? Are you not afraid of meeting your end in your bed? With so many potential fates, you choose the swiftest path. How desperate you must be to escape life itself. You dare to confront me? An elderly gentleman, taken aback, felt his countenance darken. Young Master Ho, while I hold your grandfather in high regard, it does not grant you the liberty to speak to me so indiscriminately. Although the Ho family wields considerable power, the capital is not solely governed by your family. Those 3 individuals you refer to are your friends, correct? I could extend you this courtesy. Shut your foul mouth. You think you can grant me favors? Save such words for Qin Hanyue, retorted Ho Chengdong, his tone scathing. The old gentleman froze in surprise. Who? During Principal Zhang's banquet, when Qin Hanyue poured wine for my sister Ying. You must have had your eyes shut. Do you realize whom you have offended? That is the beloved of Qin Hanyue. Xiao Ying, unable to restrain herself, muttered, You old fool. Chapter 182. Passing the buck to Qin Hanyue. Xiao Ying, I appreciate your assistance. The elderly gentleman was momentarily stunned. Qin Hanyue, at Zhang Qingyong's birthday celebration, memories flooded back, and he recalled the familiar visage of Xiao Ying. His mind conjured images of Qin Hanyue, smiling and leaning towards Xiao Ying as if to steal a kiss, and the two departing together. Prepare for your demise. You bald fool. You dare provoke him? Just wait until he decides to skin you alive. In the vehicle, Xiao Ying felt a chill run down her spine. A wave of terror enveloping her heart. The elderly gentleman found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Ignoring the pain in his waist, he hastily sat up. Young Master Ho, it's a grave misunderstanding. I had no intention of targeting your associate. Save your excuses for Qin Hanyue, Ho Chengdong replied, his eyes sharp. If you wish to live, hurry and bow before him. Linger too long, and the police will be dredging the moat for your entire family come morning. With that, he hung up the phone. Ho Xiao, hello? Hello? The elderly gentleman stared at the dead phone in disbelief, paralyzed by fear. His subordinate, noticing his pallor, inquired with concern. It's over. Quickly. Call them back. Ho Chengdong shoved his phone into his assistant's pocket. Leave now. The assistant, still reeling from the mention of Qin Hanyue, was oblivious to the unfolding chaos until Ho Chengdong raised his arm as if to strike him. Why are you still here? Hurry back to collect that old fool's remains. Only then did the assistant snap back to reality, summoning a cohort of bodyguards as they scrambled into the vehicle and sped away. Upon his return, Ho Chengdong sought to boast, Sister Ying, it's all resolved. I've left everything to Qin Hanyue. Xiao Ying regarded him. I am grateful for your help. With a cheeky grin, Ho Chengdong replied, well, since Qin Hanyue is pursuing you, he must take some concrete action. He excels at orchestrating the downfall of companies and driving people out of the capital. It's his specialty. Let me tell you, no man is without flaws. For someone as exceptional as you, if Qin Hanyue does not act enough of your nonsense. Let us go. Xiao Ying interrupted. Get in the car. Are we leaving now, Sister Ying? Where to? I'm going to find my sister. Wait for me. Take me along. The conversation was directed towards Xiao Ying, yet his gaze was fixed on Sak, who had taken the driver's seat. At the moment Sak gripped the steering wheel, a wave of envy washed over Ho Chengdong, almost spilling into the vehicle and onto Xiao Ying's head. Xiao Ying, go buy some water. Ho Chengdong, I have water in my car. I'll get it for you. Xiao Ying, I want fresh water. Ho Chengdong, huh? Sak started the engine, and they drove away. It appeared that the campus beauty, Xiao Ying, was in the car. Wasn't he this vehicle owned by that striking silver-haired gentleman? Who were those intimidating figures from earlier? They resembled gangsters and were rather daunting. However, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Hua Xiao claimed that Qin San Yi was pursuing Xiao Ying, yet it seemed he was not making any headway. Shu, are you out of your mind? How dare you say that? It was Hua Xiao who said it, Hua Chengdong proclaimed loudly, causing several onlookers to overhear, including his assertion that Xiao Ying was Qin Hanyu's dream girl. Inside the car, the assistant was in a state of panic, trembling as he attempted to calm Mr. Huang. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. The cars trailing behind were forced to stop as well, accompanied by a cacophony of screeching brakes. The assistant, not buckled in, nearly flew through the windshield, cursing the driver. The driver merely pointed ahead, looking at him, confused. The assistant turned to see a flashy sports car parked prominently in front. Hua Chengdong's words about Qin San Ye's dream girl and his boss's interest in a foreign boy stood before the sports car, seemingly waiting for a while. Xiao Ying tilted her head slightly towards them, signaling to disembark. However, she could not simply walk away from the trouble she had caused. Sak, let me handle this. Xiao Ying, little Sak, don't be too greedy. Sak scoffed. I noticed you're injured. Xiao Ying, these weaklings are no match for me. I can manage with one hand. It's cold, and I need to stretch. With that, Xiao Ying charged forward and kicked the assistant, who was attempting to apologize, sending him flying onto the hood. In an instant, 2 or 3 dozen bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, visibly injured. Some, in a panic to protect themselves, drew their weapons, only to end up immobilized on the ground. Xiao Ying looked at Sak, who was smiling, and said, Are you satisfied now? Sak wiped the smile from his face. That old fool. I can only imagine how many lives he has ruined. If I had encountered him earlier, Xiao Ying, having a sense of justice in M continent isn't necessarily a good thing. Sak restarted the car. I know, Many have told me so. No need for your guidance on where to go. Xiaoying, back to school. I'll show you around. How was your time with my brother? Do you like him? Xiaoying was usually reticent, speaking only when the mood struck her, yet she was notably loquacious with Sak. Sak did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell silent for a moment before saying, "The assassins of the shadow are formidable, masters of their craft, particularly in assassination. I only excel in fighting. If I fail to protect your brother, will you be angry with me? Will you forsake Heishui?" Xiaoying, are you really that lacking in confidence? Sak, I'm merely stating the truth. In terms of skill, both Bai Xiao and Sak were considered above average within the shadow. Thus Xiaoying did not harbor high hopes that either of them could contend with the shadow's prowess. She merely sought two accomplices to assist in the act of murder, simultaneously ensuring that the shadows would think twice before directly confronting Bai Xiao and his associates in this bustling capital. As long as the elite assassins and the remaining 3 old-timers did not take the field themselves, and no more than 3 killers were dispatched at once, Bai Xiao and Sak could manage to contend with their adversaries together. Xiaoying remarked, "Xiao Yi is indeed significant, yet you are equally invaluable, akin to Heishui. I do not expect you and Bai Xiao to risk your lives for my protection. Thus, remember, if you cannot prevail, retreat." Sak was taken aback by Xiaoying's words. Other mercenary leaders merely viewed their subordinates as tools, perched high above, but after Wuming, Xiaoying was the second to regard her followers as individuals, even friends. Moved internally, Sak feigned discomfort and asked, "Are you my elder sister?" Xiaoying replied, "More or less." She had known Sak and Bai Xiao far longer than she had known Xiao Yi. Their bond with Blood Shadow was no less profound than Xiao Yi's connection to Xiaoying. Xiaoying continued, "Only a fool would engage in such foolishness as sending people to their deaths. Knowing one cannot win, why make meaningless sacrifices?" Upon returning home from the company, Qin Hanyue had barely settled in his study when a knock echoed at the door. "Third Master, Huang Hu, the chairman of the Huang Group, is here to see you. He has offended Miss Qiao and seeks your mercy." Qin Hanyue's immediate reaction was confusion. Why would he come to plead for mercy, given Xiaoying's decisive nature? Huang Hu should have been gravely injured, if not dead. How could he possibly leave the situation for Qin Hanyue to handle? This was a first, and as his thoughts raced, he couldn't help but entertain other notions, such as Xiaoying beginning to appreciate his role as a supportive partner. However, Qin Yin swiftly shattered his optimistic reverie. "I have ascertained the facts. On New Year's Eve, Huang Hu attempted to undermine Sak at the hotel, leading to Sak's hospitalization. Yet he remained relentless. Today, he sent someone to pursue Sak at school, and coincidentally, young Master Hu intervened, taught him a lesson, and subsequently brought him to you." Qin Yin subtly shook his head. This old fellow, if one were to say he had good eyesight, it would be because he had his eyes set on Sak. If one were to say he had poor eyesight, it was still because he was fixated on Sak. The mercenaries from M continent spared this old man's life solely in consideration of this civilized city. Disappointment washed over Qin Hanyue, so it was Hua Qingdong. However, it seems this lad from the Hua family has lost any intentions toward Xiaoying. He certainly knows how to extend favors. Qin Yin inquired, "Third Master, how shall we proceed?" "This is an opportune moment to demonstrate your capabilities," Qin Yin urged. "Do I need to instruct you?" Qin Hanyue replied, "Expel him from the capital and spread the word. No company is to collaborate with the Huang Group. Those wishing to withdraw investments or shares should do so promptly. Those who delay shall face consequences." He paused, then added, "If he is still able to move, it indicates his injuries are not severe enough. Ensure he is well taken care of." "Understood," Qin Yin affirmed. Chapter 183. To have Xiaoying as a cheerleader? Are you not afraid Qin Hanyue will pluck out your eyes? As the new semester commenced, Hua Qingdong took the lead in energizing the atmosphere. A friendly basketball match was organized against the neighboring school. Though labeled a friendly match, both sides prepared as if vying for Olympic gold, and the student forums had already begun a war of words. The neighboring school even formed a cheerleading squad. Originally scheduled for May, the competition has been brought forward to the present. With the sudden change in timing, Hua Qingdong and his teammates have been scrambling to prepare, though their efforts have yielded little success. As Hua Qingdong dribbles the basketball, his mood is decidedly sour. He raises his gaze to see Su Qingyu approaching, and chooses to ignore her, attempting to walk past. However, Su Qingyu follows closely behind, insisting, "Here." Hua Qingdong glances at the bank card she offers, irritation evident in his voice. "What nonsense is this? Don't block my path, just stay out of my way." Su Qingyu retorts, "I'm compensating you for the car fare." Hua Qingdong shoots back, "How dare you bring that up? If it weren't for you, my boxes of fireworks wouldn't have exploded at all. You reckless driver. Those 2 gaping holes you left are useless, just donate them already." Annoyed, he tries to sidestep her once more. "You bought those inferior fireworks yourself. And it's illegal to set off fireworks in the city." The thought of Hua Qingdong being blasted by fireworks makes Su Qingyu want to laugh. "Me? Buying subpar fireworks? Are you questioning my financial means? My possessions could never be inferior. I've already apologized, and I'm willing to compensate you. Do you really think I need your money? Move aside. I need to find Sister Ing. Seeing you from the Su family irritates me. Desperate sycophant, Huo Chengdong hears her mutter. He turns around, ready to express his anger, but instead, he chuckles. What of it? You're just as much a sycophant, lusting after Su Ziyi, who is also chasing after Sister Ing. Pestering her with questions every few days. What does that make you? A sycophant? You can't even lick the heels of Sister Ing. Su Qingyu stammers. You, what about me? I find you quite amusing. When your Su family was prosperous, you called me young Master Huo with such reverence. Now that your family has fallen, you've grown a backbone, calling me by my full name. Is this what they call barefoot and unafraid of shoes? I don't hit women. But don't compel me to slap you. Disinterested in his banter, Su Qingyu firmly pushes the bank card into his pocket. I'm not accustomed to being in debt. With that, she walks away. Hey, you stand right there. Return those 2 measly coins to me. Huo Qingdong seeks out Xiaoing. He was not mistaken. Su Ziyi was indeed present. Sister Ing, in a few days, there's a basketball match next door. Remember to come support me. Huo Qingdong approaches Xiaoing, extending a formal invitation. Look at the time. Don't be like that, Sister Ing. Just watching half the game would suffice. I specifically chose the basketball court in your computer science department, just a few steps away. Plus, many students will certainly come to see you. You wouldn't want to miss the chance to represent our university, would you? Xiaoing, aware of Huo Qingdong's persistent nature, reluctantly agrees. Fine. I'll head to practice now. Content. Huo Qingdong glances over at Su Ziyi. Upon arrival, he overhears Su Ziyi and Xiaoing discussing Xiao Yi, inciting his ire. Thus, with good intentions, Huo Qingdong cautions, Su, if you seek knowledge, do so wisely. Do not entertain any ulterior motives, especially regarding that fellow named Qin. Walking on the road could lead to peril. Consider this a friendly warning, given my respect for Principal Zhang. Huo Qingdong muses that if he were proficient in mathematics, Su Ziyi would need to constantly seek attention in front of Xiaoing. Su Ziyi meets his gaze, but chooses not to respond. As Xiaoing turned her gaze towards him, Huo Qingdong flashed a playful grin. 2 days later, the basketball game commenced at the indoor court of the Computer Institute at Jing University. Huo Qingdong sat on a bench tying his shoelaces, frequently glancing at the raucous crowd in the stands. Has Ing Jie really come? Numerous students from the neighboring school had arrived to cheer for their team, not only to support, but also to catch a glimpse of the illustrious Xiaoing. Thus, it was not just Huo Qingdong searching for her. Students from the rival school were equally eager to see this celebrated figure. The cheerleading squad from the neighboring institution had dispatched their campus bell. And as she performed a dazzling dance, students from Jing University erupted in cheers. Huo Qingdong, noticing his teammates engrossed in the spectacle, couldn't resist playfully tapping one of them on the head. What a bunch of losers. His teammate covered his head and replied, Brother Chung, look at them. They're merely sowing discord among us with their beauty strategy. How sinister. They secretly practiced during the winter break and concocted a myriad of flimsy excuses to advance the game, and now they resort to such tricks. Just look at their arrogant expressions. If only we had the time, we would have assembled our own cheerleading squad. With Ing Jie's looks, they would have no choice but to surrender. Huo Qingdong retorted, What nonsense. You want Ing Jie to cheer for you? Go check if your ancestors' graves are smoking. You really dare to think that? Aren't you afraid Qin Hanyue will gouge your eyes out and use them as marbles? The games soon began. Jing University and the neighboring school had always been good rivals, spurring each other on through numerous friendly matches over the years, fostering a bond that had grown stronger with time. However, due to the opposing team's underhanded tactics in forcing the game to an earlier date and their secret training during winter break, the rivalry had intensified. Over the past few days, students from both schools had warmly greeted each other on forums. Now, upon gathering, the palpable camaraderie was undeniable, the air crackling with excitement, as if the spirit of the new year lingered. With the sound of the whistle, the referee initiated the game. Huo Qingdong, leveraging his height and remarkable jumping ability, swiftly seized possession of the ball, executing a feint and dribbling through his opponent's legs to successfully pass to a teammate. Huo Qingdong was a competent player, yet his teammate struggled. Consequently, throughout the previous semesters, these friendly matches had seen them lose more often than win. Fortunately, luck was on their side today. Huo Qingdong executed a spectacular slam dunk, scoring the first points and igniting the atmosphere within the arena. The students of Jing University erupted in fervent cheers. However, the momentum soon faltered. Huo Qingdong was the only capable player on his side, given that the opposing team was inherently stronger and had practiced diligently over the winter break. Their coordination and individual skills far surpassed those of Huo Qingdong's team. Before long, they found themselves trailing by 3 points. In the stands, thousands of Jing University students appeared disheartened, their spirits dampened as they watched the rival school's 100-strong supporters jubilantly celebrate. Xiaoing, seated among the audience, was starting to feel drowsy. Suddenly, Su Jili appeared amidst the throng, holding a bag of popcorn. Care for some? Just then, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Xiaoying glanced over and noticed that one of their teammates had fallen on the basketball court, the only one aside from Hua Qingdong who had been performing decently. It appeared he had taken quite a hard fall, a result of a collision with the opposing team while vying for the ball. Are you playing basketball or just looking to fight? If you want to brawl, just say so instead of using basketball as a pretext. Hua Qingdong's side was already simmering with resentment, and being composed of pampered young masters who had never faced any adversity, tensions escalated dramatically. The opposing students seemed wary of Hua Qingdong's status, hesitant to engage in a confrontation, resorting instead to sarcastic remarks. As the friendly match threatened to devolve into a brawl, the referee, risking at least 2 severe altercations with Hua Qingdong, stepped forward to separate the players. Hua Qingdong and his companions assisted their injured teammate to the sidelines for a moment's respite. The teammate waved his hand dismissively. Chenggu, I think I've twisted my ankle and I won't be able to continue. Plus, I'm a bit out of breath. I'm also struggling, Hua Qingdong admitted. I've been pushing myself too hard these past few days. My legs feel like jelly. Hua Qingdong glanced at the halftime score, 7-13. They were all contemplating giving up. Where am I supposed to find a substitute for you? Feng Wenzhong piped up. Hua Xiao, I can play basketball reasonably well. Hua Qingdong felt a surge of irritation. Have you forgotten which school you're from? I'm not in the mood, so you'd best keep your distance. Hua Qingdong, clad in his number 1 jersey, stood with hands on hips, observing his opponents who were clearly reveling in their moment. Meanwhile, the cheerleaders from the opposing team emerged to rally the crowd. The more Hua Qingdong watched, the more irked he became, until a thought struck him. Xiaoying was busy replying to Qin Hanyue's message when Hua Qingdong's call came through. Hey, Yingjie, I'm in the middle of a match. We just finished the first half. Are you here yet? He scanned the expansive stance. Xiaoying retorted, 7-13, and you're playing like this? What do you want me for? Don't rush off. One of my teammates fell and can't play, and we have no substitutes. Think of something for me. Xiaoying replied, can you find an external player? Give me a day, and I could probably arrange for some NBA players to join you. Which ones do you want? Hua Qingdong did not perceive this as a jest. Stop joking. This isn't an international competition. What I mean is, Yingjie, can you play basketball? I can't. Hua Qingdong felt deflated. Having just heard Xiaoying criticize their lackluster performance, combined with her impressive display on the playground last time, he had assumed she was a hidden basketball prodigy. Her candid admission was disappointing. That's fine. As long as you can shoot accurately, I can work with you. Just hit a couple of 3-pointers. Winning isn't the goal, but at least we won lose 2 embarrassingly. Yingjie, I'm in dire straits here. Losing by such a score is truly humiliating. I might as well find an excuse to start a fight with them, at least if I win. I won't feel so ashamed. Look at that, a law student contemplating such thoughts, yet it could serve as a clever means to salvage face and shift the focus away from their current predicament. Let us momentarily set aside the fact that Xiaoying lacks proficiency in basketball. Her arm still bears the marks of an injury, just beginning to heal. Meanwhile, Hua Qingdong continues to plead with Xiaoying for assistance via his mobile device, when another voice interjects. If you require a substitute, our team can lend you one. On the court, the opposing team captain strides towards Hua Qingdong. Is this an act of goodwill? No, it is a provocation. Hua Qingdong's piercing gaze sweeps over his counterpart, and in response to the latter's smugness, his teammates' expressions darken. Quit your charade, giving me the impression of a cat mourning a dead mouse. You have 2 seconds to return to your position and sit quietly. I didn't tell you to move. Do you understand? And call back your pathetic cheerleaders. It's halftime, and I've already witnessed that wretched dance thrice. It's making my eyes ache. The opponent, feigning innocence, responds, young Master Hua, friendship comes first, competition second. I genuinely regret such circumstances. Hua Qingdong retorts, if you utter another word, I swear I'll make you dance in a little skirt. Do you believe me? Chun Sheng nods in agreement. If you don't need a substitute, so be it. I wish you good luck. At that moment, Xiaoying's voice, calm and understated, interjects, I will go. Yingjie. Hua Qingdong glances at his phone, only to realize the call has been disconnected, yet this is inconsequential. Yingjie, are you really going to play? His eyes gleam with excitement. Chun Sheng looks at Xiaoying, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The crowd in the stands begins to stir at the sight of Xiaoying on the court, especially the students from the neighboring school, each craning their necks. The beauty of Jing University? She looks far more stunning in person than in photos. She far surpasses our school's beauty, and she's even barefaced. Is this skin and hair truly real? Even her hoodie cannot conceal that remarkable figure. It's indeed a sight to behold. I'm glad I came. If only I had tried a bit harder back then and applied to Jing University. It doesn't matter if there isn't a goddess-like beauty. What I truly desire is to catch a glimpse of the legendary figures, Master Qin San, and Lawyer Chung. And what about that silver-haired handsome man in the sports car? He made a fleeting appearance at last year's Jing University welcoming gala, and there are still countless photos of him on their forum. Enough said. The more I talk, the more I resent it. So, can someone enlighten me on her background? How does she know so many prominent figures? Chen Sheng's gaze fixes on Xiao Ying as he introduces himself. Hello, I'm Chen Sheng from the neighboring school. I've heard much about you, but never had the chance to meet. Before Chen Sheng can finish his sentence, Hua Qingdong abruptly interrupts. Have you heard about how Qin Hanyue is infatuated with her? This single statement shatters all of Chen Sheng's fantasies. He forces a smile, trying to mask his disappointment. I've only heard that you are acquainted with Master Qin. Given the age difference, I assumed you were either relatives or friends. Hua Qingdong holds up his phone. Okay, I've recorded that. I'll send it to Qin Hanyue. Chen Sheng's expression shifts instantly, unable to hide his anxiety as he glances at Hua Qingdong's phone. Young Master Hua, there's no need for that, right? Xiao Ying, with an indifferent tone, addresses Chen Sheng. That is rather impolite. It sounds like both a reminder and a warning. Chen Sheng replies, I apologize. I merely. Xiao Ying interrupts. You should return to your preparations. Additionally, I advise you to inform your teammates that physical contact is inevitable on the court. They should exercise caution. Chen Sheng endured the embarrassment, took a few steps away, then turned back to ask Xiao Ying. May I inquire if you intend to take the field as a substitute? Hua Qingdong retorted, what are you? A tractor salesman at home? Stop dragging this out. Ignoring Hua Qingdong, Chen Sheng's intentions were unclear, whether he genuinely wished to display gentlemanly decorum or was merely being sarcastic. If you are to enter the game, I shall show mercy. Hua Qingdong snapped. Who are you insulting? Xiao Ying interjected. Shall we make a wager? Chen Sheng inquired. What shall we wager? Xiao Ying proposed. If you lose, you must run a lap around our university shirtless. She added, if it weren't for Principal Zhang's advanced age, they wouldn't even have been allowed pants. Chen Sheng smirked disdainfully. And if you lose, who will run? He glanced at Hua Qingdong. Hua Qingdong replied, if we lose, I will lead the run. Chen Sheng chuckled. I eagerly anticipate it. Before departing, he cast another glance at Xiao Ying, pondering that had it not been for Qin Hanyue and Hua Qingdong, he would have undoubtedly taken action. Will you really run? I won't play in the second half. Is that acceptable? A teammate joked about his sprained ankle. As expected, he was met with another verbal jab from Hua Qingdong. Hua Qingdong flaunted, I have abs. What is there to fear? I wouldn't even mind losing my pants. I have the physique for it. Teammates looked at him, and after a moment of silence, Su Jilin, who had joined them, suggested, how about I take the field? Although I don't play much, I am still a man with some strength. If it comes to it, I can call my brother. He usually plays basketball to stay fit and is quite skilled. Hua Qingdong dismissed him. Stay out of this. It's not your turn yet. Xiao Ying asserted, I will take the number 1 position and grab the ball. Are you serious? You want to play as a center? You don't even know the positions. Do you? A teammate remarked. The last time you made that impressive shot from afar was pure luck combined with sheer strength. Sistering, you as a center? You're barely 5'5", while Chen Sheng towers at 6 feet. I have no abs, not a single one. So if it's possible, I prefer to save face. A teammate weakly added, genuinely not wanting to run. Several teammates murmured in agreement. Hua Qingdong quipped, Sistering, you really think you can play center? Xiao Ying replied. Don't believe me? Just watch. Hua Qingdong conceded. Fine, you go ahead. With Hua Qingdong's acquiescence, the other teammates dared not object. It didn't matter. They were unlikely to win anyway. The only difference with Xiao Ying playing center was whether they would lose gracefully or disgracefully. As they prepared to take the court, Hua Qingdong explained the rules to Xiao Ying. Sistering, do you understand? With her hands tucked into the large pockets of her hoodie, Xiao Ying replied, yes. She had already grasped the rules during the first half, though she felt no obligation to adhere to them, as they were beneath her. Upon hearing her affirmation, Hua Qingdong and a few teammates instinctively touched their own abs. Hua Qingdong reassured her, it's fine. Sistering, why not change your outfit? That hoodie is too cumbersome. Xiao Ying dismissed him. We're only playing for 15 minutes. There's no need for that effort. Chapter 185, Playing the Fool to Unleash the Tiger. Dominating the court and astonishing the audience, the second half of the match commenced. As Xiao Ying led her team onto the court and took her position as center opposite Chen Sheng, students in the audience turned their attention toward them. What does this mean? Is Xiao Ying truly stepping onto the court? Is she really playing center? Is this even happening? What is going on? I specifically skipped my afternoon class to watch this. I came to see a basketball game, not to be served. Are they just letting Xiao, the campus beauty, play? In previous years, even with more losses than wins, there was at least a spirit of sportsmanship. What do we call this now? Hua Xiao is excessively indulgent with Xiao. It's quite enviable. I've discovered that you girls have truly peculiar thought processes. I'm done watching. What a waste of time. Well, it doesn't matter. We probably can't win anyway. Watching the goddess play basketball is at least a treat for the eyes. After all, Our looks overshadow theirs, and who knows? Perhaps this is a beauty strategy. Let's be optimistic. The fervent discussions from the audience stirred up quite a commotion, mixed with some cowardly yet sharp-tongued complaints. Were it not for the influential figures behind Xiao Ying and Hua Qingdong, combined with Xiao Ying's striking appearance, they would have unleashed their grievances more vocally. They only dared to vent a bit of their dissatisfaction. If it were someone else, the students in the audience would have hurled water bottles down without hesitation. Students from the neighboring school, witnessing Jing University's lackluster performance, openly jeered. Huh? Are they conceding already? Chen Sheng glanced at the agitated crowd and turned to the much shorter Xiao Ying, asking, "Have you ever played basketball?" Xiao Ying replied, "I'll learn as I go." Chen Sheng chuckled. As you mentioned earlier, physical contact is inevitable on the court. If you stumble or cry from losing later, Qin Sen you won't blame us, will he? Xiao Ying retorted, "If you're going to be timid, you can admit defeat now. Otherwise, it will only be more embarrassing later." Chen Sheng replied, "If you're not betting, my motivation will dwindle significantly. Why not increase the stakes a bit?" Hua Qingdong interjected. "Is this the first time you've used that mouth of yours? Once it's used, it's gone for good, isn't it?" Xiao Ying challenged. "What can you offer?" Chen Sheng proposed. "If I lose, you can do as you please with me, but if I win, may I sincerely become your friend?" Xiao Ying had yet to respond. Hua Qingdong spat. "Who do you think you are? Are you not afraid of death, trying to dig into Qin Hanyue's territory?" Of course, Chen Sheng wouldn't dare encroach on Qin Hanyue's domain. He genuinely wished to befriend her. Who wouldn't want a beautiful friend with such remarkable connections? Xiao Ying stated, "If you can snatch the ball from me, I'll consider it a loss." Hua Qingdong and several teammates widened their eyes in disbelief. Chen Sheng and his teammates burst into laughter. Teammates pleaded with Hua Qingdong, saying, "Brother Cheng, say something. What are we even comparing here? We're doomed. This is no different from running naked." Originally, they at least had some hope for a miracle. Hua Qingdong responded, "Sistering." Chen Sheng declared, "Then I'll take that as your agreement. Let us start." Hua Qingdong looked at Chen Sheng, exclaiming, "You've got to be kidding." As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the whistle blew. On Hua Qingdong's side, each player grappled with the desire to give up while still hoping for a miracle, creating a tense and anxious atmosphere. In contrast, Chen Sheng appeared relaxed and confident in his victory. He intended to showcase his skills in front of Xiao Ying, but didn't he want to overwhelm her or provoke her disdain, so he refrained from using his full strength. Despite their height difference, he reached out slightly, and in his line of sight, Xiao Ying leaped gracefully into the air. He followed the gaze, and with a graceful leap, Xiao Ying intercepted the ball before him, successfully sending it soaring. Hua Qingdong reacted swiftly, instinctively passing the ball to a teammate. Unfortunately, the lackadaisical teammate was completely unprepared, merely standing idly by. As Chen Sheng began to respond, Hua Qingdong muttered a curse under his breath and prepared to chase after the ball. At that moment, a figure outpaced both him and Chen Sheng. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ying vanished from sight, ball in hand. Chen Sheng was momentarily stunned by Xiao Ying's astonishing vertical leap, his mind struggling to catch up. Fortunately, his reflexes were still sharp, and he quickly positioned himself to intercept the ball. However, Xiao Ying deftly sidestepped him. As Chen Sheng realized he had missed, he turned his gaze just in time to see Xiao Ying beyond the three-point line, executing a flawless shot, her hands elegantly frozen into shooting pose. A voice from the audience rang out, proclaiming, "It's a goal." Just then, Chen Sheng heard the unmistakable sound of the basketball hitting the ground, followed by its bounce beneath the hoop. The players on the court were momentarily bewildered, having barely registered the swift movements, only to hear the exclamation of a successful shot. The students in the stands were similarly perplexed, some questioning a goal. Who scored? Was it Ho? On the court, most players remained stationary. With only Hua Qingdong taking a few steps and Chen Sheng shifting slightly, the rest did not budge an inch. The scene was oddly amusing. A teammate from Jing University exclaimed, "What just happened? Did we score?" Hua Qingdong replied, "It seems to be a three-pointer. Mark it down." The score is now 10-13. As the score changed, the players and the bewildered students in the stands began to grasp the reality of the situation. Did that really go in? A three-pointer? Xiao Ying shot it. No need to ask, it was indeed her shot. I saw it clearly. The ease with which she made that three-pointer felt almost playful. Xiao Ying strolled back casually, glancing at Hua Qingdong, reminding him, "Chen In." A teammate of Chen Sheng's inquired, "Weren't we told she couldn't play basketball?" Chen Sheng did not respond to his teammate, instead watching Xiao Ying return, simply stating, "I was careless just now." Realization dawned on Chen Sheng. He had been deceived. Xiao Ying could indeed play basketball, and she was quite skilled at it. Though vexed at being outsmarted, he felt no sense of difficulty. Rather, he found himself wanting to mock Xiao Ying for employing such a ruse to lower their guard. Chen Sheng had not fully appreciated Xiao Ying's prowess. He merely underestimated her, allowing her to seize the opportunity. No longer dismissive, he decided to take her seriously. However, He had grossly misjudged her capabilities. Now, as they prepared for a possession from their baseline, it was a prime opportunity to score, the ball poised to enter the hoop. Xiaoying surged forth. Her jump shot ready. Incredible. That vertical leap. Was it as if she had springs in her shoes? And that speed. Was she on turbo? The students in the audience grew increasingly animated. On the court, Xiaoying seized the ball again, effortlessly evading her opponent and breaking through the defense. Then executing a light leap and a precise shot. Chen Sheng and Ho Qingdong had barely taken 2 steps, still gathering momentum, when the ball had already found its way through the hoop. Many have gained clarity this time, and the students in the audience began to lose their composure. I told you. How could someone who can't play take the court? Is this what you call playing basketball? This is absolutely remarkable. Initially, a few students, who were filled with emotion yet too timid to voice their frustrations, contemplated leaving. But now they found themselves returning to their seats. After momentarily being taken aback, Ho Qingdong chuckled. No need to worry about us. There will be plenty to watch soon. Everyone, get your spirits up. He then turned to the returning Xiaoying and remarked, Sister Ying, you are quite the tease, always playing tricks on us. These boys are terrified. I knew it, after that display last time. How could you not excel? Xiaoying retorted, she truly cannot. Chen Sheng's expression grew serious as he turned to his teammates, urging them to focus. Pay attention to defense. Her speed is extraordinary. Whoever keeps pace with her must ensure she doesn't slip by. Despite feeling somewhat skeptical, Chen Sheng still believed that his earlier lapse in concentration, influenced by the wager and Xiaoying's playful deception, had hindered his focus. He readied himself for action, just when he thought no surprises would arise this time. Xiaoying's leaping ability astonished everyone once again. She stole the ball, dribbled, dodged, and executed another precise shot. After 3 consecutive baskets, Chen Sheng was unable to seize the ball from Xiaoying, while his teammates, desperately trying to position themselves for a steal, couldn't even graze the hem of her jersey. Their speed simply could not match hers. The students in the audience started to become increasingly captivated. Chapter 186, a slam dunk, shattering the backboard. The score was 12-13. They were on the verge of leveling the game. Xiaoying, with one hand in her pocket, sauntered back while dribbling, saying, no need to hold back. If you continue to be gentlemen, the score will be even. Gentlemen? Chen Sheng and his teammates felt the urge to curse. Chen Sheng's face reddened with frustration upon hearing Xiaoying's taunts, yet he managed to bite his tongue. He silently adjusted his demeanor and mindset. However, Xiaoying lightly commented, it's my first time. I just practiced a bit, and I'm now more accustomed. Unbeknownst to Chen Sheng, who believed Xiaoying was merely playing the part of a novice, her statement about being more accustomed held profound significance. Without reservation, Xiaoying demonstrated what it truly meant to be accustomed. For her, there was a distinct difference between merely practicing and being fully adapted. Consequently, everyone present, including the referees and several physical education teachers, witnessed what it meant for a master to utterly dominate a novice. With her impromptu performance, Xiaoying became a game changer, as she scored basket after basket. Once the score was leveled, it swiftly expanded at an almost supernatural pace. 22-13, 37, 13, 45, 13, 59, 13. When the score was first equalized, the cheerleaders and hundreds of classmates were fervently rallying for them, even as their cheers were drowned out by the exuberance of the students from Peking University. As Xiaoying's astonishing leaping ability and incredible speed continued to astound the crowd, the score widened, and the cheerleaders had given up. The only sounds on the court were the excited shouts of the Peking University students. As word spread, more classmates rushed to the scene, turning the audience into a tightly packed throng, with nearly all the male students on campus gathering by the basketball court. Never before had they encountered such an adversary. The disparity in skill shattered the morale of Chen Sheng and his teammates, who found themselves unable to score. Chen Sheng could no longer fabricate excuses. Throughout the match, Ho Qingdong had no opportunity to score, merely running aimlessly, repeatedly clapping his hands and calling, Sister Ying, pass to me. After ignoring him, Xiaoying gracefully sank a beautiful 3-point shot, prompting Ho Qingdong to casually slip his hands into his pockets, awaiting an effortless victory. With an air of arrogance, Ho Qingdong led his 3 teammates in a leisurely stroll across the court, all the while engaging in banter. Hey, do you think that dog Chen Sheng has abs? I mean, his physique looks decent, probably a solid 3 or 4 packs. And what is that behind him? Is he wiping sweat or tears? He looks like he is about to cry. Sister Ying, so modest, if only they had bet more, perhaps even their pants. After so many matches, today they finally had the chance to revel in triumph. On the court, Xiaoying challenged Chen Sheng's entire team single-handedly. Nearby, Ho Qingdong and his crew observed, conversing loudly, further fraying Chen Sheng's already fragile mindset. As they watched Xiaoying score yet another 3-pointer, Chen Sheng was drenched in sweat, his stamina severely depleted. Gasping for breath, he glanced at the clock and commanded, listen up. She just said that as long as we can take the ball from her, we win. From now on, we defend relentlessly, trap her, and seize the ball. Since Xiao Ying feigned ignorance of their strategy, Chen Sheng decided against any pretense of courtesy. Thus, they devised various tactics to block Xiao Ying, pursuing her from all angles in an attempt to stay close. Meanwhile, they leveraged their height advantage to thwart her long-range shots, effectively surrounding her. Realizing their approach, Hua Qingdong recalled Xiao Ying's words about winning upon seizing the ball. This Chen Sheng really can't handle losing. I must assist. Just as he intended to help, he witnessed Xiao Ying execute a swift, agile pivot, effortlessly evading her defenders. With a couple of steps for momentum, she leapt gracefully and delivered a spectacular dunk that electrified the crowd. The audience erupted in a crescendo of astonished gasps and cheers, students leaping to their feet, excitement radiating from their flushed faces. Sister Ying is incredible, cheered a teammate who had twisted his ankle, springing up from his seat with hands raised in exhilaration, startling Su Jilin beside him. Hua Chengdong stood in stunned silence, words escaping him. Dribbling the ball, Xiao Ying gazed at the exhausted Chen Sheng and asked, "Shall we start running now?" Chen Sheng glanced at the clock. Less than a minute remained. He rose to his full height, declaring, "It's not over yet." Xiao Ying replied, "Then let us continue." Once again, Chen Sheng watched helplessly as Xiao Ying snatched the ball from him, noting that she showed no signs of fatigue. Though his team had been running aimlessly for the entire half, Xiao Ying appeared utterly composed, having seemingly exerted little energy despite the 15 minutes of play. Yet, remarkably, she exhibited no signs of weariness at all. Chen Sheng attempted to defend fiercely, yet he was unable to prevent the inevitable, nor seize the opportunity to retrieve the ball. As Xiao Ying prepared to take her shot, an impulsive surge of determination surged within him. He maneuvered behind a teammate to create a momentary blind spot, and suddenly collided with Xiao Ying in an effort to snatch the ball. Convinced of his swiftness and precision, he exerted considerable force, but despite his proximity to her, he not only missed entirely, but also felt a sharp pain as someone kicked his calf. The force of the kick was so substantial that he did not even consider Xiao Ying to be the culprit. The spectators, bewildered by the unfolding drama, witnessed Chen Sheng abruptly kneeling on one leg before collapsing to the ground, clutching his calf and nursing his bruised knee while letting out a pained cry. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he glanced up to see Xiao Ying, ball in hand, positioned just beyond the three-point line, casting a derisive smile his way that vanished almost instantly. In the midst of Chen Sheng's frustrated gaze, she raised her arm and forcefully propelled the basketball towards the hoop. With a resounding thud, the ball not only found its mark in the net, but shattered the glass backboard in the process. Shards of glass cascaded to the floor, and the basketball ricocheted and rolled as the countdown reached its conclusion. The final score read 97-13. After a moment of stunned silence enveloped the court, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted, igniting a fervor among the audience. The cacophony of excitement threatened to lift the very ceiling. This final shot had left the neighboring school's students utterly astounded. Hua Chengdong gazed at the scattered glass fragments, exclaiming in disbelief at her strength. The boys watched with their hearts racing, exhilarated to the point of tears, even more invigorated than when watching an NBA game live. Forget NBA players, they pale in comparison. The ease with which she made that three-pointer was akin to tossing a sandbag. It was the first time they had seen basketball played in such a mesmerizing fashion. That shot, along with the spectacular dunk moments prior, was something he could replay endlessly. What goddess? She is my wife. I finally grasped the fervor of Xiao Ying's fervent admirers. What goddess? She is practically a deity. I also began to understand the boys' obsession with basketball. Oh, I've lost my mind. I've decided I want to learn basketball. I want to be just as impressive, to bring honor to our girls. Can a girl really possess such strength? Chapter 187. The wound opens. Qin Hanyue brings the doctor. The outcome was already determined. Exhausted, Chen Sheng lay sprawled on the floor, recuperating. His calf and knee throbbed painfully, while the jubilant cheers of the Peking University students echoed in his ears, and he could faintly discern their own students celebrating Xiao Ying's triumph. It wasn't until his teammates approached to check on him that he was helped up. Limping painfully, he struggled to walk, with his knee and calf displaying large bruises. One of his teammates inquired curiously, "How did you injure your calf? You shouldn't have fallen there." Xiao Ying observed the disheveled Chen Sheng and remarked indifferently, "In the heat of the game, some physical contact is inevitable." Chen Sheng remained silent, his gaze towards her laden with complex emotions. His teammates expressed reluctance. "Do we really have to run?" Another teammate replied, "Isn't it just a lap around the court without shirts? Come on, what is the big deal?" Hua Qingdong approached, saying, "You wish." Just as he mentioned, after losing, "We can do as we please, right?" He turned to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng replied, "What do you want?" Hua Qingdong smirked. "Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll leave you a pair of undergarments. After you finish running at our Jingda, you can head back to your school. and this matter will be settled. Moreover, while you're running, you must shout Qingda is the best loudly. Observing the displeasure on Chen Sheng and his companions' faces, Hu Chengdong provocatively added, I am quite childish, aren't I? But it was their own fault for blocking Qiaoying so intensely in the final 2 plays. If they had an ounce of grace, I might have considered letting them keep their pants. Hu Chengdong's teammates raised their hands in agreement, exclaiming, exactly. It's not easy to win so beautifully. We can't let them off easily. Chen Sheng glanced at Qiaoying, gritting his teeth. He said, I admit you are skilled, but is this amusing? Acting like a pig to eat a tiger? Qiaoying disdainfully curled her lips. Acting like a pig to eat a tiger? Is that necessary? Isn't it obvious? Do you need to learn it specifically? She continued, if I were at your level after practicing for so long, I might as well end it all. Hu Chengdong chimed in, did you hear that? Are you incapable of accepting defeat? My sister Ying has the talent. Does she need to put on a show for you? What's with all the excuses? Do you know what a genius is? If you don't want to run, then kneel and give me a few bows while calling me grandfather, and I might let you go. Chen Sheng retorted, don't push your luck. Hu Chengdong replied, stop rambling. Hurry up. If you take too long, I won't even leave you your undergarments. Do you believe I would let you run around bare? Chen Sheng, gritting his teeth in frustration, finally succumbed to the pressure of Hu Chengdong's authoritative presence and removed his shirt. Hu Chengdong urged, continue. Chen Sheng remained still. Hu Chengdong added, don't wait for me to force you. As more students descended from the audience to observe, Chen Sheng, suppressing his humiliation, steeled himself and removed his trousers. Hu Chengdong's companions, all privileged youths, thrived on the chaos and immediately began to cheer. Oh wow. The audience started to stir. What is happening now? Are they betting? Upon hearing the mention of a bet, many thought of Qiaoying, wondering if she was involved in yet another scandalous act. Curiosity piqued. They rushed to see what was unfolding. After laughing, Hu Chengdong suddenly remembered something and quickly covered Qiaoying's eyes, saying, Sister Ying, you must not look. Not only would it be inappropriate, but Qin Han would surely have my head. Qiaoying responded with exasperation. Under the encouragement of Hu Chengdong and his affluent friends, Chen Sheng and his teammates were coerced into undressing. On the field, they each retained a small piece of modesty, huddling together, yet unable to conceal their embarrassment. They cast resentful glances at Chen Sheng, their faces flushed with shame, wishing they could simply disappear. The students in the arena erupted in cheers, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Zhang Qingyong, leading a group of Education Bureau officials on a tour, was enthusiastically discussing the bright future of Jingda and promoting the school's picturesque scenery. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. Who was shouting slogans? Following the sound, a dazzling light nearly blinded Zhang Qingyong's aging eyes. The leaders followed Zhang Qingyong's gaze, admiring the scenery. How many schools there were. Yet it was the beauty of Peking University that stood out, uplifting the spirits of the students. Suddenly, a commotion broke their reverie. The leaders were taken aback by a group of individuals rushing past them. In unison, they adjusted their glasses, squinting to see the spectacle, a dazzling sight. Accompanied by a throng of camera crews trailing behind, leaving them utterly astonished. Zhang, this. Peking University is the best. Peking University is the best. Zhang Qingyong's mouth twitched, his eyes blinking rapidly. Ah, what is this? It's the swimming club, engaged in outdoor activities. Turning to the director beside him, Zhang Qingyong instructed. Please summon Xiao and Hu Chengdong to my office shortly. Have Xiao bring the needle. He has a headache and heartache. Meanwhile, most of the students in the audience had dashed off, chasing after Chen Sheng and his companions. Hu Chengdong exclaimed, Sister Ying, those rascals have fled. You must tell me the truth. Have you never played basketball? Xiao Ying retorted, nonsense. Hu Chengdong gave her a thumbs up, conceding. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed a stain on one of Qiao Ying's sleeves, resembling something that had been spilled. Curious, he reached out to touch the dark fabric, only to have his fingers stained with a vivid red hue. The unmistakable scent of blood wafted to his nostrils. Blood? Sister Ying, are you injured? His eyes widened in alarm as he reached for her sleeve to investigate. What happened to your arm? How did you get hurt playing basketball? Others nearby gathered. Drawn by the commotion, Xiao Ying evaded Hu Chengdong's probing hand. It's nothing. The wound just reopened. Hu Chengdong, anxious, insisted. What do you mean, nothing? Show me. How did this happen? Was it that scoundrel Chen Sheng? Or that bald old man named Huang from a few days ago? Glancing at her blood-stained sleeve, Xiao Ying replied. It happened during the New Year. Hu Chengdong gasped. During the New Year? What kind of injury lingers for so long and continues to bleed? Were you in an accident or in a fight? Why didn't you mention it? And you still played? Xiao Ying checked her phone for messages, noting something from Qin Hanyue. She couldn't help but ask Hu Chengdong, did you really send that video to Qin Hanyue? Or is he just reminiscing about his school days on the forum? Hu Chengdong replied, what video? I was just trying to scare Chen Sheng. He doesn't even have Qin Hanyue as contact information, so where could I send it? Show me your hand. What is going on? Let us hurry to the infirmary. Xiaoying put her phone back in her pocket, saying, no need to fuss. Qin Hanyue has arrived. I must leave. Qin Hanyue is here. Hua Chengdong's expression shifted instantly. Sister, if I had known you were injured, I would never have let you play. If Qin Hanyue asks, make sure to clarify. I can't afford to have him misunderstand and come after me. As the vehicle came to a halt at the south gate, Xiaoying opened the door and took her seat inside. Upon catching sight of her bloodstained sleeve, Qin Hanyue grasped her wrist and carefully rolled up the fabric, revealing that much of the gauze within was soaked in crimson. A frown creased his brow. However, Xiaoying paid little heed to his concern. Instead, she glanced at the unfamiliar figure seated in the passenger seat, her gaze seeking clarification from Qin Hanyue. He explained, my private physician. Xiaoying replied, there is truly no need to make this trip. I can manage on my own, and the school has a nurse. Chapter 188. Xiaoying, next time. Let us wager on Qin Hanyue's physique. Xiao Yi has vanished. Deciding to take Qin Hanyue back to the villa, Xiaoying requested the doctor to tend to her wounds and reapply the dressings. It was also the perfect opportunity for her to change clothes. As she observed the painstakingly healed injury now torn open anew, a trickle of blood seeping forth, Qin Hanyue fell silent for a moment, perplexed as he inquired, how did you end up playing basketball? You are well aware that your arm's injury has only just mended and cannot withstand strain. With a slight smirk, Xiaoying replied, it was a friendly match with the neighboring school. As a student of Jing University, it is my duty to bring glory to our institution. She then casually continued the conversation. Qin Hanyue suspected that her actions were largely influenced by Hua Qingdong. Observing Xiaoying seemingly impervious to pain, he felt a mix of compassion and resignation. Eventually, he seemed to accept the situation and her rationale, joining her in her playful banter. Did you win? He asked. Of course. The score was 97-13, and I scored 90 points, she proclaimed with pride. Qin Hanyue regarded her with a resigned smile. That is indeed an impressive score. Did you wager something? Or was there a reward? It appeared she relished making bets, without a compelling reason. He doubted she would genuinely strive to bring honor to her school, especially while injured. Xiaoying pondered for a moment. Are you certain you wish to know? He replied. Did they truly wager again? Qin Hanyue couldn't help but think that while Xiaoying possessed a mature mindset, she still retained the playful spirit typical of her peers. She chose not to divulge any further information. Nearby, Qin Yin had just perused the Jing University forum. His expression animated as he silently handed his phone to Qin Hanyue. He mused to himself, there is a wealth of intriguing content on the Jing University forum. How did I not discover this sooner? No wonder every time Miss Qiao stirs up a commotion at school, Third Master is always the first to know. It seems he has an intelligence network. As Qin Hanyue read through the forum, his expression grew increasingly complex. He turned to Xiaoying, momentarily at a loss for words. Before finally suggesting in a tone that seemed to negotiate, there is truly little of substance here. Let us wager on something else next time. Feigning ignorance, Xiaoying asked, what do you mean by lacking substance? Qin Hanyue answered plainly, physique, in all aspects. Qin Yin interjected, oh dear, is Third Master feeling envious? His upbringing and education certainly do not permit him to critique others' physiques so openly. Yet here he is, disparaging someone else's body. Xiaoying concurred. It is indeed rather lacking. With newfound boldness, Qin Yin tentatively added, Miss Qiao, these individuals lack abs, and possess neither defined pectorals nor a trim waist. Resembling a praying mantis, there is no comparison to Third Master's physique. Upon finishing, he gave Xiaoying a thumbs up, his expression animated as if to endorse his statement. Qin Hanyue shot Qin Yin a frosty glare. It dawned on Qin Yin that the nature of their relationship did not permit such casual banter. Especially with Xiaoying being a lady and he, a man, making such comments in the presence of two other men. It was wholly inappropriate, undeniably so. Qin Yin was instantly overwhelmed with shame, realizing that Miss Qiao's mental acuity and behavior were decidedly detached from that of her peers, exhibiting a composure and calmness that often made him forget she was merely a student in her teens. Just as Qin Yin was about to offer an apology, Xiaoying interjected, have you seen Assistant Qin? Her words were directed at Qin Yin, yet her gaze was fixed upon Qin Hanyue. This audacious remark nearly choked Qin Yin, who fervently shook his head, exclaiming, I dare not. I lack such fortune, it is patently obvious. Xiaoying responded, it seems that if the opportunity arises, we could engage in a wager with Mr. Qin. She then turned to Qin Yin, adding, we shall watch together. Qin Yin felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before her. Qin Hanyue tilted his head slightly, observing her with a perplexed expression. It was unclear whether he was amused or displaying another sentiment. In any case, such a rich and intriguing array of expressions was seldom seen on his face. The girl he fancied was openly discussing his physique with his subordinate, even suggesting in front of him and his private physician that they should bet on him undressing, while inviting Qin Yin to join in. Internally, Qin Hanyue harbored a singular thought. There was no need for Qin Yin to witness this. The private physician cast a discreet glance at Xiao Ying, immediately recognizing the fervor of thoughts coursing through his own mind. The wound was soon tended to. Just as Xiao Ying was preparing to ascend the stairs to change her clothes, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a call from Bai Xiao, and an ominous premonition stirred within her. Boss, Xiao Yi is missing. She has disappeared from school, and her watch's location cannot be detected. Sak and I are searching for her. Bai Xiao's tone was urgent. Let me check, Xiao Ying replied, returning to the sofa to retrieve a spare laptop from the table and began to search for Xiao Yi's location. What has happened? Qin Hanyue inquired. Bai Xiao says he cannot locate Xiao Yi. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyue rose from the side chair and moved to sit beside Xiao Ying. Your hand has just been bandaged. Would you like me to assist? Xiao Ying replied. I installed the tracking system in her watch. I am familiar with the software. Qin Yin followed closely behind Xiao Ying. At that moment, Qin Yin also received a call from a subordinate, reporting that Xiao Yi was missing. While instructing his subordinate to search discreetly, he curiously observed Xiao Ying's actions. Xiao Ying successfully pinpointed the location of Xiao Yi's watch and phone. Discovering that there were no signs of system breach, they had merely been enveloped by a signal jammer. The watch and phone were together, yet it was uncertain whether they remained in Xiao Yi's possession. Xiao Ying instructed Bai Xiao and Sak to proceed with their search while she hacked into the school's surveillance system, uncovering that the electronic devices within the institution were functioning normally, indicating a targeted interference. Moreover, a typical signal jammer would not yield such effects. The location of the watch and phone indicated they were in the easternmost teaching building of the school, which lacked surveillance, clearly indicating that this building was no longer in use. Qin Hanyue informed her, Xiao Yi is in class 3. The teaching building is the second one on the right. On the third floor, the leftmost teaching building is scheduled for demolition and reconstruction, hence it is not currently in use. This raised questions. How could Xiao Yi's belongings have ended up in an abandoned teaching building? Or how could she have ventured there herself? Furthermore, how could a signal jammer be present in a decommissioned building? As Xiao Ying awaited Bai Xiao and the others to assess the situation, she continued her surveillance hack in search of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi attends a prestigious private school where the tuition fees amount to several $100,000 per year, ensuring exceptional conditions. Surveillance is thorough and operational. Qin Yin stood beside, mesmerized, maintaining the posture of holding the phone even after the call ended. His gaze shifted between the flickering screen and Xiao Ying's composed visage. This technique, employed during class hours with students present, certainly made identifying a few suspicious individuals a manageable task. Soon, a figure appeared on the screen, with well-defined features and dark skin. Instructor Ho. The screen revealed Instructor Ho just exiting the teacher's office. Qin Hanyue recognized the man in the footage as Xiao Ying's military training instructor, and it was evident that this was mere coincidence. He could not possibly be involved. Xiao Ying glanced at the screen briefly before switching to another display. Shortly thereafter, Bai Xiao called to inform that they had located someone. Xiao Yi had fainted in a storage room, and Bai Xiao promptly broke down the door to rescue her. Finding her unharmed upon inspection, he brought Xiao Yi downstairs, and upon spotting a teacher approaching, he set her down and discreetly departed. Xiao Yi was discovered by the approaching teacher and was taken to the infirmary. The surveillance footage from the infirmary soon appeared on Xiao Ying's computer screen, showing that she was not seriously injured. Qin Hanyue offered words of comfort and then inquired, could it be the shadow? Xiao Ying did not respond directly, but suggested waiting until Xiao Yi regained consciousness to ask her. Qin Yin held his breath, his gaze intense, staring at Xiao Ying in disbelief. This was inconceivable. Miss Xiao was not yet 19, while his idol had risen to prominence 8 years prior. How old was Xiao Ying then? Yet, the familiarity of the technique left no room for doubt. In a flash of realization, Qin Yin finally dared to ask, are you Hacker X? He recalled his previous encounters with Hacker X. Just months ago, during that mathematics problem, he had faced off against a mysterious figure whose methods closely mirrored those of Hacker X, leading him to believe that the respondent was indeed the same individual. The third master had also crossed paths with this entity, gaining no advantage. And now, that respondent was none other than Xiao Ying. Chapter 189. I am your idol. Qin Hanyue. You are first, I am second. Are you Hacker X? Qin Yin stared at Xiao Ying with a mix of anxiety and disbelief, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. The image he had conjured of Hacker X was of a cool, aloof male clad in dark casual attire, indifferent to everyone around him. Although there were indeed similarities in demeanor and attire between his imagined Hacker X and Xiao Ying, the discrepancies in gender and age were stark. The latter merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, subtly raising an eyebrow, revealing no emotion, neither denying nor inquiring about Hacker X's identity. Qin Yin understood that this reaction confirmed his suspicions. He gasped in astonishment, his heart racing. The third master, she is Hacker X. Qin Hanyue responded with a reaction akin to Qiao Ying's, albeit his gaze was colder, with a clear disdain unmasked. In an instant, Qin Yin comprehended. You knew all along? Merely from their previous encounter across the screen, without being able to definitively ascertain whether the mysterious figure behind the screen was indeed Xiao Ying. The respondent, how could the third master have known? Or had he overlooked something? This is not important. What truly matters is, could it be real? Is Xiao Ying indeed Hacker X? Qin Yin felt as though the world had transformed into a surreal realm. He had always considered himself a prodigious talent in the realm of computers, having gained early fame on the hacker leaderboard, yet now he felt utterly diminished. However, he begrudgingly accepted the reality. The enigmatic genius Hacker X, ranked first on the list, was merely a girl in her early teens. 8 years ago, she burst onto the scene, achieving fame in a single battle, and had been a revered idol in the hacker community for 8 years. Yet she was just a little girl. At the age of 11, Xiao Ying had already made waves. How absurd. What had he been doing at 11? Sneaking snacks. Qin Yin gazed at Xiao Ying's face, his thoughts swirling, hesitating to voice his feelings. No, he needed to remain composed. The doctor observed Qin Yin's expression, which oscillated between agony and collapse, pondering whether he required assistance. Before long, Xiao Yi awoke. Xiao Ying called him. The teacher said you fainted at school. What happened? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Yi, bewildered, replied, I don't know either. I met an unfamiliar teacher who asked for help moving things, so I went with him. And then I just fainted. I'm fine, really. Xiao Ying inquired, what did this teacher look like? Xiao Yi concentrated but could not recall the teacher's appearance. He was a male teacher, but I can't remember much about him. Do you feel unwell? I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy. Xiao Ying did not engage in further conversation, hanging up and turning to Qin Hanyue. He was most likely drugged. Qin Hanyue replied, if you don't have other enemies, it must be the shadows. But what could their purpose be? They only drugged Xiao Yi without causing any further harm. A warning. Perhaps? Indeed, Xiao Ying remarked, a warning. She was well aware of the shadow's nature. Black Ace, Red King, Twilight Shadow, Flying Shadow, Blade Shadow. Each had fallen to her hand. And she understood them well, yet the shadows remained oblivious to her motives. The trump card, Blood Shadow, had been buried by their own hands, alongside the formidable Wind Shadow. In a one-on-one confrontation, no one within the vast shadows could rival her, including Joker. Yet, the true thoughts of Joker remained a mystery. The shadows sought to eliminate her. Yet they also feared her. Hence, they employed this method to issue a warning. Qin Hanyue stated, they harbor concerns about you. This is a good sign. However, the shadows were by no means easy to deal with. Xiao Ying would undoubtedly take action, should reconciliation prove impossible. The shadows would not remain idle. They drugged Xiao Yi today. What will happen next? Qin Hanyue voiced his concerns. Xiao Ying responded, let them come. I shall meet force with force and water with earth. From the day of her rebirth, she had known that her fate would be entwined with the shadows in an unending struggle. The only one who could potentially be harmed was Xiao Yi. Yet she could not sever her emotional ties with him. The earlier Black Ace and Red King were merely appetizers. Her true contest with the shadows had only just begun. Seeing Qin Hanyue's worried gaze upon her, Xiao Ying paused for a moment before stating, I value my life. Those words brought Qin Hanyue a measure of comfort. Xiao Ying is known for her flamboyant demeanor, and while she possesses the capital to be so, her opponent is the shadow. How could Qin Hanyue not be concerned? Yet, he feels powerless to assist her. He has never crossed paths with the shadow, nor does he know where their lair lies. Even if he had the capacity to avenge her, Xiao Ying's nature would preclude him from intervening. Qin Hanyue pondered, every grudge eventually finds resolution, once you have avenged yourself. May I expect to hear some answers? Xiao Ying hesitated, gazing at Qin Hanyue. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded slightly, about to speak when, having digested the reality for quite some time, Qin Yin finally accepted the truth. So what if Hacker X is a woman? So what if she is just a teenager? She has the prowess to challenge a multitude of mercenary leaders, to unmask and eliminate the Shadow's assassins, and to resurrect old Master Qin. Her companions are either scions of the underworld or the heads of the 791 organization. Even the third master has fallen under her influence. What remains impossible? Each of these feats is equally enigmatic. Upon acceptance, confronted with the idol of his dreams, Qin Yin was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. His idol had been by his side all along. He stepped forward eagerly, Miss Qiao. His enthusiastic interruption caused Xiao Ying to turn her attention to him, pointing at himself. He stumbled over his words. I am your idol. No, you are my idol. I have admired you for a long time. The man's piercing gaze fell upon him. Qin Yin, startled, quickly clarified. No, that's not what I meant. I mean admiration. I was referring to admiration. Were it not for Qin Hanyue's presence, Qin Yin would have lost all composure. Observing the nervous young man fidgeting like an ardent fan, Xiaoying nodded slightly. I know. You are Q. Qin Yan's face lit up with astonishment at being recognized. You know me? How do you know? Yes, it's me. I am Q. Xiaoying inquired. Did Qin Hanyu teach you your hacking skills? During their previous encounter, she had noted the striking similarity in technique between Qin Hanyu and Qin Yan. Yes, he replied. Xiaoying then addressed Qin Hanyu. It seems you are not on the list. Qin Hanyu responded. Previously, I deemed it insignificant. Perhaps now I could contend for second place. She would be first, and he would be second. Xiaoying offered a slight smile, but refrained from engaging further. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Yan's thoughts began to scatter. What had he initially planned? If he had the opportunity to meet his idol, he must take a photo, request an autograph, and perhaps seek some technical advice. Could he even aspire to forge a friendship? It seemed plausible. However, a glance at Qin Hanyu delivered a chilling realization. It was decidedly not possible. As his thoughts raced, Qin Yan suddenly recalled something. I just remembered something. Xiaoying asked, is it related to me? Qin Yan replied. My computer was infected with a virus after our encounter that night. Were those videos you're doing, Miss Qiao? He shook his head, desperate for it not to be true. He had finally met his idol. He implored, please don't let it be that. I would rather my firewall had failed than have my idol let me down. Xiaoying bluntly shattered his illusions. You had it coming. The sound of his heart shattering echoed in the silence. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yan felt tears welling up. Miss Qiao, do you have any idea how devastated I was? In that conference room, with all my colleagues present, on the big screen. And you didn't even pixelate it. My image, my reputation, I nearly perished that morning. As Qin Yan reflects on it now, he feels a similar urge to succumb. The conference room? Xiaoying